Chapter 1. Are you blind, beautiful? On the southern part of the Tianxin continent, at the Yin-Yang sect, a voice rang out from the stage. Congratulations to Wang Mian, the male disciple of Luoxia Peak, and Zhang Xiao, the female disciple of Luoxia Peak, for successfully pairing up. With the elder's proclamation, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. This was the annual matchmaking event of the Yin-Yang sect, where suitable partners were sought for eligible male and female disciples. Successful pairings were rewarded with 10 spiritual stones. Seated among the male disciples, Han Feng observed his peers pairing off one by one. Bored, he stifled a yawn while fiddling with a jade token he had found the previous day. As a lowly herb-gathering disciple, he had been part of the sect for 5 years without managing to open his spiritual veins and cultivate spiritual energy. Initially, he was anxious and diligent, fervently hoping to unlock his potential and embark on the path of immortality. Gradually, he accepted his fate as a failure, learning to embrace a laid-back lifestyle, tending to his herb garden and savoring life at a leisurely pace. Effort does not guarantee success, yet a relaxed existence is undeniably easy to in a month. He would reach the 5-year mark since joining the sect. If he remained unable to open his spiritual veins by then, he would be expelled from the mountain. But he was unbothered back in his hometown. He had 2 acres of land to cultivate spiritual herbs, basking in the sun. Even without the ability to cultivate, he could live a long, healthy life, reveling in pastoral tranquility. As for finding a partner, he held no illusions after all. He was merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. The Yin-Yang sect's teachings emphasized the harmony of Yin and Yang, advocating for dual cultivation between men and women, hence the sect's concern for their disciples' lifelong partnerships, organizing matchmaking events each year. However, for Han Feng, the notion of dual cultivation seemed burdensome to it entailed pleasing a girl, presenting gifts, spiritual stones, and treasures far less enjoyable than tending to herbs and living freely. Dual cultivation? Not even a dog would desire that. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his head, causing his forehead to collide with the jade token in his hand. In pain, Han Feng turned to glare at the culprit behind him, but a grinning face appeared before him. It was Wang Mian, who had just successfully paired up. Han Feng, I've successfully paired up. Soon, they'll be dual cultivating, so hurry up and congratulate me. Gazing at Wang Mian's smug expression, Han Feng retorted, Get lost. Go enjoy your dual cultivation with my future daughter-in-law and stop bothering me. All right then. His good friend Wang Mian, pulling along the blushing Zhang Xiao, joyfully departed. Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned back, only to suddenly realize, hey, where's my jade token? I just found it yesterday. It was so large. He glanced at his hand and beneath the table, finding nothing. It must have been stolen by Wang Mian to curry favor with his partner, he thought. Han Feng shrugged it off and resumed watching the stage. Soon, all the single men and women had chosen their desired partners, leaving only 3 individuals on stage. The first was Jiang Suru, renowned as the most beautiful woman of Luoxia Peak, possessing a heavenly spiritual root. Next was Yilong Yuan, celebrated as the most handsome man of Luoxia Peak, hailing from a prestigious lineage with extraordinary talent. And lastly, the unremarkable, incapable disciple, Han Feng. Now, only Jiang Suru remained. Contrary to her name, she exuded no softness or gentleness at all. With delicate features, bright eyes, and a graceful demeanor, she sat elegantly in a pristine white dress, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a celestial being. She resembled a flawless masterpiece of art. Her indifference and aloofness, paired with the subtle curve of her lips, only enhanced her regal presence, making her an object of distant admiration, untouchable and revered. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Suru and Yilong Yuan were a match made in heaven. Yilong Yuan had pursued her for years, yet she had never acquiesced. Now, both had turned 18, marking Jiang Suru's final opportunity to choose a partner. If she failed to decide, the sect would force a match upon her. The elder had intentionally left Jiang Suru until last, granting Yilong Yuan a chance, yet the only available choice remained Yilong Yuan. Jiang Suru had to select him, or else. Oh, and there was Han Feng, merely a backdrop for fairness. This moment, the elder asked, now that only Jiang Suru remains, yet 2 male disciples are present. Yilong Yuan, Han Feng, do you both wish to choose Jiang Suru as your partner? Yilong Yuan gazed at Jiang Suru, speaking earnestly, I am willing. For 3 years, I have harbored deep admiration for junior sister Jiang. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but her. If she agrees to be my partner, I shall devote my life to cherishing her and providing her with the finest in the world. Upon hearing his declaration, the surrounding disciples erupted in cheers and applause, while Jiang Suru merely scoffed dismissively. The elder then turned to Han Feng, asking, Han Feng, do you accept? I do, Han Feng replied languidly. After all, Jiang Suru was the epitome of beauty. If he dared to refuse, it would seem too jarring, and he feared the other disciples would mock him, disrupting his peaceful, laid-back life. Conversely, if he expressed his willingness, and Jiang Suru chose Yilong Yuan, losing to him would not be shameful. No one would ridicule him. He understood that his presence today was merely a formality, thus he maintained a good attitude. In Han Feng's mind, the ensuing scenario would unfold as Jiang Suru chose Yilong Yuan, successfully pairing up, allowing him to return and continue his carefree existence. A win-win situation. The elder then addressed Jiang Suru, saying, Jiang Suru, please choose your desired disciple. Remember, this is your final opportunity. Jiang Suru cast an impatient glance at the elder, then surveyed Yilong Yuan and Han Feng, slowly announcing, I choose. All the disciples held their breath, eyes wide, some even prepared to applaud for her and Yilong Yuan. Han Feng, a melodious voice emerged from Jiang Suru, causing the disciples, poised to cheer, to freeze in shock, each standing dumbfounded. Even Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what do you mean, beautiful? Are you blind? Why choose me? I have no interest in you, I just want to relax. Why Yilong Yuan is exceptional and has admired you for years, why not choose him? Now, with Yilong Yuan's expression akin to someone who had consumed 20-year-old spoiled food, it was clear he would resent Han Feng. How could he continue to enjoy his laid-back life now? However, Han Feng had already expressed his willingness, and rescinding it now would be futile. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice resonated in Han Feng's mind, reminiscent of a sweet 16-year-old girl. Congratulations, Han Feng, on your first partnership. You have received the blessing of fate, activating your cultivation restoration. From now on, the cultivation acquired by your partner will be returned to you tenfold through the blessing of fate. Any techniques, powers, or treasures you bestow upon your partner will also return to you at 10 times their value. Any items granted through the blessing cannot be transferred to anyone else. The multiplier of returns will increase as your realm advances. Remember the partner's motto, love your wife, cherish your wife, and strive to be an excellent man. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform into a beautiful paradise. Chapter 2. Tenfold return. Han Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of the meaning behind the voice echoing in his mind, yet he sensed it carried great significance. Where could it possibly be coming from? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Was it the jade pendant? Indeed, just moments ago, the pendant had rested in his hand. After being tapped on the shoulder by Wang Mian, his forehead had collided with the pendant, causing it to vanish from sight. But what on earth was this blessing of fate? And what did it mean by loving and cherishing one's wife? Was he to be relegated to the role of a sycophant? Furthermore, the mention of returning his cultivation, was it implying he ought to strive harder in his training? How troublesome. If someone desires a partner, let them choose freely, and those who wish to cultivate should do so at their own discretion. Lying idle seemed far more appealing. Suddenly, a loud bang startled Han Feng. He turned to see Yilong Yuan rising, his voice filled with fury. Junior sister Jiang, what is the meaning of this? As Yilong Yuan's anger flared, the elder present darkened his expression and admonished, Yilong Yuan, maintain order. No shouting. Fate is predetermined, and everyone has the right to choose. Mutual respect is paramount. In response, Yilong Yuan struggled to rein in his fury, clasping his hands respectfully. Elder Feng, I merely seek clarification. I have toiled for 3 years, nurturing feelings for junior sister Jiang. My devotion should have been evident to her, yet she chose another. I am not unable to accept this, but I simply desire an explanation. Please enlighten me, junior sister Jiang. Hearing this, the elder turned to Jiang Suru, saying, Jiang Suru, since Yilong Yuan is puzzled, would you kindly provide him with an answer? Yilong Yuan possesses extraordinary talent, comes from a prestigious family, and is quite handsome. I believe many are curious to this. Jiang Suru cast a cold gaze at Yilong Yuan and replied, you talk too much. At her words, the disciples gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Jiang Suru was known for her aloof beauty, rarely speaking. Throughout the assembly, she had uttered only 8 words, while Han Feng had spoken merely 3. Unlike Yilong Yuan, who chattered incessantly. The elder sighed and advised, Suru, think carefully. Han Feng is a cultivator who cannot advance. Even if you were to cultivate together, he may never open his spiritual veins. It would be of no benefit to you. Perhaps you should reconsider? It is not too late to change your mind. I shall support your decision, that I do not regret my choice. Jiang Suru replied coolly. Left with no option, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Elder Feng reluctantly announced, I hereby declare that Han Feng, a miscellaneous disciple of Luoxia Peak, and Jiang Suru, an outer disciple of Luoxia Peak, have successfully bound themselves as partners. At this proclamation, a wave of commotion rippled through the audience, with many exclaiming that a flower had been placed in dung. Han Feng frowned. Why was no one asking him if he regretted this? Was it because a worthless person had no rights? Sighing, he pondered the inevitable troubles that would arise from this partnership. The blessings had arrived, and the days of carefree idleness seemed to be over. Wait a moment, could it be that her cultivation would bolster his strength? If that were the case, he would have to exert less effort. Perhaps he could continue to lounge about. Resolving to accept the situation, Han Feng stood to leave, eager to return to his peaceful farming and sunbathing. Hey, come back. Elder Feng called out urgently. What is it? Han Feng asked, his expression one of confusion. Your partner. You must exchange tokens of affection. The elder was taken aback by Han Feng's bewilderment. Reluctantly, Han Feng approached the stage. Jiang Suru stepped forward, presenting him with a vial of pills. Spirit condensation pill. After a moment's thought, Han Feng produced a rusted dagger from his waist, offering it to Jiang Suru. This is a low-grade spiritual artifact. It's the only valuable item I possess, which I unearthed from the medicinal field. That his words. Laughter erupted from the audience. A low-grade spiritual artifact was the most inferior treasure, and Han Feng had the audacity to present such a trinket to the ethereal Jiang Suru. How embarrassing. Han Feng had little choice. He was left with only his clothes, undergarments, and this dagger offering the first two would be rather inappropriate. He accepted the pill vial as Jiang Suru took the dagger. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng has gifted his partner a low-grade spiritual artifact, receiving a tenfold blessing in return, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Frost Dagger. Do you wish to accept? Intrigued, Han Feng realized the message was genuine. He chose to defer acceptance for the moment. After placing the spirit condensation pill in his pocket, Han Feng bowed to Jiang Suru and turned to leave. As for whether Yilan Yuan would seek retribution against him given the murderous glare he had received, it seemed likely. Han Feng had yet to devise a plan for that, but he resolved to continue his leisurely existence. The disciples watched in astonishment as Han Feng abandoned Jiang Suru on stage, neither holding hands nor engaging in mutual cultivation, simply walking away. Then they witnessed Jiang Suru following him. At that moment, a wave of jealousy surged within the hearts of the male disciples. Once they reached a secluded area, Han Feng turned to Jiang Suru, saying, That's enough, you can go back now. Jiang Suru frowned at his words and then let out a cold laugh. Aren't you curious why I chose you? Are you blind? Han Feng asked, testing her reaction. Jiang Suru's eyes widened in surprise before she composed herself, lowering her gaze and looking disdainfully at Han Feng. To be frank, I am gifted with rare talent, possessing a celestial spiritual root. I have the ability to rise on my own merit. I do not wish to rely on a man. The Yi family's influence is too great, and Yilan Yuan is a man driven by ambition. Being with him would be too constraining, which I dislike. Furthermore, he not only wishes to be my cultivation partner but also desires to claim me as his own. How could I so readily surrender myself to a man? My choice of you is solely because the yin-yang sect's techniques require a male and female to cultivate together, and your ineptitude ensures you will not restrain me. Upon hearing this, Han Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. This made sense. If she genuinely desired him, with fervent passion for shared cultivation, it could only lead to two conclusions. Either she had ulterior motives, such as dismantling parts of him, or she was simply a fool, mentally unwell. In either case, he needed to make a hasty exit. As for being labeled a waste, he chuckled inwardly. After years of such insults, he had grown accustomed to it and was unfazed. The foundational practices of the yin-yang sect were mandatory for all disciples upon entering the sect. Although he had not opened his spiritual veins and could not circulate spiritual energy, he was still familiar with the methods. Furthermore, mutual cultivation did not necessitate physical union. Merely facing each other with palms aligned to allow spiritual energy to circulate between them sufficed, though. The effects would be enhanced through intimacy. One reason Jiang Suru had shunned Yilan Yuan was his desire for both cultivation and physical intimacy. She was an exceptionally talented woman with lofty aspirations. She found Yilan Yuan's forcefulness unappealing, hence her choice of the weaker Han Feng. Chapter 3. Celestial Wind Spirit Root. In the arrival of trouble, therefore, Commencing from this day forth, let us maintain a mutual detachment. You shall pursue your celestial endeavors, whilst I shall tend to my medicinal herbs. Is that not agreeable?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered within Han Feng's eyes. "So long as my tranquil existence remains undisturbed, you may engage in whatever pursuits you desire. However," Jiang Suru demurred, "it cannot be precisely termed a complete severance. My utilization of you as a shield has indeed imposed upon you. Endeavor to cultivate diligently. Once your spiritual meridians are unblocked, you may seek me out for dual cultivation every 10 days. This will prove beneficial to both our cultivations. Furthermore, should Yi Long Yuan cause you any distress, you may inform me, and I shall deal with him. These are spirit stones bestowed by the elders as a reward. There are 20 in total, 10 for each of us, and I shall relinquish my share to you." With that, Jiang Suru tossed a storage pouch to Han Feng and promptly soared away upon her sword. Diligence? Dual cultivation? The very lexicon of such notions held an air of vexation for Han Feng. Clutching the storage pouch, he sighed and returned to his herb garden, resuming his tending of the flora. Upon her return to her abode, Jiang Suru adorned her surroundings with spirit stones. This time, she intended to ascend to the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. Han Feng held the frostbite dagger in his hand. It was quite a serviceable implement. Upon severing the mature herbs, it would freeze the incision, preventing the dissipation of their medicinal efficacy. Han Feng found it rather agreeable. As dusk descended, Han Feng returned to his dwelling, a shared chamber. His close confidant, Wang Mian, also resided there, but had yet to return. Likely engaged in amorous pursuits with his junior cultivation partner, Han Feng placed the dagger upon his bedside table and prepared to disrobe for slumber when suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted within his being. Han Feng's Tao companion, Jiang Suru, has advanced from the 6th to the 7th layer of the qi refining stage, bestowing a tenfold return of the increased cultivation upon her partner. The spiritual energy within Han Feng burgeoned relentlessly. Startled, he swiftly assumed a cross-legged posture and began circulating his spiritual energy according to the cultivation techniques he had previously studied. He had no choice but to cultivate. Such torrential spiritual energy, if left unguided, threatened to cause his very demise through explosive expansion. Soon, Han Feng's spiritual meridians were unblocked, and a radiant, impeccably pure spirit root materialized within his dantian. Han Feng's spiritual meridians are unblocked, activating his spirit root, a mutated celestial grade wind spirit root. Han Feng entered the 1st layer of the qi refining stage. But this was not the culmination. His cultivation continued its relentless ascent. Qi refining, 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer. Within the span of a single hour, Han Feng's cultivation had surged to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. In the qi refining stage, each successive layer of cultivation was significantly more substantial than the preceding one. However, Han Feng had received a tenfold amplification only of the cultivation increase Jiang Suru experienced in her advancement from the 6th to the 7th layer. Not a tenfold increase of the entire accumulated cultivation from the 1st to the 7th layer. That amplified portion propelled Han Feng's cultivation from nothingness directly to the peak of the 7th layer. This was the sensation of possessing spiritual energy. Han Feng savored the power coursing through him, and then a realization dawned upon him. He now possessed spiritual energy and could open the storage pouch. He swiftly performed the blood oath of ownership upon the pouch, picked it up, and opened it, revealing the 20 spirit stones within. He extracted a spirit stone, intending to absorb its spiritual essence, but found himself incapable of drawing in even a trace. It seemed, indeed, that he remained a useless individual incapable of self-cultivation, even with the acquisition of a spirit root. At that moment, a voice echoed within his mind once more. You are merely incapable of augmenting your cultivation independently, requiring augmentation through your Tao companion. Your spiritual energy is currently saturated, rendering you unable to absorb further essence. Absorption will only be possible upon expenditure, but even after depletion, independent absorption will remain impossible. Upon hearing this, Han Feng comprehended his situation. His cultivation realm was akin to a vessel, and spiritual energy the water within. The water could be emptied and replenished, but he possessed no means to enlarge the vessel itself to contain a greater volume. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from outside. Junior brother Han, are you within? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, Is that Senior Ma? Indeed, it is I, Junior brother. Step outside for a moment. I have a matter to discuss with you. This Senior Ma was the overseer of their sector of the herb gardens. essentially Han Feng's immediate superior, possessing a cultivation of the fourth layer of the qi refining stage. He was known for his insidious and venomous nature, frequently exploiting those beneath him, and Han Feng had been a victim of his bullying in the past. Han Feng remained cautious, concealing his dagger at his lower back, and proceeded towards the exit. Upon opening the door, he beheld the familiar, elongated countenance, resembling that of a horse. "Senior Ma, what business do you have with me?" Senior Ma offered a forced, mirthless smile. "Congratulations, junior brother Han. To think that today you actually formed a Taoist partnership with senior sister Jiang of our Sunset Peak. Truly enviable. It seems your rise to prominence is imminent. And you even received spirit stones after your successful pairing, did you not?" "Senior Ma desires my spirit stones?" Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. However, Senior Ma shook his head slowly. "Nay, I desire not only your spirit stones, but also your very life. Are you yet unaware of whom you have offended today? Since you are destined for demise regardless, there is no harm in informing you. The one you have slighted is none other than young Master Yi Longyuan of the Yi family. Are you cognizant of the Yi family's might? They possess cultivators at the core formation stage. A mere flick of their finger could crush you. Tell me, you, an incompetent wretch incapable of cultivation, why did you foolishly provoke such a household? So, Yi Longyuan instructed you to kill me? Nay, senior brother Yi instructed me to torment you thoroughly first. First, I shall cripple your virility, turning you into a eunuch. Are you not senior sister Zhang's dual cultivation partner? Then you shall spend the rest of your days with the feast before your eyes, yet unable to partake. Then, I shall shatter your legs, slowly inflicting agony upon you. However, I fear that you might report me to the elders, which would bring misfortune upon me. Therefore, I shall simply inform young Master Yi that you resisted fiercely, and I inadvertently struck you fatally. Do you comprehend? I comprehend. Han Feng nodded, a sigh escaping him internally. Alas, he merely wished to continue his tranquil existence. Why must it be so arduous? Senior Ma chuckled sinisterly and thrust a palm towards Han Feng. Han Feng was acutely aware that to avoid death, he must eliminate his assailant. He mobilized the spiritual energy within him, drew his dagger, and infused it with spiritual power. Instantly, a frigid temperature permeated the air, causing Senior Ma to perceive a sluggishness in his own movements. In his eyes, Han Feng moved with the swiftness of a gust of wind, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Wind spirit roots excelled in velocity, and coupled with Han Feng's vastly superior strength, Senior Ma naturally had no time to defend himself. Then, Senior Ma felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his gaze to see a dagger buried hilt deep within his sternum. "You, how could you? Aren't you a useless cripple?" Senior Ma sputtered, blood gushing from his mouth, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Han Feng. Han Feng withdrew the dagger and stated calmly, "Indeed. I am a cripple, but I am a cripple at the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. And you? You are a cripple at the 4th layer of the qi refining stage at the age of 30-odd. Han Feng harbored no sense of triumph. Without the boon of his fortuitous pairing, he would likely be even less accomplished than Senior Ma at the same age. Senior Ma collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide and vacant, his life extinguished on the spot. Han Feng sighed, stood up, and retrieved a hoe. He dug a deep pit in the herb garden, tossed Senior Ma's corpse into it, burned the garments separately, and then filled the pit, planting herbs atop it to conceal any trace. He had little concern about discovery. Senior Ma's Tao companion had abandoned him a decade prior, disdaining his poor aptitude, and no one would care about a mere 4th-layer qi refining disciple, except for Yi Longyuan. Chapter 4. A little fox back in his abode, Han Feng ignited a candle, examining his hands only to find them devoid of any trace of blood. He scrutinized the icy dagger as well, noting its immaculate state. Driven by curiosity, he ventured outside, lantern in hand, to inspect the ground where Ma the Elder had fallen, and was astonished to discover it, too, was free of blood. He had initially intended to cover any bloodstains with earth, but that now seemed unnecessary. Returning inside, he surmised that the icy power within the icy dagger must have instantly frozen the blood at the point of entry, preventing any spillage. It seemed the dagger was quite effective, ensuring a clean kill. Han Feng set down the lantern and reclined on his bed, his mind beginning to churn. The expenditure of spiritual energy in dispatching Ma the Elder had left him feeling capable of absorbing ambient spiritual energy to replenish his reserves. As he absorbed this energy, he pondered his situation. The affair with Jiang Suru had irrevocably placed him at odds with Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan himself was not a significant threat, merely a minor cultivator at the 8th level of qi training, but his family was powerful, boasting a core formation expert among them. Yi Longyuan had already sent Ma the Elder after him, and having failed, he would undoubtedly dispatch others. Han Feng was now in a precarious position. But what could he possibly do? Strive harder? Absurd, he could not advance his cultivation without Jiang Suru's breakthrough. Assist Jiang Suru? Preposterous, he was penniless, save for a dagger. What assistance could he offer? Therefore, he would continue to lie low, tending his garden, basking in the sun, and enjoying the simple life. Han Feng lay supine. Yet his mind continued to race. Now that Ma the Elder was dead, what would happen if someone came looking? Though the body was buried. It was said that Foundation establishment experts could scan with their divine sense, observing everything within hundreds of meters. Burying the body in his own herb garden would be a dead giveaway. He would have to exhume it and dispose of it further away. As for Yi Longyuan reporting him for murder, that was a joke. How would Yi Longyuan know that Ma the Elder intended to kill Han Feng and was instead slain? Was he the mastermind? Without evidence, his accusations would be dismissed. The sect's law enforcement elders were not fools. Han Feng rose, slipped on his shoes, and, armed with a shovel and lantern, headed outside. He turned towards the herb garden and froze, illuminated by the moonlight. A pit marred the ground, emitting faint rustling sounds. Had he been discovered so quickly? Shovel in hand, Han Feng crept forward and peered into the pit, where a sight sent shivers down his spine. An unfamiliar white creature squatted over Ma the Elder's corpse, its head bowed in what appeared to be consumption. What manner of beast was this, devouring a corpse? After a moment, Han Feng realized it was a small white fox, not consuming the body but absorbing the residual spiritual energy. The fox finished its task, raised its face, and let out a contented burp. Man and fox locked eyes, and the startled fox immediately bristled. Head raised, fangs bared. Its eyes glowed with a verdant light as it glared menacingly at Han Feng. Simultaneously, above the pit, a vast, indistinct figure materialized in the air. The shadow, the size of a small mountain, resembled a fox with blood-red eyes, pupils like starry skies containing vast galaxies, and 9 enormous tails swaying gently, as if imbued with world-shattering power. Alas, Han Feng, head lowered, did not witness this spectacle, and the apparition vanished after a fleeting moment. Remarkably, despite the immense size and terrifying aura, no expert within the Yin-Yang sect detected its presence. Are you the spirit beast that escaped from the Spirit Beast Peak? Han Feng inquired curiously. No, I'm wild, the fox replied earnestly, relaxing its menacing posture, seeing no hostility from Han Feng. Then what are you doing here? I'm hungry. The fox leaped from the pit and perched on the edge, its round eyes fixed on Han Feng. Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you afraid of me? Both spoke in unison. Why should I be afraid of you? Han Feng asked. I'm a talking spirit beast. So, the handyman disciple Han Feng was oblivious to the significance of a talking spirit beast. Han Feng pressed, then why aren't you afraid of me? I have a shovel. I could easily kill you. I sense no murderous intent or malice from you. I can detect threats and malice. The stronger the malice, the more sensitive I become. But you have none. Other humans want to kill me for meat or capture me to form a master-servant contract, but you don't. That's why I'm not afraid of you. The fox's voice was soft and childlike. Han Feng chuckled. You're quite interesting. Are you full? No. I saw you absorbing spiritual energy. Do you subsist on spiritual energy? Yes. But absorbing ambient spiritual energy is slow, so I came to absorb the recently deceased corpse. Seeing the fox's pitiful demeanor, Han Feng produced a spiritual stone and offered it to the fox. The fox snatched it eagerly, crunching and swallowing it in an instant. Han Feng was dumbfounded. This was a spiritual stone, harder than any spiritual artifact, said to be impervious even to nascent soul experts. The fox had simply crushed it? What formidable teeth! Are you full now? No. Can you give me another one? Han Feng produced another spiritual stone. He had received 20 today, but they were of little use to him. The fox took the stone, but placed it behind itself, then burped. It glanced at Han Feng's suspicious gaze, then guiltily looked away, explaining, I'm afraid you won't give me any more if I get hungry again. Han Feng said nothing. He was kind to the fox out of pure affection. He glanced at the corpse in the pit and sighed. You eat and take, which is fine, but what am I going to do with this corpse? You've unearthed bloodstains. If I carry it away, it will leave a trail of blood. The fox considered the corpse and then Han Feng. After a moment's hesitation, it inhaled deeply and exhaled a white mist. The mist enveloped the corpse, which visibly dissolved until only a red orb remained. The fox leaped into the pit, retrieved the orb, and presented it to Han Feng. This is the essence of his blood and qi. Eat it. It will aid your cultivation. Han Feng recoiled at the thought of consuming Ma the Elder's flesh and blood. Moreover, his constitution prevented cultivation, so it would be useless. He tossed it aside. The orb rolled beneath the herb, where it dissolved into specks of energy absorbed by the plant. Han Feng did not notice. He retrieved the shovel, filled the pit, and replanted the herb. Now, no one would ever know. Having finished, Han Feng turned to leave, shovel in hand. The fox called out, "Okay, the problem is solved. Let's go rest." Chapter 5. The mutated three-spike flower. Han Feng came to a halt, turning to glance at the little fox, and slowly began to speak. Us? Otherwise? Why are you following me? Han Feng's expression was one of bewilderment. Where else would I go? The little fox looked equally perplexed. You should return home. I have no home. I've always been hiding, terrified of being seen and captured as a spirit pet. It's rare to encounter someone who harbors no ill intentions and is willing to feed me spirit stones. Of course, I wouldn't leave. Did you just let something slip? Han Feng's face was filled with suspicion. No, you misheard, the little fox replied earnestly. Oh, with your prowess in consuming spirit stones and refining corpses, why would you fear humans? Because I lack cultivation. If you lack cultivation, why do you consume spiritual energy? Without it, I would starve. Fear not, I am easy to care for. A single spirit stone every few days suffices. Han Feng pondered for a moment. No cultivation equated to no threat, and as a helper in handling corpses, it seemed rather beneficial. Perhaps nurturing flowers and pets together would be quite pleasant. Very well then. Follow me. Upon returning to his abode, Han Feng removed his shoes, collapsed onto the bed, and prepared to sleep. The little fox leaped onto the foot of the bed and inquired, Hey, what is your name? I am Han Feng. Why don't you kill me or force me into a contract to make me your slave? I'm too lazy for that. A restful night passed. And the next morning, Han Feng arose, groggily washed his face, and strolled into the yard, intending to bask in the sun on a lounge chair. This was his daily routine. Aside from tending to herbs, he spent the rest of his time lounging. The pastoral life was blissfully carefree. Then, he spotted the little fox sprawled comfortably on the lounge chair, soaking up the sun. Han Feng approached, lifted it up, and laid down, placing the little fox on his chest to enjoy the warmth together. Thus began their morning of leisure. After a moment, the little fox yawned and said, Han Feng, I'm hungry. Go fetch me something to eat. Han Feng paused. Guarantee you fine with just a spirit stone lasting you several days? You absorbed so much spiritual energy yesterday, and I even gave you another stone. How can you be hungry again? I'm a bit bored and fancy a snack. Then go find something yourself. I'm too lazy to move, the little fox replied nonchalantly. The two lay comfortably on the lounge chair. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry too. Little fox, prepare me a meal. The little fox looked at him in shock. Brother, I'm just a fox. I can't cook. What use would I be in taking care of you? Han Feng stood, carrying the little fox towards the herb garden, intending to pluck a few spirit vegetables for a meal. However, as he approached, he noticed a striking three-spike with spirit flowers standing tall amidst ordinary ones. While typical three-spike flowers grow to about a foot, this one towered higher than his house. Han Feng was well acquainted with this flower. It was a primary ingredient for the revitalizing pill, known for its ability to enhance cultivation, swiftly restore spiritual energy, and heal wounds, maturing every 3 months. This particular flower must be at least 30 years old, he mused. He was quite familiar with the herbs in his garden. There was no way this flower had simply appeared overnight. Suddenly, he recalled the small blood essence orb he had carelessly discarded the previous night. Could it be that this flower absorbed it? Goodness! If Ma Lao had cultivated for over 30 years, then this flower had also matured for the same duration. How astonishing! Was this the little fox's innate talent? It must be delicious. The little fox's eyes sparkled with desire as it lunged towards the flower, but Han Feng swiftly grabbed it. An idea struck him. He could gift this flower to Jiang Suru in exchange for a 300-year-old three-spike flower as a blessing of destiny. Wouldn't that be an immense profit? Yet, the thought of facing Jiang Suru's disdainful visage sapped his motivation. Perhaps he would simply lounge instead and present it to her when the opportunity arose. Han Feng drew forth his icy dagger and, under the little fox's forlorn gaze, severed the three-spike flower, stowing it in his storage bag. It wouldn't do for others to see it. They would certainly raise suspicions. Then, in response to the little fox's mournful stare, he casually cut a regular three-spike flower and tossed it to her. The little fox bit into the flower with frustration, as if venting her ire at Han Feng. Afterward, Han Feng reclined back onto the lounge chair with the little fox, who soon fell asleep curled up on him. Both, large and small, basked in the sun. Just then, a figure approached, eagerly rushing towards Han Feng. Han Feng, Han Feng, wake up. I have some explosive news for you. Wang Mian dashed over, his face brimming with excitement. Guess what I learned this morning? Did you discover the joys of dual cultivation? Or perhaps how soft Nizi is and how fragrant Zhang Xiu's body is? Han Feng regarded his friend with disdain. Are you envious that I found a soulmate while you remain single? Why are you still here? Zhang Xiu is an outer disciple with her own quarters. Shouldn't you hurry and move in with her? Once you break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, you can also become an outer disciple. I just returned to move. No, that is not what I meant. I heard that at yesterday's matchmaking event, only Jiang Suru, Yulong Yuan, and a janitor were left. Everyone thought Jiang Suru would choose Yulong Yuan, but guess what? She picked the janitor. Ha ha ha. I nearly died laughing. Han Feng stared at him, expressionless. You don't know? That janitor is quite the fool. Jiang Suru doesn't like Yulong Yuan, so she chose him as a shield. Yulong Yuan has vowed to make that janitor pay. Given Jiang Suru's temperament, she would never dual cultivate with a janitor. This poor fool lost out on a soulmate and earned the ire of the Yi family. He is doomed. Han Feng continued to observe him without a change in expression. Huh, why aren't you laughing? Were you born without a sense of humor? Wang Mian finally sensed something amiss as he scrutinized Han Feng's face. His smile gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. Wait, that janitor, it wouldn't be you, would it? Chapter 6. The schemes of my friend Wang Mian. Observing the transition of emotions in Wang Mian's eyes from delight to astonishment, Han Feng remarked coldly, It is not I, but your father. Wang Mian blinked, rubbed his hands together, and after a couple of awkward chuckles, suddenly exclaimed joyfully, Brother, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Jiang Suru is the most beautiful woman on the falling sunset peak, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, with countless admirers. Moreover, she possesses an exceedingly rare heavenly spirit root, promising an incredibly bright future. You, my friend, have struck gold. Once you achieve success, do not forget your brother. Let us not forget one another in times of wealth and prosperity. Han Feng scoffed softly and replied languidly, But you were just saying that I am a great fool. Oh, that is absolutely not the case. Wang Mian chuckled awkwardly before sighing. Brother, I merely wish to comfort you. Everyone knows that Yulong Yuan has harbored feelings for Jiang Suru for quite some time. Now that she has chosen you, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment and seek revenge. The Yi family is powerful, with considerable influence and elders at the core formation stage. While their elders may not retaliate overtly for such matters, Yulong Yuan will certainly strike against you in the shadows. Brother, heed my advice and flee. Become a wandering cultivator outside. It is better than remaining here in uncertainty. Your life is of utmost importance. In response, Han Feng chuckled lightly and said, I have already contemplated what you mentioned. If I venture outside, the Yi family would be unrestrained in pursuing my life. Within the sect, the law enforcement hall exists. They would not dare to act against me openly. After all, our esteemed hall master, Elder Tile Yan, is renowned for his impartiality and is at the nascent soul stage. Certainly, the Yi family would not dare provoke him. As for what happens behind the scenes, we shall deal with it as it comes. In summary, leaving the sect would be an unwise choice. Then you intend to remain here? Do not forget, if you are unable to manifest a spirit vein, the 5-year term will be up in a month. And you will be expelled from the mountain, even if you have a Dao partner. Unless you plead with Jiang Suru to utilize the Jiang family's influence to secure a position as an outer disciple for you, then you would not be expelled. Moreover, being an outer disciple carries more weight than being a servant disciple. The law enforcement hall takes them more seriously. Otherwise, if a servant disciple were to die, no one would care. Listening to Wang Mian's words, Han Feng nodded. Indeed, he was in dire need of the status of an outer disciple for protection. However, this minor issue did not require Jiang Suru's assistance. To become an outer disciple, he merely needed to advance to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, which was precisely why Ma Laodao had remained a servant disciple for so many years. You were right. I shall attend to this matter today. By the way, what brings you back this time? Moving things. Indeed, Zhang Xiu is at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and she has a designated residence. Moving there allows me to live with her. In a couple of months, I anticipate attempting to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement as well, at which point I too shall be an outer disciple. However, I am somewhat reluctant to leave. It is too unsafe for you to be here alone, especially without any cultivation. If the Yi family comes for you, you would have no means to defend yourself. Do you think staying here provides you with any means of defense? Han Feng recognized that Wang Mian genuinely cared for him, which warmed his heart. But he did not wish to drag Wang Mian down with him. If you are to move, do so quickly. I relish the peace of solitude here. I have long been weary of your incessant chatter. Hurry and leave. How delightful it is to occupy such a large space alone. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian was taken aback before bursting into laughter. You rascal. If you ever find yourself in danger, remember to run up the mountain. I reside at Zhangxiu's. In the first row, third courtyard of the outer disciple residential area. Do not forget. Wang Mian clapped Han Feng on the shoulder, then suddenly noticed the small fox on his lap and remarked, when did you acquire a scarf? It's quite white, but prone to dirt. It must be inconvenient for cleaning. You are the scarf. Your entire family is a scarf, and you are the one used for cleaning. The little fox bristled with fury, baring its teeth and preparing to strike Wang Mian, only to be held back by Han Feng by its tail. Wang Mian, initially startled, soon exclaimed in astonishment, wow, this is a fox. So small yet quite adorable. If this fox can speak, that is remarkable. Where did you find it? I found it. So what if it can speak? Is it really that extraordinary? Indeed, it is quite rare. Generally, for a spirit beast to speak, it must have attained sentience. Some spirit beasts awaken early, which signifies great potential, making them quite precious. Others may not speak even upon reaching great heights in cultivation. This fox is undoubtedly a treasure. But since you found it, it must be returned to its rightful owner. We cannot take what does not belong to us. Get lost. I have no owner. I am your master. The little fox declared seriously, its small face taut. Are you suggesting that this little creature is actually a treasure? Han Feng inquired, scrutinizing the little fox intently. Certainly. It could fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. I would say, at least 300 spirit stones to start. 300? Upon hearing Han Feng's astonished tone, the little fox became wary. Han Feng, if you dare sell me, I will make sure we both perish. Just you? You think you can match me in a fight? How much do you weigh? Then I shall reveal what you did last night to everyone. I never contemplated selling you. You are my dearest friend, Han Feng asserted with conviction. What did you do last night? Wang Mian squinted suspiciously at Han Feng. Mind your own business. It is of no benefit to you. Very well, you do not speak, and I shall not inquire. However, this little one is currently without an owner. If it were to wander off and be captured, it could be disposed of at will. It is my spirit beast. How could it be treated at others' whims? Han Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Mian scoffed, saying, just because you claim it is yours, does that make it so? Have you written your name on it? I will write mine on it. Writing your name means nothing. You must take it to Spirit Beast Peak for registration and certification, placing a collar on it. That way, when others see it, they will know it is owned and will not attempt to seize it. Thus, it becomes your private property. And the law enforcement hall will protect the property of disciples. Understood. I will take care of it. Han Feng nodded. Wang Mian patted him on the shoulder and went inside to gather his belongings. The little fox, perched on Han Feng's shoulder, furrowed its brow and said, I have stated before that I will not recognize anyone as my master, nor will I sign any unequal soul contracts. I know. It is merely a registration for protection. I will not force you to recognize me as your master. We are the best of friends, are we not? With that, Han Feng rose, cradling the little fox, and began his ascent up the mountain. Chapter 7. My companion maximizes my benefits upon hearing these words. The little fox nestled in Han Feng's embrace grew increasingly skeptical. What does it mean to say that we are the best of friends? We only met last night. And not even 12 hours have passed. How can we be considered the best of friends? What are you implying with these flowery words? Are you trying to deceive me and then sell me off? You little rascal, though you may not be very old, you are quite clever. I merely spoke casually. Do not overthink it. You have yet to sense any malice from me. Humph, I am the wisest of foxes, if I weren't clever. How could I have survived for so long amidst your human pursuits? With human experts abounding, how have you managed to survive without any cultivation? I shall not tell you. The cautious little fox spun her large eyes around, keeping a vigilant watch on her surroundings. Before long, Han Feng arrived at the summit of Luoxia Peak, cradling the little fox in his arms. He had several matters to attend to during this visit. Firstly, he needed to go to the registration office, where all the information regarding the disciples of Luoxia Peak was recorded and managed. To advance from a servant disciple to an outer disciple, one needed to come here for assessment and registration. Upon reaching the registration office, Han Feng noticed several young outer disciples busily writing at the counter. He approached them and inquired, Greetings, brothers. Could you kindly inform me where I might register for assessment to become an outer disciple? The disciple, engrossed in his work, did not lift his head but pointed toward a sign placed by the entrance. Han Feng turned to look and saw the sign read, On the first day of each month, All disciples who have broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement must come for a unified assessment and registration to advance to outer disciples. Han Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He sighed. These past 5 years had seen him grow complacent, and he had not even understood this procedure. Nor had Wang Mian mentioned it to him. Since he could not advance, he decided to leave. At that moment, the speaking disciple suddenly raised his head to look at Han Feng and said, "Wait a moment. You seem somewhat familiar." Han Feng turned back and asked, "Do you know me?" "Oh, I remember now. You are that fortunate servant disciple who became a companion to Sister Jiang yesterday, right? What was your name again?" "I've forgotten. By the way, weren't you supposed to be a waste after years of cultivation? Why are you here for assessment? Did you break through to the 5th level overnight?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng chuckled and replied, "Not at all. I'm no immortal. I'm merely a fellow servant disciple who is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level and am currently in seclusion for cultivation. I asked a friend to come and inquire about the assessment schedule, since he could not undergo the assessment to become an outer disciple. It was best to keep his cultivation level a secret. Discretion was prudent. He planned to come back on the 1st of the next month, should he achieve his breakthrough." "Thank you," he said. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to ask the disciple, "Brother, do you know where Sister Jiang resides?" "You mean Sister Jiang Suru? What do you need her for?" The disciple chuckled, slapping his forehead. "How could I forget you are Sister Jiang's companion? Just head left when you exit, walk down the mountain for 2 miles, and you'll reach the outer disciples' living quarters. At the highest point in that area, there's a 2-story white pavilion. That is where Sister Jiang resides." "Thank you, brother." Han Feng clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to leave. He had originally intended to register as an outer disciple, as that area was populated and close to the law enforcement hall, offering a degree of safety. However, he now had to wait another half-month, during which Yi Longyuan would undoubtedly send someone to trouble him again. Living alone in the servant-disciple quarters felt unsafe. He feared that while he slept, someone might sneak in and harm him without him realizing it. Thus, he needed to enhance the protection of his herb garden. The best way to strengthen security was to purchase an array, which could prevent others from entering and provide a measure of protection. However, an array was quite expensive. He had seen the most basic spirit gathering array at the market, which cost around 100 spirit stones, without any defensive or offensive capabilities. The array he required would likely cost over 1,000 spirit stones. Currently, the only valuable item he possessed was a rare 3-needle flower, which could sell for 2 spirit stones at 3 years of age and at least 300 spirit stones at 30 years. The older the herb, the greater its efficacy and rarity, leading to a significant increase in price. However, 300 spirit stones were still insufficient for his needs. To acquire more spirit stones, he needed to maximize his benefits. Thus, he planned to gift this 3-needle flower to Jiang Suru and then hope that the blessings of their bond would return to him a 300-year-old 3-needle flower. Such a flower, if auctioned, could fetch between 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that many high-grade elixirs require herbs aged over 100 years for their concoction. Once he sold the herbs and exchanged them for spirit stones, he could purchase the array and live worry-free. Therefore, it was imperative to seek out Jiang Suru. Han Feng descended the mountain and reached a sunny slope halfway down, where he spotted a residential area and a 2-story white pavilion perched atop a large rock. However, at the entrance, he encountered an individual he least wished to see, Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan stood at the entrance of the pavilion's courtyard, conversing with a maid. "Young Master Yi, it is not that this maid seeks to obstruct you, but the young lady has been in seclusion since last night. She stated that until she emerges, she will not see anyone, as she wishes to focus on her breakthrough. Please understand." The handsome Yi Longyuan frowned, seemingly troubled by his inability to see his beloved. "That is fine. I shall wait here. I imagine it will not take her long to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Thank you for your understanding." "Young Master Yi," the maid replied. Yi Longyuan nodded and turned to gaze at the scenery below. However, upon turning around, he encountered the very person he despised. Yesterday, Jiang Suru had returned and immediately entered seclusion. He had not seen her. Today, he had come to inquire why he fell short compared to that useless servant disciple. And now, as fate would have it, he had run into him. "You're still alive?" Yi Longyuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Han Feng sighed. Yi Longyuan, despite his handsome appearance, lacked intelligence. If it weren't for Ma Laoda's revelation, Han Feng would not have known that Yi Longyuan had intended to kill him. Yet, Yi Longyuan's words unwittingly confessed his intentions. However, Han Feng could not divulge this. Yi Longyuan must remain unaware of the assassination attempt, for knowledge of it would implicate him in Ma Laoda's death. What do you mean, brother Yi? I am quite well, able to eat and sleep. Why shouldn't I be alive? Chapter 8. The fury of Yi Longyuan upon hearing these words. Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes once more. He thought to himself how utterly unreliable the subordinate had been in locating that errant servant. It was entirely possible that he had absconded with the funds. Yet this wretch was still allowed to linger. For Yi Longyuan, this was nothing short of a disgrace, as his unwavering principle was to settle scores without delay, avenging any grievance on the same day it was incurred. What brings you here? This is the domain of outer disciples. It is no place for a mere servant like you, Yi Longyuan remarked with a tone laced with disdain. However, Han Feng retorted, there is no rule in the sect that forbids servant disciples from visiting the outer disciples' quarters. In fact, even inner disciples may visit. Han Feng spread his hands innocently and continued, as for my presence here, it is naturally to seek out my partner. Yet I must ask, brother Yi, what business do you have lingering before my partner's abode? Your partner, the mere repetition of my partner from Han Feng, ignited a blaze of fury within Yi Longyuan. Was he mocking me? Was he deliberately trying to provoke me? He was fully aware of Yi Longyuan's long-standing pursuit of Jiang Suru, treating her as a cherished possession. Yet he had the audacity to bring it up in front of me. Was this an affront to my dignity? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Longyuan clenched his fists, teeth gritted in silent rage. It was, more accurately, jealousy that had morphed into hatred. Meanwhile, Han Feng remained unfazed, for no matter his actions, he could not erase Yi Longyuan's murderous intent towards him. The moment Jiang Suru chose Han Feng, he had been sentenced to death in Yi Longyuan's eyes. Furthermore, Han Feng held no affection for Jiang Suru due to her exploitation of him, thus he felt no remorse in using her in return. After all, his intentions were to bestow something beneficial upon her. I see you have no further business, brother Yi, Han Feng said directly. If not, please take your leave, as I must visit Sister Jiang. What business do you have with her? Yi Longyuan asked, his voice dripping with suspicion. Me? What business could I possibly have with my partner? I have no affairs to discuss, Han Feng replied, feigning innocence. Yet to Yi Longyuan's ears, seeking out a partner could only imply an intimate rendezvous. How infuriating. This vile wretch, akin to a mud-stained footman, dares to think of engaging in such closeness with her? My goddess shall not be sullied by the likes of you. Fury surged within Yi Longyuan as he gathered spiritual energy in his hand, ready to strike Han Feng down. To his astonishment, Han Feng pointed skyward and exclaimed, Brother Yi, the law enforcement hall's inner disciples patrol the entire sect. Should there be a cry for help, they will descend without fail. Surely, Brother Yi does not intend to bully me, an insignificant servant disciple? The law enforcement hall. Do you think I fear them? Yi Longyuan snarled through clenched teeth. Then shall we test that theory? Han Feng shouted, Law enforcement hall. Someone is. Shut your mouth. Yi Longyuan's expression changed drastically as he interrupted. As a mere mortal incapable of cultivation, I could end you with a single strike. And the law enforcement hall cannot possibly be everywhere at once, nor could they conveniently arrive at this very moment. In response, Han Feng shouted again, Law enforcement hall, silence. 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 Yi Longyuan was beside himself with rage, glancing around for any sign of patrolling disciples, and, finding none, he finally relaxed. Fortunately, Han Feng had ceased his outcry. Han Feng looked up at the sky, thinking to himself that the law enforcement hall was rather unreliable. Even after 2 calls, they still had not arrived. If an assassination were to occur, by the time they showed up, they would arrive just in time for the feast. Yi Longyuan's expression darkened as he coldly declared, You little thief, do not think that my Yi family fears the law enforcement hall. I simply do not wish to cause trouble for Sister Jiang. It is merely a matter of not killing you at her doorstep. Today, I shall spare your life, allowing you a few more days to linger. Oh, Brother Yi intends to kill me? For what reason? I hold no grievances against you. In fact, we are complete strangers. Why would you wish to end my life? Han Feng replied, feigning surprise. Is it because the Yi family is prosperous and thus believes it can slay innocent disciples at will? Is this sect truly the domain of the Yi family? You scoundrel! Yi Longyuan seethed inwardly. At that moment, the door to the pavilion opened, and Jiang Suru emerged, casting her gaze in their direction. Sister Jiang has concluded her seclusion? Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th tier. Yi Longyuan immediately adopted a bright, sunny demeanor. Jiang Suru coldly regarded Yi Longyuan and Han Feng, her voice devoid of warmth. What are you two doing here? As she spoke, she approached them slowly. I came specifically to congratulate you, sister. I wanted to exchange a few heartfelt words, but I did not expect to find Brother Han here. And we have been engaged in a delightful discussion about cultivation insights. Yi Longyuan stated with a smile. The maidservant standing nearby wore a peculiar expression. Do you truly believe that I, who witnessed the entire exchange, am blind and deaf? Jiang Suru turned to Han Feng and inquired, is what he said true? Not at all. He intends to kill me, Han Feng replied nonchalantly. At this declaration, all three present were momentarily stunned. Even Jiang Suru, usually composed and aloof, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Are we not being honest here? Can we not be a bit more courteous on the surface, a bit more tactful, and allow each other an easy way out? Is this not the etiquette expected between great clans? Yet, Han Feng was not part of any great clan. He was merely a servant and had no inclination to extend any courtesies to Yi Longyuan. You intend to kill me. Why should I still grant you face? Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes and icily stated, Brother Han, one must speak with evidence. Enough, Jiang Suru interjected calmly. Since Brother Yi has already offered his congratulations, please take your leave. I have nothing further to discuss with you. Before Yi Longyuan could respond, Jiang Suru turned to Han Feng and said, What brings you here? Initially, Yi Longyuan felt a surge of annoyance at Jiang Suru's dismissive attitude towards him, but upon witnessing her treatment of Han Feng, he found a semblance of balance within himself. It appeared she was not particularly fond of this partner either. Han Feng clasped his hands, maintaining a respectful demeanor. I wish to congratulate sister on her breakthrough. Additionally, I have a few words I would like to share with you. Jiang Suru instinctively wanted to decline, but glancing at Yi Longyuan, she realized this was an excellent opportunity to vex him further. Thus, she relented. Very well, please come in. Thank you, sister. Han Feng followed her inside without a sideways glance. Witnessing this, Yi Longyuan was left dumbfounded, his eyes blazing with fury. After waiting for so long, Jiang Suru had denied him entry, yet this lowly footman spoke a single line and was allowed into her private quarters? This was utterly absurd. Such blatant disrespect. Chapter 9. The return gift from the Tao partner. Upon arriving on the first floor of the attic, Jiang Suru seated herself on a mat, facing a tea table. She gestured towards the mat opposite her, saying, Junior brother, please take a seat. Han Feng complied, sitting across from her. Jiang Suru picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and offered it to him. Thank you, senior sister, Han Feng replied courteously, then produced his ice-cold dagger, stating, Senior sister, last night a friend gifted me this dagger. I am uncertain of its quality and would like your assistance in evaluating it. Han Feng's intention was to ascertain whether the dagger could be utilized by another. Given that the blessing of fate had stated that any bestowed item could not be transferred to another, he wished to discern whether this prohibition meant the item could not be given away at all, or if it could be given but would be rendered unusable by the recipient. Should it be the former, his plan of trading 30 years of 3-needle flowers for 300 years would be in vain. For an item that could not be given away would also hold no monetary value. If it were the latter, he could devise a means to manipulate the situation to sell it for spirit stones. Seeing this, Jiang Suru took the dagger and attempted to channel her spiritual energy into it. After a moment, she observed no change in the dagger. She shook her head and remarked, It is merely an ordinary iron dagger, incapable of containing spiritual energy and of no use whatsoever. It is inferior even to the rusty low-grade spirit tool you possessed yesterday. However, the sentiment behind the gift is what matters, so you should keep it. After speaking, she returned the dagger to Han Feng, who accepted it and stored it away. This indicated that even if someone were to seize his belongings, they would be unable to utilize them. While spiritual tools could be wielded by anyone, those of a higher grade required acknowledgement of ownership before they could be used. However, some formidable individuals could forcibly erase the original owner's mark and claim it as their own. With this knowledge, Han Feng felt reassured that any future items bestowed upon him would remain unusable by his enemies. This blessing truly seemed a valuable asset. He pondered that it would have been best and safest to test it with Wang Mian, but having arrived at this location, he could only seek Jiang Suru's assistance. Since the item could be given away, he could exchange it for 300 years of 3-needle flowers. Han Feng retrieved his storage bag and gently tapped it, producing a 3-needle flower as tall as a house. What is that delightful fragrance? The little fox, nestled around Han Feng's neck, awoke with wide eyes, its gaze fixated on the flower. Jiang Suru glanced at the little fox, initially mistaking it for a scarf, but was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a spirit beast. What an adorable spirit beast. May I hold it? Despite her aloof demeanor, she was merely a teenage girl, unable to resist the allure of such an irresistibly cute creature. Han Feng chuckled awkwardly and placed the 3-needle flower horizontally on the table. Senior sister, What do you think of this three-needle flower? Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru examined it and replied nonchalantly, this three-needle flower is a primary ingredient for refining revival pills, isn't it? Judging by its size, it should possess several decades of medicinal age and could fetch a few hundred spirit stones. To Jiang Suru, a few hundred spirit stones were hardly significant. She would only have taken notice if it were a flower with over 100 years of medicinal age. Then, I shall gift this flower to you, senior sister. Gift it to me? Jiang Suru looked at Han Feng in surprise, and then said, a three-needle flower with several decades of medicinal age is quite rare. Worth a few hundred spirit stones. Why would you give it to me? Junior brother's aptitude is limited. Utilizing this flower would be a waste. Senior sister is gifted and possesses alchemical skills. This three-needle flower is best suited for you. Han Feng, a mere assistant in herb cultivation with little of value to offer, felt indebted to Jiang Suru and hoped she would accept his gesture. After all, she was the reason he had drawn Yi Longyuan's jealousy and murderous intent. Very well. I do indeed require this herb for alchemy, so I shall accept it. However, it would not be right for me to take your gift without compensation. I can purchase your three-needle flower at 12 times the market price. It is valued at 300 spirit stones. I will give you 360. No. Between Dao partners, discussing money feels distant. Besides, I truly have no need for spirit stones. Did Han Feng not need spirit stones? He desperately did. However, he could not sell them to Jiang Suru, for only gifts exchanged between Dao partners could be returned. Selling it to her was a risk he was unwilling to take. Jiang Suru regarded Han Feng curiously. Could he truly be considering her as a Dao partner? Perhaps discussing a transaction is indeed inappropriate. Allow me to return the favor with a gift of my own. From her storage bag, she produced a jade pendant and handed it to Han Feng, saying, you have drawn the attention of Yi Longyuan, which is my fault. I will work swiftly through my family to address this matter. In the meantime, you must ensure your safety. This pendant serves as a protective talisman, imbued with the strength and formation stored by my ancestors. It can withstand 3 attacks from foundation-level cultivators. Simply channel your spiritual energy to activate it. By the way, you have gathered spiritual energy now, correct? I see you can open your storage bag. Yes, Han Feng lied. Last night, after consuming the condensation pill you provided, I have accumulated spiritual energy and can now cultivate. In truth, he was still incapable of cultivation. That's good to hear. However, if you would consider parting with that little spirit beast, I could offer you an even better spiritual treasure. Jiang Suru's gaze fell upon the little fox, filled with affection and fondness. Upon hearing this, the little fox puffed up its fur and glared at Han Feng, stating, are you really trying to sell me? I assure you, I have no intention of selling you. Then are you trying to give me away? I would never do that. If you dare, I'll scratch your face and show you my strength. The little fox waved its tiny paw menacingly, trying to convey its ferocity. But the contrast between its earnest tone and the adorable appearance only made it more endearing to Jiang Suru. Senior sister, I apologize. But I have raised this little fox for many years. Our bond is too deep for me to part with it. I am truly sorry. That's perfectly all right. I was being presumptuous. It can be quite lonely here. Having a little spirit pet to converse with would be nice, but if not, that's fine too. Chapter 10. Selling goods at the auction house. Han Feng smiled lightly, remaining silent. Although he was curious about what kind of spiritual beast the marriage blessing would return to him after gifting the little fox to Jiang Suru, he found the little fox quite adorable. They shared a similar laid-back disposition, both preferring to lounge around lazily, making him reluctant to part with it. Moreover, what if he exchanged the little fox for a more powerful and ferocious spiritual beast that did not recognize him and ended up devouring him? Han Feng took the jade pendant and hung it at his waist, while Jiang Suru placed the three-needle flower into her storage bag. Her acceptance signified the completion of the gift. A voice echoed in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng has gifted his Dao partner a three-needle flower with 35 years of medicinal age, receiving a tenfold blessing in return. A three-needle flower with 350 years of medicinal age is available for collection. Will you accept? This tenfold return referred to the quality of what was given, not the quantity, similar to the previous incident with the dagger, which resulted in the return of a mid-grade spiritual tool of tenfold quality, rather than 10 inferior daggers. Likewise, a 350-year-old three-needle flower would undoubtedly be more valuable than 10 35-year-old ones. Hearing this, Han Feng felt satisfied and stood up, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. Senior sister, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave now. Should I come across any rare treasures in the future, I will offer them to you. And I hope you will not refuse. Farewell. Take care and be cautious on your journey, Jiang Suru replied politely, though her cold demeanor remained devoid of a smile. Observing Han Feng's unhesitating departure, Jiang Suru furrowed her brows slightly. She found Han Feng perplexing. She had initially thought he came to seek mutual cultivation to enhance their skills. She was quite averse to such matters, even if it did not involve intimate activities, as it still required skinship with a man, which she did not favor. However, to her surprise, Han Feng had simply come to gift her flowers, without any mention of mutual cultivation. Wait, gifting flowers? Jiang Suru's eyes narrowed slightly. He had just mentioned wanting to offer me more gifts in the future. Could it be that this young man is attempting to curry my favor, ultimately seeking to propose mutual cultivation? Well, I shall accept what you bring, keeping it aside to see how long you can persist before broaching the subject. Once Han Feng descended the mountain and returned to his residence, he discovered that Wang Mian had already left. The sky was darkening, approaching evening. Han Feng had 3 tasks for the day. The first was to become an outer sect disciple, but due to timing issues, he was unable to accomplish it. The second task was to seek out Jiang Suru to exchange the 3-needle flower for a better one, which he intended to sell in the town below in order to acquire a formation for self-preservation. The third task involved obtaining an identification for the little fox. To obtain an identity for the little fox, he needed to go to the Spirit Beast Peak, which was separated from the Falling Sunset Peak by another mountain. The Yin-Yang sect was nestled among several mountains, where disciples and elders resided. Below the mountains and between various peaks lay numerous towns inhabited by families, small factions, and common folk affiliated with the Yin-Yang sect. Where there are people, trade naturally flourishes. Upon arriving at his dwelling at the foot of the mountain, Han Feng took out the 3-needle flower. This flower was nearly twice the length of the previous one and considerably sturdier. As soon as the 3-needle flower appeared, the little fox's eyes lit up, and it pounced forward, eager to nibble on it. Come here, Han Feng said, lifting the little fox. Feel this flower and see if it possesses any medicinal properties. Indeed, even from afar, I can sense its immense spiritual energy and medicinal potency, along with vibrant life force. The little fox replied. Han Feng was puzzled as to why this flower had an effect even when it was not in his possession. Why don't you hold it and try? The little fox hurriedly took hold of the 3-needle flower, then, taking advantage of Han Feng's momentary distraction, bit down hard on its stem. The stem was thicker than the little fox itself, and it only managed to bite off a tiny piece. Is there any medicinal power? Han Feng inquired. Yes, it melts in the mouth. Immense medicinal energy fills my entire being. After that big bite, I should feel replenished with spiritual energy and medicinal power, yet there is no sensation at all. The little fox expressed its confusion and prepared to take another bite. Han Feng swiftly lifted it again and returned the 3-needle flower to his storage bag. Now that he understood the rules, he felt ready to execute his plan. Nightfall was a time for mortals to rest, but for cultivators, there was hardly any distinction between day and night. The night was equally bustling and more conducive to concealment. Wearing a bamboo hat and a dark scarf to mask his face, Han Feng placed the little fox into a bundle, cautioning it to remain silent before heading out. In such extraordinary times, it was best to exercise caution. What are you planning to do? Are you going to sell me? The little fox asked from within the bundle. I'm selling the flower. But that flower has no medicinal effect. Selling it would be deceitful. You're a bad person. I'll sell it to exchange for spirit stones to buy you food. You truly are a good person. Exiting the area designated for servant disciples, Han Feng entered the gathering place at the foot of the mountain, which was dotted with various houses. The closer he got to the center, the more prosperous it became. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, initially believing his appearance would seem out of place. However, he encountered many others dressed similarly, likely engaged in discreet dealings. Han Feng had heard that there was an auction house in the town below, where auctions were held every evening, along with markets selling various treasures, spiritual items, and formations. He had explored the area before, but being financially constrained, he had not been able to participate in the auctions and was unaware of their location. After inquiring, he finally located the Junzi auction house. The name sounded quite gentlemanly. Upon arriving at the entrance, the attendant glanced at Han Feng, neither looking down on him for his shabby attire nor expressing curiosity about his mysterious appearance. Such individuals were common. Good sir, are you here to buy or sell? Purchasing requires a deposit of 5 spirit stones, which is refundable if you do not make a purchase, the attendant cheerfully inquired. I wish to sell. To sell, a 5 spirit stone appraisal fee is required, which is non-refundable. Do you understand? Follow me to meet the appraiser. The attendant led Han Feng into the auction house. Circling around the entrance towards the interior, Han Feng took a look inside and saw many people engaged in heated bidding. Following the attendant, they reached a back door, entering into a small corridor. "May I ask who will be appraising my item?" Han Feng inquired. The attendant turned back, casting a disdainful glance at him. Who else could it be but the renowned Qi Huaijun? He possesses a pair of golden fiery eyes, and with just a glance at any treasure, he never makes a mistake. "Oh, so it is Qi Huaijun. I have long admired him," Han Feng quickly flattered. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, the attendant became even more pleased, his steps lightening. Before long, they arrived at the door of a small room. The attendant peeked inside, noting that Qi Huaijun was currently appraising another item. "Wait for the person inside to exit, and then you may enter." "Thank you." After the attendant spoke, he left. Who is Qi Huaijun? Why is he so famous? Once the attendant was gone, the little fox eagerly inquired. Han Feng replied, "I'm not sure." The little fox sighed. "Then why did you say you've long admired him?" What a farce. Chapter 11. Seeking wealth in danger. Han Feng strained to recall the information about Qi Huaijun in his mind. He only knew that the other party was a powerful alchemist with numerous appraisals to his name and an exceptionally keen eye. Beyond that, he was uncertain. However, no matter who the individual was, he felt confident that his medicinal herb would pass the appraisal, as its efficacy was genuine. As for whether the buyer would find the elixir ineffective after purchase, that was no concern of his. After all, it would be the buyer's failure in alchemy. Yet, if such a scenario occurred repeatedly, suspicion would inevitably arise. Before long, a person emerged from within, beaming with delight, evidently having appraised a splendid price. Next, a gentle voice resonated from inside. Hearing this, Han Feng stepped through the door. In an elegantly adorned room, he beheld a young cultivator seated behind a table. The young man, appearing to be around 30, emanated a warm demeanor akin to jade, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he held a fan in his hand. "Junior pays respects to Senior Qi Huaijun. It is an honor to finally meet you." Han Feng clasped his hands in greeting. "There's no need for such formality. My friend, please, take a seat," Qi Huaijun said with a beaming smile, gesturing towards a chair beside him. Once seated, Han Feng spoke. "Senior, I wish to sell a rare spiritual herb. Is this your first visit?" Qi Huaijun inquired with a smile directed at Han Feng. "How did you know?" Han Feng replied, somewhat surprised. "Those who visit frequently tend to place the consultation fee of 5 spiritual stones here before I even begin to speak," Qi Huaijun explained. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Feng hastily retrieved 5 spiritual stones and placed them on the table. Only then did Qi Huaijun continue. "Ordinary spiritual herbs can be easily traded at markets, but for you to come here, it must be a rather rare herb, I presume?" "It is the wood spirit 3-needle flower," Han Feng replied. "Such a common herb, readily available in many places." "It must have an exceptionally high age, then?" Qi Huaijun remarked. "Indeed, it is 350 years old," Han Feng confirmed. Qi Huaijun's brows knitted slightly as he responded. "Who would nurture such an ordinary 3-needle flower for 350 years? Are you jesting with me?" Observing the room, Han Feng felt it was adequate, so he retrieved the 3-needle flower from his storage pouch. As soon as it appeared, it spanned the entire room, eliciting a slight surprise from Qi Huaijun. Seeing the astonishment on his face, Han Feng prepared to explain, "I stumbled upon this 3-needle flower by chance. You need not disclose its origins. There are rules at the auction house. Since it is your first visit, allow me to explain once. First, the provenance of the treasure is irrelevant. As long as it is a treasure, that suffices. Second, the seller's identity is not questioned, although a sweep of my consciousness could reveal your appearance. I shall refrain from doing so. Third, any item appraised by me and subsequently auctioned will have all consequences borne by the auction house, severing any ties with the seller." "I understand now. Thank you for your clarification, Senior," Han Feng expressed gratefully. Despite the other's slight arrogance, he felt it prudent to keep his responses brief, given that he was on another's territory. Qi Huaijun nodded, taking the 3-needle flower in hand, his gaze intense as he meticulously appraised it. "Yes, the medicinal potency is abundant. It was harvested no more than a day ago, retaining its full efficacy. It is indeed over 350 years old. This 3-needle flower can produce at least 300 revival pills or several that can mend the injuries of powerful alchemists." How is there a bite mark here?" "Such a wasteful act, but fortunately minor. It won't have a significant impact." Qi Huaijun set down the 3-needle flower and looked at Han Feng, stating, "This item has passed inspection and is indeed rare enough for auction. I offer you 2 options. First, 2,500 spiritual stones for an outright sale, with no further ties. Second, we can auction it starting at 2,000 spiritual stones. The final price is uncertain, and we shall split the proceeds 70-30. Han Feng calculated, realizing that with a 70-30 split, the three-needle flower would need to sell for at least 3,600 spiritual stones for him to exceed the guaranteed 2,005. Would anyone truly pay such an amount for this flower? Just as Han Feng was leaning toward the safer 2,500 spiritual stones option, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. What are you afraid of? Wealth is found in danger. Let us auction it. I'm sure we can fetch a higher price. The voice, from someone whose identity was irrelevant to inquire, prompted a smile from Qi Huaijun. Have you made your decision, my friend? If you are uncertain, perhaps you should heed the counsel of your little spiritual beast. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng replied, very well. Let it be auctioned. Excellent. Someone, take this item to the auction as the highlight of today's event. A person entered from the back door to collect the three-needle flower. You may now enter the auction house through the rear without paying a deposit. Qi Huaijun informed him. Thank you, Senior, Han Feng said as he stood to take his leave, but suddenly turned to ask, Senior, if I may be so bold, have you, a renowned alchemist, ever misjudged a treasure in your past appraisals? Qi Huaijun chuckled. What a joke. I, Qi Huaijun, have appraised countless treasures. If anyone were to sell counterfeit goods beneath my very nose, I would swallow this jade table whole. As he spoke, Qi Huaijun brimmed with pride, seemingly supremely confident in his appraisal skills. Should you possess more treasures in the future, feel free to bring them to our auction house. We will always welcome you. Oh, I see. Thank you, Senior, Han Feng replied, stepping outside. He mused that once they realized they had been deceived, they might not extend such a warm welcome again. Exiting the appraisal room, he made his way toward the auction house's back door. Along the way, he whispered fiercely to his little fox, if we incur a loss, I'll sell you for spiritual stones, and you are not allowed to speak again. Upon arriving at the auction house, Han Feng found a corner to sit and watch the proceedings unfold. There, he encountered numerous members of various families and elders from different peaks, evidently all seeking to score some bargains, hoping to unearth valuable items. However, they could only hope for good fortune, as the auction was a daily affair. Han Feng beheld many extraordinary treasures, but regrettably found himself unable to afford any. After several rounds of bidding, the auction neared its conclusion, and at last, it was time for Han Feng's three-needle flower. The elderly host on stage announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the grand finale of this auction, one three-needle flower. At this declaration, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience, as many questioned the significance of such a flower. The elder, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, continued. As we all know, the three-needle flower is a vital ingredient in crafting revival pills, which are essential for swiftly healing injuries and replenishing energy. Its importance is self-evident. Moreover, the older the three-needle flower, the more potent the resulting revival pills. This particular specimen, personally appraised by Qi Huaijun, boasts an impressive age of 350 years. One can only imagine the sheer potency it possesses, and this flower was harvested less than a day ago, with its cut sealed by Qi Huaijun himself, ensuring that its potency remains intact. You may bid with confidence. After delivering his speech, the elder relished the astonished expressions of the crowd. Anything from Qi Huai must be of the highest quality. A chorus of voices echoed in agreement. Chapter 12. This flower belongs to the Yi family. Upon this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A 350-year-old Sanjin flower? It must be noted that the Sanjin flower is an exceedingly common herb, and while herbs with over 300 years of age are not unheard of, it is rare for anyone to cultivate such a seemingly worthless herb for that long, as it would merely occupy precious land. Consequently, a Sanjin flower of such age is quite a rarity. At that moment, a young cultivator stood up and questioned, Host, are you certain? A 300-year-old Sanjin flower? How could that be possible? Who would take the time to nurture a Sanjin flower for so many years? Is there an old monster with nothing better to do? He chuckled. Perhaps it's wild. However, we have personally verified this. If you doubt it, we welcome your scrutiny. Anyone who questions this can come and inspect it for themselves. The elder smiled warmly. Then allow me to conduct the test. The young man rose and clasped his hands together, declaring, I am Zhao Huayan, a senior alchemist from Danxia Peak. Let me clarify. I do not doubt the honorable elder Qi Huai, but I am simply intrigued, having never encountered a Sanjin flower of such age. I wish to behold it and broaden my horizons. With the endorsements of Qi Huai and alchemist Zhao, the crowd expressed their trust, urging him to proceed with the examination. Indeed, We await the results, they clamored. Alchemist Zhao approached, and the host presented the Sanjin flower, placing it upon the table. The sight of such a magnificent flower elicited gasps of awe from the onlookers. Zhao Huayun examined the flower closely, inhaled its aroma, touched it, and finally infused it with spiritual energy to meticulously sense the medicinal potency within. Moments later, he nodded, proclaiming, "Indeed, it possesses an age of over 350 years. This is exceedingly rare. Host, what is the starting price for this Sanjin flower? I, Zhao Huayun, wish to acquire it. I intend to refine it into a revitalizing pill, creating the most perfect version. With this pill, I shall ascend to the master level." His declaration sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. Everyone understood that alchemists were categorized into various levels: inferior, intermediate, superior, master, and grandmaster. The quality of the pills produced was similarly ranked. Within the entire Yin-Yang sect, there was not a single grandmaster alchemist, only 3 masters. Zhao Huayun was regarded as a prodigy among the younger generation, the most promising candidate to reach the master level. With the Sanjin flower, he might truly concoct a pill that could unleash its full medicinal potential, allowing him to break through to mastery. The crowd held high hopes for him, while Han Feng silently wondered if he had inadvertently led an innocent victim astray. The host chuckled, "Alchemist Zhao, please remain calm. Kindly take your seat and participate in the bidding. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails." "Indeed, I was presumptuous," Zhao Huayun acknowledged before returning to his place. His gaze still ablaze with fervor. The host announced, "I hereby declare the starting price for the Sanjin flower to be 2,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100. The bidding begins now. I bid 2,500. Zhao Huayun was the first to raise his hand, demonstrating his determination to procure the flower. However, it was evident that he was not the only one interested, as numerous voices quickly followed suit. "I bid 2,600. 2,007. The Jiang family bids 2,008. The Fu family bids 2,009. 3,000. The Yi family bids 3,000. Who dares contest me?" Upon hearing the Yi family's bid, Han Feng perked up, directing his attention to the Yi family representative. Presumably an elder, as the family head would not personally attend every auction. "I, Zhao Huayun, bid 3,100. Zhao Huayun appeared anxious, calling out his name in desperation. Clearly, the price of the Sanjin flower had surpassed its original value, and others were hesitant to continue bidding. Yet his desire remained strong. The Yi family bids 3,200. The Jiang family bids 3,300. Now, only these 3 families remained in contention. "Jiang heir, do you truly wish to oppose me?" the Yi family elder exclaimed, pointing at the Jiang family representative. The Jiang elder retorted with a smirk. "What do you mean by opposing you? My niece, Jiang Suru, has been making significant progress in her alchemy studies and is on the verge of advancing from intermediate to superior. Once she ascends, I intend to present this Sanjin flower as a congratulatory gift. Is that not acceptable?" Han Feng felt a pang of regret. Would this flower ultimately end up in Jiang Suru's hands? If she were to discover that her elder had spent thousands of spirit stones on a useless flower, would she not be furious? The Yi family bids 3,500. Then the Jiang family bids 3,600. I, Zhao Huayun, bid 3,800. The Jiang family bids 3,900. The Yi family bids 4,000. I, Zhao Huayun, bid 4,300. Esteemed elders, please grant me this favor. This opportunity is of great importance to me. Zhao Huayun clasped his hands in respect to the 2 elders. The Jiang elder chuckled. "Since alchemist Zhao has spoken, I shall grant your request, but I hope you will guide my niece in her alchemy studies in the future." "I certainly will," Zhao Huayun responded with delight. Han Feng silently encouraged him to continue raising the bid. The Yi family bids 4,500. As expected, the Yi family complied with Han Feng's hopes and raised the price immediately. Humph, that Jiang Suru, in her quest to evade choosing a partner, has absurdly selected a servant disciple as her mate. It's truly laughable. That poor servant will surely languish in obscurity. The Jiang elder shot back. Our Jiang daughters can choose whomever they wish and find joy in their decisions. We do not subscribe to your family's marriage strategies. True strength lies in independence, not in sacrificing children's happiness for power struggles, which is the real disgrace. If she chooses a so-called waste, we respect her choice and can still cultivate that waste into an elite. Han Feng felt a surge of emotion, but it was futile. No amount of training could enable him to cultivate. Just then, Zhao Huayun sighed, preparing to raise his bid once more when the Yi elder interjected with a smile. "Alchemist Zhao, why not allow the Yi family to acquire this herb? I assure you that once we secure it, we will hand it over to you for refinement. You may keep the finest pill for your ascension, and the remainder will be for our Yi family's use. This way, it's a win-win situation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayun's eyes lit up. It was indeed a splendid arrangement. He wouldn't need to spend any money, yet he could still ascend, while the Yi family would benefit from the elixirs. Agreed. It's a deal, and I thank you, esteemed friends from the Yi family. Observing this, Han Feng felt a twinge of regret. He could have profited more, but the Yi family had muddled the situation. Wait. Hold on. The refined elixirs would be for the Yi family? With that thought, Han Feng's guilt about his scheming subsided significantly. Little did Han Feng know. The pit he was carelessly digging would come back to haunt Yi Longyuan severely on the first day of the following month. Chapter 13. The Sword of Wind attribute. The transaction between the two parties was concluded, with Qi Huaijun and Zhao Huayan serving as guarantors, leaving the Yi family with no doubt regarding the authenticity of the herbs. Thus, the deal was swiftly made. The 3-needle flower was transferred to the Yi family, and 4,500 spirit stones were handed over to the auction house. Subsequently, the auction came to an end. Under the guidance of a servant, Han Feng proceeded to the account's office to settle the spirit stones. The accountant, with an abacus in hand, calculated swiftly and informed Han Feng that, from the 4,500 spirit stones, his share amounted to 3,150 spirit stones. Here are your spirit stones. Please count them carefully, he said, handing over a storage bag before attending to other matters. Storage bags are not particularly rare, typically, for transactions exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. The auction house provides one as a complimentary gift. The person settling the account merely needs to use their spiritual sense to scan and accurately count the spirit stones within the bag. Unfortunately, Han Feng, not being a foundation-building cultivator, lacked the ability to perform such a scan effortlessly. However, to avoid appearing timid, and trusting that such a reputable auction house would not deceive him, he took the storage bag and exited. Once outside, he, like the last time, dripped blood to recognize the bag as his own, then opened it to reveal a dense collection of spirit stones, leaving him momentarily unable to count them all. Little Han, Wee struck it rich. How much of these spirit stones do you plan to share with me? The voice of the little fox chimed in his ears. Han Feng turned to see the little fox had already crawled out, its small head perched on his shoulder, its large eyes blinking at the storage bag. I need to buy some things first. Whatever is left afterward, you can have, he replied. You mustn't spend it all. Remember to save some for me. Without me, you wouldn't have earned so many spirit stones, the little fox exclaimed joyfully, knowing that Han Feng had originally anticipated earning only 2,500 spirit stones, and now had over 3,000, an achievement largely due to its assistance. I understand. Just keep quiet. We don't want to attract any attention, Han Feng admonished. Tucking the little fox's head back into the bundle, he adjusted the conical hat atop his head and walked forward, occasionally glancing back, wary of being followed. Proceeding cautiously, Han Feng navigated through a series of turns, arriving at a marketplace designated for cultivators. This mountainous region still housed many commoners, whose substantial population provided a source of disciples for the Yin-Yang sect. Han Feng himself was a member of the sect, having grown up in a rural village at the base of the mountain. In his youth, he lived a blissful life, helping his parents tend to the fields and occasionally reading, enjoying a carefree existence. However, at the age of 13, his parents exhausted their savings to purchase him a position as a servant disciple, after which they both mysteriously vanished. Han Feng searched tirelessly for them, descending the mountain whenever he had a break, but to no avail. Their home and fields fell into disrepair. Eventually, he relinquished hope, especially as his cultivation progress stalled. He planned to return home after 5 years to resume a simple life of farming and basking in the sun. But circumstances had changed. With Yi Longyuan harboring resentment towards him, it was safer to remain within the sect. He resolved to acquire a protective formation array to safeguard his little courtyard, and then continue to live a life of leisure. The requirements for such a defensive array were not too demanding, merely needing to hold until he could summon the enforcement team. Han Feng arrived at the largest treasure pavilion in the town, striding confidently inside. Greetings, fellow cultivator. How may I assist you in your search for magical artifacts? A young cultivator in the store's attire greeted him at the entrance. I seek a protective formation array. Could you direct me to it? Han Feng inquired politely. The formation arrays are located on the 2nd floor. Please follow me, the guide replied, walking ahead while explaining. Our treasure pavilion boasts an array of artifacts sourced from various regions. including many magical tools and formation arrays crafted by the disciples and elders of our sect's artifact and formation peak. We guarantee both quality and affordability, so you can purchase with confidence. Han Feng was aware that the artifact and formation peak was renowned for its craftsmanship, just as Danxiao Peak was famed for alchemy. Most of the herbs from Han Feng's medicinal fields were supplied to Danxiao Peak. Indeed, within the major peaks of the Yin-Yang sect, cultivation remained the primary focus. Even at Danxiao Peak, where alchemy and artifact crafting served merely as auxiliary practices. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, Han Feng could directly purchase items from the artifact and formation peak at significantly lower prices. However, purchasing magical artifacts there required registration, and given his notoriety within the sect, he preferred to avoid drawing attention. As he followed the guide, Han Feng's gaze wandered over the magical artifacts displayed on the first floor. He passed a showcase of sword-type treasures, each more dazzling than the last. The least expensive were the outermost spirit swords, while further in were the more powerful spiritual treasures. The weapons on display were exquisitely crafted. As he continued, a pale blue sword suddenly captured his attention. It emitted a faint azure glow, adorned with intricately carved runes. Its streamlined form exceptionally appealing. A label below read, "Low-grade spiritual treasure, wind control sword." "Are you interested in this flying sword?" the guide inquired with a smile. This sword, a low-grade spiritual treasure, allows for wind manipulation during flight, far exceeding the speed of ordinary flying swords. For cultivators with wind spiritual roots, it is especially compatible, enhancing both speed and power. Regrettably, the wind spiritual root is exceedingly rare, which is why this sword has yet to find a buyer. If you wish to procure it, the original price is 2,000 spirit stones, but I can offer it to you at a 10% discount for 1,800 spirit stones. What do you think? Han Feng recalled the moment he parted from Jiang Suru, envisioning her gracefully soaring away on her sword. If he possessed a flying sword and mastered the art of sword flight, he could escape swiftly even when pursued. Moreover, being a wind attribute spiritual root himself, this sword would resonate harmoniously with him. Wait a moment. If he were to purchase this sword and present it to Jiang Suru, bestowing upon her the blessings of a mid-grade spiritual treasure, it would indeed be a wind attribute flying sword of considerable value. Yet, Han Feng currently had only over 3,000 spirit stones, and he still needed to acquire the formation array. Reluctantly, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Let me first take a look at the formation array." Chapter 14. Bargaining for a deal. Very well, my friend, please follow me. The instructor smiled slightly and led Han Feng upstairs. On the expansive second floor, various arrays and diagrams were meticulously organized. Only the engraved formations were not displayed. Guests could select their preferred designs, and staff would retrieve them for delivery. The room was filled with an exquisite array of spirit-gathering formations, defensive arrays, teleportation formations, offensive arrays, and spirit-refining formations, an overwhelming sight of countless options. Here, my friend, is the area dedicated to defensive formations. Please feel free to browse and see if there is anything that suits your fancy. Han Feng's gaze swept across the rows of formations. He hardly glanced at the top row, as those formations could only be arranged by core formation cultivators and were priced in the tens of thousands of spirit stones, far beyond his reach. Moving downwards, he examined the formations priced between 5,000 and 10,000 spirit stones. He dismissed them. Next were those ranging from 3,000 to 5,000. Again, he turned away. He only considered those below 3,000. Are you seeking formations that prioritize ultimate defense? Or one that offers a balance of offense and defense, capable of countering attacks while inflicting some damage back? Or perhaps formations with additional functions like spirit gathering or teleportation? Additional functions? Han Feng inquired. Indeed. For instance, behold this 5 Tigers counterattack formation, which harnesses the roaring power of tiger spirits and employs the 5 elements to create an indomitable array. It can withstand assaults and retaliate, absorbing part of the enemy's attack while inflicting a portion back upon them. Alternatively, consider this blood armor teleportation formation, which utilizes the blood of foundational spirit beasts combined with teleportation energy. While its defensive capabilities do not match the 5 Tigers counterattack formation, it possesses a teleportation feature. If the enemy breaches the defensive array, the formation can activate during its destruction, allowing for immediate escape. However, it is a one-time use formation. Once breached, it is rendered ineffective, and the teleportation destination is random. Who knows where it may lead? Han Feng pondered the 2 formations before him. One offered defense and counterattack, but left him vulnerable if breached, while the other granted the ability to escape, but with uncertain outcomes. Such features might be life-saving for others. But for Han Feng, they pose potential dangers. If he were to be ambushed, he would need to feign weakness before the law enforcement hall, knowing full well that should they arrive, he would emerge unscathed while his assailants would be apprehended. At that moment, the little fox behind him interjected. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Choose the one with teleportation. We can always flee and live as rogue cultivators. Han Feng was taken aback. Is that truly your perspective? It's primarily because it is so inexpensive, only 1,500 spirit stones. The first one costs 2,500. The little fox replied with a mischievous grin. After all that discussion, it was clear the fox merely wished to retain more spirit stones for itself. What level of enemy attacks can these formations withstand? Han Feng pressed, seeking clarity. Below foundational level, they will wear out over time. For foundational cultivators and above, the former can endure at least 3 full-strength attacks, while the latter can withstand 2, came the response. Can the formations be relocated once set up? Certainly. The array flags and materials are mobile. Simply remove them. The materials remain within the array, making them inaccessible to enemies. Han Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This one is 1,500? Indeed. And the sword below is 1,800? Together, that totals 3,003. Could you perhaps lower the price? Let us negotiate. How about 2,500 spirit stones for both? Han Feng gritted his teeth, determined to haggle, as he only possessed 3,100 spirit stones. The instructor was taken aback. He had never encountered such an aggressive negotiator. The prices here were marked at retail. However, the proprietor had indicated they could offer a slight discount, typically a 10% reduction, intended to appeal to unsuspecting customers. But someone like Han Feng, who aimed for a substantial cut, was a rarity. My friend, the price I quoted is already discounted. The Wind Spirit Sword is priced at 1,800 because it is not selling well. The Blood Armor Teleportation Formation cannot be discounted further. But considering you're purchasing 2 items, I can lower it by a mere 100 spirit stones, bringing it to 3,002. What do you think? See, you mentioned that sword is not selling. It would be prudent to sell it to me. If it remains unsold, it will merely sit there, turning into nothing. By selling it to me, you convert it into spirit stones and rid yourself of an unsellable item. Furthermore, this formation is one-time use. Once it is deployed, I will certainly return to purchase more. If you grant me a convenient discount now, I shall return, and you will profit from my future purchases. Wouldn't that be agreeable? 3,001. That is my final offer, the instructor insisted. 2,800. I cannot go higher. I am not the shopkeeper. I cannot provide such a steep discount. Then you might inquire with the shopkeeper. Very well, please wait here. The instructor sighed and departed, clearly frustrated by this thrifty customer. Han Feng continued to examine other formations. Soon, the instructor returned and stated, My friend, our shopkeeper has agreed to a price of 3,000 spirit stones. Not a single stone less. This price is equivalent to what is offered at the weapon array peak. If you could afford to purchase from the weapon array peak, you would not be here at our treasure pavilion. We are merely capitalizing on opportunities and cannot afford to incur losses. If you doubt this, feel free to verify the price at the weapon array peak. Their business primarily catered to outside rogue cultivators and families, as well as goods that could not be sourced from the weapon array peak. Ordinary disciples of the Yin-Yang sect seldom needed to purchase from them. Moreover, items from the weapon array peak were exclusively sold to their own disciples and elders, not to outsiders, which is why they often resorted to various means to procure goods from the weapon array peak, such as when some weaponsmiths failed to submit their creations to the sect, choosing instead to discreetly sell them below. Han Feng tentatively suggested, 2009? Please come again next time. 3,000 it is, then. Deal. Han Feng had barely warmed his newly acquired 3,150 spirit stones before parting with them once more. Chapter 15. A second assassination. He handed over the spirit stones, and his companion presented him with the Wind Spirit Sword along with materials for the formation, accompanied by instructions for its setup. This simple formation could be arranged without the need for a specialized formation master. Han Feng stored the treasures away and exited the treasure pavilion, making his way directly to the Spirit Beast Peak. He had a plan. First, he would register the little fox's identity, ensuring it became his private property for its safety. Tomorrow, he would send the little fox to deliver the sword to Jiang Suru. After all, this sword was currently a low-grade spirit treasure, usable by anyone. If he gifted it to Jiang Suru, he could exchange it for a medium-grade spirit treasure, usable only by him. This would grant him a superior weapon that others could not wield. What a delightful prospect. Familiar with the path to the Spirit Beast Peak, Han Feng strode purposefully, eager to reach his destination. Ah, how wonderful it would be to master the art of sword flight, soaring directly to the peak, saving both time and effort. In the late hours of the night, he arrived at Spirit Beast Peak, reaching the summit where he found the registration office. In the realm of cultivators, the concept of closing at night was virtually non-existent. Thus, the registration office was brightly lit, illuminated by various lighting formations and luminous pearls. Brighter than daylight. Senior brother, junior brother has come to register as Spirit Beast, Han Feng announced as he approached the counter, simultaneously lowering the backpack from his back to extract the little fox. The disciple, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to glance at Han Feng, then spoke indifferently, "Which senior brother is responsible for this spirit beast? Why is he not here to register it with you? It is not raised. I found it and took pity on it, so I adopted it," Han Feng replied. Adopted? That is acceptable, as long as it is registered according to the regulations. Have you conducted a bloodline test? The disciple inquired. Not yet, Han Feng admitted. Very well, please state the spirit beast species and cultivation level. It is a fox. With no cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the disciple looked at the little fox with a puzzled expression and said, "A fox without cultivation is merely a wild animal. Not a spirit beast. Are you jesting with me? You are the wild animal." Tui. The little fox bared its teeth and made a face, attempting to assert its prowess. Oh, it can speak. It seems quite intelligent for its age. It resembles a spirit communication jade fox. It must be one. I shall register it for you. The disciple nodded and continued. Please provide your name, identity, and cultivation level. Han Feng, a miscellaneous disciple of the falling sunset peak, with no cultivation level. No cultivation? Huh. A wild man befriending a wild beast. The disciple chuckled, never having encountered such a peculiar pairing. Very well, the registration is complete. This spirit communication jade fox now belongs to you. As for whether you sign a master-servant contract or a life-and-death contract, that is beyond my concern. Simply attach this collar around its neck to imprint your soul mark. Only you can unlock it. The disciple handed Han Feng a slender collar. Han Feng took the collar and placed it around the little fox's neck, causing it to pout in displeasure. Fortunately, Han Feng had not signed any contract with it, allowing the little fox to remain entirely free and unrestrained. Otherwise, it would have surely scratched him by now. After completing the process, Han Feng stepped outside. The collar served merely as an identity tag, imposing no other restrictions. Once outside, the disciple reclined with his legs crossed, producing a sound transmission jade slip, and languidly said, "Second brother, that Han Feng who snatched your companion a few days ago, the miscellaneous disciple, just registered his spirit beast with me and is heading down the mountain now. He is wearing a black veil and a hat, cradling a spirit communication jade fox. Just find someone to kill him. No need to do it personally. Such trash is not worth dirtying your hands over. You are the pride of our family. Don't soil your reputation." After speaking, he pocketed the jade slip and resumed his cultivation. Such matters were beneath him. He could not stoop to personally eliminate a mere miscellaneous disciple. After all, he was a member of the Yi family. Clutching the little fox, Han Feng descended the mountain under the cover of night. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he asked, "Little fox, are you a spirit communication jade fox?" "No, I am not." "Then what kind of spirit beast are you?" I can't remember. I don't know who I am, what species I belong to, or even where I came from. However, I can eat spirit stones and feel full afterward. If I don't eat, I feel very hungry. But I vaguely feel that I am not a spirit communication jade fox. I have encountered them, and their bloodlines are far inferior to mine." "Oh? It seems your bloodline is quite valuable. Why do you use valuable instead of noble? What are you trying to imply?" "Nothing. I have no intention of selling you. Are you planning to keep me and sell my blood? Is your blood really that valuable?" "Not valuable at all. I am merely a wild beast." The little fox turned its head away, feeling guilty. "By the way, how many spirit stones do we have left?" "You extravagant fool. You spent 3,000 in one go. About 100 left, I believe. You are so poor. How can you afford to take care of me? Have I ever claimed I would take care of you? Does your potential starvation concern me? You heartless scoundrel. You called me a good friend during the day, and now you have turned into..." Suddenly, the little fox's expression changed dramatically as it shouted, "Quick, hide. There is malicious intent." Upon hearing this, Han Feng immediately sidestepped without hesitation, and a flying sword suddenly whizzed past the spot where he had just been standing. Cold sweat broke out on Han Feng as he felt fortunate. The little fox's ability to sense malice was indeed invaluable. Suddenly, two shadowy figures emerged from the bushes, each wielding a sword, swiftly advancing towards Han Feng. "Little fox, Go find someone from the law enforcement hall to rescue me. Han Feng's expression changed drastically as he drew his wind spirit sword, slashing at the assailant charging at him the fastest. He was uncertain of his enemy's strength, but the night was dark and there were few people around. Escaping from two opponents skilled in sword flight would be challenging. The little fox promptly leaped off Han Feng's shoulder and darted away into the distance. One must admit, the little fox was quite fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it reached a large rock some distance away. However, it suddenly froze, perched atop the rock, blinking its big eyes as it watched Han Feng confront his foes. Han Feng swung his sword, but the assassin clearly did not take him seriously. Facing the attack of what he perceived to be a powerless opponent, he did not dodge. He allowed Han Feng's sword to strike him while he attempted to slash at Han Feng in return. However, the next second, his eyes widened in shock. After evading the assassin's strike, Han Feng effortlessly pierced the wind spirit sword through the assassin's chest. How could you break through my defense? Chapter 16, My Brother-in-Law? The opposing assassin was taken aback, yet Han Feng showed no hesitation. With a decisive twist, he shattered the assailant's heart. He understood that cultivators in the chi refinement stage have a physiological structure akin to that of mortals. A strike to the heart would be fatal. Above the foundation establishment stage, however, as long as the dantian and head remained intact, one could survive. After swiftly eliminating the assassin, Han Feng turned his gaze to another. The second assassin, astonished by the scene, narrowed his eyes and fled without a moment's pause. While he sought to escape, Han Feng was resolute in his pursuit. He had no intention of attracting the attention of the law enforcement team, as he wished to keep his cultivation level concealed. If Yi Longyuan were to discover his true prowess, he would likely dispatch stronger assassins to hunt him down, putting him in even greater peril. Of course, should the situation demand it, he would still rely on the law enforcement team. Channeling the energy within him, Han Feng swiftly pursued the fleeing assassin. His wind attribute spiritual root greatly aided him, as this element excelled in speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and struck from behind with his sword. The assassin, sensing the fierce wind approaching, spun around and countered with a slash of his own, their blades clashing with a resounding clang. Han Feng staggered back 2 steps, while the assassin was sent hurtling away. Han Feng assessed the opponent, estimating him to be no more than a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. With his own spiritual root and level, he could easily defeat him. However, the assassin had no desire to engage further. He discarded his sword, which floated in midair, and leapt onto it, attempting to flee via sword flight. Alarmed, Han Feng realized the assassin possessed sword flight skills, a capability he lacked. Yet, he could not allow the assassin to escape, for it would lead to endless troubles. In that critical moment, a small fox suddenly leapt into the fray, landing before the fleeing assassin. Its eyes sparkled with a celestial glow as it gazed at him. Upon seeing the dazzling lights, the assassin felt an overwhelming dizziness, losing control of his flying sword and crashing to the ground. The little fox, however, tumbled over, landing awkwardly and yelping in distress. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng sprang into action, channeling his wind attribute spiritual energy to reach the assassin's side in an instant, delivering a lethal blow. After vanquishing the assassin, Han Feng looked up to see 2 streaks of light approaching from the northern sky. Someone was flying towards him on swords. Uncertain whether they were assassins or from the enforcement hall, he realized he could not allow them to discover his presence. He quickly stowed the assassin's body in his storage bag and swiftly moved to the other assassin's side, collecting that body as well. While living beings could not be stored, corpses could be. Having completed these tasks, Han Feng hurried to the little fox, scooping it up as he navigated through the rocks, disappearing into the night. In the sky, the 2 figures halted, hovering in midair, clad in light blue robes with an emblem on their left chests, a sword pointing downward with a rod and 2 circular dots on either side. It was the emblem of the enforcement hall. The scales symbolized fairness and justice, indicating that every disciple of the enforcement hall must possess an unwavering sense of justice in their hearts. The sword represented judgment and punishment, embodying the authority of the enforcement hall. The disciple with a square face observed Han Feng's retreating form and chuckled. This lad is quite efficient. Faced with 2 assassins, he countered and eliminated them in mere moments before fleeing. The sharp-faced disciple frowned. Brother Jiang, yet he has taken lives. Should we not apprehend him? Humph. If he had slain a fellow disciple, then of course we would pursue him. But he has dispatched stealthy assassins, lacking legitimate identities. Their deaths are inconsequential. As disciples of the enforcement hall, we must uphold our sense of justice. Our brother was attacked, and now the enemy has been vanquished. Should we turn our attention against our own? Even if we summoned our master, he would surely commend the act. Those who dispatch assassins against our brethren deserve no mercy. I find this young man intriguing. He exhibits decisive action and would be well suited for our enforcement hall. Let us follow him and discern his identity, ensuring we keep him in our sights. If he proves innocent, we might consider extending an invitation. Very well, brother. I shall heed your counsel. Han Feng sprinted swiftly down the mountain, navigating the winding paths of the market until he finally arrived at the foot of the western Wanxia Peak, reaching his modest dwelling. Had it not been for the two enforcement hall disciples observing him from above, he might have eluded them entirely. Seated on his bed, Han Feng gasped for breath, then settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving a spirit stone to replenish his energy and spiritual reserves. The recent battle had not drained him significantly. Rather, it was the hurried return that had exhausted him. His condition was not optimal, necessitating swift recovery. The little fox appeared equally fatigued, sitting beside him with half-closed eyes, gently gnawing on a spirit stone. Outside, the two enforcement hall disciples, led by Brother Jiang, scrutinized the ordinary courtyard and its nearly identical surroundings. Brother Jiang furrowed his brow. Isn't this the residence of the miscellaneous disciples? The sharp-faced disciple nodded. Indeed, it appears to be the quarters designated for the miscellaneous disciples responsible for cultivation. Each disciple tends to their own plot of land within their courtyard. This is courtyard number 8. Let us return and verify. Agreed. The two enforcement hall disciples swiftly soared towards the main peak of Wanxia, arriving at the enforcement hall's branch to obtain the records of the miscellaneous disciples. In courtyard number 8 resided two individuals, Wang Mian and Han Feng. Han Feng? That name sounds familiar, remarked the sharp-faced disciple. The nearby enforcement hall disciple chuckled. How could it not be familiar? Isn't he your brother-in-law, Jiang Huayang? What do you mean, brother-in-law? I have no such relation. Brother Jiang exclaimed, astonished. Just the day before yesterday, your sister Jiang Suru formed a partnership with Han Feng. Were you unaware? That I truly did not know. But there are indeed two individuals living in that courtyard, correct? Jiang Huayang inquired earnestly. Chapter 17. Some wonderful misunderstandings after some contemplation. The disciple from the law enforcement hall of Luoxia Peak remarked, No, it seems that today a registration was submitted by the outer sect disciples, indicating that Wang Mian and his companion, Zhang Xiu, have moved to the outer sect accommodation. Currently, the house is occupied solely by Han Feng. What is Han Feng's cultivation level? Cultivation level? He has none. He is notoriously known as a waste, having failed to cultivate any spiritual energy in 5 years since entering the sect, making him the most incompetent disciple on Luoxia Peak. He was supposed to be expelled next month, but fortune smiled upon him when your sister chose him as her companion. Perhaps the Jiang family can intervene, and he will be unable to leave. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Huayang nodded. Very well. Does Han Feng have a white spiritual fox? Who knows? I wouldn't pay attention to a mere servant disciple. Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. Do not mention it, replied the disciple. Jiang Huayang and his sharp-faced junior departed from Luoxia Peak and headed directly towards Spirit Beast Peak. The sharp-faced junior inquired, Senior brother, that fellow is a cultivational failure? That is absurd. The ease with which he dispatched a 5th-layer qi refining practitioner suggests he must possess at least a 7th or 8th-layer cultivation. At his age, such a level indicates considerable aptitude. I, too, find this matter rather peculiar. This lad intrigues me. Let us inquire at Spirit Beast Peak to ascertain the truth. With a composed demeanor, Jiang Huayang arrived at the registration office of Spirit Beast Peak and entered. There sat the same disciple from the Yi family. Oh, a senior brother from the law enforcement hall. What brings you here? The Yi disciple promptly stood and asked. Has there been a disciple registering a white fox today, or recently? Jiang Huayang inquired. Having witnessed Han Feng's encounter with the assassin at the foot of Spirit Beast Peak, he knew that an outer peak disciple would only visit to register a spiritual beast. The Yi disciple's heart trembled, yet he quickly replied, Indeed. Just over half an hour ago, another disciple came to register a spiritual jade fox. Oh, what was the name? Jiang Huayang asked eagerly. Feigning a show of searching through the records, the Yi disciple responded, His name is Han Feng. Ah, Han Feng? Jiang Huayang nodded indifferently, devoid of any surprise. As he turned to leave, he suddenly glanced back at the disciple and asked, What is your name? The disciple was taken aback and replied, I am called Yi Longguan. From the Yi family? Yes. Very well, I see. Jiang Huayang stepped outside. It was now confirmed that the disciple who had just retaliated against the assassin was indeed Han Feng. He had entered the sect 5 years prior, at the age of 18, and had always been a servant disciple. Yet, he possessed a cultivation level of at least the 7th or 8th layer of chi refining. And judging by his speed and mastery of spiritual energy, he likely had a superior spiritual root, possibly even an Earth Grade 1. But why had he not become an outer sect disciple? How could a mere servant disciple, who only cultivated herbs, display such decisiveness in the act of killing? Where did that formidable sword come from? This lad harbored great secrets. It seemed my sister's choice was not merely a whim, but a discerning eye for talent. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Since Su-ro understood him better than I shall not interfere for now, opting instead to observe and perhaps cultivate a strong ally for the family in the future. He instructed his junior to keep this matter confidential before returning to the law enforcement hall. After his departure, the Yi Longquan disciple of Spirit Beast Peak became unsettled. While Jiang Huaiyang did not recognize him, he was well aware of Jiang Huaiyang's reputation as a prodigy of the law enforcement hall. Just moments after he had dispatched someone to assassinate Han Feng, Jiang Huaiyang had arrived and questioned him about his affiliation with the Yi family. Ah, so this is how it is, he mused. He called over a junior brother to take his place and swiftly employed his sword technique to fly back to Luoxia Peak. Upon reaching Yi Longyuan's residence, he entered directly, encountering him. Elder brother, have you sent someone to assassinate Han Feng? Yes, what of it? Yi Longyuan frowned. This is bad. You must quickly contact the dispatched individuals to see if you can still reach them. At this, Yi Longyuan immediately produced a communication jade slip, calling out several times without receiving a response. His countenance darkened as he turned to Yi Longquan, asking, "What is going on?" "Explain." "Shortly after I informed you, Jiang Huaiyang sought me out," he replied. "Jiang Huaiyang? Jiang's sister's brother? What did he want?" "He first inquired if I knew who registered the fox today. I told him it was Han Feng. He nodded and then asked my name. I told him I was Yi Longquan, and he acknowledged that I was from the Yi family before departing." Yi Longyuan's brow furrowed. "What has Jiang Huaiyang discovered?" "This is a warning directed at you. If all goes as I suspect, the individuals I sent to assassinate Han Feng have likely been eliminated by Jiang Huaiyang, resulting in a failed mission. However, he possesses no evidence linking this to me, so he went to Spirit Beast Peak to subtly indicate to you that we should be more cautious. Indeed, brother, I believe the Jiang family is now protecting Han Feng. Otherwise, how could Jiang Huaiyang have arrived so swiftly? Han Feng may have already been rescued. Brother, we must tread carefully in the future. This lad has secured the Jiang family's favor." Hearing this, Yi Longyuan snorted. "Humph, what of the Jiang family? My Yi family has no fear of them. If they expect me to swallow this grievance, they are mistaken. If open confrontation fails, we shall resort to subtler means to avoid leaving any evidence. What can they do to me? Nevertheless, the Jiang family is indeed a nuisance. I do not wish to tarnish my image in Jiang's sister's eyes. Let this boy bounce around for a few more days." Unbeknownst to Han Feng, due to the events of the night, several delightful misunderstandings had arisen among a few individuals, leading to a series of unforeseen circumstances. As dawn broke, Han Feng finally completed his meditation, restoring both his spiritual energy and physical strength to their peak condition. Meanwhile, the little fox beside him let out a satisfied burp. "Curious?" Han Feng asked. "How many spirit stones did you consume?" "Not many, really," the little fox replied, turning away bashfully. "It's fine. Eat as you please. You helped me in battle, so it is only right that I provide you with spirit stones. I cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it hay." Han Feng inquired. "You were quite swift last night. How could you unleash such speed without any cultivation? You were even faster than I. Perhaps it is a natural talent. And what of the man you merely glanced at before he fell to the ground? What transpired there?" "I do not know. Perhaps it is also a natural talent." Chapter 18. "You are a simp." Han Feng gazed at the little fox with a furrowed brow, while the fox looked back at him with wide, innocent eyes. A silent understanding hung in the air between them. Although devoid of any formidable realm or combat prowess, the little fox possessed an array of remarkable talents, such as the ability to sense malice in her surroundings, thus preventing assassination attempts. She could move with the swiftness of lightning and bewilder her enemies. And, oh yes, she had another peculiar skill. She could absorb the spiritual energy from the deceased, transforming them into spheres of life force. She could even draw from the living. She chirped cheerfully. "You can absorb energy from the living too?" Han Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "Indeed, but it tends to invite trouble, so I stopped doing that." She replied nonchalantly. "Of course, who would allow you to siphon their energy without a fight?" Han Feng scoffed as he picked up the little fox and carried her outside. "Now, use your talents to help me dispose of these two corpses." He retrieved 2 bodies from his storage bag and tossed them onto the ground. The little fox wrinkled her nose in disgust. How gross. I don't like this. Gross? You're the one who can expel energy, he retorted. But it drains my energy significantly. This task is quite challenging for me, she whined, her expression reminiscent of a crafty merchant. 5 spirit stones, he offered. Deal. The little fox's face lit up with glee as she prepared to work. Suddenly, Han Feng snatched away the storage bags from the corpses and the sword he was holding. The little fox inhaled deeply and exhaled onto the bodies, which rapidly dissolved into 2 small spheres of life force. These orbs could aid in cultivation, but alas, Han Feng could not utilize them for his own advancement. He buried the 2 spheres beneath the most exquisite white silk flower in his medicinal field, anticipating that soon he would reap a bountiful harvest of aged blossoms. Upon returning indoors, Han Feng opened the 2 storage bags, revealing several essence-consolidating pills, healing elixirs, a few mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and 30 to 40 spirit stones. Clearly, the assassins had not brought anything that could identify them. He handed the little fox 10 spirit stones. Oh, how generous, she exclaimed. What is the catch? Are you in need of my services for some nefarious deed? Han Feng attached a storage bag to the little fox's collar, smiling. This bag is yours. Once you acknowledge it with your blood, you can use it. Why the sudden generosity? What do you want? She inquired, her tone wary. Are you a female? Han Feng asked, genuinely surprised, lifting the little fox to inspect beneath her tail. Let go of me, you filthy scoundrel. That is not something you can just look at. She squealed, flailing helplessly. Enough with the antics. Do you remember the way to Jiangsu Ro's place? Of course. What about it? Help me deliver this. Han Feng produced his wind spirit sword and placed it on the table. The wind spirit sword? You just bought it for 1,800 spirit stones. You're giving such an expensive item to that woman? The little fox was taken aback, realization dawning upon her. Oh, I see. You're a simp. Simp? How crude. It's called loving and cherishing one's partner, being a good man, you understand? Han Feng replied, exasperated. In truth, he held no particular feelings for Jiangsu Ro. Were it not for a greater purpose, he wouldn't even consider delivering anything to her. Why not go yourself? That would show more sincerity and surely win her favor. The little fox suggested. Because she likes you more. You're so adorable and charming, you can accomplish this easily. If I go, she might feel embarrassed to accept it. All right, I'll say a few nice things about you. If she asks where you got the sword, tell her I sold some herbs I've been collecting over the years for spirit stones and bought it at the treasure pavilion. It's been there for a long time. Many people have seen it, so it can't be hidden. When she is happy, casually mention how impressive it was to see her flying with the sword and how you wish you could fly too. Why? Just say it. Han Feng insisted. He could not directly request swordsmanship in exchange for the wind spirit sword, as the blessing stipulated that it must be a gift to a partner to be returned. Direct requests would constitute a transaction, which would not yield returns. However, gifting Jiangsu Ro the sword and receiving swordsmanship in return would not affect the blessing. If possible, Han Feng would have gladly bestowed all his formations and spoils upon Jiangsu Ro, hoping for an even greater return. Yet, this was impractical. Jiangsu Ro was a wealthy young lady who did not need such things, and her cool demeanor would likely grow weary of excessive gifts. If she were to refuse future offerings, he would be unable to exchange for resources. Moreover, he could not explain how he came to possess so many items. After listening to Han Feng, the little fox secured the wind spirit sword in her storage bag and bounded off toward the outer disciple area on the mountain. Watching her depart, Han Feng smiled contentedly. Humph, if the blessing wants me to be a simp, I'll simply treat both the blessing and Jiangsu Ro as tools. As for Jiangsu Ro herself, I'd prefer to avoid her altogether, less trouble that way. Han Feng took out the formation he had purchased the previous day and set it up according to the instructions around his courtyard. This formation was designed to conceal itself, activating only when outsiders entered or attacked. Once arranged, the courtyard became truly his private domain. He nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his lounge chair, and lay back, basking in the sun while drifting into a peaceful slumber. In a world vast and boundless, he relished the joy of simply lounging. He was comfortable, while his little companion tirelessly attended to her tasks. The little fox reached Jiangsu Ro's residence without incident, leaping onto the courtyard wall and glancing around. She spotted Jiangsu Ro seated cross-legged by a window on the second floor, meditating. Sister Su Ro, the little fox called sweetly from the wall. Jiangsu Ro opened her eyes and turned to see an adorably tiny fox waving its little paws at her. A hint of a smile graced her otherwise serene face as she beckoned. Little one, what brings you here? Come inside. Yes, yes. The little fox leaped over, barely catching hold of the eaves, but faltered and panicked, nearly falling. Chapter 19. The silver-tongued little fox. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Suru immediately raised her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to gently lift the little fox, bringing it inside through the window and placing it on her lap. Observing the adorable expression of the little fox, who appeared flustered, her heart melted with affection. Jiang Suru tenderly stroked the fox's soft, white fur, feeling its comforting warmth. Do not fear, little fox. The height of the second floor is not enough to cause fatal harm. However, it would certainly be painful. Landing on your rear would hurt quite a bit, the little fox replied earnestly, lifting its tiny face. With a chuckle, Jiang Suru inquired, "What brings you here, my dear? Is there something you wish to discuss?" She had seldom smiled at anyone, maintaining a stern demeanor. But this charming little fox elicited her fondest smiles. "Your smile is truly beautiful, sister. You ought to smile more often. It would surely bring joy to those who see it." The little fox grinned, then leaped onto the tea table before Jiang Suru, standing upright on its front paws and waving its tiny claws. "I have come to see you for two reasons." Noticing the little fox's earnest and endearing expression, Jiang Suru rested her chin on her hand and replied with a soft smile, "Pray tell, what are these matters?" "The first reason is that I missed you, sister, and I wanted to come see you, to snuggle and embrace you." "Ah, what sweet words you speak," Jiang Suru chuckled, reaching out to ruffle its little head. "And what is the second reason?" Seeing Jiang Suru's joyful demeanor filled the little fox with pride. It thought to itself that perhaps it should summon that foolish Han Feng to learn how to please a girl. After all, he fumbled around like a lovesick puppy, too timid to deliver gifts personally. "The second reason is that I have a gift for you," the little fox proclaimed, tapping the storage pouch beneath its neck, from which it produced a delicate light blue flying sword that appeared on the table. "A sword? What would you gift me with a sword for?" Jiang Suru asked, picking it up and channeling her spiritual energy to assess its quality. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is a spiritual treasure. It seems to be of low grade and quite valuable. Where did you acquire this?" Indeed, spiritual treasures were worth a fortune. Many impoverished foundational cultivators could only afford spiritual tools. Only those with substantial family backgrounds, like Jiang Suru, could afford spiritual treasures, which served as essential weapons for mid-tier cultivators within the Yin-Yang sect. As for magical artifacts, they were even rarer and immensely expensive, held closely by the higher-ups of the sect, treasures beyond compare. Jiang Suru herself possessed merely a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Therefore, upon receiving a low-grade spiritual treasure from the little fox, she was genuinely astonished. The little fox explained, "Han Feng purchased this last night and asked me to deliver it to you." "Han Feng bought this. A low-grade spiritual treasure like this must be worth at least 2,000 spirit stones. How could a mere servant disciple afford such a treasure?" Jiang Suru questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. "It's not 2,000, it's 1,008. He bought it from the treasure pavilion at the foot of the mountain. I accompanied him to make the purchase, so please do not doubt my word," the little fox said, frowning and pouting its lips. "I do not distrust you. I am merely curious. Han Feng has been a servant for years with no cultivation. Where could he possibly obtain so many spirit stones to buy a spiritual treasure?" Jiang Suru set the sword down and cradled the little fox in her arms. The little fox replied earnestly, "Han Feng says these spirit stones are rewards he has earned over 5 years from secretly cultivating herbs at the foot of the mountain. He had no means to cultivate before, so he never exchanged those accumulated herbs for spirit stones. Last night, he traded those herbs for spirit stones and haggled for half a day to secure this sword for 1,008 spirit stones." Hearing this, Jiang Suru felt a stir of emotion, her brows knitting together as she remarked, 1,008 is not an insignificant sum for me. It is indeed commendable that he managed to save so much. However, if that is the case, I cannot accept this sword. It is the fruit of his labor over 5 years, his hard-earned money, and I have not bestowed any favor upon him. He does not owe me anything. I cannot accept what is undeserved. You must take it back." The little fox quickly protested, "No, no. This is a gift he painstakingly selected for you. He mentioned that as a mere servant disciple, he is fortunate to have garnered your favor and wishes to present this as a token of their companionship. Please, sister, accept it graciously." These words were entirely the little fox's own clever concoction, not something Han Feng had instructed. "But I have only known him for 3 days. On the first day, he gifted me a low-grade spiritual tool. On the second, a 35-year-old medicinal herb, and now, a low-grade spiritual treasure. How can he say he has not gifted me anything?" Jiang Suru pondered aloud. "Yet you have reciprocated with many gifts as well," the little fox countered. Still, I am curious. How can a mere servant disciple, with no cultivation, afford to present such valuable gifts? When I first met him, he claimed to be utterly destitute. Well, you are aware he is just a servant disciple with little cultivation, the little fox continued, its eyes twinkling with mischief. Consider this. Sister, if he possesses such a fine low-grade spiritual treasure, what might others do if they learned of it? They would undoubtedly try to seize it from him. Innocent as he may be, possessing such treasure could spell disaster for him, especially with the Yi family after him. If they discovered he had such a valuable item, they would surely intensify their efforts to hunt him down. Given his current capabilities, he cannot fully utilize the treasure, rendering it more a burden and a risk than a boon. Sister, you could simply keep it safe for him, couldn't you? Hearing the little fox's reasoning, Jiang Suru hesitated, contemplating whether this sword might indeed endanger Han Feng. No, why was she concerning herself with that little servant? The little fox, sensing her wavering resolve, pressed on with a pitiful expression. This is a task he entrusted to me. If you refuse to accept it, I will be unable to fulfill my duty. And upon my return, he will surely punish me, perhaps even strike my little behind or withhold my meals. How cruel. What? He would dare strike you? Jiang Suru's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of ferocity flickering within them. Oh dear, have I gone too far? I must not jeopardize my mission to assist him in winning over his goddess. Chapter 20. Jiang Suru. I truly am not human, the little fox quickly exclaimed. No, that's not it. He merely frightens me. He would never dare to harm me. He cherishes me dearly. He provides me with delightful treats, fun activities, and even sunbathing together. We are the best of friends. Humph, in my eyes, he treats you poorly. I shall confront him and demand that he either gifts you to me or sells you. Here, you would have an abundance of rare treasures to feast upon. I shall provide you with the finest nest and seek out spirit beast companions for you. What do you say? Jiang Suru was still eager to claim the little fox as her own. The little fox sighed and inquired, Sister, do you have a family? Parents? Yes. Any siblings? I have an older brother and sister. Why do you ask? You must have many friends then? Indeed, I have a few close confidants. And surely you have numerous admirers, along with plentiful cultivation resources. You are a prodigy from the outer sect, correct? Yes, but what exactly are you trying to imply? Jiang Suru looked at the little fox in confusion. The little fox sighed again and said, but he has nothing. He only has me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru was momentarily stunned, a wave of guilt washing over her heart. Indeed, he was merely a lowly disciple, devoid of parents, friends, or resources, with a partner who was more symbolic than substantial. He had nothing but a small pet for companionship. Yet here I am, wishing to take away even that which little he possesses. How could I be so heartless? Ah, very well. He is rather pitiable, having nothing at all. You are quite admirable, willing to stay by his side despite his circumstances. I truly envy your bond. Upon hearing Jiang Suru's words, the little fox chuckled. It was aware that Jiang Suru's environment would be far superior, treating it with affection, whereas Han Feng's surroundings were poor and demanding. However, Han Feng was different from Jiang Suru. He regarded the little fox as a friend, treating it as an equal. If the little fox could accept its role as a spirit pet, it would not have to scavenge for spirit energy. Every human it encountered sought to subdue it. But only Han Feng, that languid and carefree individual, offered a sense of warmth and a promise of protection, treating it as an equal. Jiang Suru picked up her sword and declared, since keeping you with him is not beneficial to him, I shall safeguard you for now. When he gains strength and is capable of managing you, I will return you to him. Yet, he has gifted me such a precious present. What should I offer him in return? Ah, if I continue to give gifts, I shall soon be devoid of anything to reciprocate. No need for gifts in return. We are partners, after all. What need is there for such formalities? The little fox replied mischievously. However, Han Feng often mentions how dashing and impressive you looked when you flew on your sword for the first time. If only he could fly on a sword as well. Sister, why not gift him a swordsmanship technique? That way, he could soar and play with me. Swordsmanship is not an obscure technique. Every outer sect disciple can exchange merits for it at the scripture pavilion. It is something that nearly everyone can master, making it a rather unimpressive gift. How about this? I possess a family heirloom technique, an advanced version of swordsmanship, which is swifter and more powerful. It can be used for both flight and combat. Classified as a middle-grade mystic technique. It is called Whirlwind Feathers. Please help me convey this to him. Jiang Suru retrieved a jade slip from her storage pouch and placed it on the table. To master swordsmanship, one must also have a flying sword. He is impoverished and has nothing, so I shall provide him with a flying sword. She then produced a spirit weapon flying sword, and placed it on the table. The little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, sister, you are truly wonderful. You are the most thoughtful sister in the world. Han Feng is incredibly fortunate to have you as a partner. I envy him immensely. Be good and tell him that this technique allows him to unleash several wind blades to attack, which is quite powerful. He should practice diligently. And once he reaches the 5th level of Qi training, he will be able to unleash its full potential. Understood. The little fox nodded eagerly. After playing for a while longer with Jiang Suru, it took the flying sword and jade slip and bid farewell. Once the little fox departed, Jiang Suru gazed at the wind spirit sword before her, a playful smile gracing her lips as she mused, gifting daily, spending so lavishly, and remaining patient without mentioning dual cultivation. This little servant is quite intriguing. She stored the wind spirit sword away and resumed her meditation, absorbing spirit energy to consolidate her 7th level of Qi training, preparing for a breakthrough to the 8th level. In truth, individuals like Jiang Suru and Yilong Yuan, blessed with exceptional spiritual roots, progress rapidly in their cultivation. However, they remain at the Qi training stage not due to lack of aptitude, but because they are prohibited from advancing too quickly before the age of 18. This is to ensure proper physical development and a solid foundation. The Qi training and foundation establishment stages are the most populous among cultivators, yet they are also crucial for laying a solid groundwork. A towering edifice cannot rise without a firm base. After turning 18, they may accelerate their pursuit of breakthroughs, as their bodies will be adequately prepared. Meanwhile, Han Feng was reclining in a sun-drenched chair in the small courtyard below the mountain, relishing the warmth when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Han Feng has gifted his partner a low-grade spirit treasure, the Wind Spirit Sword, receiving a tenfold return, a middle-grade spirit treasure, the Gale Spirit Sword. Do you wish to accept it? Ah, finally. I have been waiting for this moment. It seems the little fox is quite dependable. Han Feng's heart soared with joy as he replied, accept. Instantly, a cerulean flying sword materialized in his hand. This sword was longer, yet more exquisitely crafted than the previous Wind Spirit Sword, adorned with intricate patterns and arrayed with the essence of Tao, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Now he possessed 2 weapons, a middle-grade spirit treasure, the Gale Spirit Sword, and a middle-grade spirit weapon, the Ice Dagger. Well, the Ice Dagger seems to be of little use aside from harvesting herbs, doesn't it? After delighting in the Gale Spirit Sword for a moment, Han Feng stored it away and resumed basking in the sun, letting his thoughts wander. His mind drifted far and wide, contemplating myriad subjects, and eventually, he pondered the nature of this fateful blessing. To be honest, he had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had time to reflect on the implications of this blessing. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it dawned on him that this entity could not only restore cultivation but also return treasures. It was truly a divine method. Chapter 21. Call me Shinzu. Han Feng had previously heard that in certain families, elders who possess great abilities could enhance the cultivation of their descendants through a technique known as gudong, forcibly elevating their power. Although this method has its drawbacks, it can indeed result in improvement. However, such assistance requires the presence of a mighty practitioner. As for Han Feng, he had nothing but a singular entity residing within his mind. This entity not only had the capacity to elevate his cultivation seemingly out of thin air, but could also conjure treasures for him. This was indeed perplexing. What exactly was this thing? Where did it come from? Why was it in my mind? What was its purpose in aiding me? Han Feng vaguely recalled that this fortune-bestowing entity could engage in conversation. He cleared his throat and inwardly inquired, "Great benefactor, are you present? Speak of the matter at hand." The voice within his mind responded, cool yet tinged with a hint of vivacity, resembling both a human and an ethereal essence. "Pardon my impertinence, but may I inquire who you are? Are you human or celestial?" "I am both human and celestial. I am divine and also a consciousness. I am merely a form of existence that can take on any shape." Han Feng was bewildered. What did that mean? Could you perhaps articulate something more comprehensible? "You may understand that I am here to assist you. Since you are unable to cultivate or elevate your power independently, you require the fortune bestowal to aid your ascension." "Very well. It seems you must be a formidable being yourself. I must ask, though we share no familial ties, merely a menial connection. Why do you wish to assist me?" After a brief silence, the voice replied, "Because you are utterly inept." Han Feng, "Well, if you are aiding me, surely it is not without ulterior motives. What is it that you expect in return for cultivating me?" "Indescribable." "Then, I have a rather unorthodox request. Given your vast powers, do you know the whereabouts of my parents?" Han Feng straightened himself, asking earnestly. He was a person of simple desires, caring for only 2 things in this world, his life, and the fate of his parents. He had hoped that this formidable being could help him locate them. However, the response was indescribable. Feeling deflated, Han Feng slumped back into his seat. Unable to glean any useful information, he decided to remain passive. May I ask you one last question? How should I address you? After a moment of silence, the voice responded, Call me Shinzu. Xian Zhu? The Xian of warmth and the Zhu of ancestry. Han Feng nodded, choosing to remain silent. As long as he understood that the entity was a communicative presence with some semblance of humanity, he could assuage his fears of it being something sinister that might attempt to take over his being. At present, it seemed that this ancestor held him in disdain. Just as he began to drift into slumber, Han Feng was startled by an exclamation. He opened his eyes to find his friend Wang Mian standing at the entrance. Curiously observing the grand formation before him, a small fox dangling from his grasp. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng manipulated the formation to open an entrance for Wang Mian. Han Feng, you've made quite the progress. Did you create this massive array? Wang Mian exclaimed. Having just bumped into it. It was given to me by Jiang Suru for protection. Han Feng casually fabricated a story. She treats you exceptionally well. It's truly enviable. If I had such a partner, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. He continued, I came to find you and happened upon this little fox. So I brought it along. The small fox leaped from Wang Mian's grasp and landed on Han Feng's lap, stretching out to bask in the sun. What is up? Why did you come looking for me? Han Feng inquired. Wang Mian settled onto a nearby stone bench, produced a sky-blue robe from his storage bag, and tossed it onto Han Feng, inadvertently covering the small fox beneath it, who protested vigorously, kicking its legs in annoyance. How dare it disturb its sunbathing? Han Feng lifted the robe, questioning, What is this for? Just a little gift of new clothing for you. Look at the state of the robe you've been wearing for years. It's faded and tattered, the same one you received as a servant. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Hearing this, Han Feng chuckled. Ah, those who live off others have a different air about them. You speak with such confidence, gifting me a robe worth several taels of silver. Please, it's not even worth a single spirit stone. One spirit stone could buy you half a shop's worth of goods. But speaking of which, Zhang Xiao has indeed treated me well, providing me with spirit stones, elixirs, aiding my cultivation, and even offering me a place to stay. It truly touches my heart. Observing Wang Mian's smug expression, Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle silently. Meanwhile, the small fox grew excited, producing a jade slip and a flying sword from its storage bag, placing them on the table with pride, declaring, We have gifts too. All of these were sent by Sister Suru for Han Feng. We are not inferior to you. Wang Mian gazed in astonishment at the items on the table, exclaiming, Is this a spiritual weapon flying sword? And what is this? A divine ability? Wow. Receiving treasures, divine abilities. Informations, it's truly infuriating how some people have it so good. Your Jiang Suru treats you remarkably well, no doubt about it. Jiang Suru? Han Feng's expression grew perplexed. What? You don't think Suru and Surumeet sound alike? Indeed, they do. I also find little Suru quite endearing. Han Feng replied, bemused. Ah, you've added little to it now. Wang Mian continued, I came to bring you this robe. The first day of next month is the ancestral worship ceremony. Although it occurs once a year for the sect, it happens only once in a lifetime for us. You should wear something presentable. Wearing that old robe would not only embarrass you, but also your sister Jiang. The ancestral worship ceremony? Han Feng's brow furrowed, and he soon recalled. The ceremony is a grand event held to honor the immortal ancestors, taking place every year on the first day of May, coinciding with the birthday of the immortal ancestors. The sect organizes a ceremony for disciples turning 18 to pay respects and celebrate adulthood. Each individual only has one opportunity in their lifetime to participate, where they could receive blessings from the ancestors, potentially gaining formidable divine abilities, awakening bloodlines, or significantly enhancing their cultivation. This year, both Han Feng and Wang Mian were turning 18 and were expected to attend. Yet, Han Feng wondered, what did it matter to him? All he desired was to recline in peace. Chapter 22. Gale Feather, how about it? Are you going to attend the ancestral ceremony? Han Feng inquired. Wang Mian looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Brother, are you feverish? That is the ancestral ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chance to acquire treasures hinges on that single occasion. Who would dare to miss it? Moreover, these are our ancestors, the celestial masters, the most revered sages of our lineage. Not attending the ceremony would be a profound disrespect to our forebears. If the elders found out, they might as well flay you alive. Han Feng was at a loss for words. It seemed that his desire to abstain from participation was futile. Fine, We can go together then, Han Feng replied impatiently. But it's not just the two of us. There's Zhang Xiao, your sister Jiang, and Yi Lanyuan as well. They're all 18 this year and must attend. It will be a fierce contest. I predict Yi Lanyuan will seize that opportunity to confront you openly. Just stick close to me, and I'll protect you. We can sneak through together. Is the ancestral ceremony really that perilous? Han Feng knew it could be a battleground but was unaware of its severity. Absolutely dangerous. Our sect has tens of thousands of members, and every year, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 18-year-olds. All these individuals enter the ancestral secret realm, competing fiercely for celestial fortunes. The more fortunes one seizes, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable treasures. Moreover, there's the additional purpose of mutual combat, allowing the celestial masters to assess the talents and capabilities of the younger disciples. The better the performance, the more favor they earn. Can you imagine anyone not fighting desperately for this? Without the prohibition against killing, half of them would perish annually, Wang Mian added, patting his chest as if recalling a harrowing experience. Han Feng nodded. So, it really is quite dangerous, indeed. Indeed. And Yi Lanyuan would use that occasion to beat me without fear of retribution from the law enforcement hall. Exactly. His family is wealthy and influential. He could even rally a group to come after me. What is the point in following you then? Can you truly protect me? I might as well stick with Jiang Suru. Her strength surpasses yours. Hearing Han Feng's cold words, Wang Mian felt a pang of hurt. All right. I understand everything you've said. Please, do not come near me anymore. Keep your distance. Wang Mian's expression shifted, and he sighed, patting Han Feng's shoulder. Damn it. You think I wouldn't care about you? I'm off to embrace my wife. With that, Wang Mian waved his hand dramatically and turned to leave. Having known each other for 5 years, he understood Han Feng's intentions all too well. Han Feng had offended the Yi family, and given their power, they could easily crush him. Han Feng's request for Wang Mian to maintain distance stemmed from concern that the Yi family's retribution might extend to him as well. After Wang Mian departed, Han Feng picked up the flying sword and jade slip that lay on the table before him. The flying sword was merely a superior spiritual artifact. He glanced at it before placing it into his storage pouch. Then, he took the jade slip, pressing it against his forehead to absorb its contents. After all, in just over half a month, it would be the first day of May, the day of the ancestral ceremony. He had no choice but to attend, and upon doing so, he would have to contend with Yi Longyuan's hostility. He needed to master this sword control technique quickly. With his wind affinity, if he couldn't outfight them, could he not outrun them? He could simply flee, ensuring his enemies could not catch up. The thought of battling for celestial fortunes felt cumbersome. He yearned for ease, not struggle. Currently devoid of spiritual awareness, he could only read the jade slip by placing it on his brow. Inside was a supernatural ability. Gale feather? What kind of supernatural ability is this? Wasn't I supposed to learn sword control? Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. The little fox stood proudly, eager to take credit. Sister Suru said this is a more powerful form of sword control. It not only enables flight, but can also be used in combat. This time, I made sure to send your spiritual treasure, and I received much praise for you. Plus, I brought back this profound-level supernatural ability. Profound-level abilities are as valuable as your inferior spiritual treasure. You've certainly gained from this. Yes, you are the best. I've always known you could be relied upon. Assigning tasks to you yields magnificent results. You are the greatest contributor. Han Feng praised the little fox before delving into the study of the supernatural ability. The gale feather supernatural ability was inherently suited for wind affinity practitioners. But due to the scarcity of such individuals, others could cultivate it as well, albeit with less efficiency. Han Feng, with his natural wind affinity, was the perfect candidate for this wind-based supernatural ability and artifact. This ability allowed for flying on a sword and engaging in combat, enabling the release of 3 wind blades to strike adversaries. It could target one individual or 3, the wind blades possessing formidable power. A unique technique of the Jiang family that was not even available for purchase in the Yin-Yang sect scripture pavilion. Han Feng spent the entire afternoon mastering this supernatural ability. Upon completion, he retrieved the superior spiritual artifact gifted by Jiang Suru to test this newfound ability. He first infused the artifact with spirit, guiding it to hover in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword danced in rhythm with his movements, displaying remarkable agility. Then, cradling the little fox, he leaped onto the flying sword, soaring into the air above the courtyard. He flew low, ensuring that the surrounding servant disciples did not notice him. "Woohoo, I'm flying," cheered the little fox. waving its tiny paws and reveling in the experience of flight. Fortunately, the formation he utilized had soundproofing properties, preventing outsiders from hearing them. After testing the sword flight, Han Feng realized that his speed surpassed that of the assassin he encountered the previous night by a considerable margin. His elevated cultivation and innate wind affinity granted him an edge in velocity. He was practically comparable to Han the Swift. After experimenting with sword flight, Han Feng proceeded to test the wind blade attack. The wind blades formed feather-like shapes, shooting straight ahead to strike. Lacking spiritual awareness, he could not maneuver the wind blades to curve, so they could only attack directly. To his astonishment, the wind blades exhibited surprising power. Chapter 23. The brother-in-law Han Feng gazed at the 3 craters that had formed on the ground, unable to gauge the power of the assault. He decided to fill in the pits, and then went to prepare a meal. In the days that followed, Han Feng occupied himself with cultivating medicinal herbs, cooking, eating, sleeping, and basking in the sun. Occasionally, he would engage in playful banter with the little fox, seldom venturing outside. His simple life was quite fulfilling. Since the demise of Master Ma, no new overseer had arrived, leaving Han Feng without a new servant disciple assigned to his residence. Furthermore, Wang Mian had yet to break through to the 5th level and still bore the status of a servant, which meant that theoretically, this place belonged to both him and Wang Mian. Thus, Han Feng enjoyed a comfortable solitude. He had already contemplated that once he became an outer disciple, he would have a dwelling exclusively his own, where he could continue cultivating herbs and leisurely bask in the sun. After a few tranquil days, Han Feng seemed to have forgotten the threat posed by Yilong Yuan, until one fateful night. Deep in the night, as Han Feng slumbered soundly, the little fox suddenly cried out in alarm. A tremendous crash jolted him awake. Instantly, he rolled out of bed, retrieving the sword gifted to him by Jiang Suru, and peered out the window. Outside his door stood 2 figures clad in black, staring at his protective formation with bewildered expressions. Observing the scene, one of the black-clad individuals hastily produced a communication jade slip, exclaiming, "Young master, it is dire. There is a protective formation within this residence, and we just crashed into it. How painful." The other individual, seemingly responding, said, "It's no use. I just tried. This formation is incredibly robust and possesses counterattack capabilities. It's impossible to breach in a mere tea time. Our combined strength is insufficient." "Understood. We shall retreat immediately." As they spoke, they prepared to vanish. But suddenly a voice resonated from within the house. "Gentlemen, are you in such a hurry to leave? Where are you off to?" Han Feng had activated the soundproofing feature of the formation, cradling the little fox as they both yawned and stepped outside, grinning at the 2 black-clad figures. It was evident that these 2 were yet again sent by Yilong Yuan to assassinate him. To be frank, Han Feng admired Yilong Yuan's tenacity if one attempt failed. He would simply try again, and here they were on the 3rd assassination attempt. "Are you so eager?" Han Feng mused, sword in hand as he approached. Upon seeing Han Feng emerge, the 2 figures hesitated, sensing that he was prepared to fight. If he intended to engage, he would have to either confront them directly or dismantle the formation, making him vulnerable to a swift demise. One of the black-clad men communicated via the jade slip. "Young master, he has come out. We can eliminate him." Han Feng felt a surge of irritation. "Brother, with such a declaration, how can I possibly step outside? The very reason I invested in this formation was for my protection." As he weighed the pros and cons, he realized that if he were to kill them, Yilong Yuan would deduce his involvement, leading to more formidable adversaries being sent after him. What a predicament! Just as he hesitated, 2 radiant streaks suddenly crossed the sky, illuminating the insignia of the law enforcement hall. Fortune favored him. Han Feng shouted, "Help! Murder! There are people here attempting to kill me." Upon hearing his cries, the 2 streaks of light swiftly approached. The 2 black-clad figures' expressions shifted dramatically as they darted in opposite directions to escape. The law enforcement disciples, 1 on each side, pursued the 2 assassins. The previously speaking black-clad man hastily informed his master through the jade slip, "Young master, the law enforcement hall has arrived. We cannot escape." After uttering this, he crushed the jade slip in desperation and halted. Jiang Huayang landed before him, extending a hand to seize him. Suddenly, the exposed skin of the black-clad man turned visibly purple, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Huayang's face darkened as he crouched down and removed the assassiness veil. "Damn it!" he cursed upon seeing the lifeless body, angrily tossing the veil aside before lifting the corpse and soaring off into the distance. Soon after, a sharp-faced disciple joined him, carrying another body. "Senior brother, this fellow committed suicide by poison." The sharp-faced disciple dropped the corpse onto the ground, his expression one of resignation. It's typical for such individuals, cultivated by their families as death warriors, to take poison upon failure, leaving no trace behind. Without even glancing at the corpse, Jiang Huaiyang turned his attention to Han Feng in the courtyard, knocking on the formation. Junior brother Han, we are disciples of the law enforcement hall. May we enter and speak? Certainly, senior brother, Han Feng replied, deactivating the formation. Had it not been for the recent events involving the poisoned assassins, he might have been more cautious about trusting them at this hour. Jiang Huaiyang and the sharp-faced disciple stepped inside, and after a moment, he instructed, seal the formation once more. Taken aback, Han Feng complied without question. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from both men, indicating that they were at the foundation establishment stage. Standing tall before Han Feng, Jiang Huaiyang placed his hands behind his back and spoke leisurely. You must be junior brother Han Feng. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Huaiyang, and this is my junior brother, Lu Yufa. We are both disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Main Peak. Yes, junior brother pays his respects to the two esteemed brothers. Please, come inside to discuss further, Han Feng invited, leading them into his modest abode. His dwelling consisted of a single room with 2 beds flanking a table, a few stools scattered about. The most valuable item in Han Feng's home was undoubtedly the reclining chair outside. Jiang Huaiyang surveyed the room and chuckled. In this place, even thieves would leave in tears, having only managed to take 2 bags of rice. Han Feng scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward laugh. My humble abode is indeed simple. I apologize for the lack of amenities. Simple? You don't even have a teapot for guests, Lu Yufa remarked as they took their seats. Han Feng inquired, how did the 2 esteemed brothers come to know my name? Your name precedes you. It resonates like thunder in our ears. Who hasn't heard of you? I am the elder brother of Jiang Suru. Before Lu Yufa could finish, Jiang Huaiyang interrupted, her biological brother. Han Feng was taken aback, exclaiming brother-in-law. Jiang Huaiyang's expression turned incredulous. You, my friend, are quite adept at establishing familial ties. You've only just become my sister's partner, and you're already calling yourself brother-in-law? Han Feng chuckled, realizing he was in friendly company, and sat down comfortably. Chapter 24. The imaginative brother-in-law. Although this brother-in-law likely looked down upon him as a useless individual, Han Feng had long since grown accustomed to being labeled as such over the years. Jiang Huaiyang stated, let us speak of official matters first. Do you know the identities of the assassins sent to kill you? Surely they were dispatched by Yilong Yuan. I have only offended him. Who else could it be? I also overheard one of the cloaked men referring to young master, which must indicate Yilong Yuan himself, Han Feng recounted, just as he had when Jiang Suru had inquired previously, providing straightforward answers without the need to spare Yilong Yuan's feelings. Jiang Huaiyang nodded. Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? If so, I would head directly to the law enforcement hall. Han Feng chuckled. Well, have there been similar incidents in the past, such as assassination attempts? None at all. This is the first time, and it quite frightened me, Han Feng replied with a disarming smile. Jiang Huaiyang maintained his composure and calmly remarked, is that so? Yet just a few days ago, we witnessed you dispatching 2 practitioners at the 5th level of Qi refinement with only 2 moves, swift and decisive. At this revelation, Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he turned to Jiang Huaiyang. Jiang Huaiyang smiled serenely. Allow me to enlighten you, junior brother. Once a practitioner reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can open their consciousness and sense the cultivation levels of others, provided those individuals are not substantially stronger. You are 18 years old and at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement, slightly surpassing my sister and just beneath Yilong Yuan. It appears your aptitude is quite commendable, especially considering both of them possess heavenly roots. Han Feng chuckled sheepishly. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, brother Jiang. Indeed, there is no need to conceal. Any practitioner at the foundation establishment level could easily discern your cultivation level with a mere probe. Given your abilities, you must have surpassed the 5th level of Qi refinement long ago. You have been on the mountain for 5 years, yet you remain a mere servant disciple. Why have you not sought to become an outer sect disciple? Let us not dwell on that. Just a few days ago, I was a complete failure. Han Feng pondered before continuing. One must avoid drawing attention. I simply wish to lead a tranquil and stable life. Commendable indeed. At such a young age, possessing good character and talent, yet remaining humble and desiring anonymity. This is rare in the realm of cultivation. Many prodigies have been too ostentatious in their youth, making enemies and ultimately meeting untimely ends. A lamentable fate. You flatter me, brother, Han Feng replied with a smile. Regrettably, you wish to remain hidden and avoid offending adversaries, yet fate has conspired against you. My sister has recognized your potential and chosen you over Yi Longyuan. I must say, her discernment is remarkable. Among so many, she alone has seen your exceptional qualities. Unfortunately, this has also put you at odds with the Yi family, bringing peril upon yourself. Brother, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Han Feng was certain that Jiang Suru had chosen him solely out of disdain for Yi Longyuan, with no other options available. At that time, he had possessed no cultivation, hardly any noteworthy qualities. However, Jiang Huayang did not share this view. The more he observed Han Feng, the more he appreciated him. Good aptitude, a calm demeanor, and the ability to remain composed. If cultivated properly, the Jiang family might gain another prodigy. Does Suru know you were nearly assassinated a few days ago? No, I did not inform her. Very well. You are indeed a man of honor, taking full responsibility and sparing the women from worry. I respect that, Jiang Huayang said, his opinion of Han Feng growing further. You flatter me, brother. Han Feng felt a sense of embarrassment. Was this misunderstanding growing larger? Well then, since you and my sister have become partners, you are now considered family. You have your own plans, and I shall not interfere. After all, life is yours to live, and daughters must eventually marry. I will keep today's events from her, lest she worry. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Where did you acquire this array? Jiang Huayang suddenly inquired. Han Feng smiled. I purchased it from the treasure pavilion down the mountain. After all, having offended someone, I must take precautions. Tonight's assassination attempt proves that. This array must have cost a considerable number of spirit stones. As a servant disciple, how could you afford such an expense? I've quietly saved some over the years. All invested in this, for the sake of my life. Then why not go to the Jiang family? Their defenses are far superior to yours, Jiang Huayang queried. Noticing Han Feng's awkward expression, realization dawned upon him, and he chuckled. Ah, I see. You do not wish to live off others, nor be the subject of scorn. That makes sense, as a man of integrity. I understand your sentiments. However, I am the only one aware of this matter now. In the future, if my father or other elders in the Jiang family learn of your talents, they will assuredly provide you with resources for cultivation. Especially as you are my sister's partner, considered half-family. But since you have your own considerations, I shall say no more. As I mentioned, your affairs are yours to manage. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Han Feng found Jiang Huayang's imaginative reasoning amusing. Jiang Huayang glanced at the sword in Han Feng's hand, saying, This slender hunting sword. I recalled giving it to my sister on her 15th birthday. Oh, Jiang's sister gifted it to me a few days ago. If brother wishes to reclaim it, feel free to take it. Han Feng placed the sword on the table. What are you implying? Do you think I, Jiang Huayang, lack the dignity to accept gifts? If she has given it to you, then it is yours. If she can bestow you gifts, it is clear she holds you in regard, and I would never oppose her wishes. My younger sister is unlike my elder sister. She is reserved, not one for idle chatter, keeps her thoughts to herself, yet is fiercely competitive and unwilling to be outdone. In essence, she is strong-willed and difficult to communicate with. As her brother, I hope you can be more accommodating with her. Of course, I am quite similar to Jiang's sister. Both of us have a penchant for tranquility. We generally respect each other's space, focusing on our cultivation, which is quite agreeable. Han Feng nodded. That said, the assassination attempt you faced was entirely due to my sister's actions, and our family should bear the responsibility for it. Give me your communication jade slip. I will leave a mark on it. Should you encounter danger in the future, send me a message immediately, and I shall come to your aid. On a professional level, as a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, it is my duty to protect my fellow disciples. On a personal level, your plight is a consequence of our family, and thus I should protect you. Chapter 25. Wisdom comes with age. Thank you, senior brother. I am eternally grateful, Han Feng expressed, rubbing his hands together. Senior brother, I am merely a humble servant disciple. Over the years, I have spent all my savings on array formations, and I do not possess a communication jade slip. You do not even have a communication jade slip? Sighed Jiang Huayang. These years have truly been hard on you. With your exceptional talent, you have been relegated to a life of servitude and poverty. Jiang Huayang retrieved a communication jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Han Feng. Here, take this jade slip. I happen to have an extra. Simply infuse it with your spiritual energy to activate it. My consciousness imprint is inside, allowing you to communicate with me directly. Thank you, senior brother. I shall not refuse your kindness and will repay you in due time, Han Feng replied. Accepting the jade slip. Do not mention repayment. We are all part of the same family. Is it worth quibbling over such a trifling sum? Jiang Huaiyang remarked. Now, I must return to report back. I will find evidence regarding the assassin matter and ensure that Yi Longyuan and the Yi family are justly punished. With that, Jiang Huaiyang stood and walked outside with Lu Yufa. Take care, senior brother, Han Feng called after them as they departed. Carrying the assassin's body back to the law enforcement hall headquarters, Han Feng toyed with the jade slip in his hand before placing it into his storage bag. He lay down on his bed, drifting into a peaceful sleep. For Han Feng, the events of the night had been but a minor interlude. The only notable outcome being that his brother-in-law had taken a liking to him, recognizing his talent and composure. However, it mattered little to Han Feng, who could not even be bothered to acknowledge Jiang Suru, let alone his brother-in-law. While Han Feng slept soundly, for another individual, this night was destined to be sleepless. In the ancestral home of the Yi family, Yi Longyuan sat on his bed, holding the jade slip. After struggling internally for over an hour, he finally resolved to confess the matter to his father. After all, he had employed the family's assassins, a significant asset to the clan, and with 4 dead, he owed them an explanation. Confession leads to leniency, while resistance invites severity. If I turn myself in, perhaps my transgressions will be mitigated, Yi Longyuan thought. He left his room and approached the master bedroom, knocking on the door. It's you, Yuaner, come in. A voice responded from within. Yi Longyuan pushed the door open to find 2 futons in the center of the room, occupied by a middle-aged cultivator and a beautiful woman in her 30s. Still possessing an alluring grace, son pays his respects to his parents, Yi Longyuan greeted, clasping his hands. His father opened his eyes and inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour, disturbing my cultivation?" Yi Longyuan knelt and replied, "I come to seek my father's forgiveness." "Forgiveness? My son, you are usually so prudent and avoid trouble. What have you done to warrant such a request?" "The matter is this, father," Yi Longyuan began. "I have long harbored feelings for junior sister Jiang, pursuing her for years. Recently, at the matchmaking event, I bribed the elders and orchestrated a series of events." He recounted the entire affair in meticulous detail, leaving no stone unturned. Upon hearing this, his father's expression darkened. "So, you not only caused the deaths of 4 of our assassins, but also attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall and offended the Jiang family?" Yi Longyuan broke into a cold sweat, his forehead meeting the ground as he said, "I am aware of my grave sins and am willing to accept punishment at the ancestral hall. Please, father, impose your judgment." "Punishment? For such a grave matter? A mere reprimand would be insufficient. It would be no loss to end your life." His father glared with fierce intensity. At that moment, Yi Longyuan's mother opened her eyes and interjected, "How can you speak of my son in such a manner? He merely made a small mistake. Is it necessary to talk of death? If you strike him down, I shall be the first to retaliate." She moved to Yi Longyuan's side, lifting him up and saying, "Son, rise and sit down. This is not a significant matter. You are not at fault. The blame lies with your useless father. He should have approached the Jiang family long ago for a marriage proposal, but now, due to his negligence, we have this mess to deal with." Yi Longyuan's father glanced helplessly at his partner, sighing with frustration. A lenient mother only spoils her child. Yi Longyuan's mother, with a fiery temperament, pointed at his father and declared, "Shut your mouth. He is your son. He is still young. Of course, he cannot account for every detail. When he encounters difficulties, he will naturally seek help from you, his father. If he does not turn to you in times of trouble, it only reflects poorly on your parenting. You. Am I angry at him for making mistakes? I am upset that he cannot handle even such a trivial matter. A mere servant disciple has been fumbling for days and still failed to eliminate his target. That is a reflection of his ineptitude. How can such a person inherit the family business? How can I compete with my elder brother for the position of family head?" At this point, Yi Longyuan's father calmed down slightly and continued, "In this matter, the only commendable aspect of your actions is that you did not take matters into your own hands and kill Han Feng. Had the law enforcement hall obtained evidence, no one could have protected you. That old iron-faced fellow gives no leeway to anyone. He is utterly unyielding. Do not worry, my son. It is merely the Jiang family. Our Yi family is not afraid of them. However, your methods require thorough re-evaluation." "I am all ears, father," Yi Longyuan replied promptly. "First, to deal with someone. To ruin them, it is not always necessary to kill them to satisfy one's resentment. There are myriad ways to make them wish for death while unable to escape. If you wish to take action during the ancestral worship ceremony on the first day of next month, you may openly deal with him, incapacitating him and rendering him a cripple for life, thus achieving your vengeance." Yi Longyuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Father, he is already a cripple." "A cripple? Yet you still cannot handle him after 3 attempts. Yi Long Yuan's father glared at him. Even if he is a cripple, he can still utilize the law enforcement hall against you. Can you not use the law enforcement hall against him? What is his role? Can you not think of ways to exploit that? There are people in the law enforcement hall who are on our side. If he refuses to confess, can we not employ coercive measures? Inflict enough pain to leave him half dead, crippled, and expelled from the sect? Out there, he would be free to face death as he pleases. Upon hearing this, Yi Long Yuan's eyes lit up with understanding, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Father, your strategy is truly brilliant. I comprehend now. Thank you, Father. Enough. Return now. Regarding the deaths of those assassins, I will fabricate a story. Claiming they perished on a mission, Yi Long Yuan's father waved his hand dismissively. Your son takes his leave. Yi Long Yuan bowed and exited promptly. Watching his son's retreating figure, Yi Long Yuan's father shook his head, muttering, still too inexperienced. He requires further honing. Chapter 26. A battle of wits with the enemy as dawn broke. I returned from collecting dung, but my woman was nowhere to be found. On that splendid morning, Han Feng wielded a hoe, tilling the medicinal herb field, while the little fox perched on the eaves, observing his labor. Your singing is quite dreadful. Could you refrain from it? The little fox remarked. Then sing something beautiful for me. Han Feng chuckled in response. Just as the little fox was about to speak, her expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. There is malice afoot. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's heart tightened. Hadn't there just been an assassination attempt last night, and now trouble was brewing once more? At that moment, a voice called from outside. Is Junior Brother Han here? Who is it? I am the newly appointed steward for the miscellaneous duties, responsible for your area. Today is the 15th of April, the day for submitting medicinal herbs. I have come to collect them. Understood. Han Feng laid down his hoe and approached the door. Although he sensed the ill intent behind the visitor, he could not refuse entry, for it was a matter of official duty, and he could only remain vigilant. Opening the door revealed a young disciple clad in the garb of a steward, wearing a congenial smile. Brother, I don't believe we've met before. Han Feng frowned. Oh, I'm the steward from Danxia Peak. The previous steward, surnamed Ma, has gone missing, so the elders assigned me here. From now on, we shall be colleagues. I kindly ask for your assistance, Junior Brother Han. Observing the other's polite demeanor, Han Feng was almost convinced of his goodwill. Very well, what is your name, brother? I am Zhang Xiang. All right, Brother Zhang, please come in. Once inside the courtyard, Zhang Xiang examined the medicinal herbs and remarked, your herbs are thriving beautifully. Each one vibrant and vigorous. It seems you take great care in their cultivation. Brother Zhang overstates my efforts. These herbs are not yet mature. I fear you may have to wait another month to collect them, Han Feng replied, reluctant to allow him to take the herbs, unsure of his true intentions. Not to worry. Even if they aren't fully matured, I can take a few to return to report. After all, it is my first day on the job. Returning empty-handed would surely earn me a reprimand from the elders. As Zhang Xiang spoke, he moved toward the herb field. Han Feng quickly intercepted him, saying, allow me to handle it. With that, he drew forth an icy dagger and severed several sprigs of four-leaf clover, handing them to Zhang Xiang. The white silk flower, which had absorbed energy for over 30 years, had already been harvested earlier. That was not something he could afford to let anyone see. Zhang Xiang accepted the clovers and pulled out a ledger to record, April 15th, collected 5 sprigs of four-leaf clover cultivated by Han Feng. Junior Brother, does this entry look correct to you? If so, I would appreciate your signature. The procedure of signing for collected herbs was standard, and Han Feng was aware of the protocol. Yet, he replied with a smile, Brother, as you are newly arrived at Luoxia Peak, you may not be familiar with our customs, so I must respectfully inform you. Those who collect herbs here must personally verify their efficacy before signing. Only then can they be taken. Is it truly that cumbersome? Zhang Xiang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this procedure is in place for the safety of all disciples. If I hand over the herbs to you, it is imperative that you inspect them, as any substandard ones must be returned in exchange for suitable replacements. Now I understand. We at Danxia Peak do not have such a rule, Zhang Xiang laughed. After inspecting the 5 sprigs of four-leaf clover, he noted, April 15th, collected 5 sprigs of four-leaf clover cultivated by Han Feng, confirmed efficacy. He tore off the page and handed it to Han Feng. Is this acceptable? But you haven't pressed your seal yet. How does one do that? Zhang Xiang asked, bemused. Simply pierce your finger and press it down. That will suffice. Is that not rather brutal? Well, had you brought seal paste, this would not be necessary, and I possess none myself, Han Feng chuckled. Zhang Xiang smiled, said nothing further, and bit his finger, pressing his bloodied print next to his name before handing it to Han Feng. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I still have others to collect from. Safe travels, brother. Remember to bring seal paste next time. Han Feng cheerfully waved goodbye. Once the man departed, Han Feng sat on a stool, scrutinizing the paper in his hand, and remarked to the little fox, I can now assert that this person was specifically targeting me. He did not collect herbs from anyone else. How can you be so certain? Because we have no such custom of requiring written receipts and blood seals for herb collections here. If he had visited other homes, he would have mentioned that others do not require such a procedure. Upon hearing this, the little fox gasped, if that is the case, then this person must be a fraud. He intends to swindle your herbs. How regrettable. It's a pity. Those 5 sprigs could fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. Han Feng regarded the little fox with a look of incredulity, stating, firstly, the identity token he bears is authentic. He is indeed a steward. Secondly, if he were merely after a few sprigs to sell, that would be less concerning. What I truly fear is that this individual intends to use my herbs for some nefarious purpose. What sort of purpose? For instance, he could concoct a potion using my herbs and then claim their quality was subpar or even toxic, leading to dire consequences, thereby framing me. I have wronged no one but the Yi family, who alone would seek to harm me. Thus, I required him to provide a written receipt confirming the efficacy of my herbs. Ah, I see, the little fox said, her eyes brightening. You are quite clever. I never expected you, this so-called lickspittle, to be so astute. I am not a lickspittle. Suddenly, an idea struck Han Feng. However, having only a written receipt does not provide complete security. I am not versed in alchemy. I need someone knowledgeable in it to help affirm my claims. If anyone attempts to take me away, you must seek out Jiang Suru and inform her that I have been framed, and the Yi family is plotting against me, asking for her assistance in proving my innocence. Understood. The little fox replied earnestly. Chapter 27. Has the presiding elder become a criminal? This time, seeking assistance from Jiang Suru, Han Feng found yet another reason to deliver gifts, particularly to present the precious Bai Ling Luo flower, which had matured for over 30 years. Once gifted, he could acquire another flower aged 300 years and sell it for a substantial amount of spirit stones. He chuckled to himself, lying lazily in the sun alongside the little fox, drifting into slumber. In the afternoon, a loud shout echoed from outside his door. Han Feng, wake up. We need you to come with us. Han Feng opened his eyes and peered outside to see a disciple from the law enforcement hall, standing sternly on a flying sword. Is it the senior brother from the law enforcement hall? I wonder what crime my junior has committed to warrant such a summons. Han Feng inquired as he rose to his feet. The herbs you provided, after being refined into qi-condensing pills, were consumed by a disciple, resulting in a severe backlash that has left him gravely injured. We require you to accompany us to the law enforcement hall for a confrontation, the disciple explained. Very well. I understand. But let it be known that I shall only go to the law enforcement hall and nowhere else, Han Feng replied, cradling the little fox as he stepped outside. He then tossed the little fox onto the ground, prompting it to scamper away. The disciple observed the little fox but remained silent, turning his gaze back to Han Feng with a look of confusion. What are you extending your hand for? I cannot fly. Shall we climb the mountain instead? Han Feng gestured cheerfully. With a resigned expression, the disciple pulled Han Feng onto his flying sword, and they ascended the mountain together. Along the way, Han Feng discreetly activated a communication jade slip to contact Jiang Huaiyang, informing him of the false accusations from the Yi family and requesting assistance in the law enforcement hall. Upon reaching the law enforcement hall's branch at Luoxia Peak, the disciple led Han Feng inside. In the hall, an elder sat at the head table, flanked by disciples, while 4 individuals stood in the center. Han Feng recognized 2 familiar faces, Yilong Yuan and Zhang Xiang. Disciple Han Feng pays respects to the elder. Han Feng greeted. The elder at the head table slammed the surface and bellowed, Bold Han Feng, confess your misdeeds at once. Han Feng, bewildered, replied, May I ask, elder, what is it that I have done? With a disdainful snort, the elder continued. Today, Danxia Peak's alchemist Yilong Zhao has come to report that his concocted pills, consumed by Luoxia Peak disciple Yi Yuntang, caused immediate chaos in her spiritual energy, damaging her dantian and meridians, with signs of a backlash leading to severe depletion of her essence. Upon inspection, alchemist Yilong Zhao identified a problematic herb in the pill, specifically the 4-leaf orchid. After bringing Yi Yuntang to me for examination, I confirmed his claims. Subsequently, I visited Danxia Peak to investigate the records of herb transactions. I discovered that the herbs were delivered by Zhang Xiang, who possesses documentation proving they were sourced from you, Han Feng, and subsequently deposited at Danxia Peak. That is neither here nor there. Han Feng clasped his hands, maintaining his composure. Esteemed elder, I did indeed provide Zhang Xiang with 5 four-leaf orchids this morning. That is sufficient acknowledgement. Guards, imprison Han Feng for poisoning the herbs and endangering a fellow disciple. A trial will be held at a later date. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression darkened. It appeared that this elder was indeed in collusion with the Yi family. They played both the roles of accuser and judge. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Since when did our law enforcement hall have the audacity to apprehend individuals without discernment? Han Feng turned to see Jiang Huayang entering, accompanied by Jiang Suru, who was cradling the little fox. Jiang Huayang held a jade slip, seemingly documenting the proceedings, followed by a throng of law enforcement disciples. Jiang Huayang, what brings you to our law enforcement hall? The elder inquired, his countenance darkening. With a subtle smile, Jiang Huayang replied, disciple pays respects to Elder Yi. I recall that our law enforcement hall's esteemed leader, Elder Tailian, has stipulated that all trials must be conducted with transparency, allowing any individual to attend and voice concerns to safeguard the integrity of the proceedings, correct? And what of it? The elder retorted. My presence here to observe is not erroneous, is it? Jiang Huayang asserted. Humph, observe as you wish, but do not disrupt the order of the trial. It is you, Elder Yi, who is disrupting the order. Jiang Huayang countered coolly. First, according to the law enforcement hall's regulations, to detain a disciple, a confession and signature are required. The trial has only just commenced, with insufficient evidence, and Han Feng has yet to defend himself, let alone sign any documents. Yet you brazenly seek to imprison him. This is a violation of the law, Elder Yi. Secondly, the regulations state that when a trial involves familial relations, the presiding elder must recuse themselves to avoid bias. You have committed a second infraction. Thirdly, every disciple of the law enforcement hall holds the right to apprehend any lawbreaker. Elder Yi, I have documented all your actions. Your legal transgressions warrant further punishment. Summon the guards to arrest Elder Yi and take him to Elder Tailian for judgment. Yes. The law enforcement disciples surged forward, intent on apprehending Elder Yi. Furious, Elder Yi bellowed, I am a core formation master and the presiding elder. Who dares to lay hands on me? Resisting arrest incurs further punishment. Jiang Huayang chuckled coldly. What? Should I request a core formation elder to come and capture you? Elder Yi? Elder Yi's expression shifted, and he scoffed. Humph, my only fault will be a fine. You shall all rue this day, especially you, Jiang Huayang. You and Han Feng share familial ties. You have no right to partake in this trial. Fear not, Elder Yi. I am merely a bystander. Jiang Huayang replied with a cold laugh, waving his hand as a group of Foundation Establishment disciples seized Elder Yi. The apprehension of a core formation elder by Foundation Establishment disciples was unimaginable in other sects, yet the law enforcement hall of the Yin-Yang sect dared to act so boldly. Owing to their unyielding and impartial leader, Elder Tailian, Yi Longyuan stood in stunned silence. He had anticipated swiftly resolving Han Feng's case, hoping to apply severe pressure for a confession. He never expected the Jiang family to intervene so promptly, resulting in their elder's capture. Has the presiding elder become a criminal? Yi Longyuan's expression darkened. He had aimed to punish Han Feng, but ended up sacrificing an elder instead. This was a monumental loss. Returning home, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. Yet, he took solace in the certainty of a watertight case against Han Feng. Even with a change of judge, he would ultimately be incarcerated. Chapter 28. The duel of the law enforcement hall. After Elder Yi was taken away, another disciple was sent to summon other elders for the judgment. In the interim, an awkward silence enveloped the hall. Yi Longyuan, Yi Longyao, and Yi Yitang stood on the left, while Han Feng, Jiang Suru, and Jiang Huayang occupied the right. Jiang Suru glanced at Yi Longyuan and inquired, Yi Longyuan, what brings you here? With a smile, Yi Longyuan replied, if I recall correctly, this is the first time you've initiated a conversation with me, junior sister Jiang? Humph. Jiang Suru rolled her eyes at his obsequious demeanor, choosing to ignore him. Yi Longyuan continued, this matter does not concern me. I merely came to observe. After all, Yi Longyao and Yi Yuntang are my clan brothers. One is an alchemist, and the other a medicine user. If something goes awry with the medicine, it is only natural to hold the alchemist accountable. I thought I'd come and see for myself. But what about you, junior sister Jiang? This affair seems unrelated to you. Jiang Suru, possessing a cool temperament, could not be bothered to respond. She had only spoken to Yi Longyuan because she was aware he had framed Han Feng, which only intensified her disdain for him. Jiang Huayang, however, interjected, Han Feng is my sister's partner. If he is in trouble, she must come to his aid. After all, my sister has just found her ideal match and cannot allow a scoundrel to frame him. Upon hearing the term ideal match, both Yi Longyuan and Jiang Suru widened their eyes. Jiang Suru was astonished that everyone knew she had reluctantly chosen Han Feng. Yet her brother referred to him as her carefully selected partner. Meanwhile, Yi Longyuan was bewildered by Jiang Huayang's high regard for a mere servant disciple, who was also a failure. You are Jiang Suru's brother, yet you seem to have a peculiar affinity for Han Feng now, despite having held a long-standing disdain for me. How does that reconcile? Jiang Suru found it absurd that her brother, well into his 20s, could possess such poor judgment. Yi Longyuan inhaled deeply and remarked, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, one must speak with evidence. Who is the scoundrel? Those who are innocent are not subjected to slander. If I am denouncing a scoundrel, it is not you, junior brother Yi. Is it possible that you are the one orchestrating a plot against my brother-in-law? Jiang Huayang responded sarcastically. Some scoundrels, unable to compete openly for partners, resort to all manner of despicable tactics, attempting to assassinate their rivals repeatedly. Now, seeing that assassination has failed, they have turned to cunning schemes. Truly, they are unworthy of the main banquet. At this, Jiang Suru sprang to her feet, anger radiating from her as she demanded, Brother, what are you saying? He sent people to assassinate Han Feng? Repeatedly, Jiang Huayang exchanged glances with Han Feng, their hearts sinking. Oh no, they had revealed too much. Han Feng quickly interjected, No need to worry, senior sister. It's merely a trivial matter. There were only 2 attempts, both of which Jiang Shixiang thwarted. He has done me a great favor. Indeed. I was merely assisting, as he is my brother-in-law, Jiang Huayang chuckled, fully aware that Han Feng wished to conceal his true strength from Yi Longyuan. Observing their camaraderie, Jiang Suru felt a pang of confusion. When had they grown so close? Meanwhile, Yi Longyuan scoffed dismissively. Humph, do not make baseless accusations without evidence, lest the wrong party accuse you of defamation. Setting aside prior matters, he continued. My clan brother consumed a pill made from the herbs planted by Han Shidi, and it appears he has either been injured or poisoned. It seems this responsibility falls upon Han Shidi. Han Feng retorted coldly, Yi Shixiang, your assertion is misguided. The herbs I provided were impeccable, verified by Zhang Xiang himself, who documented that there were no issues before they were taken. Perhaps it is your alchemists who lack skill, producing pills they themselves dare not consume, and thus resorting to testing on relatives. If something goes awry, who can be blamed? At that moment, an elder from the law enforcement hall entered, stating, I am Elder Wang, the presiding judge for this incident. I have heard your conversation. Now, present your evidence for my review. The elder took his seat at the head of the table. Yi Longzhao promptly stepped forward, placing 3 documents and a vial of pills on the table. Elder, please examine this. First, the receipt from Zhang Xiang for the herbs from Han Feng, with his signature. Second, the inventory proof from the medicine house at Danxiao Peak, stating the herbs originated from Han Feng. Third, the receipt for the herbs collected from the medicine house, signed by both the disciple and the responsible party. The evidence was irrefutable. The herbs were indeed cultivated by Han Feng. Han Feng observed as the documents and pills were laid before him. What a solid chain of evidence. They had gone to great lengths to frame him. Elder Wang nodded at the documents before asking, Han Feng, do you have your evidence? Only then did Han Feng produce his document. Truthfully, he had withheld it until Jiang Huayang arrived, fearing the elder might conspire with the Yi family to destroy the evidence. His instincts had proven correct. The elder was indeed affiliated with the Yi family, but fortunately, he had prepared for this. Placing the document on the table, Han Feng stated, Elder, this is the receipt written by Zhang Xiang upon collecting the herbs, confirming he personally verified their efficacy and signed it. Elder Wang nodded and turned to Zhang Xiang, asking, Zhang Xiang, did you write this receipt? Zhang Xiang promptly stood, replying, Yes, Elder. I did write the receipt, and I collected the herbs to deliver to Danxiao Peak. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, it can be established that Han Feng's herbs were without issue and had been verified. Not so fast, Elder. I did not verify the efficacy of the herbs, Zhang Xiang suddenly declared loudly. Han Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 29. The clever and astute Jiang Suru goodness. They are trying to drag me into this mess, even resorting to self-sabotage. Indeed, Zhang Xiang continued, Elder, during my time at Danxiao Peak, I also collected medicinal herbs, but I have never heard of requiring the collector to assess the efficacy of the herbs. Today, Upon arriving at Luoxia Peak to serve, junior brother Han insisted that I must personally verify the efficacy of the herbs. However, I am merely responsible for managing the miscellaneous tasks. I have no knowledge of herbal evaluations. On my very first day at Luoxia Peak, my task was to collect herbs. If I did not collect them, I would face punishment, and without inspecting them, junior brother Han would not provide me with the herbs. Thus, I reluctantly pretended to examine the herbs and wrote a receipt. Afterwards, I inquired with other miscellaneous workers, and it turned out that there is no requirement for collectors to assess the efficacy of herbs at Luoxia Peak. Junior brother Han is clearly trying to shirk responsibility, taking advantage of my inexperience as a newcomer and placing the blame on me. Elder, I am wronged. Junior brother Han is extorting me. Elder Wang's expression darkened as he stated, since there was no inspection, you should not have written the receipt claiming that you did. This constitutes deceit and dereliction of duty. Indeed, I accept the punishment, Zhang Xiang hastily replied. Han Feng interjected, Elder, every time I collect medicinal herbs. The collector has always been required to assess and write a receipt. Previously, it was Master Ma who wrote it, but after his disappearance, this brother took over. Elder, I believe that inspecting the efficacy of the herbs is essential and should be the collector's responsibility. After all, if I hand over the herbs, and he swaps good medicine for inferior quality to profit, what then? Or if he poisons the herbs after taking them to frame me, what then? Once the herbs are taken, their condition is no longer under our control as growers. Just like this time. If he poisons the herbs, or if the alchemist lacks skill and comes to trouble me, I will not accept that blame. Zhang Xiang sneered. Whether you accept it or not is not for you to decide. The regulations concerning inspections are not something a mere miscellaneous disciple can dictate. Our sect has no such rule, thus the receipt I wrote is invalid, and I do not acknowledge it. Elder Wang interrupted, enough. You have both presented your arguments and evidence. Now, it is time for this elder to personally check whether the elixir is poisoned. With that, he opened the elixir bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it whole. Han Feng was taken aback by such a primitive method of testing. Moments later, the elder nodded and declared, indeed, it is poisoned. At this, Yi Yuntang leaped to his feet, pointing at Han Feng and scolding, Han Feng, you scoundrel. What do you have to say? Your herbs are poisoned, and you attempted to kill me. 5 herbs capable of producing 5 pills, and you aim to harm 5 people. Elder, I implore you to capture this rogue and subject him to severe punishment. Such a person harbors malicious intent against his peers. He deserves to have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Elder Wang pondered how to handle this case. At that moment, Jiang Suru stepped forward and said, Elder, I am also a mid-grade alchemist and quite skilled in concocting the qi condensation pill. To my knowledge, there are 3 recipes for this pill, one of which requires a 4-leaf orchid along with other herbs, 1 stalk of 4-leaf orchid, 1 stalk of golden ice flower, 2 tails of qi-seeking root, and 5 coins of spirit grass ash. If 5 herbs are required, how can we simply conclude that the issue lies with the 4-leaf orchid? Moreover, even if we pinpoint the 4-leaf orchid, this single herb has passed through 3 hands, first in Han Feng's possession, then in Zhang Xiang's, and finally in the herb storage of Danxia Peak before reaching Yilongzhou. Any one of these links could have introduced poison or compromised the efficacy. How can we assert that it is solely Han Feng's fault? If anyone is to be captured, it should be all who handled the herbs, including this alchemist. After all, this incident occurred within our own sect, where the procedures are fewer. If these herbs were purchased from an outside vendor and a problem arose, who would we even pursue? I believe that in matters of alchemy, we should hold the end supplier accountable, namely the alchemist. As an alchemist, it is their responsibility to ensure that every pill produced is effective. They should check each herb for issues before proceeding with the concoction. It is akin to dining at a restaurant. If there is a problem with the meal, would one seek to blame the farmer for the vegetables rather than the chef or the owner? The farmer sells the produce to the restaurant, completing the transaction. Thus, any issues with the dish should not involve them. If there is a problem with the pills produced by Yilong Yao, it is absurd to seek blame from the herbal supplier instead of the alchemist himself. Elder Wang, listening to Jiang Suru's articulate reasoning, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. This is sheer nonsense. Yet, it is an unavoidable predicament. Unless we stipulate that every person who collects herbs must personally verify their efficacy and assume responsibility for their actions, we could simply hold the final alchemist accountable. Moreover, even the alchemist is not the final step. What if the person purchasing the pills poisons themselves and frames the alchemist? Human nature is unpredictable. How can we prevent such scenarios? Therefore, if an alchemist's pills result in issues, Blaming the herbal supplier rather than the alchemist is rather ludicrous. If it is indeed the herbal supplier's fault, then all individuals in this supply chain bear greater responsibility, as none verified the efficacy of the herbs. If those collecting the herbs are ignorant, do you mean to say that the alchemists are as well? Jiang Suru's eloquent logic left the gathered audience in stunned silence. Chapter 30. You are behind the dog, Jiang Huayang exclaimed in surprise. Well done, little sister. Usually, you are so quiet, yet when it comes to something, your words flow effortlessly. All for your good brother-in-law, I see. Jiang Suru shot him a significant glare. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. Disciple, your observations are astute. This case is indeed quite typical, unprecedented in its nature. I must report to Elder Tai Lian and consult with the head of Danxia Peak to revise the regulations. I firmly believe that each link in this supply chain must take responsibility to prevent implicating others. If the gatherer is held accountable, then the miscellaneous disciples should bear no responsibility, thus avoiding such complications. If a particular link falters, we should address the issue directly with the personnel involved. I will present this elixir to the elders of Danxia Peak for them to determine which herb was flawed, or if it was a matter of proportions or even the temperature during refinement. I am not versed in alchemy, so I cannot make unfounded conclusions. However, even if it is confirmed that the issue lies with the four-leaf orchid, it does not necessarily implicate Han Feng, for there are numerous hands that have handled it, any of whom could have poisoned it, and there is no evidence to pinpoint the culprit. Adhering to the principle of presumption of innocence, Han Feng will be acquitted. Furthermore, as the final link in the supply chain, alchemist Yulong Zhao bears undeniable responsibility for the issue that arose with the elixir consumed by disciple Yi Yuntang. He shall be detained until the truth is uncovered, after which a judgment will be made. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Yi family were utterly dumbfounded. They had initially aimed to frame Han Feng, and now they were inadvertently dragging in an elder of the Yi family alongside Yulong Zhao. Yi Yuntang quickly interjected, Elder, this is Han Feng's fault. He has a grudge against our Yi family and surely intended to poison us. Oh, is that so? How does Han Feng know that this herb would inevitably reach Danxia Peak, be taken by your Yi family for alchemy, and subsequently consumed by you? Elder Wang narrowed his eyes, questioning ominously. Yi Yuntang hastily clarified, and no, I was merely speculating wildly. Just wild conjecture, without evidence. Without evidence, you speak recklessly. Attempting to frame another? Elder Wang's gaze hardened. You seem quite lively, not at all resembling someone gravely injured. Meanwhile, Yilong Yuan was frantically signaling to Yi Yuntang. Yes, yes. The disciple isn't injured, nor poisoned. Do not detain Yilong Zhao. He is innocent. Yilong Yuan clasped his forehead in frustration, wishing he could kick some sense into Yi Yuntang's foolish head. Yilong Zhao felt similarly. This foolish, illegitimate child simply lacked intelligence. Indeed, Elder Wang slammed his palm on the table, stating, if you are unharmed, why did you come forward with accusations? What is your true intention? Yi Yuntang was left speechless, unable to formulate a response. Elder Wang continued, additionally, I personally ingested this elixir, and it is indeed toxic. However, the poison does not affect my alchemical cultivation. Yilong Zhao's elixir has serious issues, and you, with your inconsistency, first accusing, then providing false testimony, and now making baseless claims, make you a prime suspect as well. You will be detained alongside Yilong Zhao for questioning. With that, the disciples of the law enforcement hall moved forward to apprehend Yilong Zhao and Yi Yuntang. The latter continued to shout, Yuan brother, save me. Yuan brother, help me. Yilong Zhao remained silent, knowing the issue lay with the herbs, not the alchemical process. At most, he would face a fine for negligence and be released. In contrast, Yi Yuntang's foolish outcry complicated matters. It was no longer merely about an alchemical mishap, but had devolved into accusations and slander. One could not say it was a case of misplaying a good hand. The outcome was not inherently dire, but had been thoroughly ruined by Yi Yuntang's blunders. As the hall emptied, Zhang Xiang clasped his hands to Yilong Yuan and hurried away. Yilong Yuan's expression was grim. His father had given him a brilliant strategy, only to ensnare three members of the family in the process. The wisdom intended to stabilize the family had instead cost the family dearly. At that moment, Yilong Yuan was fuming. Casting a disdainful glance at the three individuals across from him, particularly at Han Feng, this wretched miscellaneous disciple, merely a waste, had repeatedly thwarted him, resulting in significant losses without inflicting any harm. His initial disdain for this lowly servant had morphed into resentment, and now, into outright hatred. He scoffed, Han Shidi. You are indeed remarkable. Last time, You had Jiang Shixiang's assistance. This time, Jiang Shimi's. But what about next time? Or the time after that? I wonder how many will come to your aid. Such a person should sleep with one eye open and call for company when walking at night. For no one can guarantee whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first, Han Feng replied with a cold smirk. Let us wait and see. In half a month, the ancestor worship ceremony will take place. I eagerly anticipate what fortune you will encounter there, Han Shidi. Just remember, that place harbors dangers. On that day, ensure you hide behind a woman and weep quietly, lest you reveal yourself. Otherwise. With that, Yilong Yuan prepared to leave but paused. Turning to Jiang Suru with a softened expression. Jiang Shimi, I will not give up on you. Even if you find a partner, I can wait for your separation. Even if you marry, I can await your divorce. The life of a cultivator is long. I have the patience. One day, you will recognize my sincerity. I, Yilong Yuan, am your ideal match. Jiang Suru rolled her eyes. You are behind the dog. Yilong Yuan's expression darkened abruptly, but after a moment's restraint, he merely snorted and departed. Once he was gone, Jiang Huayang and Han Feng burst into laughter. Jiang Suru shot them both an exasperated look. What is so amusing? Yilong Yuan clearly has his sights set on you. We must think of a way to deal with him. Chapter 31. The failed attempt to steal the little fox. Jiang Huayang chuckled. Rectify? How shall we rectify it? Should we, as Han Feng suggested, find someone to assassinate him? That is utterly impractical. Firstly, Yilong Yuan is at the 8th level of qi refining. Secondly, as a direct descendant of the Yi family, he undoubtedly possesses numerous defensive treasures. And he likely has formidable experts from the Yi family discreetly protecting him. If we were to attempt an assassination, it would necessitate a swift kill. Yet to instantaneously eliminate a qi refining level 8 expert clad in defenses is a task even a level 9 expert cannot accomplish. It requires a foundation-building cultivator. However, should a foundation-building cultivator intervene, the fluctuations in spiritual energy would be too pronounced, and the elders of the law enforcement hall would quickly detect it. An assassination involving foundation-building cultivators would inevitably attract the attention of core stage experts, and our assassin would undoubtedly meet their demise. The family would never consent to sacrificing a precious foundation-building cultivator for the sake of a mere Yilong Yuan, especially when success is not guaranteed. Jiang Suru scoffed. You mean you would not agree to such a course of action, right? The righteous disciples of the law enforcement hall. Jiang Huayang grinned, replying, indeed. I too would oppose any illegal actions. The only opportunity for revenge lies in the ancestral worship ceremony, where we can confront him openly. The Yi family will surely unite. Within the sect, there exist various factions of families, masters, and peaks. Rarely do we see isolated confrontations. At that moment, our Jiang family's youth will rally together, joining forces with other small groups to contend with the Yi family. Jiang Suru remarked, by your reasoning, rather than dealing with the Yi family, they might very well annihilate us instead. Would they not seek assistance from other factions? Not at all. If matters escalate to a brawl involving hundreds, the sect will surely intervene, and the Yi family would not jeopardize their standing over the affairs of a few descendants. The best outcome would be a skirmish between the younger generations of the Jiang and Yi families, or perhaps it may not even come to blows. After all, Yilong Yuan's target is Han Feng, not our Jiang family. Contemplating Jiang Huayang's words, Jiang Suru turned to Han Feng, saying, Han Feng, you shall accompany me. Wherever I go, you shall follow. I am keen to see if Yilong Yuan dares to make a move against me. Thank you for your protection, senior sister. I shall rely on you greatly during the ancestral worship ceremony. Han Feng responded with a smile, clasping his hands. There is no need for excessive gratitude. The tribulations you face are all due to my actions, and I shall take full responsibility. In the meantime, focus on your cultivation. Strength is paramount as we prepare for the ancestral worship ceremony. I too must return and devote myself to cultivation, aiming to break through to the 8th level of qi refining within the next half-month, which will bolster my confidence when confronting Yilong Yuan. Jiang Suru declared before preparing to leave. Han Feng hastily interjected, Senior sister, I have 2 matters to discuss. What is it? Jiang Suru inquired. Han Feng retrieved a 30-year-old white lingro flower from his storage bag and presented it to Jiang Suru, stating, This is a 30-year-old white lingro flower. As I lack knowledge in alchemy, I thought it best to bestow it upon you, as it may aid in your cultivation. You are gifting me medicinal herbs again? I cannot accept. You have already given me enough. If I take more, I shall have nothing left to repay you, Jiang Suru replied, shaking her head. Your lack of alchemical knowledge means this fine herb would be wasted in your hands. It would be a travesty to consume it directly. Please refine it into a pill for your own use, Han Feng urged. Before Jiang Sura could refuse further, Jiang Huayang seized the flower and placed it into Jiang Suru's hands, grinning. Accept it. You are family, after all. He cultivates herbs, while you practice alchemy. Whenever you require herbs, simply approach him. It's a straightforward arrangement. Watching you two refuse each other is rather embarrassing. Shouldn't your increased strength also better protect him? Jiang Suru glanced at the white lingro flower in her hands and nodded. Very well, I shall accept it. This flower is primarily used to concoct a bloodthirsty pill, which, while not enhancing one's cultivation, can significantly boost combat prowess in a short time, making it an invaluable asset in battle. She then stored the flower in her bag. In Han Feng's mind, the voice of Xian Zhu echoed. Han Feng has gifted his Dao partner a 38-year-old white lingro flower, bestowing a tenfold return. A 380-year-old white lingro flower is available. Shall it be claimed? Not at this time, Han Feng mentally replied. As Jiang Suru prepared to depart once more, Han Feng called out to her, Senior sister, please wait. What is it now? Han Feng continued. I have another matter, the little fox you are holding. Shouldn't it be returned to me? Jiang Suru's expression became slightly awkward as she rolled her eyes at Han Feng, returning the little fox to him. Take it. I had no intention of claiming your spirit pet. You lie, you merely wished to keep it for yourself. The little fox chimed in playfully, sticking out its tongue. You rascal! Jiang Suru shot at a glare, shaking her fist. Not afraid of you. The little fox giggled gleefully. With a smile, Jiang Suru mounted her sword and took to the skies. Once again, the plan to steal the little fox had failed. Han Feng understood Jiang Suru's fondness for the little fox. She was intent on obtaining it. He also recognized that gifting the little fox to her might yield a more formidable spirit beast in return. However, to Han Feng, the little fox was a friend, not a mere pet. It was a being imbued with life and intelligence, deserving of respect, and he would not exploit it for any transaction. Jiang Huayang observed Han Feng with a grin. Have you made up your mind? Would you like to reveal your strength and cultivate in our Jiang family? No one there would dare to assassinate you. Perhaps not. I have grown accustomed to my freedom, Han Feng politely declined. As a rare wind spirit root cultivator, the Jiang family would undoubtedly provide him with ample resources. Yet, that would be futile, for Han Feng's advancement in cultivation was contingent upon his Dao partner. No amount of resources could change that. Moreover, the thought of rigorous training felt exhausting. He preferred the comfort of relaxation. Should he join the Jiang family, he would not only be obligated to accept their resources, but would also become entangled with them, incurring debts of gratitude that might weigh on his conscience. After Jiang Huayang departed, Han Feng returned to his residence. Chapter 32. The Loophole of Blessed returns Little Fox. Do you think it would be better to sell this 380-year-old white lingro flower for spirit stones, or to find an alchemist to refine it into a potion for the ancestral ceremony? Han Feng inquired. The little fox gazed at the nearly overflowing white lingro flowers in the room, pondering for a moment before responding. First, tell me, where did you acquire such an ancient herb? Han Feng replied, At the moment, I do not require spirit stones, as they serve little purpose for me. If I can refine it into a potion, it would provide some assurance for my ancestral ceremony in half a month, at least granting me some self-defense against Yulong Yuan. The little fox retorted, I understand your reasoning, but the key question remains, where did you obtain such a herb? I found it peculiar when you suddenly produced a 300-year-old three-needle flower last time. Han Feng explained, if I seek out an alchemist, I would have to go to Danxia Peak, but they may not assist me, and I certainly cannot afford the refining fees or the costs of additional materials. The little fox exclaimed, This is a 300-year-old herb. It is quite rare in this small place. You are only 18 this year. Did you perhaps start cultivating it in a previous life and retain those memories? Han Feng continued, however, I have heard that there are alchemy workshops at the foot of the mountain where one can provide their own materials for alchemy without payment. But the resulting potions must be shared with the alchemist. The little fox pressed, But where did you get such an aged herb? Can you please answer my question directly? Han Feng responded, But I don't even know the recipe. Should I ask Sister Jiang? She certainly understands this. Or perhaps I could send this herb to her for refining. But that wouldn't work. I cannot clearly explain the source of this herb. The little fox, growing frustrated with Han Feng's evasiveness, opened her mouth as if to bite the herb. Quick as a flash, Han Feng snatched it away and asked, What are you doing? Doing what? Are you even listening to me? The little fox snapped, displaying her vexation with futile kicks. Han Feng chuckled. You shouldn't pry too much. I have my secrets. I certainly know you have secrets. Otherwise, why have you been concealing your cultivation for so many years? The little fox leapt onto the table, her face filled with skepticism, yet her eyes sparkled with wisdom as she analyzed. Last time, you gifted Sister Jiang a 3-decade-old 3-needle flower, and later, you produced a 300-year-old one to sell for a formation and a sword. Today, you give her a 30-year-old white lingro flower, and suddenly, there's a 300-year-old one. I see now. I understand everything. Seeing the little fox's self-satisfied expression, Han Feng sighed. All right, I knew I couldn't hide this from you. You are quite clever. To be honest, the truth is, you do not give Sister Jiang anything good, only the inferior items while keeping the treasures for yourself. You don't truly care for her, do you? The little fox beamed with pride, feeling like a detective. Han Feng, feeling exasperated, fell into a daze. You've analyzed for so long only to arrive at this conclusion, he thought, realizing he might need the little fox's assistance in delivering items to Jiang Suru in the future. Since they lived together, it would be impossible to hide anything from her, so it was better to be honest and avoid incessant questioning. Little fox, didn't you notice that the last 300-year-old 3-needle flower I gave Jiang actually had no medicinal effect? Han Feng asked. Right, it seems that way, she replied. This one is the same, he continued. What? This one has no medicinal effect? The little fox exclaimed, immediately biting into it. After swallowing, she confirmed that it indeed had no effect. Why is that? She asked, puzzled. It's not that it lacks medicinal properties, it only works for me. Han Feng hesitated before explaining. The truth is, I found a treasure that blesses me. Whatever gift I offer to my partner, it returns to me tenfold, but in quality, not quantity. Do you understand? Such a wonderful item. You give a 30-year-old herb, and it returns a 300-year-old one? The little fox's eyes sparkled with newfound intelligence as she proposed. Then if you give that to her again, wouldn't you receive a 3,000-year-old one? And then give that to her to receive a 30,000-year-old one? Oh, this is a path to wealth. Han Feng smiled wryly. Clearly, the treasurer anticipated this as well. Hence there's a rule. The items returned to me cannot be gifted to anyone, including my partner. If I give it to her, I will not receive anything in return. The returned items can only be used by me. No one else can utilize them. So, this herb isn't without effect. It only holds value for me. Do you comprehend? I understand. It seems there is no way to infinitely exploit this, the little fox said, feeling disheartened. Yet there is a way. For instance, I could sell this herb for spirit stones, then use those stones to purchase something of equal value to gift her, and then receive tenfold better items in return, sell those, and continue the cycle. Indeed, that is a method, albeit a bit cumbersome. It's a viable one. The little fox acknowledged. It's not a good method, Han Feng countered. As the value of the items I sell increases, people will scrutinize them closely. Eventually, they will realize that what I've sold holds no actual use, and then I would incur the wrath of many powerful factions who would unite against me. I could manage this once or twice, but doing it repeatedly would make it obvious that something is amiss. The treasure has its limits. If I shamelessly exploit it for spirit stones and gifts, I risk overextending it. We must progress gradually and accumulate little by little. I have spent 5 years as a waste, and now I've finally discovered a method to enhance myself and gain strength to protect myself in this tumultuous cultivation world. I do not wish to lose that again. Therefore, we cannot take such risks. Do you understand? Chapter 33. Seeking a herbalist. The little fox pondered for a moment before speaking. So, what you refer to as the miraculous treasure that brings fortune actually possesses a personal will and emotions. It is not merely a set of rules, but rather a formidable entity that exerts control. Am I correct? That seems to be the case, he replied. But why does it assist you? I am unsure. Perhaps it is because I am a mere wastrel. The purpose of its blessings is to empower me rather than provide a perpetual source of income. After all, such an entity surely lacks for wealth. I must discern its intentions to ensure I do not offend it and can continue to benefit. Understood. Now I see why you chose not to sell this herb for spirit stones, but instead sought to exchange it for elixirs. If you were to return to that auction house, they would surely suspect something is amiss. Who could repeatedly present herbs that are centuries old, yet prove ineffective? Han Feng nodded. Indeed, the most prudent course of action is to concoct the elixirs myself. I can acquire the recipes and present them to Jiang Suru in exchange for superior formulas. However, I lack the foundational knowledge, and mastering alchemy requires time. With the ancestral ceremony approaching, I must first find a way to transform this flower into an elixir. The little fox interjected. No, I believe you are simply being lazy, seeking to avoid the effort of learning alchemy. I am not lazy. Indeed, you are. I am merely taking a leisurely approach to life. Enjoying the cultivation of herbs is a pleasure, and so is alchemy. As long as I can derive joy from it, that suffices. Laziness, on the other hand, is when one desires to do nothing at all. Do you understand? Fair point, the little fox retorted, rolling her eyes. Han Feng may have been laid back and lacking ambition, but he was not idle. He tended to each herb in his garden with great care, relishing the experience of cultivation. What I require now is the recipe for the bloodthirsty elixir, which Jiang Suru possesses. I shall inquire with her. He retrieved a communication jade slip, but soon realized it bore no mark from Jiang Suru, rendering him unable to contact her. Thus, he turned to the little fox. You still claim not to be lazy? She likes you. You can communicate with her easily, so go ahead. 5 spirit stones. 1 stone, this time. I must make 2 trips, so that totals 2 stones. Agreed. The little fox took his communication jade slip, stored it in her pouch, and swiftly dashed up the mountain. Han Feng set aside the white lilac flower, reclined on a sun lounger, and resumed basking in the sun. After half an hour, the little fox returned. Here, task complete. The communication imprint has been established, and I have secured the recipe for the bloodthirsty elixir. Sister Suru mentioned that it requires 1 white lilac flower, 3 measures of cold tree grass, 1 tael of soft shell, and 1 measure of pirol. If the white lilac flower is over 30 years old, the other herbs must each be at least 1 year old to create 5 bloodthirsty elixirs. However, if it is over 300 years old, the other herbs must each be at least 10 years old, allowing us to produce more than 10 high-grade bloodthirsty elixirs. Very well. I have those herbs aged over a year, Han Feng replied, making his way to the herb garden. But your herbs are over 300 years old. You will need others aged over 10 years. That will not take long, Han Feng said nonchalantly. He entered the herb garden and gathered all the necessary herbs. Placing them on the table, send these to her. I understand. You wish to receive 10 times the return, correct? That will ensure the herbs are aged 10 years. Clever. I shall go at once. The little fox diligently set off to find Jiang Suru again. Regardless of how she communicated with Jiang Suru, she delivered the herbs without delay. In Han Feng's mind, the sound of a blessing notification resonated. Han Feng has gifted his partner 3 measures of 1-year-old cold tree grass, 1 tael of soft shell, and 1 measure of pirol, receiving a tenfold return. The above herbs are now aged 10 years. Han Feng accepted these herbs and stored them in his pouch. When the little fox returned, the two basked in the sun together. There was no urgency, the sun was too pleasant, and they would search for an alchemist after nightfall. Such matters could only be conducted with strangers. Dealings with those within the sect would be unwise, as they might consume the elixirs and later seek to trouble Han Feng should they prove ineffective. As night fell, Han Feng disguised himself and concealed the little fox in a satchel before heading out. Upon descending the mountain, Han Feng made several inquiries and finally learned of a suitable alchemist. This individual, known as Bai Nua, was a mid-tier alchemist who had once practiced in the Danxia Peak. He was expelled from the sect after complaints arose regarding his acceptance of kickbacks while crafting elixirs for other disciples. After departing the sect, he descended the mountain to the town, offering his alchemical services for a living. Subsequently, after being beaten for skimming herbs, he had learned to behave himself. Han Feng chose him because, being in the Qi refinement stage, Bai Nua could not be scrutinized through spiritual sense, thus avoiding further complications. Navigating the bustling town's narrow alleys, Han Feng stopped before a modest home and knocked. Is alchemist Bai at home? After a moment, the door opened to reveal a scruffy young man. He regarded Han Feng and asked, Alchemy? Yes. Provide your own herbs. We will split the yield. My share is 2. Yours is 8. Agreed. Come in. Bai Nua limped inside, and Han Feng followed. Once inside, Bai Nua settled before the alchemical furnace and inquired, What elixir? The bloodthirsty elixir. Present the herbs. Han Feng produced the herbs from his pouch, laying them upon the ground. My, such a large white lilac flower. It must be at least 300 years old. 380 years. Can you concoct it given your skill? Han Feng asked, adopting an air of superiority. Bai Nua scoffed. Friend, you may question my character, but not my alchemical prowess. I am already a top-tier alchemist. I simply find the sect's rules too constraining and prefer not to return. With that, he extended his hand, summoning a flame that ignited the furnace. He maintained the fire's intensity with his spirit energy while methodically adding the herbs, dividing the white lilac flower into 10 portions. He refined the herbs, extracting their essence, and expertly blended them with precise control over the heat, nurturing the elixir. Han Feng observed intently, noting that Bai Nua did not skimp on the herbs. It seemed that the experience of having his leg broken had indeed instilled a sense of discipline in him. Chapter 34. breakthrough in cultivation, and the ancestral worship ceremony. This Bai Nua, truly as he claimed, possesses exceptional alchemical skills. He did not divide the herbs nor process them in batches. Instead, he cast them all into the cauldron at once, successfully producing 10 bloodthirsty pills in one go. Each one round and plump, radiating a dark red glow. When the 10 bloodthirsty pills were placed upon the table, Han Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Bai Nua spoke calmly. These herbs of yours are truly excellent. The pills produced are all high-grade bloodthirsty pills, with enhanced efficacy, capable of elevating one's strength by 1 or 2 minor realms. As per our agreement, I will take 20% of the yield. You may take 8 pills while the remainder is mine. Bai Nua's insistence on Han Feng taking first served to validate the potency of each pill he crafted. Thank you, Han Feng replied, selecting 8 pills and storing them in his spatial pouch. Do you not possess a pill bottle? Without one, the efficacy will dissipate, Bai Nua remarked, producing a pill bottle and handing it to Han Feng. Consider this a gift. Thank you. Han Feng expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Should you require my services again, do not hesitate to seek me out. My specialty lies in crafting foundation establishment pills. If you are unaware of the formula, I can assist you. However, the division for foundation establishment pills is 50-50, while for others, it remains at 80-20. This means you must prepare twice the materials. Bai Nua elaborated. Understood. I shall come to you when needed, Han Feng assured, clasping his hands in respect before departing from Bai Nua's residence. Once he left, Bai Nua activated a communication jade slip, stating, Hey, Yi, the advanced bloodthirsty pills you requested have been successfully crafted. Come by to collect them when you have the time. Han Feng returned home without incident and promptly fell asleep. In the following days, he found himself without any pressing matters, and Yilong Yuan did not trouble him further. Jiang Suru entered seclusion for cultivation. After successfully crafting her bloodthirsty pills, she retreated to her chamber, extracting a multitude of spirit stones to focus intently on her training. Having recently reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, she acknowledged that her rapid progress was somewhat unexpected. However, with the ancestral worship ceremony approaching, she felt compelled to hasten her advancement, striving to break through to the 8th level for a better chance during the competition for celestial opportunities. For the next half-month, Jiang Suru diligently cultivated, sparing not a moment for idleness, working tirelessly. Meanwhile, Han Feng spent his days tending to flowers and grass, amusing himself with a little fox, lounging in a deck chair under the sun, enjoying a leisurely and carefree existence. If Jiang Suru were to witness Han Feng's comfort, she would likely be infuriated. Han Feng reveled in this blissful period, doing little but reclining and daydreaming, thoroughly enjoying the serenity. On April 30th, Jiang Suru sat in her secluded attic chamber, gazing at the abundant spirit stones scattered across the floor, her resolve steadily solidifying. After half a month of rigorous training, coupled with her innate talent, she successfully reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Now, her objective was to muster her strength and break through to the 8th level. For those of commendable talent, advancing through the Qi refinement stages is relatively easier, though it becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Jiang Suru diligently circulated her cultivation technique, causing the spiritual energy within the spirit stones to coalesce into visible white mist, which entered her body, surging against her realm's constraints. Finally, after half an hour, as the energy within the stones dwindled, Jiang Suru abruptly opened her eyes. A more formidable aura erupted from within her, enveloping the entire chamber. She had succeeded in breaking through, elevating from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Gazing at the sphere of spiritual energy coalescing in her palm, she murmured, Not bad. I managed to break through just in time. I wonder if Han Feng has been diligently cultivating and whether he has advanced to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. I've heard he will reach his 5th year next month, although he has opened his spiritual veins. Turning 18 without becoming an outer disciple will make future achievements more challenging. If necessary, I might request some resources from the family to aid his advancement. Han Feng's partner Jiang Suru breaks through from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement, bestowing a tenfold increase in cultivation to her partner. As the voice echoed in Han Feng's mind, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through him. He sprang upright, grabbing the little fox and darting into his room, where he seated himself on the bed, cross-legged, channeling the energy within. Such an abundance of spiritual energy, if not properly guided, could lead to catastrophic consequences. As Han Feng cultivated, his realm swiftly advanced from the surplus of the 7th level of Qi refinement to the 8th, and it did not stop there. His cultivation continued to surge. At this moment, His dantian resembled a vessel, expanding and accommodating an ever-increasing amount of spiritual energy, elevating his realm higher. Soon, he broke through once more, reaching the 9th level of chi refinement. This enhancement began to stabilize as he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, solidifying his newfound strength. Jiang Suru's advancement, multiplied by 10, allowed Han Feng to elevate from the peak of the 7th level of chi refinement to the apex of the 9th. Congratulations to Han Feng on a successful breakthrough. Current cultivation level, 9th level of chi refinement. There are 9 levels of chi refinement in total. The next step is to condense the spiritual energy within his dantian into a solid foundation, marking the transition to foundation establishment. At that point, his cultivation and combat prowess would soar, granting him the ability to soar through the skies and unlock his spiritual consciousness. The advantages are simply immeasurable. Han Feng felt elated, eagerly anticipating the moment Jiang Suru would reach the 9th level of chi refinement, envisioning his own foundation establishment. The little fox, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Han Feng, exclaimed, "Wow, you've broken through. To which level have you ascended?" "The minor pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. Nothing to boast about," Han Feng replied, cradling the little fox as they stepped outside to bask in the sun. "Indeed, you are impressive. I noticed a distinct change in your aura. You no longer carry that awkwardness," the little fox commented. "Silence. That was not awkwardness, merely a lack of confidence and reluctance to engage with others," Han Feng retorted, reclining back into the chair. "Huh, that was definitely awkward. You wouldn't even dare to personally gift your partner or seek dual cultivation. Is that not awkward?" The little fox teased. "Enough. Keep talking, and I might just kick you out," Han Feng warned. "Speaking of which, after chi refinement comes foundation establishment. You lack foundation establishment pills and cannot cultivate by yourself. How will you achieve it?" "Of course I can. I need not cultivate. As long as my partner breaks through, I will follow suit. It's a natural progression. Once Jiang Suru reaches the 9th level of chi refinement, I can directly establish my foundation," Han Feng replied, filled with confidence, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 35, The Great Master of Immortal Path, Han Shinzuan on the first day of May. This day marked the most jubilant occasion within the Yin-Yang sect, surpassing even the grand festivities of the new year. It was the birthday of the revered ancestral master of the Immortal Path. On this day, the statue of the Immortal Path Master, worshipped by the Yin-Yang sect, would unveil the ancestral worship's secret realm, allowing disciples who had reached the age of 18 to enter and vie for immortal fortunes. Han Feng awaited at the foot of the mountain, cradling a small fox, when soon he spotted Wang Mian descending. "Look at Zhang Xiao, already mastering sword flight. Why don't you put in some effort and reach the 5th level of chi refinement soon? Then you can take me flying," Han Feng remarked with a smile. Wang Mian scoffed. "Humph, it's because of you that I let Zhang Xiao take me flying. I'd have accepted her kindness, but seeing you walking here, I decided to accompany you on this trek up the mountain." Han Feng, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Oh, I thought you were walking up the mountain. So I came to keep you company. Otherwise, I would have let Jiang Sura take me." The two exchanged silent glances before simultaneously cursing under their breath, then proceeded together toward Yin-Yang Peak. This peak, centrally located among the 12 peaks of the Yin-Yang sect, was neither too distant nor too close to the distant Luoxia Peak. As the ancestral worship ceremony commenced at noon, they had ample time to make their way there. The small fox perched comfortably on Han Feng's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned about the potential discomfort it could cause him. Along the way, the two engaged in pleasant conversation, thus alleviating the tedium of their journey. "Wang Mian, how much do you know about the Immortal Path Master?" he inquired. "Me? I know nothing of substance. I rarely venture beyond my own doorstep. Unlike you who gallivant about every day," Han Feng replied. Wang Mian, anticipating this response, beamed with pride. "You see, I've gathered quite a bit of knowledge. This master is of no ordinary lineage. According to ancient texts, you've read those dusty texts? That's mere hearsay," Han Feng interrupted. "From what I've heard, 1,000,000 years ago, this world had no cultivators. Humanity only practiced martial arts. Yet, those who mastered it could soar through the skies and command the elements. This Immortal Path Master, allegedly surnamed Han, is referred to as Han Shinzuan, the foremost of all cultivators throughout the ages. He carved a unique path amidst a world of martial prowess, becoming the first immortal and reshaping the landscape of existence itself. Upon attaining his powers, he unified the martial realms, spreading the art of immortality and transforming a martial world into one of cultivation. All current cultivators owe their lineage to him. He single-handedly altered the very structure of the world and the cultivation system, allowing all to pursue longevity and enlightenment. Thus, he is revered as the great master of the immortal path, the most holy teacher, and is venerated by all practitioners. Every cultivator may choose to disregard their mentors or elders, but they must never show disrespect to Han Xianzuan. Any who dare to do so would face the wrath of all cultivators, for Han Xianzuan is the common ancestor of them all. Upon hearing this, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so Han Xianzuan is from my family lineage. Shut your mouth. Are you truly so bold as to claim kinship? You'd best be wary of the consequences. Wang Mian quickly glanced around for eavesdroppers before continuing. That is merely a distant relation. Don't reach too far. There are countless individuals with the surname Han. Haha, I don't care. I'm still cooler than you. Han Feng laughed heartily. The camaraderie between friends often leads to light-hearted banter, and their laughter echoed as they walked. Do you know why? Among the myriad sects and powers that revere Han Xianzuan, only our Yin-Yang sect statue can unveil the secret realm and bestow the master's blessings? Wang Mian queried. Why is that? Han Feng asked. Because only the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect can cultivate the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, our foundational practice. Every disciple masters it. And dual cultivation greatly enhances one's progress. It is said that this technique was personally devised by Han Xianzuan. Thus, entry into the secret realm and the blessings it offers is reserved solely for those who have practiced this technique. Do you understand? Han Feng's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see now. This technique was created by the immortal Pathmaster, thus making our practice truly remarkable. Wang Mian grinned wickedly. It seems Han Xianzuan is not as virtuous as he appears, having devised such a nefarious technique. Haha. As Wang Mian chuckled. A cold voice suddenly resonated in Han Feng's mind, the stern tone of the ancestor's blessing. Han Xianzuan is the supreme deity, an omnipotent and revered existence, the savior of this world, and the greatest guardian of all. He is the creator of the immortal path. No one is entitled to defame or slander him. I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it so seriously, ancestor, Han Feng hastily replied in his mind, pondering how much the ancestor seemed to care for Han Xianzuan's reputation. Their banter continued until they reached the summit of Yin-Yang Peak. This peak served as the heart of the Yin-Yang sect, where the sect leader and many powerful elders resided. Before the grandest main hall atop the mountain lay a vast plaza, at the center of which stood an imposing statue. The statue was intricately carved, soaring to a height of 100 feet. It depicted a young man clad in flowing white robes, his long black hair billowing in the wind. He possessed a gentle and handsome visage, with a slender and somewhat delicate physique. His warm gaze and a slight smile exuded the aura of a venerable elder patiently guiding his younger kin. With his left hand resting behind him and his right hand extended forward, he held 8 orbs of varying colors. This figure was none other than Han Xianzuan, the great master of immortal path, the most holy teacher, and the shared ancestor of all. As Han Feng beheld the statue, an inexplicable sense of reverence welled up within him. In the presence of such a figure, he felt an overwhelming sense of greatness, yet not a hint of fear. Instead, he felt an overwhelming warmth, as if drawn to kneel before him to absorb his teachings. Wang Mian gazed upon the statue and remarked, "This is indeed Han Xianzuan. I used to see him from afar on Luoxia Peak, but today, I can finally appreciate him up close." However, as Wang Mian turned to pay his respects, he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. He glanced between Han Feng and Han Xianzuan's statue, enviously exclaiming, "You lucky dog. You bear a striking resemblance to Han Xianzuan." Chapter 36. What gives you the right to be so intimate? After Wang Mian spoke, Han Feng also glanced up at the statue. Turning back, he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "What kind of eyes do you have? Clearly, I am far more handsome." "Humph. You get all puffed up when I call you fat." Choosing not to engage further, Han Feng cautioned, "Keep your distance from me. There are too many people around. Go find Zhang Xiao. Once we enter the secret realm, don't seek me out. Just keep your distance and avoid drawing the attention of the Yi family." Han Feng had offended the Yi family, who intended to deal with him in the secret realm, and he did not wish to implicate Wang Mian. Wang Mian sighed and asked, "What about you? What will you do?" "I have the Jiang family on my side. Their strength is not inferior to yours. They will certainly protect me well," Han Feng replied with a smile. "All right then. You've managed to latch onto a big leg this time. It's just a pity that my strength is too low to assist you in any way. Protecting yourself and not dragging me down is the greatest help you can offer," Han Feng said, patting Wang Mian on the shoulder before turning to walk into the crowd. On the other side of the gathering, Han Feng quickly located the Jiang family members and approached, where he met Jiang Suru. "Apologies, Sister Jiang, for my tardiness," he smiled. The surrounding 18-year-old Jiang disciples all turned to scrutinize Han Feng. Is this mere servant truly the one who has won over the most beautiful flower of our Jiang family? By what right does he claim her? Is it merely his unremarkable appearance or his inability to cultivate? At this moment, not only the Jiang disciples, but all surrounding disciples cast envious and resentful glances at Han Feng. Jiang Suru was indeed the goddess of the falling sunset peak, her fame having spread throughout the Yin-Yang sect. Everyone knew that this extraordinary beauty was the epitome of an icy beauty, to be admired from afar but never approached. Many regarded her as the goddess of their dreams, while Yu Longwan of the Yi family relentlessly pursued her, leaving those who harbored secret affections feeling utterly inferior when comparing themselves to him. Jiang Suru was undeniably beautiful, yet when it came to choosing a partner, one could not solely rely on looks. One must also consider their own. Both Yi Longyuan and Jiang Suru were enough to make everyone feel profoundly inadequate. To outsiders, they appeared to be a perfect match, a pair of celestial beings destined for one another, perfectly aligned in looks, lineage, and talent. It was widely believed that they would surely become partners. However, no one anticipated that during the matchmaking event at the beginning of last month, Jiang Suru would ultimately choose the unremarkable Han Feng. It was utterly incomprehensible. One wondered whether the heavens had lost their sight, or if Jiang Suru had simply erred in judgment, allowing that worthless servant to reap such a windfall. Their dream goddess had been claimed. Truth be told, losing to Yi Longyuan was not shameful, considering his advantageous circumstances. But to lose to Han Feng? Who could accept that? Any male, even a spirit beast from the spirit beast peak, would surely surpass this fellow. Jiang Sura naturally lifted the small fox from Han Feng's shoulder and cradled it in her arms, displaying a familiarity as she stroked its fur and calmly inquired, "Why are you so late? The ceremony is about to commence. Climbing a mountain takes time. It can't compare to your flying on swords," Han Feng replied cheerfully. "You could have just told me, and I would have brought you here," Jiang Suru remarked. "Better not. Look at the glares around us. They seem ready to tear me apart. If I were to fly over with you, they would undoubtedly rip me to shreds," Han Feng responded. At this, Jiang Suru chuckled lightly, not even glancing at the onlookers as she continued to play with the small fox. Han Feng gently patted the tiny creature's head and asked, "Can it enter the secret realm too?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could the disciples of the Spirit Beast Peak participate?" This action left the surrounding disciples utterly astonished, their minds in turmoil. Did Sister Jiang just smile? The usually frosty Jiang Suru had actually been amused by this waste of space, and they were now playfully tending to a pet together. Was this creature they shared a mutual responsibility for? No, what gives you that right? Simply because you are her partner? Oh, that changes nothing. No, it doesn't matter. What gives you the right to be her partner? The male disciples were filled with countless thoughts, wishing they could rend Han Feng into pieces. The one who yearned to devour Han Feng was none other than Yu Longyuan from the Yi family, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since Han Feng's arrival, Yi Longyuan's gaze had not strayed from him for a moment. Before Han Feng's appearance, he hardly paid attention to Jiang Suru, but now his focus was fixated on Han Feng. Was this love? Certainly not. It was jealousy, raw hatred, a deeply ingrained resentment. Yi Longyuan's feelings towards Han Feng had evolved from jealousy and contempt to an ever-deepening animosity, especially after suffering repeated losses to Han Feng, leading to further humiliations for his family. He blamed all his misfortunes on Han Feng, convinced that if it weren't for him, he would not have faced such disgrace within his family. His hatred for Han Feng had eclipsed even his love for Jiang Suru. His desire to eliminate Han Feng was no longer about reclaiming Jiang Suru, but rather about vengeance and retribution. This had become an enmity solely between him and Han Feng, largely detached from Jiang Suru. Yet, in this moment, he refrained from openly mocking Han Feng, even though the derisive gazes of the surrounding disciples occasionally flickered in his direction. He pretended not to notice. After a series of events, he had grown significantly more composed, understanding that any attempt at verbal ridicule would serve no purpose and only make him appear foolish. It was far better to bide his time and, upon entering the secret realm, to publicly defeat Han Feng, incapacitate him, and deliver a thrashing for all the disciples to witness. The circumstances within the secret realm would be projected outside. This was the largest annual event, and only a select few participated, while a vast audience from the sect would be present. At that moment, he would triumphantly vanquish Han Feng and redeem his honor. The mere thought of it stirred his blood. Han Feng, however, did not cast a glance at Yulong Yuan, but continued to play with Jiang Suru and the small fox, neglecting to greet the Jiang family members. He was aware of their disdain for him. Why should he present his warm face to a cold back? Yet, his actions only fueled the Jiang family's discontent, perceiving the so-called Phoenix man as overly arrogant, still refusing to lower his stance despite being a mere waste of space. Their opinion of him continued to plummet. Finally, with the resounding chime of a bell, silence fell over the assembly, all eyes turning toward the main hall. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect had emerged. Chapter 37. Entering the ancestral ritual realm, the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect appeared to be a man of middle years. Slender in build and clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal air. He was accompanied by a retinue of elders. Upon his arrival, the disciples respectfully bowed with clasped hands. "Rise," the sect master declared with a genial smile, hovering in the air and surveying the assembly below. "Excellent youths, beholding you reminds this old one of his own youthful vigor and spirited mien. You represent the nascent strength of our sect, the reason for its enduring legacy through the ages. Today marks the auspicious anniversary of our immortal ancestor's birth and the opening of his sacred realm, a most significant occasion for our Yin-Yang sect. Upon entering, you will find a statue of our ancestor, identical to the one before you. Within this realm, immortal spirit crystals will materialize randomly for your acquisition. Furthermore, ethereal spirit beasts of varying strengths, predominantly below the foundation establishment stage with occasional lower foundation establishment entities, will also manifest. This will be a time for your concerted efforts. Slaying these beasts will also yield immortal spirit crystals. These crystals hold no intrinsic value for cultivation, as all within is illusory. However, the contests among yourselves and the attacks from the phantom beasts will inflict genuine wounds. Once inside, you may prostrate yourselves before the ancestor's statue according to the quantity of immortal spirit crystals you have gathered and offer your supplications. The ancestor will bestow blessings entirely at random, be it divine abilities, cultivation techniques, bloodline enhancements, direct augmentation of your cultivation level, or even arcane treasures. The greater the number of crystals collected and the more valorous your conduct in battle, the higher the probability of receiving a significant boon. Your rewards are contingent upon your own endeavors. Nevertheless, certain precepts must be established beforehand. Contention is permitted, but the taking of life is strictly forbidden. Should any individual intentionally commit homicide, the law enforcement hall will impose severe sanctions without fail. Moreover, if you find yourselves outmatched in a confrontation or upon completion of your supplication and receipt of a blessing, you may call out to withdraw and will be instantly transported out. Remember, the opportunity for a blessed supplication is singular. We will maintain vigilant oversight throughout this process. Elder Tai Lien, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, will administer justice impartially. As the sect master's words faded, a stern-faced elder with a swarthy complexion emerged from behind him. His countenance was severe, radiating an unyielding authority as his gaze swept coldly across the disciples below. "Do not presume your hidden intentions are unknown to me," he boomed. "Those harboring private grudges and seeking this occasion for retribution may proceed, but should anyone dare to take a life, they shall face my personal execution. These are extraordinary times demanding rigorous enforcement to serve as a deterrent. In cases of fatalities during combat, no inquiry into the cause will be made. The perpetrator will be summarily executed. Therefore, conduct yourselves with propriety. The entire sect is familiar with my temperament. Regardless of your lineage, be you scions of prominent families or disciples of nascent soul experts, I shall show no leniency. Summary judgment will be rendered." Elder Tai Lien lived up to his reputation for unwavering impartiality. His pronouncement sent shivers down the spines of the disciples. The Yin-Yang sect generally maintained a commendable atmosphere, notably devoid of overt bullying or the fatal abuse of neophytes, largely attributable to this elder's influence. His solitary authority effectively suppressed any nascent malfeasance within the sect. Han Feng's audacity in remaining within the sect despite offending the formidable Yi family was also due to this elder's presence. In any other sect, he would have long since met his demise. The sect master resumed, "Very well. I hereby declare the ancestral ritual ceremony officially commenced. All disciples, follow me in paying homage to our ancestor." Upon these words, all the disciples prostrated themselves in unison. Even the hovering elders descended to a position lower than the statue's head, kneeling in the air towards the effigy of immortal Han. After the kowtow, Han Feng rose with the other disciples and observed the 8 luminous orbs held by the immortal ancestor statue, from which a shimmering curtain of light cascaded. Disciples, hasten into the barrier and be transported to the sacred realm. The sect master exhorted. The disciples at the forefront immediately soared forward, entering the light curtain and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the 8 orbs emitted beams of light upwards, projecting a scene into the midair. Han Feng beheld a landscape of verdant hills, forests, and meadows, where numerous disciples had already appeared. He quietly inquired of Jiang Suru, those 8 orbs in the ancestor's hand. What magnificent treasures are they? Are they magical artifacts? Legend has it they are our ancestors' natal magical treasures, formed from the very essence of the universe. Unique and unparalleled ancient divine artifacts, she responded. Then wouldn't placing such invaluable items on a statue risk their loss? Han Feng wondered aloud. Jiang Suru regarded Han Feng with an expression of mild disdain, as if questioning his intellect. Surely you don't believe our minor yin-yang sect is worthy of possessing such potent ancient divine artifacts? The ones on the statue are mere replicas, facsimiles. The true power lies within the formations contained within those 8 orbs, crafted in the likeness of our ancestors' original divine treasures. Han Feng nodded in understanding. Indeed. Their yin-yang sect was but a small faction in the periphery of the Azure Heaven continent. Were they to genuinely possess such ancestral artifacts, news of it would likely attract the immediate annihilation and plunder by countless powerful entities. Come, don't dawdle, Jiang Suru urged Han Feng. Her family members proceeded with the flow of disciples towards the light curtain. With a fleeting sensation, Han Feng and the others found themselves in a clearing, their feet resting on emerald green grass. In the distance lay forests and rolling hills, a picturesque vista. Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed the little fox, pointing excitedly towards the sky. There are celestial cranes. If we could catch one and roast it, it would surely be delicious. Han Feng looked up and saw a black and white celestial crane soaring through the heavens. Before he could observe it further, a streak of sword light ascended, instantly felling the crane. The one who had acted was none other than Jiang Suru. Her swift and decisive strike shattered the crane, which dissolved into motes of light, leaving behind a golden crystal with threads of reddish energy, descending towards the ground. The other disciples, recognizing Jiang Suru as the victor, did not contest the prize and instead dispersed to seek their own immortal spirit crystals, a process known as seizing celestial affinity. Jiang Suru reached out and caught the immortal spirit crystal. After a brief examination, she handed it directly to Han Feng, saying, "Here, you take this one first, lest you end up with no immortal spirit crystals to offer the ancestor and receive no blessing at all." Chapter 38. The overbearing Yi Longyuan. Listening to Jiang Suru's seemingly cold, yet subtly caring words, Han Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing as he accepted the piece of celestial spirit crystal. Jiang Suru possessed an icy demeanor. Prior to becoming Dao partners with Han Feng, she had not known him. However, due to her actions, Han Feng found himself in peril, which filled her with guilt. She later gifted him a protective talisman and stood up to testify on his behalf when he faced accusations, accompanying him into this ancestral secret realm to safeguard him. If she truly harbored malicious intent, despising or mocking Han Feng, she would have ignored him completely, let alone protect him. It was merely her cold nature that rendered her inept at expressing concern, and her tone often misaligned. Han Feng understood her disposition, hence he bore no ill will. The little fox, observing the celestial spirit crystal in Han Feng's hands, leapt from Jiang Suru's embrace into Han Feng's arms, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "Quick, let me have a taste," it implored. "Taste what? This is a mere illusion, a figment. Eating it would yield no benefit." Han Feng replied as he stowed the crystal into his storage pouch. "Humph, you are a wicked person," the little fox exclaimed, its most venomous insult. "Come, let us continue our search for celestial spirit crystals," Jiang Suru declared, leading the group onward. The little fox remained sulky, pouting in discontent over its inability to savor the delectable crystal. This secret realm was vast. Han Feng had no notion of its size, but it was undoubtedly larger than the territory of the yin-yang sect. The landscape varied greatly, yet he could not discern the location of the ancestral statue. Upon inquiring, Jiang Suru informed him it lay in the deepest recesses of the realm. They had all been randomly teleported into small groups, with Jiang family's current generation comprising only 20 or so 18-year-olds. As they searched slowly, the little fox suddenly sprang onto Han Feng's shoulder, quickly leaping ahead into an open space, scurrying with incredible speed to the summit of a nearby hill in an instant. "Where are you going, little fox?" Han Feng called out. The little creature clutched a piece of celestial spirit jade with its tiny paws, exclaiming joyfully, "Look, I found this celestial spirit jade. It then opened its mouth and devoured it in a few swift bites, licking its lips afterward, clearly wanting more. It ate the celestial spirit crystal? What manner of spirit beast is this, so audacious? Is it truly consumable? The disciples of the Jiang family stood dumbfounded at the spectacle. Countless secret realms had opened in the past, with each generation of disciples collecting celestial spirit crystals to offer to their ancestors, beseeching blessings. Fearful that insufficient offerings might yield poor rewards. Occasionally, some disciples would secretly hide 1 or 2 crystals, but upon exiting, those crystals mysteriously vanished. Thus, it was generally accepted that these crystals were illusory. Yet, this little fox had directly consumed one. They were witnessing for the first time that these crystals were indeed edible. Suddenly, the little fox glanced at the opposite side of the hill, its expression shifting to one of alarm as it sprinted back towards Han Feng and the others, shouting, "Oh no! Bad people are coming! Many, many bad people!" The little fox swiftly dove into Han Feng's embrace. Looking up, Han Feng and the others saw a group of over 50 individuals flying in on swords from behind the hill, led by none other than Yilong Yuan. The expressions of Han Feng and Jiang Suru darkened. They had not anticipated that their adversaries would arrive so swiftly and with such numbers. Yilong Yuan descended, a smirk on his face as he addressed Jiang Suru, "Sister Jiang, it has been a while. I hope you are well. Leave if you have nothing to say." Jiang Suru coldly replied, drawing forth a sword, a pale blue one, the very one Han Feng had gifted her. Yilong Yuan's expression faltered momentarily, insulted. He no longer feigned politeness and turned his gaze upon Han Feng, sneering, "Hey, you coward hiding behind a woman, come out and face me one-on-one. If you win, you can take Sister Jiang as your doubt partner. Do you dare?" Jiang Sura whispered to Han Feng, "Try not to engage right now. We are at a disadvantage. Wait until the end to fight. They are used to being domineering and will likely clash with other teams. Once their numbers dwindle, we can confront them." Han Feng nodded and smiled at Yilong Yuan. "Why would I challenge you to a duel? Sister Jiang is already my doubt partner. If I fight you and win, what do I gain? If I lose, I must give her up to you. Where is the wisdom in that? Have you truly lost your wits through your training?" At this moment, Han Feng was indeed reluctant to engage in battle due to their numerical superiority, yet he would not swallow his pride. He had never endured Yilong Yuan's provocations quietly. He stood his ground. Would enduring lead to the cessation of hostility? Certainly not. If it came to blows, he would seize Yilong Yuan first and fight to the bitter end. Yilong Yuan scoffed. "Humph, I knew you were a waste. Too afraid to face me in a fair fight. Open your eyes and see, there are tens of thousands watching from outside. You acknowledge yourself as a useless waste, an incapable cultivator. Yet you, Yilong Yuan, with your extraordinary talent as the pride of the Yi family, find it amusing to challenge me? Even if you defeat me, will others regard you with any respect? They will only see you as a bully, preying upon a defenseless weakling, a mere servant disciple. Not only that, but you also seek to steal love, intruding upon another's relationship, coveting someone else's doubt partner. Sister Jiang and I are recognized as partners by the sect. Yet you choose to play the third wheel. How laughable. Is this the kind of disciple the Yi family produces? Using your superior cultivation to oppress your fellow disciples, and then attempting to chase after a woman already committed to another? You are not just shaming yourself, but the entire Yi family. Han Feng's scathing remarks left Yilong Yuan livid, his face flushed with rage as he prepared to retaliate. Chapter 39. The despicable scoundrel, however. Yilong Yuan, standing nearby, grasped his arm and said coldly, "Second brother, do not be deceived. Our objective is to provoke this brat into a one-on-one duel with you, not to engage in a reckless brawl with the Jiang family. We are merely at the beginning. A confrontation holds no value now. The Jiang family's strength remains formidable. Even if we were to annihilate them, we would still incur losses on our side. How then could we compete with other families for the celestial spirit crystals? We should first gather the crystals, then corner this scoundrel by the ancestral statue, and deal with him there." Yilong Yuan's analysis was rather composed. The secret realm was not solely occupied by their two factions. There were numerous other forces and many solitary disciples, all vying for the celestial spirit crystals. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle with the Jiang family was simply not worthwhile. Yilong Yuan's expression darkened as he nodded and addressed Han Feng. "Han Feng, my target has always been you alone, not the Jiang family. I harbor no grievances against them. I merely wish to duel with you. Jiang Suru's desire to protect you does not imply that the entire Jiang family shares that sentiment. If you are a true man, do not implicate the Jiang family. Step forward and face me. Do not endanger the lives of the Jiang disciples who have entered this realm. Before Han Feng could respond, Jiang Suru interjected. First of all, Han Feng is my partner. Thus he is half a member of the Jiang family. Our family has always valued unity. If we do not assist him today, will we offer help to other Jiang family members in distress tomorrow? Do not attempt to sow discord. Our unity cannot be easily disrupted by you. Secondly, even if we were to lose to the Jiang family, it would be at the hands of your Yi family. Do not shift the blame. We do not harbor animosity towards you aggressors. Should we then despise a fellow victim? Finally, even without Han Feng, will you not strike us when the time comes to contend for the celestial spirit crystals? The outcome remains unchanged. You simply wish to shift the animosity onto Han Feng and provoke us against him. What a cunning and treacherous villain. Did you truly believe that the Jiang family would fall for the schemes of such a despicable person? Jiang Suru's words instantly awakened the Jiang family members, making them realize they had nearly fallen into the trap set by their adversaries. Regardless of their feelings towards Han Feng, he was still one of their own. If they were to hand him over to the enemy, how could the Jiang family ever maintain their standing in the sect? Would they not become a laughingstock? Outside the secret realm, in the sect's plaza, most onlookers were focused on the confrontation between the Jiang and Yi families. Both clans were prominent in the sect, and now they were the first to clash. Coupled with the recent sensational events surrounding the Jiang family's goddess choosing a servant and Yi Tiangao losing his partner, the situation was enough to captivate the attention of the masses. After all, who does not enjoy gossip? They were all eager to see how this matter would ultimately unfold. At the Jiang family's seating area, Jiang Suru's parents sat together, flanked by her older brother and sister. Jiang Suru's father observed the scene, nodding and saying, "Our daughter, although usually reserved, possesses clarity of thought and quick wit. In crucial moments, her words do carry weight, and she understands the importance of protecting her own and maintaining unity. She has not fallen for that scoundrel's tricks, which is commendable." Jiang Suru's mother nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sura handled this splendidly, ensuring the Jiang family did not suffer disgrace. I previously held the Yi family's young man in high regard, but now it seems his heart is rather malicious, resorting to such underhanded tactics. I am grateful our daughter did not choose him. Otherwise, her future would be bleak. Meanwhile, Jiang Suru's sister scoffed. Is choosing a servant disciple truly a wise choice? A person incapable of cultivation, hiding behind a partner to engage in verbal sparring, what future could he possibly have? In response, Jiang Suru's father coldly remarked, "As long as my daughter is content, that is all that matters. I did not interfere when you selected your partner. You were free to choose your ideal companion." Jiang Suru's sister smiled sweetly. Of course, father is the best in the world. However, the partner I chose is a top-tier alchemist with a spiritual root. He far surpasses this servant. Jiang Suru's father sighed. Once this ancestral tribute ceremony concludes, I shall invite that young man to our home. I will personally provide him with rare materials and spiritual elixirs to enhance his physique. My daughter's partner cannot remain a mere wastrel. He must cultivate diligently, as it will benefit both him and Suru. Beside them, Jiang Huayang chuckled. Father, you need not worry. That young man will undoubtedly surprise you. Oh, does he possess some hidden talent that I have yet to discover? Do not fret. Just keep watching, Jiang Huayang replied with a sly smile, leaving his father curious. Within the secret realm, after being rebuked by Jiang Suru, Yilong Yuan's expression grew even darker. Ignoring her, he turned to Han Feng and sneered, "Han Feng, I shall say this one last time. My target is you. Come forth, and all shall be well. If you refuse, I recall you have a good friend named Wang Mian, correct? You have known each other for 5 years, akin to brothers. He is also present in this secret realm. You may hide behind your woman, but when I capture your friend, we shall see if you dare to emerge. Oh, and just a reminder, I am at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Capturing a 4th level servant will be a piece of cake." With that, Yilong Yuan waved his hand, leading the Yi family members away on their swords. Han Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He had consistently kept Wang Mian at a distance, yet fate had conspired against him. Yilong Yuan was intent on targeting Wang Mian to leverage against him. He contemplated the situation, realizing that even if he were to confront Yilong Yuan and manage to defeat him, the 50-odd members of the Yi family would still swarm him. His only option was to distance himself from the Jiang family and seek out Wang Mian alone, reaching him before Yilong Yuan could. They could then seek refuge and exit together. This was the only way to ensure Wang Mian's safety. The Jiang family had their own matters to attend to, including the pursuit of the celestial spirit crystals, and would not accompany him in searching for Wang Mian. Moreover, the Jiang family's protection did not extend to his friend, as Wang Mian had no ties to them. Acting alone, He did not fear being discovered by the Yi family. After all, as a peak 9th level Qi refining practitioner with a wind attribute spirit root, his speed would render him unparalleled within this secret realm. If he wished to flee, none could hope to catch him. Chapter 40. Astonishment. Han Feng can actually fly. With these thoughts in mind, Han Feng resolved to find an opportunity to slip away quietly. At that moment, Jiang Sura spoke to him. Do not fear him. If he truly attempts to use your friend as leverage, we shall fight him. Such despicable scoundrels deserve no mercy. Han Feng felt warmth in his heart and smiled, nodding in agreement. However, a nearby Jiang family disciple said indifferently, let it go. I believe it is better not to engage if we can avoid it. They are numerous, and we need not confront them head-on. We are here to make wishes, not to pick a fight with the Yi family. Of course, if they bully us, then disregard my words. We shall retaliate. The Jiang family has no cowards among us. His words were a subtle hint to Han Feng, suggesting that the Jiang family could protect him, but they would not risk their lives for his friend. Han Feng understood this logic and bore no resentment towards the Jiang family. They had already done more than enough. This is his predicament. Wang Mian is his friend. And now his friend is ensnared in a crisis because of him. Thus it is incumbent upon him to rescue him. Enough talk. Let us speak less. In this area, there are no others. Let us disperse and search for the celestial spirit crystals. And after we have searched this place, we shall proceed to the next. After Jiang Suru spoke, she reminded Han Feng not to stray too far. Han Feng nodded in agreement. The group scattered, embarking on their search for the celestial spirit crystals in this region. Han Feng, cradling the little fox, pretended to search while intentionally making his way toward the woods. Upon entering the forest, Han Feng swiftly retrieved his hat and veil from his storage bag, donned them, obscured his face, and hurriedly ran off with the little fox in his arms. After crossing a mountain, the little fox inquired, why the mystery? Are we off to find delicious celestial spirit crystals? While stowing the little fox into a bundle, Han Feng replied, we must locate Wang Mian. We need to find him quickly and ensure his safety. Yi Longyuan is clearly after him, and both he and Zhang Xiu may be in danger. Oh, we should certainly seek him, but could you also help me find the celestial spirit crystals on the way? I can sense their location. No, we must first find Wang Mian. Han Feng secured the little fox on his back and took out the communication jade slip, transmitting to Jiang Suru, sister. I need to find Wang Mian. Yi Longyuan is after him. I cannot allow him to fall into danger because of me. Do not worry about me. I can protect myself. After relaying his message, he stowed the jade slip and ventured further away. Meanwhile, Jiang Suru retrieved her jade slip. Upon hearing his message, her expression changed dramatically, and she urgently transmitted back, Han Feng, come back. You possess no cultivation. Allowing Yi Longyuan to find you is tantamount to seeking death. Hurry back. Outside the secret realm, in the plaza, Han Feng's solo action sparked a commotion among the disciples outside. None could fathom why Han Feng, deemed a failure, would dare to leave the Jiang clan's group to seek out his friend. Was this not courting death? Jiang Suru's parents, witnessing this, were equally astonished. Straightening up and gazing at the projection, Jiang Suru's father frowned and remarked, this Yi Longyuan is utterly despicable. If he were an external foe, it would be one thing. But to threaten Han Feng's friend, a fellow disciple, is unconscionable. The Yi family has raised such a scoundrel. It is shameful to be associated with them. He continued, and Han Feng, to venture out alone for a friend, though it reveals a sense of loyalty and camaraderie, it is recklessly impulsive, lacking strength. How can he contend with the Yi family? This lad has a good heart, but his impulsiveness may lead to his own demise. At this moment, Jiang Suru, a woman exuding a captivating charm, chimed in, see, I told you he is inadequate and unworthy of my younger sister. Jiang Huayang chuckled, elder sister. Such a conclusion is premature. Let us wait and see. Jiang Suru's father sighed, let it be. This lad possesses a conscience. He does not wish to implicate the Jiang family or burden his friends, and thus finds himself compelled to make this decision. Ultimately, it is because Roer chose him that he has become a target for Yi Longyuan. Yet, he has never complained nor feared, nor has he sought to sever his bond with Roer. He bears his troubles like a man. No one will perish here, should danger arise. He can simply call for a retreat. After exiting, the Jiang family can nurture him well. Although his talent may be lacking, his character is commendable. Wait, is that lad flying on a sword? How can he fly so swiftly? In the projection, Han Feng donned his hat and veil, his feet resting upon a brilliant azure flying sword, soaring away with remarkable speed. This spectacle elicited astonishment from the tens of thousands of disciples below. No one anticipated that the individual they had long regarded as incapable of cultivation could indeed fly on a sword with such astonishing velocity. Jiang Suru's father, a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, scrutinized the projection with keen insight. He assessed rapidly and calmly. Sword flight is a technique that can only be mastered at the 5th layer of qi refinement. This speed suggests he has at least reached the 7th or 8th layer. His precise strength remains uncertain until he reveals it through action. Nonetheless, for one of only 18 years, to possess such cultivation is remarkable, placing him above the majority in this secret realm. He is not a failure. We have misjudged him, Jiang Huayang remarked. Thus, I said, let us wait and see. Previously, this lad dispatched the 2 assassins sent by Yi Longyuan with remarkable efficiency, slaying them with a single stroke. Oh, he is that formidable? Why do others perceive him as a failure? Has he been concealing his true capabilities? A towering tree attracts the wind, as a young prodigy without a backing. He must tread carefully. Father, had he not offended the Yi family this time, he might have continued to disguise himself and navigated through the secret realm undetected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru's father nodded in agreement, stating, I have misjudged him. He is not impulsive, but rather possesses genuine strength, which informs his actions. This lad, with his integrity and commendable disposition, possesses talent and skill, and understands the art of concealment, qualities vital for survival in the realm of cultivation. Such a promising individual. We of the Jiang family must not let slip through our fingers. Roer has a discerning eye, having recognized his potential, something we failed to see. But why does Roer call him a failure with no cultivation? Could it be that she is unaware of his true strength? Jiang Huayang initially presumed that Jiang Suru had chosen Han Feng due to his cultivation and aptitude, but now he began to question whether there was some misunderstanding. Due to Han Feng's sword flight, the disciples outside were astonished, their gazes riveted upon him. Chapter 41. Han Feng's overbearing indulgence carrying the little fox on his back. Han Feng soared through the air on his wind spirit sword, flying neither too fast nor too high, for he was diligently searching for Wang Mian. At this moment, he had disguised himself well, and within the secret realm, there were no disciples of Foundation establishment who could recognize his appearance. He traversed a great distance. Yet the vastness of the secret realm made his search a slow endeavor. Lacking any communication talisman from Wang Mian, Han Feng had no inkling of where to locate him. While Han Feng was searching, he noticed 2 disciples engaged in a fierce battle with an ethereal spirit beast nearby. Together, they vanquished the creature, which dropped a piece of celestial spirit crystal. The little fox behind Han Feng immediately caught the scent of the crystal and, in a flash, leapt from his back, transforming into a blur, and appeared before the 2 disciples, snatching the crystal for itself. How dare a spirit beast act recklessly before us? The 2 disciples roared in anger, raising their hands to strike at the little fox. Little fox, what are you doing? Han Feng exclaimed in alarm, diving down with utmost speed. Just before the disciples' attacks could reach the little fox, he embraced it, using his body to shield it from their blows. Seeing this, the 2 disciples sneered, Humph. So it has an owner. To dare snatch my celestial spirit crystal, you have stepped into. Without hesitation, Han Feng turned and slashed his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that struck the 2 disciples. They attempted to defend themselves, but it was futile. The sword light cleaved through, sending them both reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. What have you kicked? Cotton. Han Feng scoffed. This spirit beast is mine. You have no right to teach it a lesson. With a huff, he cradled the little fox and soared away at incredible speed. He was quite fond of the little fox and would not allow anyone to bully it, but that did not mean he would indulge its every whim. After reaching an uninhabited area, Han Feng seized the little fox, which, startled, thought he intended to take the celestial spirit crystal from it. In a panic, it stuffed the crystal into its mouth and began crunching on it. What do you think you're doing? Han Feng scolded, his expression fierce. I have already stated we are to rescue Wang Mian. Why are you causing trouble and provoking others for spirit crystals? Do you not think we have enough enemies already? The little fox lowered its head, speaking softly, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've encountered something that could enhance me. I simply couldn't resist. This celestial spirit crystal, while it won't grant me any combat power, can increase my speed, perception, and physical strength, enabling me to run faster, detect danger earlier, and endure more blows. These are vital abilities for survival, especially since the human world is so perilous. I am truly afraid of being beaten. Please don't be angry. I won't snatch anything again. I promise I won't bring you any more trouble. Seeing the little fox's pitiful expression, Han Feng's heart softened and his anger dissipated. It was so small and vulnerable, constantly pursued by humans who sought to capture or kill it. After years of evasion, its fear of humanity was deeply ingrained. It could only sustain itself by consuming spirit stones, and now that it had finally encountered something that could make it stronger, it naturally wanted more. I truly am not behaving like a human, being so harsh on you, Han Feng sighed. Fine, since we lack a specific destination. We may as well search for celestial spirit crystals while looking for Wang Mian. Once we find him, we will quickly make our wishes and leave. Along the way, use your perception to locate the crystals. If you find any, take them. If not, then seize them from those disciples. Really? Is that permissible? Aren't you afraid those disciples will hunt you down? The little fox lifted its face, its large eyes glistening with tears, eagerly inquiring. Han Feng ruffled its little head, saying, as long as you enjoy it, then take from them. What is there to fear? Besides, if you can't win, can you not flee? With my speed, who could possibly catch up? I possess the wind attribute heavenly spirit root and am at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. In this entire secret realm, is there anyone faster than I? All right, let us go. We shall take from them. The little fox exclaimed, brimming with spirit and determination, leaping onto Han Feng's shoulder. Watching the little fox's exuberant demeanor, Han Feng felt a twinge of apprehension, suspecting that it had been feigning vulnerability. Get back into my bag. If you're perched on my shoulder, people will recognize me before you even appear. Understood. The little fox promptly retreated into Han Feng's satchel. Outside the secret realm, in the square, all the disciples were in an uproar. They had just witnessed the little fox's astonishing speed as it snatched the celestial spirit crystal from Feng Yu, followed by Han Feng's single sword strike that defeated 2 disciples. Wait a moment, did I just see that? Isn't that Feng Yu? He is the only heavenly spirit root disciple at our morning glow peak, boasting an 8th level of chi refinement, a cherished figure, the idol of countless female disciples. And he was defeated by a single sword strike? An 8th level of chi refinement. The disciple beside him is Lu, also at the 6th level. Together, they could not withstand Han Feng's sword. Han Feng is extraordinary. Who claimed he was useless? Who said he could not cultivate? If he is a waste, then we are all the epitome of failure. How can we not feel ashamed to label him as such? Wait, look at his speed. He vanished in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? Can someone at the chi refinement stage truly exhibit such velocity? Could he possibly be at Foundation Establishment? This speed is astonishing. Quiet down. He is speaking with his spirit beast. Let us listen to what he says. Overbearing. Truly overbearing. What a statement. As long as you like, we shall take from them, treating thousands of disciples as inconsequential. I am enamored. What a profound affection. Just a simple plea from his spirit beast, and he willingly turns against all the disciples in the secret realm. If that were his partner, would she not be cherished beyond measure? I used to envy this fellow for finding such a good partner in Jiang Shiji. Now I envy Jiang Shiji for having such a domineering and caring man. The disciples debated animatedly, but just as Han Feng concluded his last statement, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. If they had previously been merely astonished, gossiping, and speculating, now they were genuinely struck with shock, overwhelmed beyond measure. Chapter 42, Pinnacle of Chi Refinement. A shock to the entire sect. As the astonishment lingered in the air, one disciple blurted out, "What? Did I hear that correctly? He possesses a heavenly spirit root, an exceptionally rare variant wind spirit root? He is at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage? Is there truly such an extraordinarily talented individual in this world? A wind spirit root? Our entire sect has so few of those, and none with the wind attribute. The key point is that he is at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, the strongest in this secret realm, and he is only 18. How is this possible? He is merely a lowly servant disciple, lacking resources for cultivation, unable to even claim spirit stones. Has he truly reached the pinnacle of chi refinement through sheer effort over 5 years? What kind of genius is this? Yilong Yuan, that waste, still has the audacity to mock Han Feng as useless, to deride him as weak? He has only just reached the 9th level of the chi refinement stage, hasn't he? How many resources does his family provide him, while Han Feng is merely a servant? Yilong Yuan's attempt to pick on a soft target has certainly met with a formidable challenge. I am eagerly anticipating the clash between Yilong Yuan and Han Feng. I wish to see who is the stronger of the two. The other disciples, astonished, began to revel in the misfortune. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Yin-Yang sect immediately turned to the master of Luoxia Peak and remarked, "Siu, how could you allow such a talent to remain undiscovered? A wind attribute celestial root is an extraordinary find, a rarity that occurs once in a millennium. How is it possible that he has only been a servant disciple under your watch? The master of Luoxia Peak was a graceful beauty, adorned in a flowing robe that accentuated her mature and alluring figure when the wind caressed her garment. Yet, no one had ever seen her face, as she was perpetually veiled in white, revealing only her captivating peach blossom eyes. Some speculated that her exquisite figure and enchanting eyes were concealed to mask a less favorable facial structure, while others claimed her beauty was so flawless that she had to shield herself from the incessant attention of suitors. It is noteworthy that Siyu had joined the Yin-Yang sect midway through her journey, already a formidable nascent soul-stage cultivator, and thus had not been compelled to select a partner at the age of 18. Responding to the leader's words, Siyu nodded slightly and said, "Leader, I had never heard of Han Feng before. He has always been a servant disciple, skillfully concealing his true abilities and potential. It is impossible for me to personally inspect every one of the tens of thousands of disciples at Luoxia Peak. Negligence is negligence." And such a precious gem nearly went undiscovered, the leader sighed. Hearing this, Siyu shot him a sharp glance and retorted, "Gold will always shine. Even if he is merely in the chi refinement stage now, it is never too late to nurture him. If you continue to prattle on, do not blame me for taking action." The leader's face turned awkward as he quickly murmured, all right, I shan't speak of him any further. With so many present, you offer me no face as the leader. After this ancestral ceremony, you must take him as your disciple. He is indeed a fine talent for Luoxia Peak. Should you disregard him, the masters of other peaks will undoubtedly covet him, and you may risk losing him. Let them try to take him. He is mine, and none shall steal him away. Once he emerges, I shall personally assess his potential. If he genuinely possesses a wind attribute celestial root, I will naturally accept him as an outer disciple and, upon his achievement of foundation establishment, take him as my direct disciple. Moreover, the affairs of Luoxia Peak are not for you to meddle in. Siyu's words, filled with pride and confidence, did not incite any displeasure among the other masters, for her strength was genuinely formidable. In the Yi family territory, Yilong Yuan's father wore an expression of utter darkness. He had been deceived. This boy intended to feign weakness to outsmart his son. This Han Feng, this worthless servant, possessed such strength and potential. Now that he had revealed himself, he had certainly captured the attention of all the powerful figures within the sect who would undoubtedly invest in his cultivation. It would become increasingly difficult to deal with him in the future. Beside him, a beautiful woman anxiously exclaimed, "You still have time to ponder the future? Quickly devise a way to inform Yuan. This boy is formidable, and Yuan must not be at a disadvantage." Yilong Yuan's father responded helplessly, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the ancestral ceremony, and the leader and masters are all present in different spaces. How can we send a message? No one can enter at this moment. Besides, I have provided Yuan with numerous protective artifacts capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a foundation establishment cultivator. How many strikes would a chi refinement stage disciple need to deliver to break through? This time is ample for Yuan to retaliate against this impoverished boy." Meanwhile, in the Jiang family territory, upon witnessing Han Feng's remarkable potential, the Jiang family members were invigorated, scrutinizing him closely. Jiang Su-Ro's father gazed at the projection and mused, "How foolish I have been to underestimate him. The pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, wind attribute celestial root. At just 18 years old, these attributes are indeed rare within the entire sect. Moreover, it appears he has long been aware of his own potential. While everyone considered him a failure and mocked him mercilessly, he never retorted, refraining from engaging in disputes or showcasing his talents. Young yet humble, possessing extraordinary skills yet choosing to remain inconspicuous. If he had incurred a significant enmity, it would be understandable, but his background was unblemished, having always been within the sect. Thus, his ability to maintain such composure at a young age is truly commendable. One does not soar without first attempting to fly. One does not remain silent without eventually making a resounding statement. By choosing to reveal his talents at the ancestral ceremony, he surely aims to attract greater attention." Beside him, Jiang Huaiyang remarked, "Father, I still believe that had it not been for the Yi family, this boy would have continued to conceal his abilities. He has hidden for so many years. Why reveal himself now? Is it not because his friends are in trouble and he does not wish to implicate the Jiang family? He has concealed himself for the sake of friendship and loyalty. Such a person is worthy of my admiration, and I wish to be his brother. Fortunately, he is my brother-in-law, and I can consider him my elder brother. Ha ha ha." Jiang Su-Ro's father laughed, "You rascal. I must admit, I have never regarded this son-in-law with proper attention. Had I met him in person, I would have surely recognized his strength and potential. He is well suited for rower. She shall not suffer any loss. Chapter 43. Do not be naive. Han Feng remained blissfully unaware of the tumult he had caused in the outside world. He had always believed that the projection could only display images, not transmit sound. Who could have anticipated such advanced technology capable of broadcasting every action and word of the thousands within? Thus, when he conversed with the little fox, he instinctively thought it was just the two of them, oblivious to the fact that others could hear them. It is evident that poverty and weakness have severely limited Han Feng's understanding, alongside his complacency. Had he ventured out more and sought knowledge about the ancestral rites, he would not have made such a blunder. At this moment, Han Feng, carrying the little fox, aimlessly wandered through the mystic realm in search of Wang Mian. Celestial Spirit Crystal. The little fox exclaimed, leaping down and promptly retrieving a piece of the crystal from the ground, gnawing on it with delight. However, just as it savored its treat, it suddenly dashed toward Han Feng, clutching half of the crystal, and shouted, "Malicious intent! Malicious intent!" No sooner had it spoken than a scorpion-like ethereal beast sprang forth from the ground, larger than a human and charging fiercely at Han Feng. The little fox leapt onto Han Feng's shoulder and urged, "Eliminate it, and we shall have more celestial spirit crystals." Yet, Han Feng replied, "We must conserve our spiritual energy. We still need to fly, locate Wang Mian, and seize more celestial spirit crystals. Defeating this beast would deplete too much energy." "Oh, very well then, let us depart." "Depart? I have a plan." With that, Han Feng took to the skies with the little fox in his arms, enticing the scorpion beast toward 3 nearby disciples. "Fellow cultivators, help!" Han Feng called out. The 3 disciples, seeing someone being pursued by a spiritual beast, perked up instantly. The leader sneered, "Useless trash, unable to defeat a mere beast. Get lost. What a disgrace, to be chased by a spirit beast." And with a masked face, was he afraid of embarrassment? As they mocked Han Feng, they charged at the beast. With their combined might, they swiftly vanquished the creature within a minute. Upon the beast's demise, a piece of celestial spirit crystal fell, which Han Feng seized in an instant, making a hasty retreat. After all, the energy expended in flight was far less than that required for combat. "Thieving scoundrel! How dare you steal our celestial spirit crystal? You shall pay with your life." The 3 disciples roared in fury, pursuing Han Feng, but he quickly vanished from sight. Ignoring their insults, he acted as though nothing had transpired. After all, in this realm, disputes over resources were commonplace among peers. He merely took advantage of the situation without resorting to violence or extortion, which was rather merciful. This scene left the onlookers in shock. How shameless! He clearly has the strength to defeat the beast, but chooses to lead it towards his fellow disciples instead. To conserve spiritual energy, he lets others do the fighting, then reaps the rewards without lifting a finger. He has no shame at all. He had already pilfered several celestial spirit crystals, all earned through the hard work of others, only to snatch them away. Look over there, it's Lu Gao and his companions from Danxia Peak. They just defeated a spirit beast, and in an instant, Han Feng has stolen from them. The key was that this fellow was indeed incredibly swift. No one could catch him. The little fox was equally quick, able to scent the celestial spirit crystals from miles away, guiding Han Feng to seize them. This duo was a perfect match. Shameless! Can't you fight for yourself? Stealing from others hardly makes you a hero. Though everyone engaged in the contest for resources, if one were to defeat an opponent and claim victory, their lack of strength was understandable. However, to simply take and run without even fighting was another matter entirely. Han Feng, do not be naive. Do not be naive. Do not be naive. The crowd of disciples erupted in indignation, chanting accusations against Han Feng for his lack of decorum. Yet, true anger was scarce. Most merely joined in the jest. After all, such antics were undeniably amusing. The genuinely incensed were those whose celestial spirit crystals had been pilfered. Sister Jiang Sura cast a skeptical and disdainful glance at Jiang Huaiyang, her expression seemingly questioning, "Is this the person of impeccable character you spoke of as my brother-in-law?" Jiang Huaiyang awkwardly chuckled. In the mystic realm, seizing resources is a matter of skill. Han Feng, being alone, naturally should not confront so many opponents directly, but rather maximize his advantages, using his speed to snatch and flee. Exploiting strengths while avoiding weaknesses is the path to victory. Moreover, he's not hoarding the crystals for himself. They are all for his little pet, which also speaks to loyalty. Bah, do not be naive. You excuse everything he does. Within the mystic realm, Han Feng had just snatched 2 celestial spirit crystals from 5 disciples and was making his escape. One disciple, wielding an unknown artifact, relentlessly pursued Han Feng, barely lagging behind. "Shameless scoundrel! Return my celestial spirit crystals. Give them back. The disciple shouted in a fit of rage. Does anyone understand? After working hard with a few friends to slay a spirit beast of the 8th layer, we were elated to find 2 rare crystals, only to have a thief come and snatch them away. Han Feng turned to the furious disciple and exclaimed, "Brother, do not pursue. One must understand reason. If I intended to return them, why would I have taken them in the first place? Shut up, you bastard. Give me back my celestial spirit crystals." As Han Feng flew ahead, the disciple followed, shouting for 2 entire miles, attracting the attention of other disciples and severely disrupting Han Feng's plans to seize the crystals. Much to his annoyance. Wait a moment, is it just one person? Han Feng suddenly stopped, turning back to strike with his sword, sending the disciple flying backward, bloodied and crashing to the ground. Han Feng departed leisurely. How foolish to pursue me alone. Sighing in exasperation, he shook his head. What a bother. I wasted some spiritual energy just now. As he continued to fly with the little fox, he sighed, "Little fox, you've consumed about 20 crystals by now. How do you feel? Have you grown stronger?" "Yes, indeed. I feel much stronger now. I can sense malicious intent more quickly and acutely." The little fox nodded adorably. "Can you sense Wang Mian's location?" "Not at all. I can only perceive malice, not scan with divine consciousness." Chapter 44. Ambushed Han Feng, whose cultivation was insufficient for foundation establishment, was unable to scan with his spiritual sense, and the little fox fared even worse, lacking any cultivation whatsoever. Left with no other option, Han Feng continued his search. He roamed this area aimlessly for an entire day, feeling as though he had turned the entire secret realm upside down. He even located the statue of the ancestral master, yet he could not find Wang Mian. This was hardly surprising. Although this place had limited space, everyone was in motion. Be it the Yi family, the Jiang family, or Wang Mian, all were active. It was only natural that Han Feng could not find him. Perhaps just as he left, someone he recognized arrived at that very spot. Throughout the day, aside from pilfering the spiritual crystals from several hundred disciples, he had come away with almost nothing. With no choice left, he pressed on. After distancing himself from the ancestral statue and searching for another half-day, he suddenly heard the little fox say, "There is a spiritual crystal on the ground in the forest below. I saw it. Good, let us retrieve it. You hide in the bag and remain still. I will collect it for you to eat." "All right." The little fox obediently complied. Han Feng descended into the forest and spotted a spiritual crystal on the ground. As he bent down to pick it up, the little fox suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. There is malicious intent, such strong malice." Startled by the warning, Han Feng turned just in time to see a figure leap down from a tree, accompanied by 5 white spirit beasts. "Apologies, esteemed sir, but that spiritual crystal you hold is ours," the newcomer stated. Realizing it was a trap, Han Feng prepared to flee, but upon catching sight of the individual's face, he abruptly halted. He recognized this person. He had seen him twice before. The first encounter was at the Spirit Beast Peak when he registered the little fox's identity. And the second was just the previous day, when he met Yulong Guan. This very person had trailed behind him. It was evident that this individual belonged to the Yi family. Understanding it all now, Han Feng recalled how he had concealed his whereabouts so well, yet had been ambushed as soon as he arrived at Spirit Beast Peak. How had the enemy managed to locate him so swiftly and accurately? The disciple who registered him was indeed a spy for the Yi family. With a cold smirk, the disciple introduced himself. "This junior is Yi Long Quan, a disciple responsible for registration at the Spirit Beast Peak. For an entire day, I have heard tales of a disciple from Spirit Beast Peak, a figure cloaked in a hat and veil, accompanied by a white spirit beast, who has robbed at least 100 disciples of their spiritual crystals. Well, I have used a mere spiritual crystal to draw you out. Surely, you must possess many crystals on your person. It is better to share joy than to indulge alone. As fellow disciples of Spirit Beast Peak, I am certain you would be inclined to assist one another. Why not share half of your spiritual crystals with me? Together, we can proceed to the ancestral statue to make our wishes. Once our task is fulfilled, I shall not inquire into your identity, and we will act as if we have never met, clearing any grudges. In the future, should we meet again at the Spirit Beast Peak, if you wish to reveal your identity, I shall prepare a jug of fine wine to forge a brotherly bond. If you prefer to remain anonymous, let us simply forget this encounter. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Han Feng realized that the other party had not recognized him. He let out a cold laugh and replied in a hoarse voice, "It sounds like you intend to rob me? Robbery is a strong word. I merely wish to show you a clear path. You have already offended many disciples, and they are banding together to hunt you down. The secret realm is quite small. How long can you hide? Surely, you must wish to make a wish at some point. Others need only wait in ambush. At this juncture, only the Yi family can provide you protection. They may dare not act against us. Offering half of your spiritual crystals in exchange for safety during this secret realm venture is a rather advantageous deal. Han Feng sneered, huh? And what if I refuse? Yi Longquan's lips curled into a sinister smile as he replied languidly, then you are choosing to drink the bitter wine of punishment. Since we cannot reach an understanding, allow me to remind you that I possess some skill in combat, and I have 5 spirit beasts at the 7th level of Qi training at my side. If it comes to that, all your spiritual crystals shall belong to me. How ironic. I have robbed so many, only to find myself robbed in return. Truly, the heavens have a way of balancing the scales. Oh, so it seems you have come to terms with the situation? That is wise. After all, we are fellow disciples. And harmony is of utmost importance, Yi Longquan said, his face alight with confidence. Curse you! Han Feng shouted in anger, raising his sword and striking fiercely at Yi Longquan. Startled, Yi Longquan immediately retreated, but the sword's aura still struck him, shattering his protective talisman and leaving a deep wound on his body. With narrowed eyes filled with shock, Yi Longquan demanded, what is your cultivation? Since when do 18-year-old disciples at Spirit Beast Peak possess such formidable combat prowess? As he spoke, he commanded the 5 white beasts, resembling wolves, to attack Han Feng. The beast tamers of Spirit Beast Peak typically lacked individual strength. Their power lay in their spirit beasts, which were both companions and weapons. After all, as beast tamers, most of their resources were devoted to nurturing their beasts, leaving little for their own cultivation. This explained why, upon witnessing the little fox's elusive speed, others instinctively assumed Han Feng was a disciple of Spirit Beast Peak. The 5 white wolves lunged at Han Feng, exhaling a chilling breath that aimed to encase him in ice. This sudden assault would have left most disciples defenseless, but Han Feng was different. His speed was astonishing. He swiftly evaded the wolves' icy onslaught and, in a blur, appeared behind one of the wolves. With a powerful swing of his sword, he cleaved the spirit beast in 2. The sheer force of the strike startled Yi Longquan, making it clear to him that given Han Feng's speed and strength, his spirit beast stood no chance. Damn it! I was told he was merely fast, relying on some speed-enhancing treasure, and that he lacked real strength and was even afraid to engage. What a scoundrel! No wonder he dared to rob so many. He truly possesses power. Yi Longquan swiftly commanded his spirit beasts to surround Han Feng, while he himself took to the skies on his sword. Chapter 45. Han Feng's ruthless and cruel demeanor indeed. Yi Longquan intended to flee by means of aerial sword travel. He made a swift decision, having gauged Han Feng's strength after a mere 2 exchanges. He recognized that his adversary was at least at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, while he himself was only at the 7th, a disparity mirrored by his spiritual beasts. To continue fighting would inevitably lead to his utter defeat, and he risked perishing entirely. Those spiritual beasts were the cherished companions of every beast tamer. Their loss at this juncture was a necessary sacrifice. It was preferable to losing one's freedom and suffering debilitating injuries. His strategy was to have his beasts delay this formidable foe, affording him the opportunity to alert Yi Longquan and the others, thereby orchestrating a counterattack. Not to kill, of course, but to cripple and seize his storage pouch. A person of such power must possess considerable wealth, and the contents of his pouch, brimming with valuable artifacts and celestial spirit crystals, would more than compensate for the loss of his 5 beasts. Having just taken flight, he immediately produced his communication jade slip, poised to transmit a message to Yi Longquan. However, before he could activate it, 3 feather-like wind blades materialized beneath him, piercing his abdomen and ankles. Losing his footing, he plummeted to the ground. Han Feng seized him, slamming him violently onto the earth. Then, with a swift and brutal motion, he brought his foot down, crushing Yi Longquan's communication jade slip along with his hand. Ah! Yi Longquan shrieked, the pain searing through him. Han Feng seized the opportunity, his sword piercing through the other man's dantian, severing his access to spiritual energy. Though he had pierced the dantian, he had not destroyed it. With potent elixirs, Yi Longquan could potentially recover. For now, however, his combat prowess was nullified. Immediately following this, Han Feng unleashed a series of wind blades, swiftly dispatching all 4 white wolves. Only then did he slowly approach the fallen Yi Longquan. The moment he perceived that Yi Longquan had chosen to fight rather than flee, expending his spiritual energy in the process, Han Feng had formulated his plan. He would use Yi Longquan as leverage against Yi Longquan. Yi Longquan was fond of using his friends as pawns. Han Feng would turn that tactic against him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yi Longquan clutched his dantian with his remaining left hand, his gaze fixed on Han Feng, seething with resentment. You villain, he hissed, his voice laced with fury. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Yi family. You dare to slaughter my spiritual beasts and cripple my dantian. I tell you now, you are finished. The Yi family will not spare you. You will find no quarter within the sect, and you will die a gruesome death. Heh, Han Feng chuckled softly. Your Yi family still favors such underhanded tactics to deal with fellow disciples. Tell me, do you know who I am? Han Feng removed his conical hat and lowered his face covering, revealing his countenance. Yi Longquan's pupils constricted violently, his face contorted in utter astonishment. You are Han Feng? Weren't you a cripple? How could you possibly be this powerful? A cripple? Han Feng echoed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Yes, a cripple. And what does that make you? Less than a cripple? Han Feng knelt down, extending his hand to pat Yi Longquan's face. If anyone else had tried to rob me, I might have simply defeated them and left. But you just had to be a member of the Yi family, Yi Longquan's brother. Consider yourself unlucky. If you want to blame someone, blame your esteemed elder brother, Yi Longquan. Isn't that right? Yi Longquan is your cousin, correct? Why should I tell you anything? Yi Longquan spat, aiming at Han Feng. Han Feng tilted his head to evade the projectile, then leisurely took Yi Longquan's left hand and placed it on the ground. He raised his foot and brought it down. Slowly, deliberately, Han Feng crushed Yi Longquan's wrist and hand into a mangled mess. Yi Longquan screamed in agony, a piercing cry that subsided into ragged gasps. Han Feng, he wheezed, you dare treat me like this? Are you trying to forge an irreconcilable feud with our Yi family? An irreconcilable feud? Han Feng mused, a hint of amusement in his voice. How amusing. From the moment your Yi family dispatched assassins after me thrice and framed me once. Seeking my demise time and again, weren't we already locked in an irreconcilable feud? The first time was on the very night senior sister Jiang chose me. Yi Longquan sent that old fellow Ma to kill me. Old Ma himself confessed that it was Yi Longquan who sent him. According to sect regulations, a disciple who attempts to murder a fellow disciple and is killed in self-defense is not guilty. Thus, I killed him. The second time was when I took the little fox to the Spirit Beast Peak to register its identity. No sooner had I descended the peak than I was ambushed by 2 assassins. At the time, I found it curious how the Yi family discovered my location so swiftly. Now, seeing you, it is clear. The disciple who registered my fox was you. You divulged my whereabouts to Yi Longquan, enabling him to send those assassins. Am I right? And you still believe yourself innocent? Upon hearing this, Yi Longquan's expression flickered, but he remained defiant. I have no idea what you're talking about. Stop trying to frame me. Han Feng was unaware that those outside could hear the conversation within, but Yi Longquan knew. Therefore, he could not confess. To do so would be an admission of guilt. And both he and Yi Longquan would be implicated. Then tell me, Han Feng pressed, how did Yi Longquan learn my location so rapidly? It matters not whether you confess or not. Your Yi family is nothing but a nest of vipers, indulging in petty and contemptible schemes. The third time, your Yi family dispatched 2 more individuals directly to my residence to assassinate me. Fortunately, they were discovered by a senior brother from the law enforcement hall, and the 2 assassins took their own lives. 3 assassination attempts, 5 assassins. Your Yi family certainly holds me in high regard, truly intent on seeing me dead. And now, Han Feng continued, his voice laced with irony, you still have the audacity to claim that your Yi family and I are locked in an irreconcilable feud? Yi Longquan glared at Han Feng, no longer willing to endure his humiliation. He wanted to concede. He opened his mouth, intending to shout, I surrender. However, before he could complete the word, Han Feng's fist slammed into his jaw, shattering it. His teeth bit down, severing his own tongue. Now you wish to concede? Han Feng sneered. Don't you think it's a little late for that? He picked up the severed portion of tongue and placed it on Yi Longquan's face. Yi Longquan seeks my death, so naturally, I will find ways to retaliate. As his accomplice, you are also my mortal enemy. You should count yourself fortunate that killing is forbidden here, otherwise, you would already be a corpse. Yi Longquan's eyes were filled with terror, a muffled whimper escaping his mangled mouth. He seemed to have a premonition of the torment he was about to endure. Yet, Han Feng continued as if engaged in a casual conversation. I am merely a menial disciple. My greatest wish is to cultivate flowers, tend to plants, and live a peaceful life. But then, that day, senior sister Jiang chose me. Was it wrong for her to choose a Tao companion? No. Sect regulations mandated a choice that day. Was I at fault? I did nothing. So who is to blame? Tell me, who is responsible? It is Yi Longquan, isn't it? I did not even know them. Yet he, driven by his own jealousy, has repeatedly sought my demise. He is the esteemed scion of the Yi family, while I am but a lowly menial disciple. Crushing me is as simple as crushing an ant for him. But do ants deserve to die? Do menial laborers deserve to die? Do the lower-ranking disciples of the sect deserve to be treated with such contempt by you aristocratic families, their lives extinguished at your whim? Chapter 46. The outrage against the Yi family. Han Feng gazed at the wretched Yi Longquan, yet there remained unspoken words lingering in the air. You see, your Yi family has attempted to assassinate me thrice, and when that proved futile, you resorted to underhanded tactics. As a humble disciple of herbal medicine, you orchestrated a grand conspiracy, claiming my herbs were faulty. From the gatherers, to the alchemists, to the judges, all were your kin. You played both the accuser and the judge, intending to cast me into the depths of prison. Were it not for the timely intervention of my senior brother from the law enforcement hall, who exposed your corruption and summoned other judges to unveil the flaws in the herbal system, I would likely have perished unjustly by now. This marks the fourth attempt. The fifth, here within these walls, you still sought my demise, gathering over 50 individuals to challenge me and threatening my friends. 5 times in a mere month you have sought to end my life. Yes, I concede I am not as formidable as the Yi family, which boasts power and resources. Yet, as a prominent clan, should you not bear the responsibility of safeguarding the sect and upholding justice? Why then do you persist in persecuting a mere servant disciple? I have done nothing wrong. My only fault is my weakness, and for that, I am to die, is it not? Han Feng's words stirred profound contemplation among the disciples outside. Initially, they were astonished by Han Feng's ruthless demeanor, deeming his actions towards his fellow disciples excessive. However, upon reflecting on his words, sympathy began to blossom for Han Feng. After all, within this sect of hundreds of thousands, the scions of powerful families were indeed numerous. Yet far more were ordinary disciples, devoid of connections and means. It was precisely this vast populace that sustained the Yin Yang sect, allowing it to continually produce prodigies and strong individuals across generations. They, like Han Feng, were mere commoners without power or influence. Yet, as Han Feng articulated, even if they had committed no wrong, their lack of power rendered them expendable. Were they, then, to face death? This is our Yin Yang sect, not the Yi families. At that moment, a fervent disciple rose and shouted, igniting the spirits of many. Shameless Yi family, leave our sect. This rallying cry resonated, and soon countless voices joined in unison. Shameless Yi family, out with the Yin Yang sect. This is our sanctuary, not yours. The Yi family persecutes disciples, resorts to assassination, and should face annihilation. Countless disciples have suffered. Han Feng is the first to voice our plight. He is our hero. Protect Han Feng. The powerful must leave. Let us reclaim our skies. The crowd's fury boiled over, cursing the Yi family incessantly. The pale faces of the Yi family members revealed their dismay. They had never anticipated that a mere Han Feng, a servant disciple, could wield such influence to incite the entire sect's ire. In truth, Han Feng was merely a catalyst, igniting the long-held grievances of disciples oppressed by the powerful families. He stood as a symbol, representing the countless ordinary disciples of the Yin Yang sect. All eyes were upon him. If any misfortune were to befall Han Feng, it would be assumed the Yi family was responsible, whether directly or indirectly. Observing the uproar from above, the sect leader bellowed, "Silence! During the ancestral ceremony, no loud disturbances are permitted. Justice will be served by the sect itself. You may rest assured and continue to witness the proceedings." The leader's authority quelled the disciples, who settled down, though the Yi family members were in a state of panic, particularly Yi Longquan's father. Yi Longquan's father, the third in line, brother to Yi Longyuan, who was the second, rushed to Elder Tai Lian's side, exclaiming, "Elder Tai, how can Han Feng treat my son thus? This is no fair contest. It is abuse. It is slaughter. My son has already declared his withdrawal. He should be transported out. And that scoundrel Han Feng apprehended and punished on the spot. Does the law enforcement hall not intervene? My son is on the brink of death." Upon hearing his words, the elder council regarded him with incredulous expressions. "Good heavens, your Yi family has already incited public outrage, and yet you still bellow here, utterly lacking awareness." Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the disciples erupted again. Yi Longquan brought this upon himself. Had he not sought to harm Han Feng, would Han Feng have responded thus? Han Feng merely returned the favor. You sought to take Han Feng's life, yet demand he refrain from retaliating against your kin? The Yi family is too tyrannical. They must exit our sect. Han Feng has committed no crime. He is innocent. The Yi family consists of scoundrels, parasites. How dare our sect harbor such vermin? The Yi family, may you face eternal suffering. May your entire clan meet a wretched end. The disciples were aflame with indignation, as if they bore an ancient grudge against the Yi family. In truth, the Yi family was but a convenient target for their pin-up frustrations. Would the entire Yi family be condemned? Certainly not. Every group has its virtuous and vile members, and not every member of the Yi family could be deemed guilty of capital offenses. Yet, the disciples paid no heed to such distinctions. They were oblivious to individual names, only recognizing the Yi family as the adversary to be reviled. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang family and other clans reveled in the Yi family's humiliation, their faces alight with delight. Jiang Suru's sister, particularly, was jubilant, exclaiming, curse them fiercely. Drive those scoundrels from our sect." Jiang Suru's father cast her a disapproving glance, admonishing, "Mind your demeanor. How can you still find joy in this? Han Feng has suffered repeated assassination attempts due to your negligence. Such events transpired within a mere month. We, the Jiang family, should reflect on our failures to protect him. How despicable and shameless the Yi family has proven. It is not just Yulong Yuan who bears the blame, but the entire Yi clan. This grievance shall not be forgotten. Our Jiang family has now established enmity with the Yi family." Jiang Suru's sister quickly added, "Indeed, our Jiang family fears them not. Let those who dare to bully us meet their demise." Chapter 47. Han Feng's tempestuous wrath. Elder Tai Lian cast a glance at Yi Longquan's father before addressing the disciples below. "Silence. Cease this clamor. After the ancestral rites, this elder will personally dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate Han Feng's case and restore justice to him." The disciples quieted down, resuming their seated positions. Elder Tai Lian's prestige was exceedingly high. It was due to this impartial elder that they dared to loudly berate the Yi family. In any other sect, who would dare provoke such a powerful clan? They would likely meet an untimely demise without knowing why. However, the solidarity within those other sects naturally could not compare to that of the Yin-Yang sect, as the disciples here harbored grievances. Subsequently, Elder Tai Lian spoke to Yi Longquan's father. "Firstly, Yi Longquan did not utter the words 'I withdraw.' Had he done so, the secret realm would have naturally teleported him out. This is beyond even my control. Secondly, Han Feng did not kill Yi Longquan. Thus he did not violate the rules. If Han Feng had committed murder, this elder would have personally executed him without the slightest hesitation. Conversely, if your Yi family dares to kill, this elder will also take the lives of your Yi family members. Han Feng has not transgressed any rules. You shall immediately step down. If you continue to disrupt the grand ceremony, I will have you apprehended and imprisoned." Upon hearing this, Yi Longquan's father's countenance shifted repeatedly. Helplessly, he returned to his seat. No matter how influential the Yi family was, they could not contend with a peak lord of the 12 Peaks, let alone the head of the law enforcement hall, whose status was even higher. Within the secret realm, Han Feng finally finished articulating his thoughts. When he spoke these words, he appeared calm and composed. Yet they contained boundless fury and resentment. His purpose in speaking was merely to vent the pent-up frustrations within his heart. Having spoken to Yi Longquan, Han Feng would not extend the same courtesy to Yi Longyuan. He needed to find Wang Mian, rescue him, and then, after offering prayers, have Wang Mian withdraw. Han Feng would attempt to locate Yi Longyuan. If he could inflict a beating, he would, and if not, he would simply withdraw. The paramount concern was ensuring Wang Mian's safety. Han Feng picked up Yi Longquan's storage pouch, placed it against his brow, and commanded, "Release the imprint." Yi Longquan groaned and whimpered, his words unintelligible, but clearly not a blessing for Han Feng's well-being. "If you do not cooperate, I will break your remaining limbs, crushing them bit by bit into dust. If you can endure that, then let us try." Fear gripped Yi Longquan's eyes, and after a brief moment, he nodded in resigned acceptance. Han Feng took the storage pouch, established his ownership, and peered inside. Yi Longquan was quite affluent. The pouch contained numerous elixirs, spiritual artifacts, spirit beast feed, over 2,000 spirit stones, and more than 20 celestial spirit crystals. Han Feng poured out all the celestial spirit crystals for the little fox. "Eat these all. I will take just one for Wang Mian. He might not have even found one." "Okay, take them, the little fox happily chirped, embracing the celestial spirit crystals and nibbling on them. Once the little fox had finished, Han Feng placed it back inside his bundle and prepared to depart with Yi Longquan. However, just as Han Feng was about to continue his search for Wang Mian, a consciousness transmission arrived through the jade communication slip within his storage pouch. He retrieved the jade slip, and Jiang Suru's voice echoed within. "Han Feng, where are you?" Yi Longyuan has captured your friend and is now blocking us near the ancestral statue. Do not come here. Absolutely do not come towards the statue. We will fight them here and try to rescue your friend. If it becomes impossible, you should withdraw first. Remember, do not come here. Han Feng's countenance instantly darkened to an extreme degree. His worst fears had materialized. Wang Mian had indeed been captured. Fortunately, he held a hostage of their own. Han Feng put away the jade slip, donned his bamboo hat, veiled his face, lifted Yi Longquan, and soared into the air on his sword. Little fox, it seems this battle is unavoidable. Nonsense. Fortune favors the bold. Let's fight them. We can make another killing. All right, let's fight them. Han Feng's gaze became exceptionally resolute. His sole objective was the ancestral statue in the far north. His speed was extraordinary, having a clear goal. He arrived at the vicinity of the ancestral statue within the time it takes for a cup of tea to cool. A fierce battle was raging at that location. Han Feng observed members of the Jiang family under siege by the Yi family. The Jiang family had formed a defensive circle, desperately resisting the Yi family's onslaught. He saw Jiang Suru being relentlessly attacked by Yi Longyuan. He also saw Wang Mian lying on the ground, barely breathing, with two individuals holding swords to his neck. He immediately assessed the situation. Jiang Suru's group could still hold their ground, but Wang Mian required immediate medical attention. Han Feng slung Yi Longquan onto his flying sword, circled once in the sky, then flew behind the ancestral statue, stealthily approaching the Yi family disciples from the rear. Arriving behind the two men who were holding Wang Mian captive, with swiftness and precision, Han Feng unleashed two wind blades, aiming directly for the backs of the two disciples. He avoided vital organs, merely piercing their abdomens. The two men cried out in agony and collapsed. Han Feng instantly rushed forward, grabbed Wang Mian with one hand, and took flight. Holding Wang Mian in his left hand and Yi Longquan in his right, Han Feng charged towards Yi Longyuan with incredible speed. At that moment, Yi Longyuan had just parried Jiang Suru's sword and was thrusting his own sword towards her face. Jiang Suru wanted to retreat, but behind her were her Jiang family disciples, blocking her path. If this sword struck, combined with Yi Longyuan's spiritual energy damage, even if she survived, she might suffer brain damage or disfigurement. In that critical instant, Han Feng arrived. He had no weapon in his hand, but he held Yi Longquan. He swung Yi Longquan and slammed him forcefully towards Yi Longyuan. Sensing the menacing wind at his ear, Yi Longyuan immediately withdrew his sword to block, slashing downwards. The sword directly severed Yi Longquan's right leg, as he was unable to circulate his spiritual energy. Woo! Yi Longquan was in excruciating pain, but no sound escaped his lips, as his mouth was filled with blood. Han Feng then delivered a kick, sending Yi Longyuan flying, and landed in front of Jiang Suru, releasing the two individuals he was holding. Jiang Suru was greatly astonished. She did not know the identity of this powerful figure and why he had saved her. Yi Longgyuan stood up, glared at Han Feng, and roared, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the Yi family's affairs? It seems you have a death wish. Hiki. Your Yi family is indeed accustomed to tyranny, isn't it? Resorting to murder at every turn?" Han Feng sneered. Suddenly, a disciple in the distance shouted, "I've seen him before. He's that powerful spirit beast Peak disciple who robbed us of many celestial spirit crystals. That's right, it's him. Damn it, you actually dared to come here." Chapter 48. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. The disciples were in a state of furious agitation. They were all individuals who had come to offer prayers before the ancestral statue, and they had not expected to encounter Han Feng here. Filled with righteous indignation, hundreds of them were about to jointly attack Han Feng. Seeing the crowd surge forward, Han Feng immediately lifted Yi Longquan and bellowed, "Whoever is unafraid of death, come forward. Let me see who wishes to end up like this person." These domineering words, once uttered, instantly caused shock throughout the entire area. Those who witnessed Yi Longquan's agonizingly open mouth, devoid of a tongue, his body covered in wounds, blood still oozing from his dantian, his hand shattered, and a leg missing, were all aghast. Indeed, as a group, they could certainly defeat the robber, for even the strongest fist cannot withstand four hands. However, the robber was exceptionally powerful. Even if he could not defeat everyone, could he not deal with the first few who dared to charge forward? To initiate hostilities is to invite a beating. For a mere pittance of 1 or 2 spirit crystals, and with no profound animosity at play, it hardly seems worthwhile to risk life and limb. Who among us has not been robbed of spirit crystals, or conversely, relieved another of their possession? These sentiments of self-preservation began to permeate the disciples, prompting a gradual retreat. Jiang Suru, however, was transfixed by Han Feng. Despite his brutal actions, she found herself intrigued, even admiring his commanding presence that quelled hundreds with a mere utterance. Women, after all, are drawn to strength, and Jiang Suru was no exception. Witnessing such dominance in a contemporary, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As they departed, the Yi family erupted in fury. They recognized the captive being dragged by the perpetrator as none other than Yi Longquan. Yi Longyuan, witnessing the pitiful state of his childhood companion, was consumed by rage. He pointed at Han Feng and demanded, "Boy, who are you? Do you realize whom you hold captive? He is a member of the Yi family. To offend the Yi family is to invite perpetual torment within these halls. Your demise will be absolute." These very words, Han Feng retorted icily, were uttered by the man I hold, yet he finds himself in this predicament. Who exactly are you? Yi Longwan questioned, his eyes narrowing, sensing a familiarity in Han Feng's voice. Indeed, Han Feng chuckled. Have you not been seeking me? Have you not clamored for a duel? Now that I stand before you, do you fail to recognize me? With that, Han Feng removed his bamboo hat and mask, revealing his true identity. Han Feng, Yi Longyuan, and Jiang Suru exclaimed in unison, as the surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence. What was the meaning of this? The formidable bandit who had plundered hundreds of disciples. The one who had sent Yi Longyuan soaring with a single kick. The powerful cultivator who had silenced hundreds with a word. Could this truly be the despised menial servant, Han Feng? Had the natural order been inverted? The surrounding disciples, along with members of the Jiang and Yi families, felt as if the world had turned upside down. Who could have imagined that such a formidable individual could be the same Han Feng they had all scorned? Jiang Suru frowned, her serene face etched with disbelief. Han Feng? Is it truly you? What has happened? How have you become so strong? Seeing your sister, Han Feng replied. I will explain everything later. For now, please examine Wang Mian. Do you have any healing elixirs? Indeed, Jiang Suru responded. She knelt down to assess Wang Mian's injuries, and upon discovering his shattered dantian, she gasped in horror. This is dire. His dantian is utterly destroyed. Han Feng was struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening as he gazed upon Wang Mian's pain-stricken face. Utterly destroyed. What does that mean? It means, Jiang Suru explained, that his dantian is beyond repair. It is not merely injured, it is useless. His cultivation is ruined, and there is virtually no hope of recovery. He will never cultivate again. Jiang Suru produced an elixir and administered it to Wang Mian, lamenting, I can only use this to sustain his life. He will be able to move freely, but he will remain a useless cripple, unable to cultivate. A cripple, unable to cultivate. Tears welled up in Han Feng's eyes as he looked at Wang Mian. Images of their shared past flashed through his mind, their shared dreams and aspirations. Han Feng, one day I will become an unparalleled powerhouse, an elder. I will cultivate diligently and achieve immortality. Han Feng, you cannot cultivate, but fear not. I can. When I reach the foundation establishment stage, I will protect you. No one will dare bully us. How about we teach old man Ma a lesson? You can be the one to strike the blow. Han Feng, we are almost 18. I was not chosen at the last matchmaking event, but I will be next time. I must cultivate diligently, lest I be deemed unworthy by a potential cultivation partner. Han Feng, go till the fields. I need to cultivate. How can I protect you if I don't become stronger? Han Feng, I had a dream last night. I dreamt I became an immortal. Han Feng knew how diligently Wang Mian cultivated. Unlike his own indolent self, Wang Mian was exceptionally hardworking. He also knew how much Wang Mian yearned to become stronger, for they were both powerless and bullied. Wang Mian no longer wished to be bullied. Nor did he want Han Feng to suffer. But now, it was all gone, utterly destroyed. Even with Jiang Suru's vast knowledge, she could find no way to restore it. His path to immortality was severed. Wang Mian was destined to remain immortal for the rest of his days. Tears streamed down Han Feng's face, landing on Wang Mian's cheek. He removed the rope that bound Wang Mian's tongue, for Yi Longyuan feared Wang Mian would beg for his release. Wang Mian looked at Han Feng and said with difficulty, Feng, run. Quickly. Han Feng grasped his hand and replied, Wang Mian, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. But first, I will avenge you. Han Feng lifted Wang Mian and entrusted him to a disciple of the Jiang family, saying, Brother, please care for him. The disciple nodded and retreated. Han Feng turned around, his eyes landing on Yi Longquan at his feet. His face was stained with tears, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Yi Longyuan, I captured Yi Longquan because he once helped you kill me. But Wang Mian is innocent. Why did you do this to him? Why? Why don't you ask yourself? If not for you, would he have suffered this fate? Yi Longyuan sneered, Boy, I advise you to release my brother immediately, and I might spare you a complete corpse. Stop. What are you doing? Yilong Yuan's expression changed drastically before he could finish his sentence. Han Feng raised the wind-riding spirit sword and pierced Yilong Yuan's dantian. Then, with a forceful twist, he shattered Yilong Yuan's dantian before yanking it out. A fist-sized dantian was extracted by Han Feng. This decisive, ruthless act shocked everyone present. Han Feng had brutally extracted the dantian from a living person? Such barbarity. Chapter 49. The Battle of Archenemies. Han Feng versus Yilong Yuan. Both inside and outside the arena, all onlookers were rendered speechless at the sight before them. Within this sect, the vast majority had never taken a life. Even those who had committed murder did so swiftly and decisively, rather than resorting to such barbarity as to rip out a person's dantian while they lived, particularly for the disciples in the Qi refining stage. Their most intense battles had merely been contests of victory or defeat during the ancestral worship ceremony in the secret realm, devoid of deep-seated hatred. Han Feng's actions, however, unequivocally signified a blood feud. Severing one's path to ascension is akin to slaying one's parents. Yilong Yuan's incapacitation of Wang Mian had drawn the ire of the masses, who condemned him vehemently. Yet, Han Feng's actions did not invoke similar outrage. Instead, they elicited sheer terror. A living person had been so brutally mutilated. The gruesomeness of the scene left indelible scars in the minds of many disciples. Outside the arena, Yilong Yuan's father raged incoherently, bellowing accusations at Han Feng of murder. However, Yilong Yuan was not dead, nor had Han Feng breached any rules. Han Feng forcefully slammed the dantian he had extracted onto the stunned face of Yilong Yuan, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pronounced, Yilong Yuan, the road of cultivation is long and arduous. I, Han Feng, shall not rest until one of us is dead. Yilong Yuan's handsome visage was marred by blood, and only now did he regain his composure. Witnessing the horrific state of his beloved cousin, he could no longer contain his rage, roaring, Han Feng, how dare you treat my brother thus? I will see you dead, shattered into 1,000 pieces. A cruel smile curled upon Han Feng's lips as he retorted, is that so? Have you any regrets? Did you ever consider that your actions towards Wang Mian could invite such retribution upon yourself? You just claimed that Wang Mian's fate was my doing. Thus, Yilong Yuan's current state is your doing as well. With that, Han Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending Yilong Yuan crashing into Yilong Yuan. He then soared into the air, sword drawn, aiming a strike at Yilong Yuan. Yilong Yuan caught his cousin mid-flight, and as Han Feng's blade descended, he instinctively turned, shielding Yilong Yuan with his own back. A resounding clash echoed as Yilong Yuan's protective barrier flared to life, absorbing the brunt of Han Feng's assault. Staggering slightly, he entrusted Yilong Yuan to a fellow disciple, instructing, hold onto Long Yuan tightly and shout for a retreat. Let the teleportation array take you both away. Understood. The disciple, cradling Yilong Yuan, called out, I withdraw. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of teleportation light enveloped them, whisking them away. Once they had departed, Yilong Yuan's father rushed to receive his son. Upon seeing Yilong Yuan's severed tongue, the loss of his dantian, and the grievous injuries that left him with only one functioning leg, despair consumed him. He cursed Han Feng while hastily carrying his son home to tend to his wounds. Within the secret realm, Han Feng and Yilong Yuan were locked in combat. Jiang Suru, upon witnessing Han Feng's engagement, had no time to inquire about his cultivation level. It was evident that Han Feng was the strongest among them, matching the most formidable opponent on the opposite side, Yilong Yuan. Therefore, they needed to hold off the other disciples of the Yi family, allowing Han Feng to fully confront Yilong Yuan. However, their numbers were woefully insufficient, and the spectators surrounding them were merely onlookers, unwilling to offend the Yi family. Consequently, while it appeared that Han Feng was confronting Yilong Yuan, he was, in fact, being besieged. Initially, Han Feng had no desire to fight. He merely sought to locate Wang Mian and escape together, mindful of the overwhelming numbers of the Yi family. At that moment, his priority was self-preservation. But upon witnessing Wang Mian's dire state, his fury ignited, and he could no longer refrain from retaliation, even against overwhelming odds. He resolved to battle fiercely, avenging Wang Mian and himself. With Jiang Suru's gifted flying sword beneath his feet and the wind spirit sword in hand, Han Feng unleashed a relentless assault upon Yilong Yuan. After exchanging dozens of blows, he flicked his sword, sending 3 feather-like sword lights streaking towards Yilong Yuan. Yilong Yuan's protective artifact glimmered, successfully repelling Han Feng's attacks. Meanwhile, Han Feng possessed only a single protective artifact bestowed by Jiang Suru, which could withstand 3 strikes from Foundation establishment-level attackers, and it had already been shattered by Yi Longyuan's assaults. Now, Han Feng had no choice but to confront Yi Longyuan's strikes with his own flesh and blood. The 3 feather-like sword lights failed to harm Yi Longyuan, but merely diminished the strength of his protective artifact. Yi Longyuan sneered before raising his sword once more, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Han Feng. This time, he gathered all his strength, determined to vanquish Han Feng in one fell swoop. Han Feng, undeterred, raised his wind spirit sword high, channeling the wind attribute's spiritual energy within him, and struck back with formidable ferocity. The air shattered with a deafening clash, the sound waves causing all present to instinctively cover their ears, as both Han Feng and Yi Longyuan were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Han Feng landed on his feet, sliding back 2 meters before regaining his balance, while Yi Longyuan fell clumsily, landing hard on the ground. His protective artifact flickering briefly before shattering spectacularly. Struggling to rise, Yi Longyuan found himself in a disheveled state. Han Feng, with a cold laugh, taunted Yi Longyuan. Your protective artifact is gone. How do you intend to contend with me now? Yet, Yi Longyuan remained unfazed. He tapped his storage pouch and produced another protective artifact. Placing it against his chest as he languidly stated, Han Feng, you impoverished fool. Do you really think I possess only one protective artifact? I concede, you are indeed formidable. In a straightforward contest of strength and speed, I cannot match you. But do not forget, I am a member of the Yi family. While you are merely a destitute peasant, a country bumpkin, I have many protective artifacts and numerous allies. You may destroy one, but I can produce a multitude more. You may repel me alone, but I have a whole host of comrades. This is the distinction between a pauper and a scion of a great clan. Do you comprehend? In the end, it shall be you who faces defeat. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Longyuan commanded, charge. Overwhelm Han Feng. Yes. A dozen Yu family disciples responded in unison, brandishing their weapons as they advanced upon Han Feng. Left with no alternative, Han Feng was compelled to first deal with these disciples of the Qi refining stage. Levels 6 and 7. Chapter 50, Yi Longyuan. Shameless. The disciples outside the arena, witnessing the unfolding scene and hearing Yi Longyuan's words, felt their blood boil with indignation. Was the ancestral worship ceremony not meant to be a fair contest? What kind of valor was it for a multitude to assail a single individual? Did they truly believe they could display their worth before the ancestors in such a manner? This was not valor, it was bullying. The ancestors would not bestow favors upon such cowardice. Lacking strength, they relied on an abundance of artifacts to achieve victory. Why not find a turtle shell to hide in instead? If you cannot win, call for help, and if you fear being struck, use artifacts to overwhelm your opponent. What purpose do you serve in this arena? Would it not be better to stay home and sleep? Previously, they had criticized Han Feng for refusing to duel them, declaring him unmanly. Now that he had arrived, they should have engaged him in a fair fight. Faced with a rival, how could they not dare to face him one-on-one? If you truly could best Han Feng by merit, perhaps Sister Jiang would regard you with a more favorable eye. The despicable individuals who take pleasure in bullying the weak now call for others when confronting the strong. If one cannot bear to lose, they ought not to engage in the game. The Yi family resorts to vile and shameless tactics, resorting to assassination and mob attacks. Truly devoid of any sense of shame. Is this our esteemed disciple? Is this the so-called prodigy with a celestial root? It is utterly humiliating. I feel ashamed to be associated with him in the same sect. I hereby declare my severance from Yi Longyuan. I do not recognize him. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. A leader among them shouted, and soon the rest followed suit, chanting loudly. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. The thunderous cries echoed through the skies. This uproar stemmed from Yi Longyuan's despicable and unpredictable behavior, inciting the wrath of the masses. Moreover, the chant was rhythmical and easy to vocalize, filled with vigor. The sect leader above watched this scene with a headache. Having presided over the sect for over a century and conducted numerous ancestral ceremonies, he had witnessed cheers for the remarkable performances of his disciples. However, never had he seen such a scenario where the ire of tens of thousands was directed at an individual or a family. Such a situation had never occurred before. Silence. Silence. If this disorder continues, I shall turn off the projection and deny you the spectacle. Faced with the furious disciples, even the sect leader dared not utter harsh words. The law does not punish the multitude. The will of the masses is hard to defy. Outside, the disciples denounced Yi Longyuan, while inside, Han Feng found himself in dire straits. A group of over a dozen disciples assaulted him, while Yi Longyuan, from a distance, occasionally struck him with surprise attacks, soon leaving him wounded. Han Feng gritted his teeth in silent fury. It was evident that unless he dealt with these pests first, he would be unable to confront Yi Longyuan. Seizing an opportunity, Han Feng targeted the closest Yi family disciple, lunging forward to grasp the opponent's collar with his left hand while piercing the disciple's dantian with his sword in his right. Han Feng lifted the disciple with his sword and bellowed, "My opponent is Yi Longyuan. Whoever dares to advance, I shall cripple their cultivation, ensuring they remain a cripple for life. I will fight with all my might to incapacitate you all. After I finish, I will withdraw, and we shall see who is more ruthless." The Yi family disciples, witnessing their comrade with a pierced dantian, turned pale, fear striking their hearts. They could potentially defeat Han Feng together, but he had evidently lost his sanity, attacking without mercy, aiming to cripple them. Whoever advanced first would face the same fate, and none wished to be incapacitated. At that moment, a Yi family disciple stepped forward and said, "Han Feng, return that individual to us. We shall not interfere with your matter with Yi Longyuan. He can still be saved. If you cripple him, you will force us to retaliate against you. If you wish to seek vengeance on Yi Longyuan, it will be impossible. Hand him over to us, and we shall not engage you. You and Yi Longyuan can settle this on your own." "Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Longyuan's expression changed drastically as he roared in anger. "Shut your mouth. You scoundrel, is it not enough that you have harmed the Yi family's disciples?" After shouting at Yi Longyuan, Yuan extended his hand towards Han Feng, saying, "Han Feng, give him back to me." After a moment's thought, Han Feng withdrew his sword and threw the Yi family disciple towards Yuan. However, upon catching the disciple, Yuan carelessly tossed him back, saying, "Withdraw." In a flash, he surged forward with lightning speed, thrusting his sword at Han Feng's dantian. Han Feng was taken aback. Despite his speed, the opponent's sword was already upon him, and he could not evade entirely. He could only dodge to the right, narrowly avoiding a few centimeters. But the sword pierced through the left side of his dantian, not injuring the dantian itself. The excruciating pain from the piercing wound made Han Feng involuntarily grunt. Seeing this, Yi Longyuan's eyes gleamed with delight as he exclaimed, "Yuan, well done. Everyone, let us join forces and eliminate him." Upon finishing his words, Yi Longyuan led the surrounding disciples in a frenzied charge towards Han Feng. The disciples in the square outside the secret realm had been holding their breath, watching the battle unfold on the projection. When they saw Han Feng willing to exchange that disciple for the others to refrain from intervening, they did not scorn him as cowardly, for it was indeed the most prudent choice. Han Feng's desire was to confront Yi Longyuan in a fair fight. Yet the surrounding disciples posed a significant distraction, with the risk of defeat looming. They had initially believed that the exchange would proceed smoothly, only to be taken aback when Yuan reneged on the agreement and launched a surprise attack on Han Feng. This ignited the fury of the spectators once more. Damn it, Yuan is such a scoundrel, employing deceitful tactics to ambush Han Feng. A treacherous and scrupulous character, to gang up on one individual, yet still resort to deception and ambush. Are all Yi family members such scoundrels? I stand by my previous assertion. All Yi family members are despicable and shameless, with not a single innocent among them, a den of snakes and rats. How can a family be so lowly and base? Is treachery ingrained in their blood? Truly, they are one and the same. Henceforth, I shall sever ties with the entire Yi family. I even hesitate to consume the elixirs crafted by the Yi family, fearing I might be poisoned. In a sect competition, resorting to overwhelming numbers, deception, and ambush, why do they not meet their demise? Observing the surging anger of the crowd, the sect leader decided to forsake any attempts to intervene. Let it unfold as it may. The primary issue lay in the Yi family's disgraceful behavior. A single ancestral ceremony marred by a series of outrageous antics had plunged their family's reputation to an all-time low, rendering them the pariahs of society. Chapter 51. The moment of hunt belonging to Han Feng. Beside him, Jiang Suru's father gritted his teeth, expressing his disbelief at the treachery of the Yi family, with whom he had worked for many years. I never imagined they would be such a den of snakes and rats. Han Feng was in dire straits, surrounded and outnumbered. How could he withstand such a beating alone? He should retreat quickly. Jiang Huayang shook his head and replied, "Father, to be fair, if your friend were harmed by enemies to such an extent, you wouldn't withdraw until you avenged him, would you?" Han Feng was engulfed in fury. He would not retreat, at least not until he had defeated Yi Longyuan. Alas, he is a good child. It is my fault for not recognizing his talents sooner and providing him with the necessary resources. Now, His adversaries possessed protective artifacts, healing elixirs, and offensive weapons, along with numerous allies. Yet, he had nothing. Even Jiang Ro had limited resources. How could he have more? If he had these items, he would not be facing such an unfair battle. After listening to his father, Jiang Huaiyang sighed, "It is also my fault. I have long known of his extraordinary talent. Yet I said nothing. I shall kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days to atone." What? Me? Han Feng was suddenly beset by intense pain as a flurry of swords lunged toward him. The piercing sword lights rushed at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew, pulling a sword from his body and evading with utmost speed. However, the sword lights were alarmingly swift and soon bore down on him. Suddenly, from behind, the little fox leaped forth, shielding Han Feng. The barrage of sword lights struck the little fox instead. With a pained cry, it spat blood and was hurled into Han Feng's embrace. Han Feng cradled the injured little fox, flying away while glancing at it with deep concern. "You little rascal. You have no cultivation. Why would you shield me? You could die," Han Feng exclaimed, torn between worry and affection. The little fox, barely clinging to life, gazed at Han Feng and said, "It's all right. You are my best friend, the only human I have met who harbors no malice toward me. For you, I am willing to take the blows. I will be fine. Just eat 50 spirit stones when we return, and I will recover. Don't worry. I will give you all my spirit stones from now on." Han Feng's heart ached. "All right, it's a promise. No backing out." In a sudden burst of energy, the little fox sprang onto Han Feng's shoulder, appearing lively and spirited, defying its earlier state of injury. How convincing. The disciples outside could not help but chuckle, finding the antics of Han Feng's little fox to be delightfully clever and mischievous. Perched on Han Feng's shoulder, the little fox quickly advised, "Listen to me. You must leverage your advantages. They are numerous. Confronting them head-on would be foolish. You are swift, and they cannot catch you. Among them, their speeds vary, some fast, some slow. Just create distance. Once they spread out, don't focus on the fastest, Yilong Yuan. Use your speed to take down a solitary target swiftly, then flee and strike again. In no time, you will incapacitate several, and the rest will scatter." "That makes sense. Your intelligence is impressive, little fox." Han Feng immediately complied, leading the Yi family's disciples in circles within the area. As predicted by the little fox, the disciples' speeds varied, and soon a distance of several hundred meters had opened between them. Yilong Yuan, closest behind, continued to shout insults, but Han Feng ignored him, surveying the battlefield. Suddenly, he surged forward, aiming for the center where a Yi disciple was situated. Han Feng's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he confronted the disciple. The disciple, elated, shouted, "Han Feng is coming. Quick, let us take him down." However, he soon realized 2 critical issues. First, the nearby disciples were far too distant, at least several hundred meters away. Second, he was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Like a thunderbolt, Han Feng collided with the disciple, sending him reeling and spitting blood, but he did not fall back because Han Feng had seized him. With his left hand gripping the disciple's neck and his right wielding a sword, Han Feng pierced the disciple's dantian and twisted savagely, destroying it utterly. One down, the disciple, filled with terror, screamed, "I quit." A teleportation array appeared in the sky, descending rapidly. Han Feng released the disciple and retreated, unwilling to be transported alongside him. The array whisked the disciple away, while the Yi family members rushed to assist him. Meanwhile, Han Feng assessed the battlefield, noting that more disciples were closing in on him, but they would take a moment to arrive. He still had time to eliminate another foe. He darted towards a Yi disciple on his right, both of them charging at each other at high speed until they collided. Han Feng employed the same tactic, seizing the opponent and aiming for his dantian. However, a shimmering barrier suddenly appeared around the disciple, blocking Han Feng's strike. "Didn't he expect that I possess a protective artifact?" The disciple sneered, raising his sword to strike Han Feng. Fury ignited within Han Feng. He first deflected the disciple's sword, and then unleashed 3 powerful slashes, shattering the protective artifact before the disciple could retrieve another. With a swift thrust, he aimed for the disciple's dantian once more. Seeing this, the disciple was filled with dread and shouted, "I quit." Suddenly, a shimmering barrier descended from the sky. Yet Han Feng was quicker. He pierced the disciple's dantian and, before the barrier could envelop him, twisted violently, infusing spiritual energy and obliterating it. Accompanied by the disciples' anguished cries, the barrier vanished. This scene horrified the pursuing Yi disciples. They realized Han Feng's ruthlessness and were astonished at his merciless methods. Han Feng regarded them with a cold smile. Still pursuing? I warned you. If you do not wish to be crippled, stay away. Yet you have defied my warning and remain obstinate. Do not blame me for being merciless. Continue your chase, and whoever follows will face ruin. Your fate is sealed. Chapter 52. Yi Longyuan in distress. Having finished his words, Han Feng swiftly turned and departed, relying solely on his speed to outmaneuver his adversaries. Yi Longyuan was on the verge of losing his mind. He had prepared meticulously for this expedition into the secret realm. He had already ascertained that the Jiang clan consisted of merely 20 individuals, and besides the Jiang family, Han Feng had no other allies to depend upon. He summoned over 20 members from the Yi family. Both clans were prominent, with numerous branches and countless descendants. Every year, among those reaching 18, he could always find a dozen or so. To ensure their success, Yi Longyuan even enlisted the aid of family elders, who brought along their capable disciples, gathering a total of over 50 individuals. Victory against the Jiang clan seemed nearly guaranteed. However, he did not anticipate the continuous losses he would face. As for Yi family, disciples had already perished. Among the 50-plus individuals, not all were from the Yi family. While the other disciples could assist in combat, they were not willing to risk their lives for Yi Longyuan. After all, the opportunity to gain ancestral blessings within the secret realm came but once in a lifetime, and everyone cherished it. Who could say what treasures one might acquire? At the very least, they would experience growth in their cultivation or enhancement of their innate talents. They had no reason to confront the madman Han Feng recklessly. Consequently, it was only the Yi family members who sustained losses. With so many from the Yi clan losing their chances for blessings, Yi Longyuan could already envision the severe repercussions awaiting him upon his return. His uncle, Yi Longyuan's father, would harbor an intense hatred for him. Had he triumphed over Han Feng, exacting revenge for his brothers while inflicting similar costs upon Han Feng, he might have had some justification to present upon his return. But if he were to be defeated again, he would face even graver punishment. Of course, Yi Longyuan was still oblivious to the mounting outrage outside. The Yi family had become the target of scorn, and the elders were already deliberating how to penalize him. As for his father, due to his reckless actions, his chances of inheriting the family leadership had been utterly dashed. What a burden he had become. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Yi Longyuan prepared to lead a pursuit against Han Feng, a direct descendant of the Yi family interjected, "Yi Longyuan, we have already aided you sufficiently. Our clan has sustained considerable losses. The remaining matters fall upon your shoulders. This is ultimately your affair and should be resolved by you. After all, we are fellow disciples. Let us engage in a fair duel." With that, he turned and soared downwards. "Don't go. Come back," Yi Longyuan cried out desperately. With one departure came a multitude, as others followed suit, leaving only a distant branch disciple who grinned at Yi Longyuan and said, "Brother Yuan, fear not. I shall still assist you." He sought to pledge his loyalty and align himself with Yi Longyuan, for he was merely a branch descendant, and the resources he received paled in comparison to those of a direct descendant like Yi Longyuan. "My good brother, though I do not know your name, you shall henceforth be my true brother." Yi Longyuan felt profoundly moved. The disciple nodded eagerly, but suddenly, a searing pain erupted from his dantian. He incredulously looked down to see a blade emerging from his dantian, twisting violently and shredding it to pieces. A ghostly voice echoed from behind. "You enjoy playing the hero, do you? Consider yourself fortunate that killing is prohibited here." Han Feng had stealthily circled behind him. With a fierce swing of his sword, he sent the disciple crashing to the ground. "Yi Longyuan, you have lost the support of your kin. Your brothers are incapacitated. Now it is your turn." Han Feng scoffed coldly, brandishing his sword as he charged toward Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan's countenance darkened. He did not even glance at the fallen brother and immediately engaged Han Feng in battle. The Yi disciples who had retreated earlier watched this unfold, secretly relieved by their decision. The first to depart landed below and addressed the remaining Yi disciples and their accomplices. "Enough. Cease hostilities." The disciples besieging the Jiang clan members immediately withdrew, yet did not disperse entirely. He turned to Jiang Suru and said, "Our two clans need not continue this conflict. This is ultimately a personal grievance between Yi Longyuan and Han Feng. Let them settle it themselves. It is no concern of ours. Now, if the Jiang clan wishes to seek blessings or withdraw, we shall not hinder you. However, you must not assist Han Feng. In return, we will also refrain from aiding Yi Longyuan. If you choose to engage further, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. We will treat your family as Han Feng has treated ours." After all, in terms of numbers, they did not hold the advantage, and the Jiang clan members bore significant injuries. Indeed, after the recent fierce battle, The outnumbered Jiang clan had fallen behind, each bearing wounds that rendered them unfit to continue fighting. Moreover, with the stakes raised to the level of irreparable harm to their cultivation, the potential consequences of mutual destruction loomed large. Previously, the worst outcome had been the defeat and subsequent theft of spirit crystals. No one would have dared to disable another's cultivation, as there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Yet now, several had already been rendered incapable of further cultivation. Should hostilities escalate to the point where the Yi and Jiang families mutually crippled each other as stanchions, it would forge an unbreakable enmity. Both the Jiang and Yi families understood this principle. They were all aware of the dire consequences of such actions. At this juncture, ceasing hostilities was the most prudent resolution. After contemplating, Jiang Suru instructed her people, "We shall take turns seeking blessings while others remain vigilant. Once we complete our wishes, do not leave. Return and continue your watch." Jiang Suru harbored suspicions towards the Yi family and feared a sneak attack. "Understood," they replied in unison. However, Jiang Suru also had reservations about Han Feng. Currently, he was engaged in combat with Yilong Yuan, who possessed numerous medicinal pills and protective artifacts, while Han Feng had nothing. Continuing in this manner would place Han Feng at a disadvantage. After some thought, Jiang Suru turned to the Yi clan disciple and proposed, "Dare you wager with me?" "Wager on what?" "I challenge you. If I win, I shall assist Han Feng. If you win, you may aid Yilong Yuan. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the Yi disciple chuckled. "Jiang Shimi, do you not realize we are afraid of Han Feng?" "What?" Jiang Suru exclaimed in disbelief. Han Feng's tactics were shameless. His speed and strength were overwhelming as he evaded them, picking off their members one by one, rendering their numerical advantage futile. Chapter 53. The pit previously dug that trapped Yilong Yuan thus. "Even if I were to defeat you, I would not extend a hand to aid Yilong Yuan. If that is the case, why should I engage in combat with you?" The disciple from the Yi family articulated his thoughts with clarity and precision. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Suru replied, "Are you not concerned that after Han Feng defeats Yilong Yuan, he may come seeking trouble with you?" "Of course not." The disciple responded confidently. "The foundation upon which Han Feng can defeat us lies in our pursuit of him. If he were to confront us, we would be in a position to defend ourselves passively and could easily overwhelm him. Han Feng is no fool. He would not engage all of us from the Yi family at once. His only enmity is directed at Yilong Yuan. Thus, let their matters be resolved between themselves. As a disciple of the Yi family, my sole duty is to restrain your Jiang clan members. We harbor no deep-seated hatred towards each other. There is no need for further conflict. However, should Sister Jiang insist on confrontation, the Yi family would not shy away from employing ruthless measures. Consequently, the other Jiang clan members would share in your misfortune. Then why not use us to threaten Han Feng, if you are so formidable?" Jiang Suru retorted with a cold smile. The Yi disciple smiled lightly and said, "As I have stated, our families have no need to sour our relations. Moreover, not all you family members are despicable. Yilong Yuan is capable of manipulating others for threats, and Yiwen excels in deception and ambush. Yet, I cannot bring myself to engage in such underhanded tactics. What is your name?" "Yi Wulong, disciple of the Yin-Yang Peak." "Very well, I shall remember you." Jiang Sura glanced at him before turning her attention back to the battlefield where Han Feng fought. Now, all she could do was silently hope that Han Feng would triumph over Yilong Yuan. She could no longer lead the Jiang disciples into a direct confrontation with the Yi family. Han Feng stood alone, while she had her family to consider. Though she yearned to assist him, she felt her options were exhausted. If she intervened, it would undoubtedly reignite a fierce battle between the Yi and Jiang families, and they would find themselves at a disadvantage, unable to aid Han Feng. Yi Wulong's words slightly improved the external disciples' perception of the Yi family. They understood Jiang Suru's predicament and sympathized with her choices. Yet they also recognized that the Yi family's refusal to assist Yilong Yuan was rooted in Han Feng's remarkable speed. Had they been able to catch up to Han Feng, they would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation to eliminate him. On the battlefield, the clash between Han Feng and Yilong Yuan had escalated to a boiling point. Despite Yilong Yuan possessing numerous protective artifacts and the Yi family being affluent, he was merely one disciple and could not possibly possess an abundance of resources beyond his rank. Their battle was fierce. Han Feng, displaying intelligence, no longer engaged in direct confrontation with Yilong Yuan, but instead utilized his speed and agility to evade attacks while retaliating. Essentially, for every strike Yilong Yuan landed on Han Feng struck back threefold. Both were in the Qi refinement stage, limited in their ability to unleash overly powerful techniques, resulting in a rather primal fighting style. Yi Longyuan inflicted wounds upon Han Feng, while Han Feng systematically shattered Yi Longyuan's protective apparatus. After 3 hours of intense combat, both were battered and low on spiritual energy. At last, Han Feng successfully shattered Yi Longyuan's final protective artifact. They descended from the sky, both panting heavily and utterly exhausted. Han Feng sneered, "So what now? Do you still have more protective artifacts? Have you exhausted them all?" Yi Longyuan leaned on his sword, replying languidly, "Indeed. My protective artifacts are depleted. However, if you believe that this signifies my defeat, you are gravely mistaken. Now, how much spiritual energy do you have left? How long can you endure your injuries?" Han Feng retorted, "You speak as if you have an abundance of spiritual energy. Even if your injuries are not as severe as mine, I can strike you, while you cannot touch me. Ultimately, you shall be the one to lose. No, no, no. It remains true that you cannot outlast me, you pauper." Yi Longyuan retrieved a vial from his storage bag and explained with interest. Inside this vial are pills known as revitalizing pills, which swiftly restore both injuries and spiritual energy. This particular batch is of superior quality, crafted from a rare 3-needle flower aged 350 years as the main ingredient. It was personally refined by the esteemed alchemist Zhao Huaiyun. Just the 3-needle flower alone cost 4,500 spirit stones, and with the additional ingredients, the total expenditure on the herbs surpassed 5,000 spirit stones. This single pill will restore all my injuries. Do you comprehend, pauper? With that, Yi Longyuan consumed one of the pills, laughing heartily. Han Feng's expression darkened at the revelation that the opponent possessed a means to recover from injuries and replenish his spiritual energy, while he had none. Continuing this battle would only diminish his advantages. Suddenly, Yi Longyuan's laughter ceased as he examined the vial of pills with confusion. Huh? Why is it ineffective? He's still disbelieving. Took another pill, yet it produced no effect. Han Feng suddenly recalled an incident from the previous month when he had brought a 3-needle flower aged 350 years to an auction, which the Yi family had purchased for 4,500 spirit stones and then entrusted to Zhao Huaiyun for refinement. The very pill Yi Longyuan held was the one Han Feng had inadvertently dug a pit for, now ensnaring Yi Longyuan. Looking at the vial in Yi Longyuan's hand, Han Feng felt a surge of excitement. If it proved ineffective for him, it would be beneficial for Han Feng. Without hesitation, Han Feng unleashed a swift strike, and the sword light struck Yi Longyuan's right hand, injuring him and shattering the vial. The remaining 5 revitalizing pills scattered onto the ground. Infuriated, Yi Longyuan disregarded the fallen pills, knowing they were useless, and charged at Han Feng. Han Feng swiftly summoned the little fox, tossing it beside the scattered pills while he engaged Yi Longyuan. The little fox, initially bewildered, glanced at the pills and recalled Han Feng's assertion that only he could utilize the items he had returned. Understanding the situation, the clever little fox promptly collected the fallen revitalizing pills and leaped to Han Feng's chest, discreetly placing the pills in his embrace. This subtle maneuver went unnoticed by both Han Feng and Yi Longyuan, engrossed as they were in their fierce combat. "Well done, my little fox," Han Feng rejoiced inwardly. Swiftly stowing the pills in his storage bag, he then boldly withdrew one from his bag, consuming it amidst the fray. Chapter 54, Yi Longyuan. Defeated. To the outside world, it would be assumed that this pill had originated from Han Feng's own storage bag, not realizing it was, in fact, Yi Longyuan's. Upon consuming the pill, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through Han Feng, restoring both his injuries and spiritual energy. The effects of a high-tier pill crafted by a master alchemist were truly remarkable. The wounds on Han Feng's body visibly began to heal. Feeling the revitalizing energy replenishing within him, Han Feng, now buoyed with vigor from his healing, pressed the attack against Yi Longyuan with renewed strength. Yi Longyuan found himself increasingly overwhelmed as Han Feng's onslaught intensified. Ultimately, Yi Longyuan could bear it no longer and, summoning all his strength, swung his sword at Han Feng, forcing him to retreat. Seizing the moment, he swiftly retrieved a pill from his storage bag, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Han Feng, do you think that without the revitalizing pill, I have no means left? Behold what I hold in my hand. This is called the bloodthirsty pill, capable of drastically enhancing combat power in a short span. It is a high-grade bloodthirsty pill, crafted from herbs aged for centuries. This is my last resort. This time, it is either your demise or mine." With that, Yi Longyuan swallowed the bloodthirsty pill in one gulp. Below, Jiangsuru's expression changed drastically. She was acutely aware of the effects of the bloodthirsty pill. Although Han Feng could barely maintain the upper hand, once Yi Longyuan consumed that pill, His combat prowess and speed would surge, leading to Han Feng's inevitable defeat, given his depleted spiritual energy. She herself had concocted several bloodthirsty pills using the white silk flowers Han Feng had gifted her, but she had not given any to him, as she had never anticipated he would engage in battle. In a moment of urgency, she produced a bloodthirsty pill and hurled it toward Han Feng. Han Feng, catch! However, as soon as she threw the pill, it was shattered by a streak of sword light. The assailant was Yi Wulong. Sister Jiang, I advised you against intervening. But Yulong Yuan has a pill, and Han Feng does not. Jiang Su'er retorted angrily. That is not my concern. I will not extend any assistance to Yulong Yuan. Let us maintain fairness, Yi Wulong replied languidly. Despicable. The Yi family is filled with vile scoundrels. Jiang Su'er seethed. Meanwhile, Yulong Yuan laughed maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. Yet, as his laughter echoed, it faltered. Why is this not working again? These unscrupulous merchants. These alchemists have deceived me with counterfeit wares. They all deserve to perish. Yilong Yuan's countenance darkened intensely. After swallowing the pill twice, he had expected to turn the tide, only to suffer humiliation on both occasions. Han Feng's expression turned peculiar. Could it be such a coincidence? The bloodthirsty pill Yilong Yuan ingested, was it one of those 10 concocted by Bai Nua? I still seem to possess 8 of them. This unintentional act has ensnared Yilong Yuan twice? I ought to refrain from such actions in the future. Walking along the riverbank, one is bound to get their shoes wet, and eventually, one will be caught. However, thinking of Yilong Yuan, Han Feng felt no remorse. Not an ounce of guilt. Instead, he was grateful for his own foresight from the previous month. With a cold smirk, Han Feng retrieved another vial from his storage bag, uncorked it, and poured a bloodthirsty pill into his mouth, the contents obscured from the view of those outside. After stowing the vial, Han Feng bellowed, Yilong Yuan, do not underestimate others. Do you think you are the only one with pills? I possess them too, though they may not be of your caliber. They were acquired through my own hard-earned savings, unlike your worthless scion who relies on family wealth. I admit to consuming a pill, unlike you, the base scoundrel, who ingests a pill and feigns ineffectiveness while cursing the alchemist. Truly, you raise a bowl to eat and set it down to curse. Is this the character of all the Yi family? After this obfuscation, Han Feng charged forward, launching a fierce assault on Yilong Yuan. Startled, Yilong Yuan immediately raised his sword to defend himself. However, with his spiritual energy depleted and injuries severe, he stood no chance against Han Feng, who had not only regained his spiritual energy, but also benefited from the enhancement of the bloodthirsty pill. Moreover, Han Feng had already held the upper hand in their confrontation. With a powerful strike, Han Feng sent Yilong Yuan crashing to the ground, his body battered, bones shattered, as though on the brink of death. Then, Han Feng dove down, lifting his sword once more. He unleashed 3 feather-like wind blades that struck Yilong Yuan's arms, inflicting further injury, before delivering a devastating blow with his sword. Yilong Yuan hastily leaped into the air, attempting to parry with his sword, but Han Feng's formidable strike landed heavily against Yilong Yuan's blade. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, and Yilong Yuan's sword was left with a significant gash before it slipped from his grasp. Consequently, a grotesque wound appeared on Yilong Yuan's chest, deep enough to expose bone. He was flung backward, crashing onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Spitting blood, Yilong Yuan found himself too gravely wounded to rise. Observing this, Han Feng soared toward him, sword tip aimed downward at Yilong Yuan's dantian. This was the final strike. He intended to incapacitate Yilong Yuan entirely. Han Feng would not show mercy nor commit the folly of a villain falling victim to his own verbosity. However, Yilong Yuan remained lucid. He understood he could not defeat Han Feng. Given Han Feng's character, he would undoubtedly seek to cripple him and subject him to torment. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Yilong Yuan shouted urgently, retreat. A luminous barrier descended from the sky, lifting Yilong Yuan upward. Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically. But it was too late. His strike only severed Yilong Yuan's left foot. Yilong Yuan managed to escape, leaving behind a severed foot. Han Feng roared in frustration, striking the ground fiercely with his sword, shattering the foot into fragments and carving a trench into the earth. He could not accept that he had missed such a golden opportunity. He had incapacitated numerous members of the Yi family, yet none were as significant as Yilong Yuan. In the distance, Yi Wulong, witnessing Yilong Yuan's departure, immediately declared, all Yi family members, retreat. Retreat. The members of the Yi family echoed his call, departing in unison. During the past 3 hours, the Yi and Zhang families had concluded their prayers. Jiang Suru swiftly flew to Han Feng's side, supporting him as she observed his battered form and the regretful, unwilling glint in his eyes. It's all right, even if we couldn't incapacitate him. We shall wait for another chance to personally eliminate him. Jiang Suru consoled Han Feng. Han Feng nodded, understanding her reasoning. How are you? Are your injuries severe? He inquired. He was gravely wounded, on the brink of death. The little fox leaped forth, earnestly and anxiously stating, "You need a kiss from your partner to recover." Chapter 55, The Wish, Wang Mian's Hope. Jiang Suru was momentarily taken aback, her expression a blend of innocence and confusion. Before her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she delivered a playful smack to the little fox's head. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Her face was aglow. How could this cheeky creature suggest I kiss Han Feng? In front of so many onlookers, how could I possibly bring myself to do such a thing? No, that isn't the crux of the matter. The true dilemma lies in how I could ever kiss Han Feng. He isn't my... Oh, it seems he actually is my Dao partner. Wait, when did I come to accept this? I seem to genuinely care about Han Feng. Why would that be? Surely, it must be because I feel guilty for dragging him into this situation, which is why I am concerned for his safety, not from the depths of my heart. It must be so. As Jiang Suru reassured herself, she adjusted her mindset to quell her embarrassment. At the same time, Han Feng regained his composure, shaking off the earlier frustration. It doesn't matter if I can't cultivate anymore. If Yi Longyuan is truly crippled, he will never step outside again, making it nearly impossible to eliminate him. If he remains uncrippled with his cultivation, he will eventually leave the sect, and I can seize the opportunity to take him down. This is a vendetta that cannot be resolved until one of us is dead. If previously Han Feng and Yi Longyuan were merely rivals, after enduring the assassination attempts and the crippling of Wang Mian, the animosity between them had escalated to that of mortal enemies. Henceforth, Han Feng's adversary would not solely be Yi Longyuan, but the entire Yi clan. Han Feng had crippled numerous members of the Yi family. His very existence was an affront to them, and they would undoubtedly seek to avenge this humiliation. Yet he harbored no regrets, feeling that he had not done enough. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm fine. How about you? Are your injuries severe?" Han Feng inquired with genuine care as he cast his gaze upon Jiang Suru. "I'm all right, just a bit of internal injury. A medicinal pill will remedy it swiftly. But your injuries are far too grave. You should take the medicinal pill first." Jiang Suru presented him with a recovery elixir. Upon receiving it, Han Feng consumed the pill without hesitation. He refrained from mentioning that he had appropriated Yi Longyuan's recovery elixir. "I truly appreciate the help from you and the Jiang family. I apologize for the trouble caused." A Jiang family disciple chuckled. "Come now, we are all one family. There is no need for such formality." Han Feng's demonstrated prowess and ruthless determination had won over the Jiang clan. Such a prodigy was destined for greatness, and it would be prudent to maintain a favorable relationship with him. He was no longer the despised waste he had once been. "How is Wang Mian faring?" Han Feng inquired with concern. "He has regained a bit of his strength, but his dantian is essentially beyond hope. I shall go see him." Han Feng flew forward on his sword to Wang Mian's side. At that moment, Wang Mian was leaning against the ancestral statue, half-seated. Wang Mian, Han Feng crouched beside him, his eyes filled with compassion. Wang Mian grinned. "Not bad, Fengzi. I witnessed your battle just now. You're no longer a waste. You're formidable. When I recover, I can boast that I have a prodigious brother." Wang Mian, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's all my doing." "Don't speak like that. It was Yi Longyuan who harmed me, not you. Every grievance has its source. You've also crippled several of the Yi family. We balanced the scales, and then some. Those from the Yi family see it as Yi Longyuan's fault, and I certainly don't blame you. However, let us make it clear, I'm now a cripple, unable to cultivate. You'll have to protect me from now on. Fengzi, you must live well, even if it's for my sake." Han Feng nodded solemnly, then supported Wang Mian to his feet. "Brother, haven't you made your wish yet? Let us pray together to the ancestor for your healing." Han Feng assisted Wang Mian, kneeling before the ancestral statue, retrieving 2 celestial spirit crystals from his storage bag. "These are all I have left, one given by senior sister Jiang and one I took from the little fox. Let us each take one. One is enough." "That little fox is just greedy, huh?" Wang Mian chuckled heartily. The two placed the spirit crystals on the ground and earnestly prayed. In unison, they spoke, "Ancestor above, we, your descendants below, beseech you to aid us, to manifest your spirit and provide a remedy for my brother Wang Mian's injuries. The path of cultivation is vital for him." Ancestor statue, We, your descendants below, implore you to protect Han Feng, granting him a life of peace and longevity. Their simultaneous prayers resonated clearly with the surrounding disciples and those beyond the secret realm. Everyone was profoundly moved. The ancestral ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime ritual of prayer, signified their coming of age and marked their formal entrance into the path of cultivation. It was a pivotal moment for acquiring opportunities, independent of background, lineage, aptitude, or resources. This was the moment that would determine their foundational future in the Qi refining stage. Yet, these two chose to use this unique occasion to pray for one another's well-being. Such camaraderie was heartwarming. This was brotherhood. This was true friendship. At that moment, the bond between Han Feng and Wang Mian touched the hearts of countless witnesses. The ancestral statue bore an identical visage to the one outside, holding 8 orbs. The orbs illuminated, sending forth a radiant light that enveloped Han Feng and Wang Mian. This spectacle was familiar to many, having been witnessed numerous times before. The light that enveloped Wang Mian vanished after 3 seconds, akin to the experiences of most. I bestow upon you the ancient outer sect body refining technique. The indestructible Vajra art, which requires no dantian, refining the physical body to absorb spiritual energy through the blood and muscles, transforming it into innate internal strength. It fortifies the body to its utmost potential, rendering it indestructible and immortal. Wang Mian opened his eyes, though his physical injuries remained. His gaze was filled with astonishment mixed with a hint of joy. He recalled a legend. Before the immortal Tao ancestor established the path of cultivation, this universe was a realm of martial arts. Mastering martial arts could lead to sanctification of the body. Could this ancient body refining technique be a method deliberately chosen by the immortal Tao ancestor to pass down to him? He turned to share his elation with Han Feng, only to find that the beam of light that enveloped Han Feng had not dissipated. Instead, Han Feng stood with closed eyes, seemingly oblivious, as his body began to relax, rising into the air. This scene astounded everyone. They had never before realized that the ancestral light could lift a person skyward. Chapter 56. The Supreme Technique. The Sun character formula. Han Feng's body gradually ascended. He sensed not a whisper of the outside world, nor a glimpse of the surroundings. As if he were enveloped in a realm of his own. A voice, both dignified and gentle, resonated within him. Observing your innate wind spirit root, which aligns with the wind attributes mystical arts, I bestow upon you the foundational technique of the Sun character formula. An intricate and comprehensive technique instantaneously filled Han Feng's consciousness. Is this what it means to wish? It is said that wishes can yield mystical arts or enhance one's cultivation, and it appears to hold truth. Yet, is the Sun character formula a mystical art or merely a technique? Techniques are paths for cultivation, while mystical arts serve as skills, be they defensive, offensive, or supportive. They are not synonymous. Of course, Han Feng would not dare to question the wisdom of his ancestor with his limited understanding. However, the voice continued. You possess the bloodline of the true lineage, being a direct descendant of mine. I awaken your bloodline and grant you the innate wind body. Child, devote yourself to your training and pursue the path of the wind to its utmost potential. The ancestor's words were succinct, concluding with a note of caution. Immediately thereafter, Han Feng felt an excruciating pain coursing through him, as every fiber of his being screamed in agony, as if subjected to 1,000 cuts. Is this the awakening of the bloodline? But why did the ancestor mention my connection to him? Ancestor, blessed ancestor, are you there? I have unanswered questions. At that moment, Han Feng remained unable to control his body, and with confusion in his heart, he could only seek the guidance of the one who had bestowed blessings upon him. At last, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a girl of 15 or 16. I am here. The voice of the ancestor was still melodious, yet its tone remained cold. Did you witness everything just now? Were you able to hear what the ancestor said to me? I saw it. What troubles you? 2 matters weigh on my mind. What exactly is the Sun character formula? It does not sound particularly formidable. The simpler the name, the more profound the implications it holds. You may not know that Han Xianzun comprehended the supreme laws of the universe through the 8 trigrams. The 8 positions of the trigrams represent the 8 fundamental sources of the cosmos, the most powerful techniques, from which all mystical arts stem. The Sun character formula is one such supreme law of the universe. After mastering it, you will gain the foundational mystical arts associated with it and can pursue further advancement. However, you have only received the initial chapter, as Han Xianzun likely deems you unworthy of the complete Sun character formula at this time. What if I were to gift this Sun character formula to my Dao partner? Would I receive a tenfold return? Would the return be the complete Sun character formula? Han Feng seized upon a loophole. After a moment of silence, the ancestor's voice responded, in theory, even if you acquired the complete Sun character formula now, it would be of no use to you. However, the rules I have set must be adhered to. If you gift it to your Dao partner, I shall return to you the complete Sun character formula. Thank you. Han Feng gritted his teeth against the pain and continued. My second question, the ancestor mentioned my bloodline connection. What does that entail? Because you are indeed a descendant of Han Xianzun. He bore the surname Han. And so do you. What is so strange about that? But with such an illustrious ancestor, why am I merely a child of a farming family? Do you not realize that Han Xianzun lived over 1 billion years ago? Over 1 billion years, his descendants multiplied endlessly. His lineage is spread across the 9 realms. And any member of the Han family could potentially be a descendant of Han Xianzun. The distinction lies in whether one can awaken the bloodline of Han Xianzun. So, I have awakened it now, right? After all, it was the ancestor's blessing that facilitated this awakening. Indeed, upon awakening the bloodline of Han Xianzun, you will experience a surge in combat prowess. Your noble bloodline will suppress all others, including both human and beast bloodlines, allowing for rapid cultivation and enhanced aptitude, among numerous other benefits. However, the downside is that once others learn of your awakened bloodline, countless powerful beings will seek to consume you, coveting your body and blood. For your bloodline exceeds any elixir or treasure in their eyes. So, I am in considerable danger. I must ensure that no one learns of my bloodline. By the way, ancestor, does this awakening mean I can cultivate on my own now? Not at all. You have merely acquired the innate wind body and awakened the bloodline of your ancestor. This does not grant you the ability to cultivate independently. You remain unable to elevate your realm, merely a waste. Those last 2 words could have been omitted. Han Feng pondered that he would likely continue to take it easy. After all, if he cannot cultivate, what else is there to do but relax? Perhaps he would tend to his flowers, bask in the sun, and keep an eye on the leaf dragon abyss. How delightful. He could rest once more. As Han Feng reveled in his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. His eyes sparkled, and his heart raced as he inquired, Ancestor, earlier you mentioned that you assist me because I possess the traits and bloodline of a former acquaintance. Now that I have awakened the bloodline of Han Xianzun, does that mean your former acquaintance is indeed Han Xianzun? His heart raced at the thought. If this ancestor truly knew Han Xianzun, it would imply she lived in the same era as him, a being of unimaginable power who has endured for over 1 billion years. Yet, the ancestor remained silent for a long while, and just as Han Feng thought she had disconnected, she finally spoke. At your current level, there is no need for you to know so much. Matters of our caliber are not for you to grasp at this stage. Knowing them would only bring you misfortune. Enemies lurk everywhere. We must exercise caution. Remember, do not speak of your bloodline to anyone, nor mention me to anyone. It is acceptable if the little fox knows, but do not let anyone else find out. Otherwise, should you perish, do not blame anyone, and treat the little fox kindly. With these words, the voice faded into silence. Han Feng understood that the ancestor had truly departed. He ceased his musings, accepting the awakening of his bloodline and the transformation of his body. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. What on earth? I've been waiting forever. How long must we endure this? What's going on? Others receive blessings in mere seconds. Yet Han Feng has already taken 3 hours. This isn't right. Is there a problem with the blessing? Previously, the longest it took was only the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The last person became an unparalleled genius. Could it be that Han Feng's blessing is superior to all others? Why should that be? He merely sacrificed a piece of celestial crystal. Could it be that Han Feng performed exceptionally well? A single individual defeating a group, achieving an overwhelming victory. Furthermore, his bond with Wang Mian might have moved Han Xianzun as well. Chapter 57. The journey in the secret realm comes to an end outside. The disciples were abuzz with speculation about what had allowed Han Feng to receive such prolonged blessings. The theories varied widely. Some claimed it was because Han Feng single-handedly battled against numerous foes without faltering, earning the favor of the ancestral master. Others suggested that his bond with Wang Mian had moved the master's heart. There were even whispers that both he and the master shared the surname Han, leading to special consideration. However, this last conjecture was met with derision, as the Han surname was hardly rare. And many within the Yin-Yang sect bore it without any preferential treatment. Little did they know, this most absurd of theories was actually the closest to the truth. Regardless of the guesses, it was universally accepted that Han Feng had encountered a great fortune. The disciples eagerly anticipated the moment he would reveal the nature of his fortune. After another hour had passed, the stinging sensation in Han Feng's body gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. It was not an extraordinary comfort, merely a return to a normal state. Yet, for someone who had endured for grueling hours, this ordinary state felt like exquisite bliss. He felt lighter than ever, more attuned to the elemental winds around him, able to sense even the faintest breath of air generated by those speaking nearby. Moreover, he had gained the ability to manipulate some aspects of the wind's power. Was this the innate wind body? How marvelous! As Han Feng awoke, the luminous barrier dissipated, and he fell freely towards the ground. Just before landing, he steadied himself and touched down gracefully. Han Feng, you are finally back. We were all quite worried about you, said Jiang Sura with a furrowed brow. A nearby disciple from the Jiang clan quickly interjected. Oh, let us not exaggerate. Only you were truly worried. Laughter erupted among the crowd, causing Jiang Suru to blush once more. Wang Mian, supported by others, approached Han Feng and said, So, Wind Son, what did you gain? I must tell you, this time I quiet. We'll talk outside. Han Feng interrupted firmly. Wang Mian nodded in understanding, aware that the crowd was too large for private discussions. By the way, where is Zhang Xiao? Han Feng suddenly inquired. Since entering, Wang Mian had been with Zhang Xiao, but now only Wang Mian stood before him. Wang Mian shook his head, frowning. I don't know. We were searching for the spirit crystals together. But when Yi Long Yuan arrived with his men, they took me away. Zhang Xiao and I didn't have a communication talisman, so she is probably still looking for me. As if summoned by fate, a figure riding a sword appeared in the distance, calling out for Wang Mian. Everyone turned to see the anxious face of Zhang Xiao, slowly flying toward them. She was only at the 5th level of qi refining, so her speed was quite slow. I'm here. Wang Mian waved to her. Upon reaching him and seeing his injured state, Zhang Xiao's eyes filled with tears as she exclaimed, How did you end up in such a miserable condition? Did those scoundrels from the Yi family hurt you? Your Dantian is in ruins. Come, let us hurry and heal you. Wang Mian smiled wryly and replied, Well, there's basically no hope for recovery. I'm sorry, Zhang Xiao. The promises I made about cultivating together and growing old side by side, I can no longer fulfill them. I feel unworthy of you. What nonsense. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Even though we've known each other for less than a month, we are recognized partners by the sect. Even if you were to be rendered useless, I would still care for you. We need not fear. I will protect and support you, Zhang Xiao declared. Wang Mian was deeply touched. The onlookers were envious. In times of calamity, true feelings emerged. Despite their youth and the brevity of their acquaintance, their bond was profound. Even in the face of hopelessness, Zhang Xiao remained steadfastly devoted, a sight to inspire awe in others. Wang Mian, I couldn't protect you. After you were taken, I searched everywhere for you. In the southern mountains, I encountered a senior sister who informed me that Yi Long Yuan was fighting Han Feng near the ancestral Master S statue, so I rushed over. I flew as fast as I could, but it took me several hours to arrive, and now I'm too late. Seeing Zhang Xiao sobbing, Wang Mian reached out to wipe her tears and said with a smile, It's all right. Han Feng has already avenged me, taking down several members of the Yi family. Now, enough of this. You should go and make a wish. Once you're done, we'll leave. No matter how good this place is, it can't compare to our own home. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Xiao nodded, producing 2 spirit crystals she had found, kneeling to offer them in sacrifice. A stream of light appeared and entered her brow, vanishing 3 seconds later. So quick. Han Feng marveled. Wang Mian rolled his eyes and said, Brother, throughout history, you are the only one who has received blessings for 4 hours. All right, let us go, Han Feng said, personally carrying Wang Mian on his back. The Jiang family and the 3 of them shouted in unison as they exited, the transmission light enveloping them all. As they emerged, they found themselves in a haze. The scene shifting to reveal hundreds of thousands of disciples and elders watching, including the sect leader and heads of various peaks. Han Feng! Han Feng! Han Feng! The disciples below chanted in unison, cheering for him. His extraordinary performance, both in battle and in prayer, had made him a symbol of resistance for ordinary disciples against the oppression of powerful families. Seeing this spectacle, Han Feng was taken aback, bewildered by the fervent calls of his name. The sect leader stepped forward, first silencing the cheers, then smiling warmly at Han Feng. Do not be surprised, Han Feng. The deeds and words you exhibited in the secret realm have garnered the admiration of the disciples. You are now a well-known figure within our sect. What? They could hear what I said inside? Han Feng gasped, having assumed that the outside world was oblivious to their conversations, which had led him to openly share secrets about his wind-attribute spiritual root with the little fox. Of course. Did you not know? The sect leader replied, astonished. I didn't know? You never mentioned it. The disciples erupted into laughter. Han Feng quickly reflected on his words during the secret realm, relieved that he hadn't uttered anything overly embarrassing, lest he face public humiliation. What a blunder it would have been. Chapter 58. The Overbearing Beauty. Master Siyu, the sect leader, waved his hand, proclaiming, Very well, cease your aerial maneuvers and convene with me in the main hall, leading the assembled masters. The sect leader proceeded towards the Yin-Yang sect's principal edifice, situated behind the imposing statue. Upon the sect leader's command, Han Feng dared not disobey. Bearing Wang Mian upon his back, he, along with Zhang Xiao and Jiang Suru, ascended towards the grand hall. The disciples of the Jiang family had already departed to locate their familial enclave. The Yin-Yang sect's main hall, a venue for deliberating momentous affairs and receiving esteemed guests, was constructed with remarkable spaciousness and splendor. To Han Feng, it appeared even grander than the imperial palace, though he had never beheld the latter. Upon entering the hall, the various masters took their seats. The sect leader gestured, announcing, Fetch a chair for disciple Wang Mian. A waiting servant promptly brought forth a chair, upon which Han Feng assisted Wang Mian in seating himself. Immediately thereafter, Han Feng inquired, Esteemed sect leader, might you deign to examine Wang Mian's injuries? Is there yet hope for his recovery? The sect leader shook his head, responding, If restoration were feasible, why would you, Han Feng, have resorted to crippling other disciples' cultivation? The implication was clear. Han Feng's drastic actions against those disciples stemmed from the irreversible nature of a shattered core. Han Feng understood the unspoken message. Wang Mian's condition was beyond redemption. Perhaps miraculous elixirs capable of reversing any affliction existed in this world, but they were certainly beyond his reach, and likely beyond the entirety of the Yin-Yang sect's resources. Iron Lien, the stern master of the enforcement hall, interjected with a cold countenance, Henceforth, a new provision shall be added to the ancestral rites. Not only is the taking of life forbidden, but the crippling of individuals as well. Such ruthless acts were unprecedented. Hence the absence of such a decree. Yi Longyuan and Han Feng have set a regrettable precedent, while they technically did not transgress existing rules, and thus shall not be penalized. Such conduct cannot be permitted in the future. Should all emulate their actions, how many promising talents would we cripple annually? The assembled masters nodded in agreement, signifying their approval of the proposed amendment. Subsequently, Master Iron Lien turned his gaze towards Han Feng, stating, As for you, Han Feng, I have two matters to discuss. Firstly, the attempted assassination orchestrated by the Yi family will be investigated thoroughly by the enforcement hall. Justice shall be served, and henceforth, should any dare to assail you, you may summon the aid of the enforcement hall. If you possess the strength to subdue your attackers single-handedly, remember to deliver them alive to the enforcement hall. I shall personally conduct a soul-searching examination to procure irrefutable evidence for the Yi family's culpability. No leniency shall be shown to such malignant behavior. Warmth enveloped Han Feng's heart as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, The esteemed elder Iron Lien's reputation for impartiality precedes him, filling this disciple with profound admiration and unwavering faith that justice will be rendered. Indeed, Master Iron Lien continued, Secondly, I have observed your resolute nature, profound loyalty, inherent righteousness, and commendable aptitude. I am inclined to accept you as my disciple, welcoming you into the enforcement hall to serve as a disciple, upholding justice and enforcing the law with unwavering integrity. Before Master Iron Lien could complete his pronouncement, a resounding crash echoed through the hall. Heads swiveled to witness the source. Master Siyu of Sunset Peak, her right-hand armrest reduced to splinters. Master Siyu's gaze was glacial as she deliberately cast the fragments of wood to the floor, stating with measured cadence, These hall chairs are regrettably fragile. They're in need of replacement. Silence descended upon the grand hall. Not a single master dared to utter a word in the face of the formidable and imposing Master Siyu. The sect leader offered a strained smile, addressing Master Iron Lien. Esteemed elder, Han Feng is, after all, a disciple of Sunset Peak. Surely, you would seek the consent of Master Siyu before attempting to recruit him. Master Iron Lien rose to his feet, retorting with indignation, Why should I seek her permission? Every disciple possesses the autonomy to choose their mentor, and every mentor the prerogative to select their disciples. Only upon mutual agreement is the master-disciple bond established. Are we to assume that all peak disciples must apprentice under their respective peak masters? Would that not render the recruitment efforts of my enforcement hall futile? Only then did Han Feng comprehend the situation. His own peak master was displeased by Master Iron Lian's attempt to take him as a disciple. It was hardly surprising. His demonstrated talent and combat prowess were indeed remarkable, warranting the attention of such esteemed figures. However, this particular master seemed to possess a rather volatile temperament. The sect leader waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Be seated." Throughout the entire sect, none possessed tempers as fiery as yours. Nonetheless, both of you, and indeed all the masters, are entitled to accept disciples. I shall now inquire, who among you is willing to take Han Feng as their disciple? The assembled masters exchanged glances. Just as hands began to rise, Master Cu emitted a sharp, nasal sound. This single, menacing intonation effectively deterred any other master from raising their hand. Han Feng was astounded. His own peak master was this formidable? This seemingly youthful, beautiful, and well-figured elder sister possessed such power? A mere snort was sufficient to silence all the sect's masters? This was a substantial patron indeed. If not now, when should he seek her favor? Master Iron Lian frowned. Addressing Cu, what is the meaning of this? If you have no intention of accepting him, do you intend to forbid others from doing so? Behind her veil, Master Cu's vermilion lips parted slightly as she stated icily, "Did I declare my refusal? Nor did I forbid you from vying for him. Is it my fault if your demeanor discourages competition? It is futile to plot with a woman." Crack. The left-hand armrest of Master Cu's chair also succumbed to her unseen force. She stood gracefully, stating slowly, "The decision to accept a disciple rests solely with me. My standards are exceedingly high. Those lacking sufficient aptitude need not apply. This Han Feng claims to possess a wind-attributed celestial spirit root. I have yet to personally verify this assertion. How can I possibly draw a premature conclusion?" Having spoken, Master Cu gestured imperiously towards Han Feng. The latter hastened to her side with alacrity. This woman possessed a volatile temper. He must avoid incurring her displeasure at all costs. "Stand upright and remain still," Master Cu commanded. She extended a flawless, jade-like hand, placing it first upon the nape of Han Feng's neck, feeling for a moment, before moving it to his lower abdomen. She channeled spiritual energy into his core, simultaneously releasing her divine sense to conduct a thorough examination. After a brief moment, Master Cu declared, "Indeed, a wind-attributed celestial spirit root. Furthermore, his physical constitution is remarkably robust, his lifeblood vigorous, and his lineage carries traces of a unique, active spiritual energy. The precise nature of this bloodline remains undetermined, but it appears promising. And he remains a virgin." Han Feng's forehead creased with black lines. Was that last observation truly necessary? Master Cu turned her gaze towards Han Feng, speaking languidly. "Previously, when my disciple Jiang Suru chose you, I found it somewhat perplexing, though I did not deem it worthy of my concern. Now, it appears you are indeed worthy of her." Her judgment was sound. Jiang Suru's fair cheeks flushed slightly. What judgment? Her selection of Han Feng was purely a matter of limited options. It was either him or a dog. Surely, she couldn't have chosen a dog? However, in retrospect, it seemed she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. This Han Feng had certainly demonstrated considerable merit. Strange, both he and Yu Longwan possessed exceptional talent, both capable of exerting pressure upon her. Why, then, did she not find him repulsive? Chapter 59. The enlightened Jiang Qingzuan, the sect leader, inquired. "Since Han Feng possesses remarkable talent, are you willing to accept him as your disciple?" Seat Master Cu turned her gaze towards Han Feng and stated coolly, "Han Feng, are you willing to become my disciple?" Before Han Feng could respond, Elder Tielian interjected, "Han Feng, this old one is also willing to take you under his wing. Consider it carefully. Within our enforcement hall, there are numerous opportunities to earn merit and undertake tasks in exchange for contributions. Within the sect, these contributions can be redeemed for resources. Following me will grant you far more than what Seat Master Cu can offer." Upon hearing this, Han Feng looked towards Seat Master Cu, as if prompting, "Everyone else is offering their incentives. Shouldn't you also mention your advantages to sway my decision?" This feeling of having a choice is truly delightful. Unlike the blind date event last month, where that elder only repeatedly asked Jiang Suru for her willingness, without granting him a second opportunity to express his own. Cu cast a cold glance at Han Feng and retorted, "Why are you looking at me? Expecting me to bid higher? In my tutelage, aside from occasional guidance and cultivation, there is essentially nothing else. With your enroas aptitude, it should not be long before you both break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that point, as disciples with heavenly spiritual roots, you can become my personal disciples. Beyond the occasional instruction, The vast majority of your time will be spent in independent cultivation, with little else to occupy you. Little else to occupy you? Excellent, he thought. A chance to slack off. As for the resources Tielian mentioned, what use would they be to him? He couldn't cultivate himself. His advancement entirely depended on Jiang Suru. And she, with the backing of the Jiang family, was hardly lacking in resources. Han Feng's eyes brightened, finding Seat Master Cu increasingly agreeable. However, directly rejecting Elder Tielian and offending him would not be wise. He needed to offer a graceful way out. Thus, Han Feng inquired, Elder Tielian, may this disciple ask, upon joining the enforcement hall, does one have to perform duties daily? That is natural, came the reply. Every disciple of our enforcement hall must frequently go out on patrol, stopping brawls and other unlawful acts. This is the inescapable responsibility of every enforcement hall disciple. Han Feng nodded, cupped his hands in salute, and said, in that case, thank you for your kind consideration, Elder Tai. However, this disciple has grown accustomed to a leisurely life of tending medicinal herbs and basking in the sun. If daily labor is required, I fear I would be unable to endure it. Moreover, my abilities are meager, and I am truly willing but unable. As a disciple of Sunset Peak, I hold deep affection for our Seat Master, and my Tao companion is also Seat Master Cu's disciple. This disciple wishes to accompany his Tao companion in apprenticing under her. I implore Elder Tai to forgive me. Han Feng's words were sincere, and the others nodded in understanding. However, fate often holds surprises. The small fox nestled in Han Feng's arms suddenly raised its tiny face and said earnestly, he's lying. He only chose her because he thinks senior sister Cu is beautiful. The crowd was dumbfounded, staring at Han Feng in astonishment. Even Jiang Suru, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes at Han Feng, a dangerous glint appearing within them. Han Feng, flustered and exasperated, grabbed the small fox and tried to stuff it into his pouch, gritting his teeth as he hissed, you're everywhere. Shut your mouth and stop spreading rumors. Senior sister Suru, he's bullying me. Han Feng is bullying me. The little fox cried out for help. Jiang Suru snatched the pouch away, took out the small fox, and cradled it in her arms, glaring at Han Feng. You're not allowed to bully it. Elder Tielian chuckled, a rare occurrence. Indeed, he said, this old one cannot claim to possess the comeliness of Seat Master Cu, thus lacking the means to attract young disciples. You old codger, you're still the hall master of the enforcement hall, yet you spread such rumors? I'll tear your mouth apart. Cu shot him a cold glare before turning to Han Feng. Very well, since you have chosen me as your master, there is nothing more to be said. Upon your return, first complete the formalities to become an outer disciple, select a residence, and once settled, you may seek me at the summit of Sunset Peak. Your teacher will bestow upon you a welcoming gift, and thereafter, you may cultivate in peace. Thank you, master. Han Feng bowed with cupped hands. Having spoken, Cu departed alone. The sect leader then said, all right, you may all return as well. The ancestral sacrifice ceremony will conclude in one more day, and us old folks must continue to keep a watchful eye. Sect leader, esteemed Seat Masters, Elder Tai, disciples, we take our leave. After leaving the main hall, they encountered the Jiang family outside. Unfortunately, Han Feng only recognized Jiang Huaya. Father, mother, you've arrived, Jiang Suru greeted them. Only then did Han Feng take a closer look. So these are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the remaining one, exuding a somewhat gaudy and untrustworthy aura, should be the elder sister-in-law. Jiang Suru introduced them. Han Feng. This is my father, Jiang Qingzuan. This is my mother, Li Qin. This is my elder brother, whom you already know. And this one who looks untrustworthy is my elder sister, Jiang Yining. You little brat, so your elder sister looks untrustworthy, does she? Jiang Yining stepped forward to pinch Jiang Suru's cheek, but Jiang Suru playfully brushed her hand away, a smile still gracing her lips, indicating a good relationship between the sisters. Han Feng greets uncle and aunt, and senior brother and senior sister, Han Feng said, still carrying Wang Mian, offering a simple greeting with cupped hands. After all, they were merely Tao companions, not yet married, and the cultivation world had few of the rigid customs of the mortal realm regarding marriage. Jiang Qingzuan approached, smiling warmly at Han Feng. Han Feng, your performance this time was truly remarkable, causing our Jiang family to view you in a new light. We never expected such a prodigy to emerge from our Sunset Peak. Seeing you fills me with immense gratification. Han Feng replied with cupped hands. Thank you for your praise. Uncle, this success was largely due to the assistance of the Jiang family's brothers and sisters, without whom I would not have survived. No, it was not the Jiang family who helped you, but rather you who helped the Jiang family. Jiang Qingzuan corrected him, shaking his head. During the blind date event, if not for you, Rower would have chosen someone else. Yilong Yuan would still have made his move. And the Jiang family would still have gone to war with the Yi family within the secret realm. Rower was the cause of this matter, and you were the effect. Where there is cause, there must be effect, and regardless of who the effect was, this event was bound to happen. And any other person facing such an onslaught from the Yi family would have been unable to withstand it. It was because of you, and only you, that the trouble with the Yi family was successfully resolved, safeguarding the disciples of the Jiang family. Of course, although this entire matter arose because Rower chose you, I will not blame my daughter, for my daughter has the right to choose her own Dao companion. She dislikes Yilong Yuan, and no one could force her. She did nothing wrong in rejecting someone she did not like. The blame lies with Yilong Yuan's pettiness, insidious nature, ruthlessness, and lack of shame. The blame also lies with me for not discovering Yilong Yuan's conspiracy sooner, for paying too little attention to you in the past. Had I personally met you even once before, I would have recognized your talent and formulated appropriate strategies. Chapter 60. The Ancient Body Refining Techniques. Upon witnessing the open-mindedness of Jiang Suru's father, who did not place blame on himself or his daughter, Han Feng felt quite astonished. He perceived this father-in-law as both discerning and protective, possessing a keen sense of right and wrong while doting on his daughter. Jiang Qingzuan continued, "Last month, I was preoccupied with the affairs of our sect, and only returned the day before the ancestral worship ceremony. It was then that I learned of Rower and your relationship. I had intended to meet you after the ceremony, but now I reflect that had I met you beforehand, I might have recognized your exceptional talent and, based on your combat prowess, provided you with sufficient spiritual treasures and elixirs. This could have alleviated your struggles against Yilong Yuan, who had elixirs, protective artifacts, and a multitude of allies. The Jiang family only managed to restrain a portion of the enemies. Many disciples still required your personal confrontation. This predicament is entirely my fault for not adequately preparing you and underestimating the significance of this ancestral ceremony, as well as the ruthless and shameless nature of the Yi family. Uncle, please do not say that. These events were unforeseen. After all, no one anticipated the Yi family would be so merciless. From the outset, I did not intend to engage with them. I merely wished to complete the ancestral rites and depart. It is not just us. Anyone would have been caught off guard by the Yi family's actions," Han Feng explained. Jiang Qingzuan nodded, expressing relief. "I am glad to hear you say that. I was concerned you might harbor resentment. It is best to communicate openly. It clears the air. As Rower's partner, I should have met you personally to assess your qualifications and character. But your performance in the secret realm has convinced me that there is no need for further scrutiny. You are indeed exceptional. This time, due to Rower, I have inconvenienced you, and the Jiang family owes you a significant favor. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to come home. Do not treat us as outsiders." Jiang Suru's mother shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "Look at what you're saying. Can't he come home without any issues? The Jiang family will always welcome Han Feng." Han Feng smiled warmly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Jiang Qingzuan then glanced at Wang Mian, who lay on Han Feng's back, sighing, "This child is also quite remarkable, yet he has suffered so. Upon our return, I will prepare a modest gift to extend my apologies to this young friend." Wang Mian chuckled, "No worries, it's all trivial. Uncle need not fret." Jiang Suru interjected, "Father, if there is nothing else, we should take our leave. There are still many matters to attend to, and Han Feng must pay his respects to his master." "Very well, you both should return and rest well," he replied. With that, the four of them flew towards the falling sunset peak. As they soared through the air, Wang Mian grumbled, "You dog of a Han Feng, if you could fly, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have avoided trudging up the mountain with you." Han Feng merely smiled and remained silent. They arrived at the outer disciples' quarters of Falling Sunset Peak, entering the small courtyard of Zhangxiu. The area for outer disciples mainly comprised row houses where ordinary disciples resided. Those with better circumstances, like Jiang Suru, had their own small buildings built by their families. Once inside Zhangxiu's residence, they placed Wang Mian on the bed to rest. Han Feng said, "Now that we are alone, we can speak freely. I shall go first," Jiang Suru declared, cradling the little fox as she fixed a cold gaze on Han Feng. "Shouldn't you explain how you possess such cultivation?" What do you mean?" he responded, puzzled. "Aren't you the one who deemed me a waste? Where do you think my cultivation comes from?" Wang Mian chimed in, "Exactly. I also want to know. You've been living with me for 5 years, and I've never seen you practice seriously. How did you reach the pinnacle of qi refinement?" Han Feng chuckled. "It's merely a matter of exceptional talent. Then why disguise yourself as a waste? Jiang Suru pressed further. Looking earnestly at her, Han Feng replied, because I am not you. What do you mean by that? She asked. You possess a heavenly spirit root and excellent qualifications, backed by a powerful family that protects you. No one dares to touch you. I, on the other hand, do not have such protection. I must remain low-key and safeguard myself. A tall tree catches the wind. Han Feng reiterated his reasoning. However, by revealing your talents, you would attract more attention, especially from the sect leader, who could provide you with better resources and protection. I do not desire an abundance of resources. I merely wish to live a quiet life, to survive. That is all. The allure of power and wealth holds no interest for me. I simply wish to tend to flowers, nurture plants, bask in the sun, and enjoy a carefree existence. If I sought resources, I would have just told your father that I wish to marry into the Jiang family. With my qualifications, they would certainly nurture me diligently. But I have no desire for that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru regarded him thoughtfully and eventually asked, if it weren't for this incident, would you have continued to disguise your abilities? Indeed, while I secretly left to find Wang Mian, I had no intention of revealing my strength. I merely wanted to complete the prayer with Wang Mian and return to my tranquil life. It was only when the little fox expressed a desire for the spiritual crystal that I revealed my strength to seize it. You treat me so well. The little fox chirped happily. I truly cannot comprehend your mindset, being so unambitious. Jiang Suru chided, rolling her eyes. Whether it is seeking comfort or lacking ambition, I only wish for a stable life. I do not wish to offend anyone. My actions this time were forced upon me by Yilong Yuan, Han Feng replied, casting a glance at Jiang Suru. If I were too dazzling, would I not overshadow your brilliance, my esteemed senior sister? Huh, as if I would care, Jiang Suru retorted, turning her head away haughtily. Alas, I feel sorry for Wang Mian, Han Feng sighed, sitting beside him. However, Wang Mian chuckled and said, Fengzi, do you believe I can still cultivate? Still cultivate. The three of them were taken aback, and Jiang Suru exclaimed, impossible. Your dantian is ruined. How can you store spiritual energy? Wang Mian grinned proudly. Then guess what blessing I received during the prayer? If you keep playing coy, I will crush your eggs first. Han Feng growled through gritted teeth. Haha, I won't tease you any longer. You should know that this world was once a martial arts realm before our ancestor established the path of immortality, right? In that ancient time, martial arts reached its zenith. It is said that the strongest could shatter the void with their physical bodies, rivaling the saints. The blessing bestowed upon me by our ancestor is a scroll of ancient body refining techniques called the Undying Vajra Sutra. It requires no dantian. It solely refines the physical body. When perfected, the body becomes immortal and indestructible, incredibly formidable. Chapter 61. What does little crispy meat mean? Upon Wang Mian's utterance, the three individuals present were taken aback. After a brief silence, Han Feng remarked, are you suggesting an ancient body refining technique? Does this imply abandoning the path of cultivation in favor of mastering those martial arts that have long been discarded? Or perhaps those that have been obsolete for millions of years? Jiang Suru interjected sharply. Wang Mian sighed with a hint of irony, saying, do I possess any other options? My dantian is ruined. I can no longer cultivate. Perhaps my ancestors, feeling pity for my plight, have bestowed upon me a technique to restart my training. Honestly, I believe practicing martial arts is not a bad alternative. Before the emergence of the immortal Han Xianzun, this world was indeed a realm dominated by martial prowess. Back then, people had no concept of cultivation. Everyone trained in martial arts. And there were formidable individuals capable of soaring through the skies and commanding the elements, truly awe-inspiring. Moreover, I feel that if I could succeed in martial training, I would also become quite formidable. For instance, without any cultivation, when I engage in combat, my opponent, upon scanning my aura, might dismiss me as a mere weakling. Yet, unexpectedly, I could deliver a punch that could end their life. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? I am a martial artist. Wang Mian laughed heartily, showing no sign of distress over his inability to cultivate, instead seeking to uplift those around him. Jiang Suru, cradling a small fox, spoke thoughtfully. However, practitioners of martial arts are exceedingly rare, and without any foundation or a master to guide you, how can one train alone? But speaking of masters, she continued, I recall my father mentioning that in our Yin-Yang sect, there was an elder who, during his core formation stage, lost his dantian in battle and was left powerless. Everyone thought he was finished and ceased paying him any attention. Yet, unexpectedly, he secluded himself in the back mountains and devoted himself to martial training. Then, several decades ago, when our sect was invaded by external forces, the Yunshao sect launched a fierce assault against us. That elder intervened, single-handedly defeating a nascent soul cultivator with a single punch and holding off 3 others, successfully repelling the Yunshao sect. His reputation soared thereafter. Eventually, we allied with other sects and launched a counterattack, annihilating the Yunshao sect. Our sect leader invited him to become an elder, but he declined, refusing rewards and retreating to the mountains to continue his training. Many, seeing his martial prowess, sought to send their less talented disciples to learn from him, but he never accepted any. His temperament was peculiar. He had no disciples and no partner, choosing to practice alone in the mountains. Due to his extraordinary strength and eccentric nature, we generally avoided that area. If only we could persuade this elder to take on a disciple. Perhaps Wang Mian would have a chance at martial training. Hearing this, hope ignited in their hearts. Suddenly, Wang Mian said, "However, I am merely a poor lad with nothing to offer. How could I possibly request him to take me on as a disciple?" Han Feng immediately countered, "There have been many wealthier individuals than you who have visited with lavish gifts, and he declined them as well. Regardless, we must give it a try. If you remain here, how can you expect him to accept you?" Jiang Su Ro nodded in agreement. "Moreover, we can ask our master to assist us in making an introduction. After all, our master holds considerable influence within the sect." Han Feng recalled their esteemed master and curiously inquired, "Will our master's influence be sufficient to convince that eccentric elder to accept Wang Mian?" "Not guaranteed, but it might prevent that peculiar elder from attacking us. If he does wish to, our master could potentially intervene." The group gasped, feeling a chill of fear. Zhang Xiao, however, was undeterred, promptly suggesting, "Then we should seek an audience with our sect leader at once. Our master seldom meets with people, and without a good reason. It would be difficult to visit. However, did not our master say that once you complete the outer disciple formalities, you could meet her? She would grant you a gift upon your meeting. We can seize this opportunity to visit her together. If necessary, Wang Mian could forfeit his gift in exchange for an introduction." "Agreed. Let us proceed," Han Feng affirmed, and they set off. "Wait, there's something else." Han Feng suddenly grasped her hand. This unexpected gesture left both of them momentarily stunned. Jiang Su Ro's cheeks visibly flushed, prompting Han Feng to quickly release her hand. A hint of disappointment flickered within Jiang Su Ro. Is he rejecting me? Once a celestial beauty, revered by many, she never anticipated feeling self-conscious in front of a mere servant disciple. Yet, this fleeting thought passed, and her demeanor returned to normal. Just as Han Feng was about to speak, Wang Mian interjected with a laugh. "You two are already partners, and yet you're shy about holding hands? Zhang Xiao and I share a bed daily, and you two are still in the courting phase? Han Feng, I must say, as a man, you should be a bit bolder. Jiang Shiji is the most beautiful flower of our Loxia Peak. You must seize this opportunity. Do not let her slip away." The small fox, joining in the fun, peeked out from Jiang Su Ro's arms and exclaimed, "Exactly. Han Feng, you're being too timid. Hurry up and enjoy a cozy sleep with little crispy meat sister. I hope the next person to snuggle with her is you, and not me. Both of you. Be silent." Han Feng gritted his teeth, his face flushed. Jiang Su Ro's cheeks also reddened, both experiencing this for the first time without any prior experience. Such teasing would undeniably evoke embarrassment. However, as Jiang Su Ro was not well acquainted with Wang Mian, she could not chastise him and instead took it out on the little fox. She grasped the little fox's tail, lifting it upside down and staring into its eyes, and gritted her teeth. "Now, explain to me, what does little crispy meat mean?" "Little crispy meat is a delicious dish. You choose some meat, cut it into strips, coat it with a batter made of flour and starch, and then fry it in oil until golden brown. After frying, you take it out. Prepare a bowl of broth with salt and soy sauce. Put the little crispy meat into stew, and finally sprinkle some cilantro and drizzle a few drops of sesame oil. Even the children next door are drooling over it." Seeing the little fox already salivating, Jiang Su Ro was at her wit's end. "Is that what I meant? I asked why you called me little crispy meat. Because your name is Su Ro, which sounds similar to crispy meat, and it makes it sound cute." Chapter 62. A transformed status. The little fox, convinced of its articulate explanation, was met with narrowed eyes from Jiang Su Ro. It promptly betrayed its accomplice. "It wasn't me who started it. It was Wang Mian. He's the one who coined that nickname for you." Wang Mian guiltily averted his gaze. Han Feng interjected swiftly, "Enough with the jesting. I have a matter of import. Senior disciple, do you possess any blank jade slips suitable for recording cultivation methods and alchemical recipes? I find myself in need of one." "Indeed," Jiang Su replied, retrieving a jade slip. "These are of little value." She presented it to Han Feng. Unable to project his consciousness, Han Feng pressed the jade slip to his forehead, imprinting the initial chapter of the Sun word incantation from his mind onto it. The ancestral founder deemed him unworthy of the complete incantation. Yet he harbored his own means of acquiring it in its entirety. Having completed the transcription, Han Feng returned the jade slip to Jiang Suru. Within the bestowal, I obtained a formidable cultivation art, he stated, accompanied by the initial stage of its divine ability. I offer it to you for your practice. It shall prove most efficacious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru was initially taken aback, then shook her head. The cultivation art you received, it is known to all that you lingered within the bestowal for a full 4 hours, exceeding the duration of any other. Surely, you obtained a treasure of considerable merit. Yet, the sect leader and the esteemed elders have remained silent, undoubtedly to safeguard this secret of yours. For they understand its exceptional value. To bestow it upon me now, this gesture is too weighty. I cannot accept it. Wang Mian, ever the outspoken one, chimed in, honestly. I find your mutual politeness quite irksome. Such formality between companions on the path truly. Those who share a quilt think alike, yet you two act like utter strangers. Senior disciple Jiang, why not simply offer a portion of your bestowal to Han Feng in return? Each of you would then possess 2 divine abilities. A sharing that would enrich both. I failed to comprehend this reluctance. Silence. Jiang Suru's face flushed crimson once more, her gaze flickering with shyness as she stammered. It's not that I cannot give it, it's merely not the opportune moment. The time is not yet right. This uncharacteristic display of flustered shyness from the usually composed Jiang Suru only intensified the curiosity surrounding the nature of her bestowal. Jiang Suru accepted the jade slip from Han Feng. I shall accept this for now, she said, and seek another occasion to reciprocate. It is of no consequence. Han Feng replied, we are all kindred spirits here. At that precise moment, a notification echoed within Han Feng's mind. You have bestowed upon your Tao companion the cultivation art and divine ability, Sun word incantation, initial chapter. A tenfold return has been granted, the complete Sun word incantation. Claim? Not yet, Han Feng decided. He resolved to examine this divine ability in detail after settling Wang Mian and relocating his own residence. Subsequently, Han Feng instructed Wang Mian to rest at home, while he and Jiang Suru proceeded to complete the formalities for his induction as an outer disciple. Upon leaving Zhang Shou's dwelling and taking to the skies on their swords, Jiang Suru gestured towards a secluded courtyard beneath her own pavilion. That courtyard stands vacant, she remarked. Reside there. It will keep you closer to me. She added, though it is but temporary. Your cultivation has reached the very apex of the 9th Qi refining stratum. Within a year or 2, surely you will achieve foundation establishment, whereupon you shall become an inner disciple, perhaps even a direct disciple of a sect elder, and will then relocate to the mountain summit. Very well, many thanks, senior disciple, Han Feng replied. He preferred not to reside in Jiang Suru's pavilion, as it felt like an imposition upon her private domain, a sense of unease at dwelling within the female's residence. Moreover, her courtyard was too diminutive. Its foundation a mere expanse of rock, offering no space for cultivating herbs. The lower courtyard, with its 3 ground floor rooms and expansive, comfortable grounds situated beneath the very boulder upon which her pavilion rested, was far more appealing. Han Feng and Jiang Suru arrived at the outer disciple registry, where they encountered the same disciple from their previous visit. This time, however, the reception was markedly different. Ah, if it isn't senior brother Han and senior sister Jiang. A rare honor. Please, be seated, have some tea. The disciple hastened to offer them chairs and pour tea with obsequious eagerness. During their prior visit, the same individual had been dismissive and sarcastic. Now, he seemed prepared to prostrate himself before them. There is no need for such ceremony, brother, Han Feng stated. The other man was clearly older, yet in the cultivation world, strength dictated respect. The multitude who addressed Jiang Suru as senior sister Jiang did not necessarily imply she was older than them all. And with Han Feng's current cultivation and recent exploits, he was entitled to be addressed as senior brother by the vast majority of Qi refining disciples within the Yin-Yang sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of senior brother Han's visit? The disciple asked deferentially. It concerns the matter from last month, Han Feng explained. I inquired about becoming an outer disciple, and I was informed of a regulation stipulating that assessments are conducted uniformly on the first day of each month. However, due to the ancestral rites, the process was delayed. I wish to know if it is still possible to proceed today. Certainly, certainly. For others, perhaps not, but for you. Most definitely, the disciple replied promptly. Jiang Suru frowned. Wait a moment, she interjected. I was unaware of any such regulation requiring outer disciple registration to occur only on the first of each month. Is it not a daily procedure? Indeed. It is always available, the disciple affirmed quickly before striding towards the entrance. But when I came last time, the sign over there clearly stated that it was only on the first of each month. Han Feng began, watching as the disciple swiftly retrieved a placard and placed it within his storage pouch. Sign? What sign? There is no sign, the disciple declared, his audacity and shamelessness astonishing. Han Feng was speechless. Do you take us for fools? Jiang Suru scoffed. They simply seek to shirk their duties. The one responsible for verifying cultivation levels is a foundation establishment deacon disciple. He likely consolidates the registrations to free up time for his own cultivation. Senior Sister Jiang, please forgive us. It is entirely our fault. They dared only to slight ordinary disciples like Han Feng. The arrival of disciples from prominent clans would undoubtedly elicit a different response, regardless of the day. The disciple produced several spirit stones, pills, and 2 sets of Taoist robes, placing them on the table with a smile. These are Senior Brother Han's monthly provisions. The outer disciple allocation is 5 spirit stones and 10 qi condensing pills per month. We have provided 3 portions this time. Please, accept this and do not hold this transgression against us. Han Feng, however, did not feel any resentment. Had he truly become an outer disciple on his previous visit, Yilong Yuan would have become aware of his strength, potentially dispatching even more formidable assassins. He would have lost the opportunity to turn the tables on them. Without the successful counter-assassination, he would not have acquired the 300-year-old white silk luo flower, which would later prove crucial in his scheme against Yilong Yuan during their battle. Consequently, the subsequent events of feigning weakness and dealing with the Yi family would also not have transpired. It could only be said that fate had intervened. His initial failure to become an outer disciple had inadvertently set the stage for these later developments. Thus, he harbored no ill will towards the disciple, having accepted the provisions. Han Feng and Jiang Suru then proceeded to escort Wang Mian to his master, Sect Elder Siyu. Chapter 63. The Gift of the Master. The spring swift wind wings. The customary procedure of verifying cultivation aptitude before registration was deemed unnecessary. Han Feng's combat prowess in the secret realm spoke volumes, rendering any further evaluation superfluous. The 2 Taoist robes were standard attire for outer sect disciples, though not frequently worn. Nor was their use mandated by the sect. Wang Mian, having recovered sufficiently to walk with difficulty, was carried by Han Feng to save time as they ascended the mountain on their swords. They arrived at the main hall of Falling Glow Peak, the residence of Seat Master Siyu, located in the courtyard behind the hall. Jiang Suru led them there with practiced ease. Disciple Jiang Suru, with disciples Han Feng, Wang Mian, and Zhang Xiao, request an audience with the master. Jiang Suru announced loudly from the courtyard. Enter, a voice replied. A maidservant opened the door, and the 4 entered. Han Feng observed the expansive living room, decorated with refined elegance. Seat Master Siyu sat in a chair, her legs crossed, the upper one exposed by a slit in her garment. Her flawless, slender leg was conspicuously displayed before them. Han Feng and Wang Mian stared, transfixed. Do you value your eyes? Seat Master Siyu inquired languidly, without looking up. The group hastily bowed in greeting. Only the little fox, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, feigned an expression of longing, exclaiming, Sister, your legs are so beautiful. I want to touch them, to lick them. Seat Master Siyu cast an odd glance at the little fox. Had a man dared to speak to her thus, he would have met an untimely demise. Yet, the little fox's infatuated, drooling demeanor was endearing. This little spirit beast, does it have such proclivities? And is it female? The love of beauty is universal. Sister's beauty transcends gender and species, the little fox responded sweetly. Such a silver tongue, Han Feng thought approvingly. No wonder Jiang Suru favors her. Such flattering words, Siyu said, her eyes smiling behind her veil. Han Feng, I promised you a gift upon becoming my disciple. I have observed that the sword you wield is adequate, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. However, using it for combat precludes its use for flight, and vice versa. You possess remarkable speed, a natural attribute of the wind element. This gift will augment your speed even further. With a wave of her hand, Siyu produced a pair of wings, as delicate as cicada wings. The wings were expansive, nearly 2 meters in width when unfurled, resembling the wings of a swan. They were translucent, with visible wing bones and feathers. The feathers appeared as sharp as blades. These are the spring-swift wind wings, harvested from a core formation stage wind-swift water goose. They are durable, suitable for flight and defense, and their feathers can be used as weapons. Once refined, they will reside within your body, even if damaged. As they are the wings of a living creature rather than a crafted treasure, they can be restored during your healing process. This is my first gift to you. A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Take them. However, Han Feng bowed, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, Master, but I cannot accept such a valuable treasure without merit. If you wish to assist me, I have a request to make, and I implore you to consider it." My friend, Wang Mian, had his foundation destroyed in the secret realm by Yi Long Yuan, precluding him from further cultivation. Yet, he still desires to train, since he cannot pursue immortality. He wishes to learn the ancient martial arts. I have heard of an elder in the back mountains whose martial prowess rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator. I request that you escort us to meet this elder, to see if he is willing to accept Wang Mian as a disciple. If so, my friend can cultivate, fulfilling my wish and allowing me to focus on my own training. Siyu regarded Wang Mian, then turned to Han Feng, scoffing. So, you intend to barter with the gift I offer you? Do I owe you anything? Han Feng replied, I dare not, master. I am merely concerned for my friend and resort to this measure out of desperation. I beseech you not to take offense. So, you dare to refuse the gift I offer? Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru promptly pushed Han Feng forward, acutely aware of her master's temperament, capricious and unpredictable. Once she resolved to do something, nothing could dissuade her. Likewise, no one dared refuse a gift from her. Han Feng understood and stepped forward to receive the spring-swift wind wings with both hands. Thank you, master. Very well, your matter is settled. Now, tell me about your friend's situation. Siyu turned to Wang Mian. You are also a disciple of Falling Glow Peak, under my jurisdiction. Therefore, I should address your concerns. Your injury is recoverable, but the required spiritual medicine is beyond the reach of the Yin-Yang sect. Even if we found it, we could not afford it. If the sect cannot afford it, you certainly cannot. After all, if that old coot Panshan had such a panacea, he wouldn't have retreated to the back mountains to practice martial arts. At this moment, the group learned that the elder's name was Panshan. However, that old coot is notoriously eccentric and difficult to communicate with, much like myself, I suppose. You are aware of your difficult temperament. The group was speechless. Many have sought him out, hoping he would accept them as martial arts disciples, but he has rejected them all. He has thrown away precious treasures and spiritual stones. He has driven away all who have come to visit. He shows no one any respect, not even the sect leader, let alone me. I can barely exchange a few words with him before a fight breaks out. You must have heard something about him before coming here. Why persist in this futile hope of meeting that eccentric old man? Wang Mian considered this and then replied, Seat master, from what you say, this elder is indifferent to fame and fortune, disinterested in material possessions, and dedicated to pursuing martial arts. He is a person worthy of respect. Perhaps no ordinary gift can move him. But what if I possessed an ancient body refinement technique? Seat master Siyu sneered. An ancient body refinement technique? Those are long lost. Perhaps only those ancient sects with billions of years of history might possess some remnants. Where did you acquire this so-called divine technique? It was bestowed upon me. It has been lost for ages. Others may not have it, but the immortal ancestor surely does. He has existed since that era. He must possess it. He gave me the body refinement technique. Chapter 64. Ill-starred encounter. Reunion with the Yi family. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, Siyu regarded the matter with newfound gravity. She straightened her posture, concealing her remarkably smooth and long leg beneath her skirt. A delicate furrow creased her brow as she inquired, Is this truly the case? And what is the name of this technique? Wang Mian hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the information. Observing his apprehension, Siyu offered a cool smile. Very well, you possess a commendable sense of caution. However, rest assured, this one has no intention of seizing your technique, nor will the information be disseminated. The dual cultivation of martial arts and the celestial path is an impossibility. Even the ancestral founder of the celestial arts in bygone eras abandoned martial practice before embarking on the path of immortality. These are two fundamentally divergent systems of cultivation. While cultivators of the celestial arts possess methods for physical refinement, they are vastly different from the tenets of martial discipline. Therefore, even if this one were to obtain your technique, I would not pursue its practice. For I could never forsake my nascent soul cultivation to endure the arduous training of martial arts, the ultimate limits of which remain unknown. Hearing this, Wang Mian hastily clarified. No, esteemed sect leader, you misunderstand my hesitancy. It is merely that the name of this technique is rather unconventional, and this disciple feared you might find it incredulous. In truth, Wang Mian's concern lay in the possibility of the sect leader coveting his technique and subsequently revealing it to others. After all, several individuals within the Yi family had suffered debilitating injuries, and they might also seek to pursue the path of martial arts. Wang Mian would hardly dig his own grave. Oh? Siyu queried, her curiosity piqued. How outlandish could a technique's name be? This technique is called the indestructible Vajra art. Upon reaching its zenith, one's physical form becomes imperishable and invincible throughout the realm. Upon hearing this, Siyu immediately scoffed. Any technique cultivated to its absolute pinnacle could be considered peerless. Yet how many truly achieve such a state? Nevertheless, this imperishable and indestructible art of yours sounds as though it enhances the resilience and vitality of the physical body. To vanquish foes, one must first be more enduring than they, capable of outlasting them. Wang Mian scratched his scalp, a touch of awkwardness in his demeanor. In your estimation, then, might this technique impress that venerable elder? It is unclear, as the martial disciplines are not within my purview. However, yours is the first offering of a martial arts technique I have encountered. All others have long been lost to time. Given that old eccentric's obsession with martial arts, it might indeed capture his interest. Siyu produced 2 blank jade slips and extended them to Wang Mian. Record your technique within these 2 slips, separately. Present the first half to him initially. If he is willing to accept you as a disciple, then you may offer him the latter half. Should he decline, he will be unable to practice the incomplete technique, and you will have suffered no significant loss. Understood. Many thanks, sect leader. Wang Mian respectfully accepted the jade slips. Imitating Han Feng, he placed a slip against his brow, meticulously copying the remembered contents of the technique into each of the jade artifacts. Sect leader Siyu rose to her feet and declared, "For the sake of my 2 disciples, I shall escort you on this occasion. However, be warned. That old fellow is notoriously difficult to engage with. Should he attempt to strike you down, remember to flee with haste, and I shall endeavor to intercede." These words left the others with a lingering sense of apprehension, yet for Wang Mian's sake, they were prepared to venture into even the most perilous of domains. Han Feng carried Wang Mian on his back, and the group followed the sect leader as they soared towards the northern reaches of the Yin-Yang sect. Upon arriving at a sizable mountain in the north, Han Feng observed numerous streams cascading down its slopes, converging into a pool at a lower elevation. Adjacent to a precipice, the pool's waters spilled over the edge, forming a magnificent waterfall. Sect leader Siyu led them to the rear of this mountain. There, they beheld a pool formed by the waterfall's impact, its waters flowing northward, eventually becoming a river that stretched into the distance. Beside the waterfall and the pool stood 2 simple wooden shacks, appearing quite rudimentary compared to even the brick dwellings of the outer disciples Han Feng had once resided in. There, Siyu indicated, that is where that old codger Pan Shan resides. What's this? There are people present. The group observed a throng of individuals gathered in the open space before the 2 wooden shacks, a mix of young and old. The elderly appeared deeply anxious, while the younger ones, each bore a gaping hole in their dantian region, a truly pitiful sight. Han Feng was all too familiar with the origin of such wounds. They refrained from descending, observing from midair, curious as to the Yi family's purpose. Yi Luochuan's father stood before the door of the wooden shack, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Venerable Senior Pan Shan, this junior is a member of the Yi family. A century ago, you and my grandfather, Yi Qingmei, were close confidants. Now, this junior has a matter of great import to beseech of you, and humbly requests an audience. After a brief moment, the wooden door creaked open, and an elderly man emerged. His long white hair flowed freely, and his beard was equally untamed, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He wore only a vest and shorts, revealing a physique brimming with taut muscles, a surprisingly robust and vigorous form that belied his age. His muscular build suggested he could effortlessly dispatch 10 individuals of Han Feng's slender frame with a single blow. Pan Shan carried a bamboo chair, placed it before the door, and seated himself. If not for your grandfather's sake, he said with a hint of impatience, gaining an audience with me would be nigh impossible. Speak, what is it? Yi Luochuan's father hastened to explain, Senior, it is thus. During the recent ancestral rites, a nefarious rogue infiltrated our ranks. Despite having given him no offense, this villain, driven by some petty personal grievance with a disgraced member of our Yi family, acted with extreme cruelty. That shameless scoundrel crippled no fewer than 5 of our Yi family disciples. Their dantians were shattered, forever severing their potential for celestial cultivation, extinguishing their path to immortality. Senior, you yourself suffered a similar affliction in your past. Surely you can empathize with their plight. Hearing this, Pan Shan turned his gaze towards the 5 Yi family disciples. Observing the grievous state of their dantians, he nodded. Indeed, a vile miscreant. To inflict such harm upon fellow disciples is reprehensible. Such a person should be summarily executed as a warning to others. What transpired afterward? Did the sect leader not slay this disciple? Alas, no. Although the disciple's character is base, his innate talent is considerable. The sect leader shielded him, and to this day, he remains at large. Humph. Such individuals are unworthy of life. However, this is not my concern. Speak plainly. What is your purpose in seeking me out? Do you wish for me to eliminate this disciple? No, no. Such a trivial matter would hardly warrant troubling a venerable senior such as yourself. Our ye family shall handle it ourselves. Senior, these 5 children are all virtuous individuals. Witnessing their hopes for the celestial path extinguished, their futures seemingly ruined. We elders cannot bear such sorrow. Thus, we have come bearing humble gifts to pay our respects, hoping that senior, in consideration of your past friendship with my grandfather, might accept these children as your disciples and instruct them in the martial arts. Senior, they are all obedient and diligent children, capable of assisting with chores such as fetching water, chopping firewood, and preparing meals. They will readily perform any task you assign, so long as you impart to them the martial disciplines. They are all capable of enduring hardship. Having spoken, Yi Longxuan's father promptly urged the others to present their gifts. In an instant, the open space was filled with numerous gift boxes of varying sizes. Chapter 65. The Capricious Pan Mountain, however. Pan Mountain did not even cast a glance at those gifts, expressing his impatience by saying, "Have you finished? If you're done, then leave. Take your gifts and your people with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Longxuan's father immediately grew anxious and implored, "Predecessor, we are all sincere and earnest. They are good children who should not have their lives ruined like this. I beseech you to show some mercy, even for the sake of our ancestors, and offer a bit of guidance. If it were not for the sake of the deceased Yi Qingmei, you wouldn't even be granted an audience with me. Each year, I receive countless disciples seeking to apprentice under me. There are dozens, if not hundreds. Have you ever seen me accept one?" He continued, "Now, leave me be. Should you annoy me further, do not blame me for being unyielding." Yi Longxuan's father, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of distress as he exchanged glances with a few others, communicating silently about how to continue persuading the old predecessor. Pan Mountain, uninterested in their plight, raised his eyes to the sky and remarked, "What do you troublesome nuisances want?" Upon hearing this, Siyu descended with Han Feng and the others. The Yi family turned to see Han Feng and immediately gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with hatred. Yet, with the presence of the venerable Pan Mountain and Master Siyu, they dared not utter a word, suppressing their anger. Before they could speak, Pan Mountain suddenly turned his gaze upon Han Feng, frowning. Such a robust bloodline power. A martial arts prodigy, are you? Who might you be?" Wang Mian, who was on Han Feng's back, mistakenly thought the question was directed at him and hurriedly replied, "Predecessor, I am, not you. I am inquiring about this lad carrying you. He looks rather untrustworthy, thin and frail." "Han Feng? Am I untrustworthy simply because I am slender?" Casting a glance at the Yi family, he clasped his hands and declared, "Scoundrel! Are you insulting me?" Pan Mountain's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Predecessor, I am not insulting you. I am merely introducing myself. I am the so-called scoundrel spoken of by the Yi family. And those few disciples were all defeated by me." Yi Longguan gritted his teeth and spat, "You rogue Han Feng, so you acknowledge yourself as a scoundrel, do you?" Pan Mountain's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, "To act so ruthlessly against your fellow disciples, you must be a heartless and malevolent individual. Since you have come to my doorstep, I shall cleanse the sect for the master." With that, he launched a punch toward Han Feng. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended, making it difficult for Han Feng to breathe and filling him with a sense of impending doom. At this critical moment, Master Siyu intervened. She raised her hand, conjuring a water barrier that dissipated the power of the punch into nothingness. "Such malicious intent!" the little fox exclaimed. "If you had waited for my warning, I would probably have been struck dead by now," Han Feng retorted, disregarding the little fox as he addressed Pan Mountain. "Predecessor, do you intend to solely heed the words of the Yi family and condemn me without just cause? What if the Yi family claimed the entire sect had rebelled and that only they were innocent? Would you then take their word and slay all disciples of the sect?" Upon hearing this, Pan Mountain retracted his fist and coldly replied, "How could that be? As a disciple of the sect, I am well aware that the law enforcement hall demands that matters be settled openly, distinguishing right from wrong, to avoid unjustly punishing the innocent. As an esteemed elder of our yin-yang sect, revered by many who once saved our sect from peril, why would you now unjustly condemn a disciple you once vowed to protect?" Pan Mountain returned to his seat, stating, "Oh, this is intriguing. It is well known that I possess a capricious temperament, Yet you, a mere chi refinement disciple, dare to speak to me without fear, maintaining your composure. Quite rare indeed. Now, enlighten me about the events leading up to this. Of course, I have no intention of making decisions for you. I merely seek amusement. Han Feng felt a wave of frustration. This old man was indeed unpredictable. One moment he was ready to kill without discrimination, and the next, he was eager to hear tales. It was impossible to fathom his temperament. Allow me to summarize. A disciple from the Yi family pursued a fellow disciple, only to be spurned in favor of me. Harboring resentment, he attempted to assassinate me thrice and once framed me. However, I thwarted each attempt. Upon arriving in the secret realm, unable to best me, he captured my innocent friend and reduced him to this state. Han Feng lowered Wang Mian, revealing the injuries at his dantian, and continued, that Yi Longyuan has repeatedly targeted me. While I accept that as a matter of competition, my friend, who had no quarrel with him, was grievously harmed as leverage against me. Predecessor, as a chivalrous individual who values loyalty and vengeance, would you not seek retribution if your friend were so wronged? Pan Mountain replied without hesitation, naturally, one must avenge wrongs. It is unworthy of a gentleman to let grievances go unaddressed, especially when a friend suffers because of you. If I were to let it slide, would I still be worthy of being human? Thus, when they attacked me with their numbers, I merely incapacitated a few. Han Feng gestured to the nearby disciples. Yi Longyuan, filled with rage, pointed at Han Feng, exclaiming, Han Feng, do not slander us. With hundreds of thousands of witnesses, can you deny it? Han Feng snarled. Yi Longyuan was speechless. Indeed, the evidence was irrefutable. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had witnessed the entire affair. They could not wriggle out of it. Pan Mountain, though capricious, was no fool and soon realized Han Feng spoke the truth. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, well, a clear distinction between grievances and the principle of retribution. This aligns with my taste. Now that I have heard your tale, what brings you here? Han Feng hastily replied, Predecessor, our intentions align with theirs. My friend here has suffered severe injuries to his dantian and can no longer practice cultivation. We wish to request that you take him on as a disciple and teach him martial arts. Pan Mountain furrowed his brow and asked, martial arts require great endurance. The process of refining one's body is excruciating, unlike cultivation, which merely involves meditating and absorbing spiritual energy. This hardship is not something most can bear. The Yi family members exchanged glances, realizing that Pan Mountain seemed inclined to accept Wang Mian. Wang Mian quickly interjected, Predecessor, I can endure hardships. I fear no toil or fatigue. I hail from a humble farming background and have endured hardship since childhood, unlike those pampered disciples from prominent families. Response. Chapter 66. Wang Mian's successful apprenticeship. The scions of the Yi family, incensed, glared daggers at Wang Mian. Is he trying to provoke us even at a time like this? One of them muttered. Pan Sha nodded, acknowledging their presence. Very well, I understand, he declared. Overjoyed, Wang Mian hastily inquired, does this mean you'll accept me as your disciple, senior? Han Feng and the others shared in his elation. However, the mercurial nature of Pan Shan was about to be revealed once more. A grin spread across his face as he retorted, I think not. A wave of consternation washed over the group, leaving them dumbfounded. Are you saying you won't accept him after all this? One of them asked, perplexed. What was the point of all that incessant chatter? Leaning back in his bamboo chair, Pan Shan gestured towards Han Feng. Young man, he began, though I haven't personally assessed your bloodline, your vitality is palpable, your energy vibrant, and your aura robust, the makings of a true martial prodigy. If you were inclined to study martial arts under my tutelage, I might consider it for a time, to gauge your potential. As for the other lad, however, he should simply return from whence he came. There's no shortage of individuals seeking to become my disciples. Why? There are several nearby who have come bearing gifts worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, yet I have turned them all away. Do you truly believe I would accept you based on mere words? The Yi family disciples were secretly jubilant, finding solace in the misfortune of their adversaries. In a desperate plea, Wang Mian exclaimed, Senior, what if I were to present you with a gift that you couldn't possibly refuse? Oh, and what manner of gift could that be? Pan Shan scoffed. I have lived for centuries, progressing from chi training to core formation, enduring the fall from grace. And now I'm back on the path of martial arts, cultivating to a level rivaling the nascent soul stage. I have seen countless treasures. What could you possibly offer that I haven't already encountered? Wang Mian cast a furtive glance towards the Yi family before suggesting, Senior, this is not the place for such a discussion. I implore you to grant us an audience within your abode. See you, the sect leader, interjected, old codger. Do me a favor and take a look. If it doesn't meet your expectations, we'll be on our way. How does that sound? After a moment's hesitation, Pan Shan rose to his feet and headed towards his dwelling. If you're attempting to deceive me, you'll face my wrath. See you turned to Wang Mian and said, Come, I'll accompany you. The two of them followed him inside, leaving Han Feng, Jiang Su-ro, and Zhang Xiu behind. The Yi family members, their expressions menacing, glared at Han Feng, their eagerness palpable. Han Feng chuckled derisively. What? Planning to bite me? He taunted. Care to wager whether your attack will be faster than my nascent soul stage master's intervention? Hearing his words, the Yi family members cast a wary glance towards the house. Their bravado momentarily quelled. They are as tame as lapdogs, Han Feng thought to himself. Yi Longquan scoffed. A mere puppet. Relying on the influence of the Jiang family and the sect leader Siyu. Without them, you are nothing. Likewise, Han Feng retorted without hesitation, without the Yi family, I could crush you with a single hand. What are you barking about? Inside the house, after entering, Siyu casually cast a soundproof barrier, capable of preventing even divine sense probing. Pan Shan demanded, Siyu, where's the gift? Present it. Wang Mian retrieved a jade scroll from his robes and handed it to Elder Pan Shan. Pan Shan accepted it and scanned it with his divine sense. Although his cultivation was ruined, the power of divine sense he had cultivated over the years remained. He examined the technique within the jade scroll, initially with indifference, then with a furrowed brow, followed by astonishment, and finally with fervent excitement, his eyes ablaze with zeal. This is reminiscent of an ancient martial arts technique, he exclaimed. Where did this technique come from? It's extraordinary. Had I possessed such a divine art in my youth, I wouldn't have had to toil away, groping in the dark for the path of martial arts. If I had this technique back then, I might have been able to contend with nascent soul stage experts by now. But wait, why is it only half complete? Where's the other half? Where has it gone? Overwhelmed with excitement, Pan Shan reached out to seize Wang Mian, eager to demand the remaining portion of the technique. Siyu immediately stepped in front of him, her expression icy. Well, old codger, are you satisfied with this gift? I must know, does the other half exist? Pan Shan pressed. Without it, this technique will not reach its full potential. Pan Shan had lost all semblance of composure. Now resembling a ravenous beast that hadn't tasted a woman in 3 centuries, suddenly presented with an unparalleled beauty, yet unable to touch her. The other half certainly exists. Siyu replied, but you must agree to accept him as your disciple, imparting your knowledge to him wholeheartedly and without reservation. Only then will he relinquish the remaining portion to you. Otherwise, why would we freely gift you an ancient martial arts technique? You speak the truth. That is only fair. Pan Shan conceded. To accept a disciple in exchange for an ancient martial arts technique is a profitable endeavor. He then turned to Wang Mian. Young man, where did you acquire this technique? Who bestowed it upon you? To my knowledge, such techniques have long been lost. Wang Mian quickly responded. I received it in the ancestral secret realm, blessed by the immortal ancestor. Perhaps the ancestor, seeing my cultivation ruined, took pity on me and did not wish to see my cultivation path extinguished. Pan Shan murmured in realization, that makes sense. That is only reasonable. Others may not possess it, but that does not mean the ancestor does not. The ancestor is omniscient and all-seeing. It is only natural that he would bestow this upon you. He turned back to Wang Mian. Young man, I shall accept you as my disciple. From this day forward, I shall impart my knowledge to you wholeheartedly. We shall perform the ceremony today. In the future, we shall cultivate this undying Vajra art together, with me guiding you as I learn. Wang Mian was overjoyed and was about to agree when Siyu suddenly interjected, Hold on. You must swear an oath to the heavens, vowing to teach Wang Mian wholeheartedly and without reservation, and to protect him. Furthermore, if you wish to impart this technique to another, you must first obtain Wang Mian's consent. I have no desire to witness you obtaining the complete technique, only to turn around and cast Wang Mian aside, using his technique to teach others. Pan Shan was enraged. Siyu, what do you imply? Do you perceive me, Pan Shan, as such a vile and unscrupulous individual? Siyu retorted coldly, I prefer to be cautious. Your temperament is well known, Pan Shan. I do not trust you. Moreover, this oath poses no harm to you. It is merely a safeguard. If you truly intend to teach him wholeheartedly, what need have you to fear divine retribution? Very well. I agree, Pan Shan declared. He extracted a wisp of divine sense from his brow and proclaimed, I, Pan Shan, swear to the heavens that after Wang Mian relinquishes the complete technique to me, I shall cultivate it together with him, teach him wholeheartedly, and protect him. Furthermore, I shall not impart this technique to another without his consent. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck down and obliterated. Seeing Pan Shan make the oath, Wang Mian immediately retrieved the other half of the jade scroll, presented it to Pan Shan with both hands, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times, saying, "Disciple greets master." "Heh, good child, rise," Pan Shan said with a strange smile. He gestured towards the outside and continued, "My disciple, you harbor animosity towards those individuals outside. Would you like to exact revenge?" Chapter 67. The Delight of 10 Slaps, huh? Revenge? Wang Mian was initially taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. He immediately replied, "Of course I thought about it, but killing someone violates the sex rules, and one would have to pay with their life. Alas, look at your narrow-mindedness. Only thinking of killing. Such bitterness is unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more effective to channel your desire for revenge through other means? One should not harbor such heavy resentment. In martial arts, maintaining a calm and peaceful heart is essential for self-cultivation. Do you understand?" Wang Mian felt exasperated. Did your temperament truly relate to those 2 idioms? Come on, let's go. The elder of Pan Shan, evidently in high spirits, opened the door and led Wang Mian and Master Siyu outside. As they emerged, all eyes outside converged upon them. Han Feng glanced at Wang Mian, who gave him a knowing look, indicating that things had gone well. Han Feng relaxed. Elder Pan Shan settled into a bamboo chair and addressed the few members of the Yi family, saying, "I have suddenly changed my mind. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. These children, having lost their path to immortality at such a young age, is truly regrettable. Considering my past connections with your elders, let these 5 remain as my registered disciples. In my spare time, I shall guide them in their martial training." The members of the Yi family rejoiced at this news. Yi Longquan, Yi Wan, and the other 3 immediately knelt down and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to our master." Han Feng's expression darkened instantly. Now that Wang Mian had been accepted, these individuals would undoubtedly use their numbers to bully him in the future. The Yi family, blissfully unaware of Wang Mian's acceptance, watched Han Feng and Wang Mian with glee, secretly reveling in their misfortune. They thought to themselves that these individuals must have said something to Elder Pan Shan, only to end up being taken in, resulting in a situation that backfired. How delightful it was to see that scoundrel Han Feng's face darken. However, the next moment, Elder Pan Shan chuckled and said, all right. Rise and pay your respects to your senior brother." He pointed at Wang Mian. The 5 from the Yi family were stunned. "What? Senior brother? What is going on? This country bumpkin has suddenly become our senior brother? Master, is there some misunderstanding? How did Wang Mian become our senior brother?" Yi Longquan asked in astonishment. "He is my first disciple and my only direct disciple. How could he not be your senior brother? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master, this Wang Mian is merely a rustic bumpkin. How can he be our senior brother? Does he even deserve it?" As Yi Longquan raved, Elder Pan Shan's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted, Are you questioning my decision? How dare you? To question your master and insult your senior brother is unforgivable. Wang Mian, give him 10 resounding slaps to teach him a lesson." Wang Mian perked up at these words, and although he was still somewhat unsteady on his feet, he strode over, rolled up his sleeves, and with a wicked grin, delivered a resounding slap to Yi Longquan's face. Han Feng, witnessing this scene, laughed so hard that he nearly doubled over. Yi Longquan's expression contorted as he prepared to retaliate against Wang Mian, but Wang Mian glared back at him and declared, "I am your senior brother." Yi Longquan glared, caught in a dilemma, his raised fist hovering uncertainly. Beside them, Yi Longquan's father frowned and said, "Senior, what does this mean? What does it mean? They have bowed and paid their respects. That makes them my disciples. Here, they must obey my commands. Just as every family has its rules, every sect has its traditions. Regardless of where one is, respect for one's elders and teachers is paramount, is it not?" While this was said, Yi Longquan's father pondered, questioning how Wang Mian, with his mediocre talents, could possibly qualify as the elder's first disciple. Elder Pan Shan coldly replied, "That is my affair, and it concerns you not. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave with your gifts. I offer you one final opportunity. If you wish to learn, stay and follow my arrangements. Should you choose to leave now, you may do so. I have already stated that practicing martial arts is not akin to cultivating immortality. It is a rigorous process involving much hardship. If you remain and later find the trials unbearable, I will not consent to your departure." The members of the Yi family hesitated. Initially, they had been eager for Elder Pan Shan to accept them, but now that he had, they faced the indignity of being bullied by Wang Mian, who would command the authority as senior brother. However, if they left, they would regret it for a lifetime, as such an opportunity to study martial arts would be rare to find elsewhere. They could not afford to squander their futures over a moment of humiliation. Yi Longquan spoke up. Master, I misspoke earlier. I am willing to accept punishment. I request Wang Mian, senior brother, to finish the remaining 9 slaps, so that I may remember this lesson and ensure I respect my teachers henceforth. Wang Mian sneered. Humph, you said it. With that, he unleashed a flurry of slaps across Yi Longquan's face without holding back. The thrill of openly striking an adversary, with them unable to retaliate, was exhilarating. After delivering the 10 slaps, Yi Longquan's face was swollen, a testament to Wang Mian's lack of restraint. After all, when the Yi family had crippled his dantian, they had shown no mercy, and Yi Longquan had been equally ruthless when betraying Han Feng. Once the slaps were done, Wang Mian clasped his hands in salute to Elder Panshan, stating, Master, it is done. Good, Elder Panshan replied, then turned to the Yi family and said, All right. The disciples and gifts will stay. You may leave. Upon your return, arrange for some menial workers to come and build a few more houses here. These disciples cannot be left to endure the elements. They will need kitchens and latrines as well. Yes, we will ensure their basic needs are met. Yi Longquan's father quickly affirmed. However, Senior, I hope that while you teach these children, you can guarantee their safety. They are innocent and good-hearted. Given Wang Mian's grudge against them, I hope you will take care to prevent him from exacting personal revenge that might endanger their lives. Rest assured. Once you leave this valley, I will not concern myself with anything. Within this territory, my disciples shall not perish, unless I die first. Chapter 68. Have you not engaged in dual cultivation yet? After receiving the assurance from Elder Panshan, Han Feng and the members of the Yi family felt a sense of relief. Their prior worries about potential betrayals were alleviated. With Elder Panshan as protection, Han Feng no longer feared Wang Mian. It would be nearly impossible for anything to go awry. The Yi family left behind disciples and gifts as they departed to gather materials for building and to contact laborers for assistance. This endeavor was not solely for their children. It also presented a rare opportunity to foster goodwill with Panshan, who had previously declined their gifts. Han Feng requested a communication jade slip from Jiang Suru, which he handed to Wang Mian, saying, Wang Mian, you shall concentrate on your cultivation here and learn martial arts from the elder. Visit Luoxiao Peak every few days to keep Zhang Xiu company. Should you wish to return, send me a message, and I will come to fetch you. Do not attempt to make the journey alone. The path to Luoxiao Peak is treacherous, filled with dense foliage, a perfect hiding place for assassins. You are in the company of these Yi family members, who are well acquainted with your movements. Given their nature, they will seize any opportunity to eliminate both you and me. Exercise caution, do not treat your life lightly. Wang Mian accepted the jade slip, storing it in his pouch, and chuckled, Rest assured. Do you think I would be so polite? From now on, you shall be my charioteer, taking me wherever I wish to go. Ha ha ha. Elder Panshan turned to Han Feng, saying, Since you were so close to him, why not stay and train with me? It would provide a chance to protect him closely. Your bloodline is remarkably potent. Although you may be somewhat slender, with proper training, you can certainly build your physique. If you choose to remain, I shall accept you as my direct disciple. What do you say? Han Feng, feeling a wave of anxiety, quickly replied, Senior, I possess commendable aptitude for cultivation and have worked diligently for many years. I do not wish to abandon the path of immortality. I aspire to continue my practice. Fear not. You are merely at the qi refining stage. It would not be a loss to abandon your current level. You have not cultivated for decades yet. It would be a waste not to train your martial skills. Come, join me in training. Elder Panshan's enthusiasm left Han Feng somewhat perplexed. If martial arts were indeed so admirable, why did the illustrious Han Shinzuan, the ancestor of the immortal path, choose to cultivate in the realm of immortality instead? Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior, but I have grown accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and cannot endure the rigors of martial training. I prefer the tranquility of meditative practice, for which I apologize. Upon hearing this, Elder Panshan sighed, but reiterated, Should your cultivation falter one day, remember to seek me for martial training. Please close your mouth. Han Feng gritted his teeth inwardly. See, you coldly interjected, he is my disciple. I shall be his sole master. Enough of this, let us return. Concerned that Elder Panshan might persist in his entreaties, Siyu waved her hand, and a surge of spiritual energy lifted Han Feng, Jiang Suru, and Zhang Xiu into the air as they soared toward Luoxia Peak. Elder Panchon shook his head in disappointment. Turning to his disciples, "What are you lingering for? Remove your garments." Wang Mian and the others gasped in unison. Did the master have some peculiar inclination? "Take off your upper garments and assume a horse stance. We shall begin with the fundamentals." "Understood." On their way back, "See you," without looking back, addressed Jiang Suru and Han Feng. "It has been a month since you two became partners. How many times have you engaged in dual cultivation?" Their reactions mirrored Wang Mian's earlier surprise. "See you," not having observed their expressions, continued, "Allow me to counsel you. While dual cultivation is beneficial, moderation is key. In your youth, desire flourishes, and indulging excessively can lead to adverse effects. It is advisable to limit such activities to no more than once a day. Ideally, every 2 days. Although I have not practiced the foundational techniques of the yin-yang sect nor engaged in dual cultivation myself, I have studied this methodology. You are both young and must exercise restraint to avoid losing novelty and motivation in the future. Do you understand?" Jiang Suru's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. "Master, we have not engaged in dual cultivation yet." "What? It has been a month, and you two have not practiced dual cultivation?" Siyu frowned and then stated, "Come, we shall return and discuss this further." Seeing the stern expression of their master, both Jiang Suru and Han Feng recoiled slightly. Upon arriving at the master's residence, the three stood respectfully as Siyu settled into a chair, leaning back, her white thigh crossing over the other, exuding an air of imperiousness. She gazed at Han Feng and Jiang Suru, akin to a strict teacher inquiring, "What is the matter with you two? Why have you not engaged in dual cultivation even once? The sect provides you with free access to cultivation techniques. And you know how many outside sects covet the opportunity to practice the yin-yang harmonization technique. How many are envious of our methods, yet fail to cultivate successfully? Now, we offer you this chance without charge, and you do not seize it? Why has the yin-yang sect become the most powerful sect within 1,000 miles along the east coast of the Starry Sea? It is because every disciple has a partner, enabling them to enhance their cultivation and improve their physical condition, achieving results that are twice as effective with half the effort. The sect even organizes annual matchmaking events to help you find partners for cultivation. Yet, you two, despite having commendable qualifications and being well-matched in age, refuse to engage in dual cultivation? It is a lamentable waste. Jiang Suru, being naturally reserved, cannot you, Han Feng, take the initiative? Do you lack interest in women? Then why have you been staring at my leg? Han Feng's face turned beet red as he hurriedly lowered his gaze. His subtle actions had been detected. Jiang Suru, keeping her head down, remained silent, but Han Feng, as a man, could not remain voiceless at such a moment. "You are not familiar with each other from the matchmaking?" Not familiar." Siyu was taken aback by Han Feng's response, which quickly turned her disbelief into amusement. How can it be that you are not familiar? Many who have just become partners are not well acquainted, yet does that preclude the cultivation of feelings? Can you not exchange gifts? Can you not take leisurely strolls in the woods, holding hands and sharing kisses? Is not affection cultivated? Zhang Xiao, tell me, have you engaged in dual cultivation with Wang Mian? Zhang Xiao, caught off guard, felt her face heat up, but under the master's questioning, she dared not remain silent and replied honestly, "Aside from my menstrual cycle, once a day." Han Feng was astonished. Is Wang Mian that eager? Silence. Focus on your own situation. Zhang Xiao understands the need for daily practice. What about you two? With such excellent qualifications and similar ages, being partners, yet failing to engage in dual cultivation is simply a travesty. You two must return immediately and commence dual cultivation, at least every 2 days henceforth. This is non-negotiable. Disciples comply. The three of them practically fled from the Grand Master's chambers, descending the mountain together. "Well, senior apprentice brother and sister, I'll head home first. You two have a chat." Zhang Xiao vanished in a flash. Han Feng and Jiang Suru were left standing awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Han Feng broke the silence, saying, "Well, I'll go move my things first. After I've moved, I'll come find you." "All right," Jiang Suru replied, immediately returning to her pavilion. Perched on Han Feng's shoulder, the little fox mercilessly mocked, "You coward. What kind of man are you? Ugh, such a wimp. You can't even hold your own partner's hand or kiss them without your master forcing you. I've never seen such a spineless man. Shut up. Don't say another word. I'll sell you if you do." Han Feng flicked the little fox on the head before flying down the mountain. Arriving at his small courtyard, Han Feng first stored away his beloved reclining chair, then uprooted all the herbs in the yard, placing them in his storage bag. These herbs were theoretically the sect's property, but given his current status, misappropriating a few was hardly an issue. Besides, he had nurtured them himself and felt a deep connection to them. Next, he dismantled the protective array and entered the house. Seeing the quilt, old and worn, he decided he no longer wanted it. Now that he had money and a new house, he could improve his living conditions. Han Feng resolved to splurge a little, buying some furniture so that, unlike when Jiang Huayang visited, guests would have a place to sit. After all, a better living environment would make his lounging even more comfortable. Han Feng went down the mountain and exchanged 2 spirit stones for silver. 1 spirit stone could buy at least 1,000 taels of silver in the mortal realm. But 1,000 taels of silver could hardly buy a single spirit stone. With money in hand, Han Feng went to the furniture market. The shop assistant, seeing him arrive on a sword, knew he had a big customer. Under the assistant's enthusiastic guidance, Han Feng generously bought a plethora of furniture, a large bed, various tables and chairs, cushions, a tea table, tea sets, and more. He even bought a luxurious den for the little fox, letting it choose whatever it wanted. Afterward, he bought bedding, tea, and other items, befitting his status as a prodigy disciple. With everything prepared, he brought the little fox to the large courtyard next to Jiang Suru's pavilion. Han Feng was in high spirits. He had a new home, a master, and Wang Mian could cultivate again. His status was good, and he had no worries. He could now relax and enjoy life. Humming a tune, he first arranged the furniture in the house, laid out the new bedding, and let the little fox settle into its den, filled with fluffy cotton pillows. Once the house was set, Han Feng went to the courtyard, set up the array, and began digging holes, planting each herb one by one. He enjoyed the process immensely, relishing the carefree moments of tending to the herbs. Soon, the courtyard was filled with herbs, save for a few small paths. By now it was dusk, and Han Feng was finished. Next came the most ceremonial act. Han Feng solemnly took out his reclining chair, placed it in the open space outside the window, and lay down. Ah, so comfortable. Ah, so cozy. Han Feng and the little fox exclaimed in unison. It had been days since he had felt this comfortable. Lying on the reclining chair brought back familiar, cherished feelings. They lounged there until sunset, until the moon and stars filled the sky, completely forgetting something important. The little fox stretched languidly and said, "It's getting late. Time for bed. By the way, Han Feng, did you buy such a big bed because you wanted to sleep with someone? Did you want to cultivate with little Suru on the bed?" Han Feng lazily replied, "Cultivate? Don't get the wrong idea. Wait. Crap. Cultivate." Han Feng leaped up from the reclining chair. He had agreed to cultivate with Jiang Suru this afternoon. But now it was dark, and he hadn't gone yet. He had forgotten all about it. The little fox also remembered, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no, she's going to be angry. Go, go." Han Feng grabbed the little fox and flew out of the courtyard, landing on the large boulder and arriving at Jiang Suru's courtyard gate. "Senior apprentice sister Jiang, are you home?" Han Feng called out. After a moment, a maid came out and said, "Senior apprentice brother Han, our mistress has said she is not receiving guests tonight. Please return." "Oh, all right," Han Feng said, turning to leave. The little fox immediately clawed at his face, whispering, "Go back. Break in. If you leave now, you're done for. You clueless dolt, don't you understand? She's just angry. Go coax her. If you leave now, you'll never get a smile from her again." "That makes sense." Han Feng, inexperienced in love, listened to the little fox and turned back to the maid, saying, "Senior apprentice sister Jiang isn't seeing guests today?" "That is correct," the maid replied with a polite smile. "Then isn't that convenient? I'm not a guest. I'm senior apprentice sister John's partner. I'm allowed to enter." The little fox smiled approvingly. "Not bad, the kid's catching on." "That is still not allowed," the maid replied with a polite smile. Han Feng sighed regretfully, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Senior apprentice sister Jiang, you're here." The maid turned to look, but there was no one there. "Oh no, I've been tricked." A gust of wind swept past as Han Feng, with his incredible speed, reached the pavilion door, pushed it open, and locked it from the inside before the maid could react. With a chuckle, Han Feng turned to face Jiang Suru, who was meditating on a cushion. "Senior apprentice sister, I'm here." Han Feng sat down on the cushion in front of her with a grin. Jiang Suru opened her eyes, glanced at him coldly, and said, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into a woman's chambers and bullied my maid?" It was clear from her tone that she was angry. Han Feng said with a cheeky grin, "I've been busy all afternoon, setting up our new home. I just finished and came right over." "Is that so? You may not know this, but from my courtyard, your courtyard is in plain view. My maid saw you lounging from dusk until night, for a full 2 hours. Since senior apprentice brother Han doesn't value our cultivation together, please leave. You are not welcome." Chapter 70. A kiss. As Jiang Suru spoke, she toyed with the teacup on the table, pouring herself a cup, but not offering one to Han Feng. Han Feng, being self-reliant, poured himself a cup. Senior sister, don't be upset. We're acting on master's orders to cultivate together. This dual cultivation is beneficial for our cultivation, isn't it? Han Feng wasn't sure why, but he increasingly cared whether Jiang Suru was angry. He had little interest in dual cultivation, as he couldn't enhance his own cultivation unless Jiang Suru advanced, which would then return tenfold. Jiang Suru scoffed. So, you're using master to pressure me? Oh right. You only seek dual cultivation because master ordered it, not because you genuinely desire it. Indeed, junior brother Han was initially compelled to become my Taoist partner, forced into the choice, and didn't choose me willingly. Though I mentioned you could seek dual cultivation every 10 days to enhance your cultivation. A month has passed without a single mention from you. This foolish woman now understands that junior brother Han simply doesn't fancy me. Very well. It was merely my wishful thinking. Since junior brother Han is unwilling to cultivate together and doesn't harbor feelings for me, let's part ways amicably. After our separation, junior brother Han can seek a suitable partner, and we can both be well. If we happen to meet in the future, we can nod in greeting. Which is better than mutual loathing, wouldn't you agree? Hearing Jiang Suru's sarcastic words, Han Feng smiled sheepishly. Why are we talking about divorce? We've only known each other for a month. It's normal that we're not very familiar. You and I both have quiet, slow-burning personalities, which you know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen me, would you? I didn't choose you for your slow-burning personality. I chose you because you had no background and mediocre talent, which wouldn't affect my cultivation. Who knew you were a prodigy, a rare wind attribute heavenly spiritual root, with a higher cultivation than mine? Humph, you're quite good at hiding things. Even deceiving me. Were you doing it on purpose? Seeing Jiang Suru's slightly pouting, annoyed expression, Han Feng knew her anger had subsided a bit. He smiled and said, what? Is senior sister Jiang regretting it now? Worried that I'll outshine you in the future? But it's too late to regret it. Our bond as Taoist partners is already formed. And it's not something you can dissolve alone. Seeing the mischievous smile on Han Feng's face, Jiang Suru glared at him and playfully raised her fist as if to strike him. Ordinarily, such a playful scene would never occur with Jiang Suru. However, to Jiang Suru's surprise, Han Feng's audacity knew no bounds. He seized her fist and held it in his hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. You're being impudent. Jiang Suru's fair face flushed slightly as she tried to pull her hand back, but her cultivation was lower than Han Feng's, so her strength naturally paled in comparison. After much effort, she not only failed to retrieve her hand, but the tea table below couldn't bear the weight and shattered. You. Jiang Suru glared at Han Feng. However, Han Feng didn't release her hand. Instead, he stood up and forcefully pulled Jiang Suru from the ground with his left hand. Jiang Suru, who had been sitting cross-legged, was suddenly pulled upward and forward, and with the obstacle of the tea table gone, she fell into Han Feng's embrace. Jiang Suru was startled and quickly steadied herself. However, as soon as she did, Han Feng's right hand wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her tightly against him. Han Feng looked at the bewildered expression on the beauty's face, the shyness in her eyes, and her watery gaze. He felt a surge of emotion in his heart, and, on a whim, leaned down and kissed her rosy lips. At first, when Han Feng's lips met hers, he realized what he was doing and wondered if he was being too abrupt. But since he had already started, he decided to be bold, as he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He clumsily used his tongue to pry open her teeth and tasted her sweet, fragrant tongue. Jiang Suru's mind went blank. She had never even held a man's hand, let alone kissed one. This sudden encounter left her at a loss. And she even forgot to resist, allowing him to invade and savor her taste. The little fox, seeing this scene, quickly covered its eyes and whispered, kissing, kissing. How embarrassing. But unwilling to miss such a moment, it peeked through its paws, continuing to watch the shameless pair. After a moment, Jiang Suru finally came to her senses and realized that the man before her was molesting her. She quickly tried to push Han Feng away, but the scoundrel was surprisingly strong and wouldn't let go. Jiang Suru's anger flared, and she bit down hard on Han Feng's tongue. Han Feng cried out in pain and finally released her. Jiang Suru's face was flushed as she pointed at Han Feng and exclaimed, You actually bit me. You're so bad. Han Feng righteously accused her first. This move left Jiang Suru dumbfounded. She was stunned for a moment, then realized the situation and gritted her teeth. You were the one who molested me first. I kissed my own Taoist partner. It's only natural. How can that be called molestation? On the contrary, you bit my tongue. Are you trying to murder your husband? Han Feng turned his head away, feebly defending himself. Me? Murder my husband? You call that natural? I'll beat you to death. You lecher. Jiang Suru angrily punched Han Feng. Han Feng endured her punch and pulled her into his arms again. Seeing that her righteous punch had turned into an embrace, Jiang Suru struggled and pounded on Han Feng. "Stop hitting me, or I'll kiss you again," Han Feng threatened, his tone sounding like he was scaring a child. I'll hit you, you lecher." How could the proud first beauty of Falling Cloud Peak endure such humiliation? Han Feng held her and kissed her again. Chapter 71. How to Cultivate Together Without Undressing. Seeing his earnestness, Jiang Suru, weakened and breathless from his kiss, weakly pleaded, "Let me go. I won't hit you anymore. Just let me go." Han Feng finally released her lips. Jiang Suru's cheeks flushed crimson as she gasped for breath. Han Feng chuckled. "No wonder they call you Suru. You are indeed soft and gentle, quite delightful. You scoundrel." Jiang Suru gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to retaliate, yet fearing another kiss from this rogue. She forcefully pushed him away and huffed as she sat on the mat. Han Feng smiled, placing the mat beside her, sitting cross-legged and wrapping his arm around her shoulder, shamelessly grinning. "All right, my dear senior sister, do not be angry. I merely wish to cheer you up." "Is this how you cheer someone up?" "You are brazenly taking advantage of me. It would be justified if I were to strike you." This time, Jiang Suru did not struggle, allowing Han Feng to hold her shoulder. All right, if you wish to hit me, go ahead. But smile for once. You always resemble an ice-cold beauty. Has no one ever told you how lovely you look when you smile?" "I have," the little fox chimed in joyfully, hopping over for acknowledgement. Jiang Suru picked it up, placing it on her lap and gently stroking its soft fur, coldly retorting to Han Feng. "Since you claim to have no interest in me and are only here by your master's command, why must you take advantage of me by hugging and kissing me? How am I to marry someone else in the future?" You wish to marry someone else? You don't like me, yet you forbid me from marrying another?" Jiang Suru pouted slightly, indignantly. "When did I ever say I didn't like you? Those were your words, not mine. Everything I said reflects your thoughts. That is not true. You are merely guessing wildly when you are upset. I am not. You simply do not like me. If you did, you would not arrive late at night or sleep soundly in your courtyard. Isn't it inappropriate to engage in such activities during the day?" "What activities?" "Dual cultivation." "Can't dual cultivation be performed during the day?" The two exchanged silent glances, both uncertain if such matters could be conducted in daylight. "Regardless, you do not like me. You rarely seek me out. Ever since we became companions, you have only visited me once, to bring me 3 needles of flowers, and not again thereafter. You were more frequently visited by that scoundrel named Yi than I was." "Oh, did you allow him in?" Han Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously, seeing his reaction. Jiang Suru's lips curled into a smug smile as she teased. "What? Are you jealous? If you do not like me, why do you care if other men visit me? If I did not like you, why would I feel jealousy? It is you, dear sister, who seems so concerned about my feelings." Han Feng lifted her chin with his left hand, compelling her to meet his gaze, softly inquiring, "Do you like me?" "Huh. I like you, you big-headed fool." Jiang Suru responded earnestly. "I do not believe you. What would it take for you to believe me? Kiss me once, and I shall believe." "Huh. You only wish to take advantage of me." Jiang Suru swung her fist towards Han Feng, but he held her tightly. At that moment, the little fox provided its assistance, saying, "You both clearly like each other yet insist on arguing, requiring the other to confess first. It is quite dull. Just kiss already." "Not true. We have already kissed, yet you still refuse to admit it. How can such soft lips utter such cold words?" "Be quiet," they both exclaimed in unison. The little fox obediently closed its mouth, curling up into a fluffy ball. After a moment of silent glances, Han Feng suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on her, then stood up, stating, "All right, no more anger. Let us cultivate together. Practicing is what truly matters." "Very well," Jiang Suru nodded, forcing a calm demeanor. After being kissed often, her face was less flushed. Han Feng stood up and began to undress, leaving Jiang Suru dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Isn't this how dual cultivation works?" Han Feng replied, confused. "Why would you undress for that? How else can we cultivate together?" Jiang Suru suddenly realized, her face burning with embarrassment as she pointed at Han Feng, grinding her teeth. "Who told you that dual cultivation meant doing such things? No wonder you insisted on coming at night. Did you think that dual cultivation was merely that? You scoundrel, Han Feng. I initially thought you were a person of virtue, but you are just a lecherous individual. You are the lecherous one." Han Feng, bewildered and innocent, protested, "But isn't dual cultivation about that? Wang Mian often boasts about it, sharing countless techniques, or rather, knowledge." "Pa, that is not true. During dual cultivation, the two sit cross-legged facing each other, channeling their inner energy to form a cycle within their bodies. This is how both energies cultivate together, leading to advancement. The other activities merely enhance the effects. What is wrong with enhancing the effects? Han Feng asked, feigning innocence. You lecherous scoundrel. I see now. You came here intending to sleep with me, didn't you? Jiang Sura pointed at Han Feng, trembling with rage. All right. I will do as you say. Do not be angry. Let us proceed as you wish, shall we? Han Feng quickly conceded, realizing Jiang Suru was on the verge of exploding with fury. Very well. Come here. I shall teach you how to do it. Are you experienced? Not at all. This is my first time too. But do you have experience? I have not even held a girl's hand. Then what was that you just did? Was it a pig-ass trotter? I will not allow you to speak of yourself that way. You insufferable Han Feng. Jiang Suru was nearly ready to explode. Come here. Sit properly. Jiang Suru pointed at the mat in front of her. Are we not going to the bed? Do you still ask? Jiang Suru felt an overwhelming urge to punch this insufferable Han Feng. Chapter 72. Isn't this still about undressing? Seated on the cushions, Jiang Suru initiated. First, let us compose ourselves, attuning our emotions and mindset to a state of serene tranquility. We shall then synergistically circulate the yin-yang harmonizing qigong, seeking the nexus of the celestial circuit. Left signifies emanation, right denotes reception. Your left hand shall channel your spiritual energy into my right, which I will then conduct through my meridians, returning it to your left, thereby establishing a continuous cycle. Each cycle constitutes a celestial revolution, and a complete duration of 1 hour is required to attain consummation. Is this clear? Crystal clear, my dear, Han Feng affirmed. What did you just call me? Jiang Suru's eyes narrowed inquisitively. Senior disciple, of course. What else would I say? Prevaricator. That was not the appellation you employed. Little fox, what did he utter? Jiang Suru inquired of the petite vulpine companion. The little fox responded with a winsome smile. He called you dearest, adorable, peerless, beauteous. Gentle treasure. Jiang Suru and Han Feng exchanged glances of amused exasperation. Very well, let us commence dual cultivation. Extend your hands, palm to palm. Jiang Suru proffered her hands, and Han Feng eagerly grasped them. It is palm to palm, not an interweaving of fingers. Should you persist in attempting to take liberties, I shall eject you forthwith. Despite her admonishments, Han Feng acquiesced, and the two initiated their dual cultivation. Together, they mobilized the spiritual energy within their bodies, guiding it through the meridians in accordance with the methods prescribed by the cultivation manual. This created a reciprocal circuit between them, fostering continuous convergence and circulation, thereby amplifying the efficacy of their cultivation. Indeed, their absorption of external spiritual energy was accelerated, and the spiritual energy depleted during their previous combat was rapidly replenished. This was partly attributable to their relatively nascent cultivation and limited spiritual reserves, which facilitated swifter recovery. Soon, an hour elapsed, and their spiritual energy was fully restored. Releasing their hands, Jiang Suru expressed a hint of delight. My cultivation has advanced, albeit modestly. Yet, the progression is palpable. I only recently ascended to the 8th level of qi refining prior to the ancestral rite, and now my foundation at the 8th level is fortified, allowing me to aspire to the intermediate stages. I had not anticipated such efficacious results from dual cultivation. However, Han Feng offered a wry smile. It is heartening to hear of your advancement. Why the crestfallen countenance? Has your cultivation not progressed? Alas, it has remained static. No discernible effect has been observed. How can this be? Allow me to examine you. We shall engage in another session of dual cultivation. Jiang Suru seized Han Feng's hand and channeled her spiritual energy, meticulously probing his cultivation. Indeed, it was identical to its previous state. Perplexed, she engaged in another hour of dual cultivation with Han Feng, vigilantly monitoring his progress. Her own cultivation advanced steadily, yet Han Feng's remained unchanged. Aside from the initial replenishment of spiritual energy, his cultivation exhibited no signs of progression. What could be the cause of this? Jiang Suru furrowed her brow slightly, yet even in her consternation, she remained strikingly beautiful. I know not. Perhaps this rudimentary form of dual cultivation is insufficiently potent. However, it matters not, so long as you benefit. We have cultivated twice today. I shall seek you out in 2 days for another session. The dawn approaches. I must bid you farewell, senior disciple. Han Feng, cradling the little fox, offered Jiang Suru a cheerful wave and departed. Jiang Suru's gaze wavered, as she grappled with a difficult decision. Finally, as Han Feng reached for the door, she interjected, Wait. I possess another method. Oh, What manner of method? Han Feng turned, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Jiang Suru arose and approached Han Feng. Opening the door, she took the little fox and addressed the unfortunate maid who had endured a night of bitter cold. Xiao Huan, please entertain the little fox and provide sustenance, but do not permit it to enter the residence. As you command. Xiao Huan promptly accepted the little fox. The little fox wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Subsequently, Jiang Suru closed and locked the door, ascending the stairs. Follow me. Ascending to the second floor, Han Feng observed a door to the left, leading to a private chamber. To the right, in the corner, was a large, tastefully decorated bed in muted colors. Beyond, near the window, were tables, chairs, and cushions. Evidently, the layout was typical of a solitary young woman's abode, a living room on the ground floor and a bedroom above. Upon reaching the upper floor, Jiang Suru paused by the bed. She inhaled deeply, attempting to quell her mounting anxiety, before turning and declaring, I possess another dual cultivation technique. Do you recall when you inquired about the boon I received from the mystic realm? This technique is that boon. Its efficacy far surpasses that of the yin-yang harmonizing qigong. Study it. It is quite simple. With these words, Jiang Suru produced a jade scroll, transferring the technique from her mind and handing it to Han Feng. They had not yet attained the strength of foundation establishment, which would have allowed for direct transmission via spiritual consciousness. Han Feng accepted it with great curiosity, placing it to his forehead to decipher its contents. As he finished reading, his jaw dropped. Is this not a form of coital cultivation? Indeed, this is the technique bestowed upon me by the ancestor. This was clearly granted to me by our Han family's ancestor. He bestowed this specifically to assist me in seducing you. The ancestor is indeed benevolent. At that moment, Han Feng was convinced that he was a descendant of Han the Immortal, who was undoubtedly aware of him and providing assistance. Therefore, senior disciple, do you wish to cultivate this technique with me? Jiang Suru's cheeks flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze. After all, the technique bestowed by the ancestor is far superior to the sect's basic techniques. It would be a waste not to cultivate it. Although, I am not yet prepared to surrender myself to you, and our relationship has not yet reached that stage, I cannot stand idly by while you make no progress. Nor can we continue with simple dual cultivation, where I advance while you stagnate. That would be unfair to you. Thus, it is best to cultivate this technique. Do not misunderstand. I am doing this solely for the sake of cultivation, not for any physical pleasure. Very well, I understand. I am grateful for your sacrifice, senior disciple. Han Feng smiled broadly, his eyes crinkling into crescents. Jiang Suru chided, cease your smirking. You, go and bathe in the private chamber. There is a bath, heated by fire spirit crystals. The water is warm. Bathe, and then come to my bed. As you wish, senior disciple. Han Feng beamed and departed for the private chamber. After all this, isn't this still about undressing? Jiang Suru's face was flushed as she sat on the bed, sighing softly. Once she was certain that Han Feng was in the private chamber, she collapsed onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. How mortifying! How utterly mortifying! In the innermost chamber, Han Feng discovered a crucible and a prayer mat, indicative of Jiang Suru's reclusive alchemy practices. Beyond this, a separate room housed a grand bathtub, continuously replenished by a bamboo conduit, while excess water was drained away, ensuring a perpetual flow. The tub was encircled by fire spirit crystals, maintaining a consistently warm temperature. Such opulence! It then occurred to Han Feng. The water originated from a mountain spring, an understandable source, but where did the outflow lead? Could it possibly converge into a stream flowing down the mountain? He had once resided at the mountain's base. Could he have inadvertently consumed Jiang Suru's bathwater? He swiftly peered out the window, only to find that the water was channeled into a well, preventing its descent down the mountain. Excellent, he mused. Our senior sister possesses a sense of responsibility. Divesting himself of his garments, Han Feng immersed himself in the tub, amidst scattered flower petals and accompanied by soapberry. He luxuriated in the bath, paying particular attention to cleansing a certain appendage, ensuring its pristine condition. Upon completing his ablutions, Han Feng noticed a towel nearby. Foregoing attire, he draped the towel around himself and retrieved his clothes. Returning to the outer chamber, he deposited his garments on a chair and observed Jiang Suru prone on the bed. Motionless. Seized by a playful impulse, he tiptoed behind her, leaned in, and whispered, Senior sister? Jiang Suru responded, lifting her head. Han Feng then audaciously tapped her rounded posterior. Ah, how dare you strike me? Do you see conflict? I shall retaliate. Jiang Suru exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. As she rose to confront Han Feng, He swiftly embraced her, encircling her slender waist, and initiated a kiss. This time, however, Han Feng's hand wandered with greater familiarity, his left arm remaining around her waist while his right hand ventured lower. Ooh, Jiang Suru protested, but Han Feng remained undeterred. After a brief struggle, she relented, allowing the rogue to proceed with his advances. After a brief interlude, they parted, and Han Feng gazed adoringly into her watery eyes, murmuring, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." Jiang Suru retorted with haughty disdain, "Is it even necessary to state my beauty? Am I not the most exquisite maiden of Falling Peak? You have indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune." "Indeed," Han Feng chuckled, "had senior sister not chosen me, how could I have attained such a stunning companion?" "Bah! Who claimed you have attained me? I merely, seeing that your normal chi flow cycle could not improve your cultivation, only helped you in this way. Don't think I have fallen for you. I was pitying you. Yes, pitying you. Don't think you have won my heart." Observing the bashful demeanor of the ice beauty, Han Feng was overjoyed. He caressed Jiang Suru's lips and teased, "How can such soft lips utter such stubborn words?" "Cease your prattle," Jiang Suru retorted, attempting to exude composure and an air of indifference, as if the matter at hand were a mere commonplace occurrence. "As you wish." "Senior sister," Han Feng replied gently, proceeding to untie Jiang Suru's sash. With the sash undone, Han Feng parted her outer garment, revealing a pair of proud peaks beneath. As he was about to remove the outer garment entirely, Jiang Suru shuddered and hurriedly interjected, "No, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Turn around first." She felt flustered, as this was also her first time. "Senior sister, there is no need for apprehension. Simply close your eyes and entrust everything to me," Han Feng reassured. "Are you experienced?" Jiang Suru inquired, scrutinizing him. "No, but you are a woman. Surely, I cannot expect you to take the initiative," Han Feng replied. "Come, senior sister, recline, and I shall assist you." "Very well." Jiang Suru acquiesced, sitting on the bed. However, as she was about to lie down, she experienced a sudden realization. Am I not Jiang Suru, a woman of lofty aspirations and unparalleled ambition? How could I possibly allow myself to be bested in such a matter, lying prostrate and vulnerable? How could I possibly yield in terms of dominance? Recalling her earlier submissive demeanor, Jiang Suru was filled with vexation, unable to comprehend her transformation. Previously, when facing Han Feng, she had always maintained a position of superiority, so how had her dominance waned while his had surged? "I shall not be subdued by you. I shall not be bullied by you." Thus, Jiang Suru rose once more, and wearing only her undergarment, declared imperiously, "Come, beast, I fear you not." "Huh," Han Feng stammered. Perplexed, yet he proceeded as planned, casting the fair maiden's garments to the floor and forcibly subduing her. Even in this state, Jiang Suru maintained an air of defiance, refusing to relinquish her dominance. Han Feng discarded the towel, and Jiang Suru's eyes widened. She scrutinized Han Feng's physique, finding his appearance to be unremarkable, merely tidy. He was somewhat slender, yet not frail, and years of labor had endowed him with strong arms and robust muscles. As her gaze descended, she demurred, "I must not look. I must not look, how shameful." Han Feng chuckled and promptly pushed the fair maiden onto the bed, suppressing her. Jiang Suru did not close her eyes, but instead regarded Han Feng with a hint of provocation, determined to maintain her dominance. "Ah, my ever-determined senior sister," Han Feng chuckled, bending down to gently flick her nose before proceeding with the matter at hand. Gradually, their gazes met, and their mutual affection grew, their eyes conveying profound love. Han Feng tenderly kissed Jiang Suru's lips and inquired, "Senior sister, are you prepared?" "Come then, I fear you not," she replied. "Very well, your junior brother shall proceed," Han Feng declared, deploying his tactics and launching his assault upon the enemy. "Hiss, could you not be gentler? You show me no mercy." The fair maiden protested beneath him. "As you wish," he responded. After a period of adjustment and growing familiarity, they commenced their true engagement. The ensuing battle was intense. A clash of equals, with neither party willing to concede defeat. Jiang Suru frowned and urged, "Do not merely engage in this activity, but also circulate your energy and enhance your cultivation." Han Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I am circulating my energy." "Very well, I shall instruct you. It is imperative that we jointly execute the technique, forming a cycle of spiritual energy, completing a mutual exchange, similar to when we meditate. Do you understand?" "Understood, rest assured." "Senior sister, your junior brother is also skilled in cultivation." No, why are you on top? Descend, I shall not allow you to bully me. Hee hee hee. As you wish, senior sister. Chapter 74. Do you acknowledge me as your father? This time, Han Feng realized how strong-willed Jiang Suru truly was, even in such matters. She insisted on taking the initiative. Her pristine form and the soft moans escaping her lips left Han Feng entranced, fostering a genuine affection for this senior sister. Initially, their bond as partners was born out of necessity, but now, both had wholeheartedly embraced each other, developing a fondness that bordered on love. It is often said that mutual cultivation is the finest remedy for deepening feelings, and it appears that this adage holds true. Much like Wang Mian and Zhang Xiao, who, despite their brief acquaintance, shared a profound connection. Even when Wang Mian was cast aside, Zhang Xiao refused to abandon him. Their daily practice together rendered them inseparable. Mutual cultivation is bound by time, and Han Feng and Jiang Suru devoted a full hour to their endeavor before they both surrendered, declaring the battle over. Breathless, they lay upon the bed, with Jiang Suru glistening in a sheen of fragrant sweat that dampened the sheets, marked by faint traces resembling plum blossoms. Senior sister, are you tired? Han Feng inquired, embracing Jiang Suru. Stay away from me. It's too hot. Jiang Suru replied coldly, reminiscent of a scornful scoundrel, albeit a female one. Han Feng chuckled, pulling her closer to his chest, relishing the softness against him, his admiration for her growing with each passing moment. Jiang Suru shot him a disdainful glance and remarked, You still call me senior sister? I am already yours. Can't you think of a more endearing title? You brute. What would you prefer I call you? Wife? Beloved? Which do you find more pleasing? None of those sound appealing. Do you see anyone among cultivators addressing their partners in such a manner? Then what should I call you? You fool. How does my father refer to me? Can't you learn from him? Jiang Suru's frustration escalated. Han Feng was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? All right then, I shall call you daughter. Jiang Suru's mind went blank, her mouth agape in shock. Before she bit down hard on Han Feng's shoulder. Ouch. Let go. Didn't T.U. just tell me to call you that? I was puzzled. Don't you have a father? Why would you want to acknowledge me as one? Such a peculiar inclination. I'll kill you. Jiang Suru seethed, ready to strike Han Feng. He held her close, laughing. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You look just like a little fox when you're angry. I know you want me to call you Rower. I think that sounds lovely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suru relented. Yet Han Feng's next words drove her to the brink of insanity. However, I still believe that little Su meat sounds the best. What do you think? I think you should shut your mouth. Jiang Suru ground her teeth, fury rising within her, and she seized Han Feng in a most vulnerable area. Please, be gentle. Ouch. Handle it with care, not so roughly. After some coaxing, Jiang Suru gradually accepted the unflattering nickname. Han Feng retrieved a treasured item, the spring wind wings gifted by his master, and said, This is our first mutual cultivation, and I should offer you a gift. However, I have little else of value. So please accept this. You're willing to give me such a fine mid-grade spirit treasure? What will you use? Why hold back? I possess a wind attribute spirit root and excel in speed. In the same realm, none can surpass me. This will serve you well for both pursuit and escape. Jiang Suru felt deeply touched, realizing Han Feng was indeed a good man, not merely someone who existed to vex her. Yet, she shook her head, insisting, No. This is a gift from our master. If she sees you giving it to me, she will be displeased. Our esteemed master Siyu has a notoriously short temper. If she gets angry, we both shall face the consequences. Please take it back. Mutual cultivation benefits both of us. My cultivation has already advanced to the mid-stage of the qi refining period. A few more sessions, and I might reach the peak. Really? Then let us have a few more. Han Feng felt a tinge of regret for not being able to gift the treasure, believing that sharing it would yield blessings for both. He contemplated that the blessings from the ancestor of affection were far superior to those from the immortal Han's secret realm, as the latter was a one-time gift, while the former could be received repeatedly. As he pondered, he stored the spring wind wings away, vowing to find a chance to present it later. He turned to Jiang Suru, ready for another round. Wait, not again. We need to rest. We've already engaged in ordinary mutual cultivation twice today. This type has reached saturation. I need a break. I just had my first experience, and it still hurts. Seeing her vulnerable demeanor softened Han Feng's heart. He retrieved a common recovery pill from his storage bag and fed it to her to alleviate her discomfort. This is a pill I obtained from others, not the high-grade recovery pill from Yilong Yuan, which only I can use. After taking the pill, Jiang Suru said, You should head back. I'll dispose of this stained sheet and replace it with a new one before consolidating my practice. Han Feng embraced her, caressing her softly. It feels so nice to hold you. I can't bear to let go. Jiang Suru smiled gently. Still, cultivation is paramount. We have plenty of time ahead. Why fret over fleeting moments of intimacy? It's not as if I will cease mutual cultivation with you in the future. By the way, have you made any progress in your cultivation? Jiang Suru placed her hand on Han Feng's dantian, channeling her qi to observe, frowning after a moment. Why haven't you advanced? What is happening? Han Feng shook his head. It's all right. As long as you benefit from our practice. I don't mind enduring a little hardship. Even if I do not progress, it matters not. Chapter 75, The Little Fox, a Nine-Tailed Celestial Devourer? It can't be. Jiang Suru mused, her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. Why hasn't there been any improvement? We've been cultivating together for so long, and I've progressed significantly. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her eyes widened. I understand now. You're at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, already at your limit. The next step is foundation establishment, but you haven't crossed that threshold yet. Naturally, there won't be any improvement. Damn it, how could I not have thought of this before? Your lack of progress is because your cultivation is maxed out. Ugh, I resent you for this. I thought ordinary dual cultivation was ineffective, but as a result, I ended up sleeping with you. You scoundrel. You've sullied my innocence. Jiang Suru was exasperated, feeling thoroughly taken advantage of. She raised her delicate fist, ready to strike Han Feng. I didn't anticipate this either. It's all right. As long as you can break through, I don't mind exerting myself a bit more. Exert yourself a bit more? As if you're the one suffering a great loss. I'll beat you to a pulp. Jiang Suru had lost all semblance of her usual icy demeanor, her face flushed with anger, frustration, and shyness. Han Feng gently embraced her, holding her undergarment, and began to help her dress. Sensing his tenderness, Jiang Suru's anger subsided. She glared at him before saying, You dress yourself, I'll dress myself. You only know how to take these clothes off, not put them on. I'll do it myself. Very well, as you wish. Han Feng kissed her affectionately before hopping off the bed to put on his own clothes. Once they were both dressed, Jiang Suru pulled off the bedsheets, stained with moisture and traces of blood, and stowed them away in her storage bag. Let me take them to dispose of them, Han Feng offered. Do I need you to dispose of them? Why? Do you want to keep them as a memento? They have my maiden stain on them. Are you going to treat it like a trophy? No, I didn't mean it that way. Go away, go away. Don't disturb my cultivation. You go cultivate yours. I'll cultivate mine. Hurry and leave. Just seeing you is annoying. Jiang Suru pouted, trying to push Han Feng out. Han Feng chuckled, embraced her, and gave her posterior a playful pat before heading downstairs. You rogue. Jiang Suru exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, before settling onto a meditation cushion. The slight ache from below made it difficult for her to focus. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the tender, alluring scenes. That man is disrupting my Tao heart. With no man in my heart, my sword will naturally be divine. Calm down, calm down. After Han Feng descended the stairs, he opened the door and found that dawn was already breaking. The pitiful maid, Xiao Huan, was huddled in the cold wind, clutching the little fox. Overwhelmed with guilt, Han Feng realized that while he had been enjoying himself upstairs, she had been exposed to the cold wind all night. Xiao Huan, I'm truly sorry for making you suffer. I don't need your concern, Xiao Huan retorted, sitting on a stone, her lips pursed, on the verge of tears. The man had locked her outside, exposing her to the cold wind all night. Little fox, it's so cold outside. You should have taken Xiao Huan inside to sit for a while. There's a formation. I couldn't get in, the little fox said, sounding aggrieved. Ah, it was my oversight. Han Feng picked up the little fox, took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag, and handed them to Xiao Huan, saying, Xiao Huan, this is to make amends. Really for me? Xiao Huan's face immediately lit up, and she eagerly accepted the spirit stones, saying, Thank you, young master. You're such a kind young master. Our young lady is most compatible with you. You're a match made in heaven, destined to grow old together. Haha, thank you. Go and rest. Senior sister Jiang is cultivating. All right. Xiao Huan happily ran into the house. Han Feng carried the little fox back to his home and imprinted its mark on the formation, giving it permission to open the formation itself. Han Feng reclined on his lounge chair, admiring the magnificent sunrise. The little fox nestled on top of him, sniffing, and said, You smell like little Suru. Did you two do something intimate? Little kids shouldn't pry into such things. Be quiet. No, I want to know. What does intimacy feel like? Han Feng lazily replied, One day, I'll find you a male fox from the Spirit Beast Peak, and you can experience intimacy yourself. Then you'll know what it feels like. Unexpectedly, this made the little fox furious, and it began to punch and kick him. Those lowly demon beasts with mixed and inferior bloodlines are not worthy of mating with noble me. If I'm going to find a partner, it will be the noblest and purest male beast in the demon race, so that we can produce the most outstanding bloodline inheritance. Wait. You keep saying your bloodline is noble and all, but what species are you exactly? Even Ancestor Xin told me to treat you well. I don't know. I lost my memories, but I'm not a child. I feel like I'm very old, and I used to be very powerful. I really want to know who I am. Since Ancestor Xin knows me, she might recognize me. Hurry and ask her who I am. All right, I'll ask for you. Han Feng closed his eyes and called out in his mind, Ancestor Xin, are you there? I am here. Ancestor Xion's familiar voice echoed. Do you know what species the little fox is? What is its background? I know. Han Feng waited for a long time without a response, so he asked, is it not permissible to say? No, you only asked if I knew, not if I should tell you. Black lines appeared on Han Feng's forehead. Indeed, he only asked if Ancestor Xion knew, and she simply confirmed that she did. Then, may you tell me? I may. But you must not tell anyone besides the little fox. The little fox's origins are enough to bring about the destruction of your entire sect. That powerful? Then tell me. I promise not to tell anyone. It is a nine-tailed celestial devourer, the only remaining one in the world, and a descendant of my old friend's bloodline. Nine-tailed celestial devourer? I've never heard of it, but it sounds impressive. It must be a formidable existence. Then, if it's so powerful, why has it been reduced to this state? It is not permissible to say. You may seek the answer yourself. However, the nine-tailed celestial devourer is a taboo in the demon race. Remember, do not reveal its name, or it will bring about unimaginable disaster. Cherish it, protect it, and the rewards it will give you in the future will be far beyond your imagination. All right, Ancestor Xion, I understand, Ancestor Xion. Han Feng held the little fox and said earnestly, Ancestor Xion said that you were called a nine-tailed celestial devourer. But your name is a taboo and cannot be told to anyone, otherwise it will bring about a deadly calamity. The little fox was shocked and said, so, I'm a jinx. Chapter 76. The Seven Realms of the Sun character perhaps not, Han Feng replied, shaking his head. I speculate that with such a formidable bloodline, it is conceivable that you were once a powerful being. Perhaps your bloodline was so potent that many sought to hunt you down, overwhelming you in numbers, leading to your grievous injuries. Consequently, you lost all your cultivation and memories, forced to revert to a primal, juvenile form, subsisting solely on the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, although you may lack cultivation, you still possess numerous innate talents. You can devour spiritual stones, sense malice, dazzle foes with your gaze, and transform corpses into spheres of blood energy to enhance others' cultivation or accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. You truly possess remarkable abilities. The little fox is so powerful. The little fox stood upright on her hind legs, hands on her waist, her large eyes sparkling. Of course, I am merely speculating. Perhaps you are merely a child, newly born, and yet to discover methods to enhance your cultivation. Nonetheless, your bloodline is indeed precious. But I am the nine-tailed celestial fox, and I possess only one tail. Not nine. The number of tails is not paramount. Perhaps as you mature, you will indeed grow 9 tails. I believe the essence lies within the term devour the heavens. Devour the heavens? She echoed, her eyes growing brighter, feeling increasingly formidable. Unbeknownst to Han Feng, when he first encountered the little fox, he startled her greatly. A colossal illusion of a nine-tailed celestial fox appeared in the sky. Had he seen the bloodthirsty savagery in the fox's eyes, along with the myriad stars of the cosmos, he might have comprehended the true meaning of devour the heavens. Therefore, the fact that you are a nine-tailed celestial fox must remain a secret, lest it attract perilous consequences, for your bloodline is exceedingly precious, Han Feng earnestly cautioned. Fear not. I am always cautious, only wary of you. I suspect you might sell my blood. I would never sell your blood. You must swear. Go away, Han Feng said, tossing the little fox aside before closing his eyes to cultivate the Sun character technique he had received. He had been blessed with the complete version of the Sun character technique yesterday and had yet to thoroughly examine it. The Sun character technique is a comprehensive method accompanied by corresponding divine powers. It cannot merely be memorized, but requires rigorous practice. According to the descriptions, the 7 significant realms of this technique necessitate continual advancement in one's cultivation to be wielded. These 7 realms correspond to 7 divine powers, each with melodious names. Inquire of the gentle wind, inquire of the 9 heavens, inquire of the starry dipper, inquire of the celestial sphere, inquire of the immortal palace, inquire of the heavenly pivot, Inquire of the divine monarch. Among these, only the first three can be cultivated and utilized by mortals, which is to say, by cultivators, as they remain mere flesh and blood and cannot transcend to immortality. Only upon reaching the immortal realm can one wield the fourth divine power. Inquire of the celestial sphere. As for the subsequent realms, the dazzling descriptions left Han Feng bewildered. He recognized each character individually but could not grasp their combined meaning. Coupled with the myriad complex Taoist symbols and runes, he found them utterly incomprehensible. To be precise, the sole technique he could currently understand was Inquire of the gentle wind. By harnessing the power of the gentle wind, one could soar through the skies with increased speed, utilizing the wind generated by an enemy's attack to neutralize or counteract their force. Every movement produces wind, and any wind can be manipulated by Han Feng, who has mastered the Sun character technique. The wind is gentle and yielding, intangible yet exceedingly fierce and sharp, capable of sweeping away the remnants of clouds and breaking through force with its might. The ancestral version of the Sun character technique he received only contained the rudimentary form, which included solely Inquire of the gentle wind, lacking the remaining 6 profound realms. The blessing of his fated connection with X and Ancestor had completed it. For the past 2 days, aside from tending to his herbs at home, Han Feng had spent the remainder of his time reclining in a chair, practicing the Sun character technique. As a wind attribute celestial root, he had attained a congenital wind body upon awakening his bloodline, allowing him to resonate with the power of the wind and perceive the fluctuations of wind elements in the world. The little fox, however, dismissed this ability, believing it held no more value than distinguishing whether the wind today was from the east or west. After mastering Inquire of the gentle wind, Han Feng felt no urgency to venture out and conduct experiments. After all, what was the point in flying about aimlessly? Reclining in his chair was far more comfortable. He had departed from Jiang Suru's side 2 full days and nights ago. This morning, Han Feng awoke from his warm, cozy bed, marveling at how delightful the new bedding felt, affirming that the expense was worth it. He stepped outside to check on the growth of the transplanted herbs. However, as soon as he exited the door, he heard a commotion. The formation was gently shaking. An enemy attack? Han Feng exclaimed in alarm. Quickly looking up to see Jiang Sura hovering in midair outside his yard, her expression one of irritation. Evidently, she too had been caught off guard by the sudden activation of the formation. Han Feng, open this cursed formation, Jiang Suru commanded angrily. Han Feng deactivated the formation, allowing Jiang Suru to enter. Once inside, she crossed her arms and regarded him with a cold gaze. Noticing her fierce demeanor, Han Feng smiled and explained, I forgot to mention that I have a formation in my yard, one I acquired previously to guard against assassins from Yilong Yuan. It saved my life last time by thwarting 2 assassins, whom my brother-in-law dispatched. Is that what I am angry about? Jiang Sura retorted icily. Han Feng approached, attempting to take her hand, but she kept it firmly tucked under her arm, denying him the contact. Then what are you angry about? Is it because I haven't visited you these past few days? I knew you were stabilizing your cultivation, so I refrained from disturbing you. Is that truly the source of my anger? Jiang Sura scoffed again. Han Feng felt overwhelmed. Why must she be so cryptic? Why not just state her grievances plainly? Experiencing the pangs of love for the first time, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, the little fox bounced into view, prompting Han Feng to quickly seize her and thrust her into Jiang Suru's arms. Quick, cheer up your little sister, Suro. Is she upset because she hasn't held you for a few days? Chapter 77. Deceiving Jiang Suru into the bedroom upon encountering such an adorable little fox, Jiang Suru finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Yet, she playfully admonished, spare me your sweet words. You are complicit in this matter, aren't you? Huh. What's wrong with the little fox? It replied, its voice tinged with innocence. Jiang Suru scoffed, casting a glance at Han Feng. My maid informed me that you two have been lounging on this rickety recliner for the past few days, basking in the sun by day and indulging in slumber by night, with nary a thought to anything else. Is that true? Not at all. We've also been cultivating medicinal herbs, Han Feng earnestly replied. Jiang Suru felt a flicker of annoyance. What I mean to say is, why are you not practicing? After dual cultivation, one must meditate to solidify their skills and absorb spiritual energy. It is only through cultivation that one can advance. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not progress, they regress. If you neglect your training, your enemies will inevitably surpass you and threaten your life. Moreover, your adversaries are the formidable Yi family. If you do not grow stronger, how will you protect yourself? Everyone else is diligently cultivating, yet you choose to bask in the sun and sleep. How can you be so indolent? You exhibit no ambition whatsoever. At this moment, Han Feng realized that Jiang Suru's anger stemmed from this very issue. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and ambled toward the recliner, laughing as he spoke. Who says I haven't been cultivating? I've been practicing all along. Besides, I fail to understand why cultivation must be confined to a seated position. Can one not cultivate while reclining? After all, the spiritual energy circulates within the body. It matters not the position, as long as it flows, does it not? Can it truly be so? Jiang Suru queried, her expression skeptical. However, throughout history, everyone has meditated in a cross-legged position. How can it be that one can cultivate while lying down? That seems too good to be true. Indeed, I assure you, give it a try, Han Feng encouraged. Pulling Jiang Suru down onto the recliner. Doubtfully, she reclined and began to channel her energy for cultivation. Han Feng fetched a small stool and sat beside her, explaining, I am currently at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training. To advance further, I must establish a foundation. Hence my cultivation yields little fruit without a fortuitous encounter. Moreover, my practice is not the yin-yang harmonization technique, but rather the Sun character method, which focuses on wind attributes. What is wind? It is ethereal and elusive, carefree and unconstrained, a manifestation of nature's laws. Thus, when cultivating wind attributes, the essence lies in spontaneity and freedom to truly grasp the essence of wind. Therefore, the position one adopts during cultivation is of little importance. What truly matters is the flow of spiritual energy. When we engage in dual cultivation, do we not adopt myriad positions and still achieve results? Ugh, there are children present. You speak so frivolously. Jiang Suru's cheeks flushed as she gently stroked the little fox in her arms. Do not mind it, it understands much. Now tell me, do you feel the spiritual energy circulating within you, making your cultivation effortless? Not at all. Lying down feels awkward. I cannot channel my energy this way. Sitting cross-legged is far superior. Ah, it seems you have yet to reach my level of understanding. Even though I recline under the sun, I am absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, contemplating the vastness of the universe, and harnessing the spiritual energy of the world in my cultivation. You cannot match my level. So, you are not merely being lazy while lying on the recliner? Jiang Suru asked, still somewhat skeptical. Of course not. If you do not believe me, ask Wang Mian. For the past 5 years, I have spent my time on this recliner while he meditates cross-legged in the house. The result? He has only reached the 4th level of Qi training, while I have achieved the 9th level. Moreover, I single-handedly handle all the work of gathering herbs. He cannot cultivate as well as I. What does this indicate? It suggests that you possess exceptional talent, making your cultivation more efficient. It also implies that cultivating while reclining is indeed feasible. Han Feng regarded Jiang Suru thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Perhaps this recliner is too rigid. It may not provide the comfort needed for immersive cultivation. How about you try my large bed in my room? I practice there at night. Very well, Jiang Suru acquiesced. Rising to her feet, Han Feng took the little fox and discreetly gestured toward Jiang Suru's courtyard, implying that it should go play there. The little fox, perceptive as it was, understood immediately, mumbling something about daytime debauchery as it scampered toward the pavilion atop the boulder. Meanwhile, the innocent and naive beauty of Luoxia Peak found herself unwittingly led into the den of a wolf by a cunning rogue. Upon entering Han Feng's room, Jiang Suru surveyed her surroundings and remarked, Your room is rather well arranged. Though small, it has all the essentials. What do you mean by your room and my room? Our home is shared. What is mine is yours, Han Feng replied, embracing her shoulder with a smile. Bah, you are you, and I am me. I refuse to share a space with you. You stay in your courtyard, and I shall remain in my room. Jiang Suru haughtily retorted as she entered the bedroom. The bedroom was equally well-appointed and pristine. Who would have thought a man could maintain such cleanliness? This room is spotless. It is indeed rare. But why have you not made your bed? Han Feng chuckled. What do you mean by spotless? A bit of dust is easily swept away with a wave of my hand. I am the wind attribute after all. Making the bed is such a hassle. Especially since I need to lie down at night. You are just lazy, and you still need to undress at night. Why wear clothes during the day? Well, if you are with me, it would be fine not to wear them during the day. Get lost. You only speak nonsense. Jiang Suru shot him a glare, then sat on the bed, kicking off her embroidered shoes before reclining back. Is this how one cultivates? Yes, exactly. Now, lie back, relax your arms, and ease into the flow of spiritual energy for cultivation, Han Feng encouraged. Jiang Suru obediently complied, lying flat with her arms at her sides, taking deep breaths to adjust her state. Now, close your eyes. I shall massage your body to unblock your meridians and regulate your energy flow. As Jiang Suru closed her eyes, Han Feng smirked wickedly, his hands beginning to explore her form. He started with her arms, then subtly unfastened her clothing, parting it to massage her collarbone, chest, and dantian. Jiang Suru felt increasingly relaxed and comfortable, yet struggled to enter a state of cultivation. Nevertheless, Han Feng's massage techniques were quite skilled, providing her with immense comfort. As the narrative unfolds, Jiang Suru began to harbor suspicions. Is it truly necessary to massage the chest to facilitate the flow of qi and blood? She inquired. Assuredly, came the reply. The chest is the nexus of the body's acupoints, a pivotal center. Qi and blood, you see, are the essence of spiritual energy and vital fluids. The heart relies on these to nourish the body. Neglecting this area would impede the entire process. I comprehend, Jiang Suru conceded. After a brief pause, she posed another question. Is it also imperative to remove one's trousers during this massage? Undoubtedly, massaging through garments is futile. Only by direct contact can the acupoints and meridians be accurately located and stimulated. I see. Proceed with the massage, then. Han Feng meticulously massaged Jiang Suru, effectively clearing her meridians and enhancing the circulation of spiritual energy, inducing a state of profound relaxation. Jiang Suru, in her entirety, was akin to a work of art, possessing an unparalleled beauty in both countenance and form, a veritable feast for the eyes. The ability to caress such perfection was, for Han Feng, an exquisite pleasure. His audacious hand ventured upwards from her ankles, encroaching upon forbidden territory. Hold, she interjected. Is it truly necessary to massage there? Indeed, he responded. Therein lies profound significance. Cease your explanations, she retorted. I shudder to imagine the source of your purported expertise. With a mischievous grin, Han Feng fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the air was filled with Jiang Suru's alluring sighs. Sensing the opportune moment, Han Feng rose, divested himself of his garments, and joined her upon the bed. He leaned in, his gaze fixed upon her luscious lips, poised for a tender kiss. But as he drew near, Jiang Suru's eyes fluttered open, revealing a playful amusement. Did you truly believe me to be so naive as to be easily deceived? She teased. From the moment you invited me into your chambers, I divined your intentions. This elaborate charade of a massage was merely a prelude to the inevitable dual cultivation. Spare me the pretense, my dear man. Han Feng chuckled. Nay, my love. A pre-cultivation massage serves to relax the body, soothe the mind, and invigorate the circulation, thereby enhancing the efficacy of our practice. Is that so? She countered. Henceforth, you shall provide me with a massage before each session. Any omission shall result in your exclusion. Agreed, Han Feng affirmed with a grin. He leaned in and kissed his wife. Another night of love-making ensued, culminating in Jiang Suru's soft pleas for mercy before Han Feng relented. After 2 cultivations, Jiang Suru's cultivation had advanced a little. After toweling off the sweat, Jiang Suru stood up and said, Let's go. Accompany me to go shopping. You need to buy me new clothes, you know? Yes, my wife. The couple left the house, holding the little fox, and went down the mountain on their swords to go shopping. Holding hands, they looked like a couple of gods, dating and shopping. And everyone on the road cast envious glances at Han Feng. There was no way around it. His partner was just too beautiful. Everybody has the style of Wei and Wu. It must be said that Jiang Suru was really beautiful, and looked beautiful in any clothes. Other women's clothes set off people. But when it came to Jiang Suru, her appearance and figure could set off the clothes to the extreme. Jiang Suru also picked out several clothes for Han Feng. Her aesthetic was much better than Han Feng's. But for some reason, Han Feng only loved the sky blue clothes, which may have something to do with the one Wang Mian gave him. Han Feng used to wear gray handyman robes, which were very ugly and even faded. But later Wang Mian gave him a sky blue robe, which made him feel very amazing, and he immediately fell in love with the color. When Jiang Suru asked him why he liked this color, Han Feng told the truth, which immediately attracted Jiang Suru's wide eyes, saying that he and Wang Mian were first love. Afterwards, Han Feng also bought some spiritual weapons with protective effects for Jiang Suru with the few spiritual stones he had left, and gave them to her. Jiang Suru also knew that he was poor, so she didn't dislike the cheap things he gave her. After all, she knew that this man was doing his best to give her the best things he had, even though he was very poor. 2 herbs for more than 30 years, and a wind spirit sword with 800 spirit stones were almost all he could come up with, but he gave them all to her. After receiving the exercises given by the ancestors, he shared them with her without hesitation. and then he was going to give her the spring walk wind wings given to him by his master. This man had been trying his best to give her the best things. How could she not be moved? But what she didn't know was that this dogman, giving her good things, was because after giving them away, he could get 10 times better things back. For example now, Han Feng looked at a bunch of women's clothes and spiritual weapons returned in the blessing, and was a little unsure of what to do with them. Every man knows how tiring it is to accompany a woman shopping. And it only took Han Feng an afternoon to go from being fresh at first to being exhausted later. Back home in the evening, Han Feng fell asleep. In the next month, Han Feng had nothing to do. In addition to occasionally taking care of flowers and plants, at other times, he went to Jiangsuru every 2 days for a night of dual cultivation, several times a night. In the past, he felt that dual cultivation was not good. He had to coax his partner, he had to work hard, and he had to work hard to cultivate. How could it be comfortable to lie in the sun? Only dogs would do dual cultivation. Now Han Feng, woof woof woof. A month later, Jiangsuru finally reached the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. It must be said that the dual cultivation technique given by the ancestors was good, and the effect was great. Jiangsuru retreated again, not letting Han Feng disturb her. Han Feng was also looking forward to it. Once Jiangsuru broke through, he would get 10 times the return. And he would be able to break through from the 9th level of Qi training to the foundation building. It was just wonderful. As everyone knows, there are 9 levels of Qi training in total, and the next step is the foundation building stage. Jiangsuru retreated for 3 days and successfully broke through. And on that night, Han Feng also received a massive amount of spiritual energy feedback and realm improvement. However, after the realm broke through, Han Feng did not find the foundation building stage in his dantian, nor could his divine sense be released from his body. Just when he was puzzled, the blessing broadcast came. Han Feng's partner Jiangsuru broke through to the 9th level of Qi training and received a tenfold blessing return. Han Feng's current realm, the 11th level of Qi training. Okay. Here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 79. The task of eliminating the heretical cultivator. Han Feng's countenance gradually lost its cheerful demeanor. His initial elation at the prospect of foundation establishment giving way to a profound sense of disappointment. He stared intently, mentally inquiring, "Esteemed ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Is it not the case that the Qi refining stage consists of only 9 levels? How can there be an 11th level?" The ancestor's voice echoed within his mind. The bestowal of blessings returns the host's cultivation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of each minor realm, if the returned cultivation is sufficient for a breakthrough, advancement to a higher realm will occur. However, the comprehension and process of breaking through each major realm must be achieved independently. The bestowal solely facilitates the return of cultivation. The elevation to higher realms requires one's own endeavors. Cultivation is not merely an accumulation of energy. If sufficient energy alone guaranteed breakthroughs, what purpose would there be for the laws of the universe and the comprehension of the immortal path? Prior to your breakthrough, the excess cultivation within your current realm will continue to increase with each return, but it will not result in a breakthrough to a higher realm. Therefore, your foundation establishment hinges upon your ability to condense a foundation platform. Should you persist in this indolent manner, you may very well reach the 10,000th level of the Qi refining stage, capable of tearing apart core formation experts with your bare hands, yet remain confined to the Qi refining stage. Han Feng remained silent for a considerable duration after hearing this. It turned out that he still needed to condense his own foundation platform to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Both the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages were foundational realms, requiring no comprehension of laws. Breakthroughs could be achieved once the foundation platform was condensed. However, breakthroughs were not without risk, and countless individuals remained trapped in the Qi refining stage, unable to achieve foundation establishment. If only he had a foundation establishment pill to aid his breakthrough and increase his chances of success. It seemed he would have to inquire with Jiangsuru about a foundation establishment pill recipe and find a way to acquire some medicinal herbs to refine one. At this point, Han Feng was unaware of the true value of a foundation establishment pill. Han Feng reclined on the bed, continuing to rest and attempting to condense a foundation platform. If he could condense it on his own, wouldn't that save him the cost of a foundation establishment pill? After all, seeking by Nua's assistance in refining a pill would require him to split the profits 50-50. However, for some unknown reason, perhaps due to Han Feng's inability to cultivate, he found it exceptionally difficult to condense the foundation platform. Each time he managed to condense the spiritual energy within his dantian into a ball, it would automatically dissipate. By late morning, Han Feng was forced to temporarily abandon his efforts. It seemed that foundation establishment was not something that could be accomplished in a short period. He placed the little fox on his shoulder, shouldered his hoe, and prepared to tend to the herb garden, eager to enjoy a leisurely pastoral life. However, as soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw Jiang Suru and a young man flying towards him. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with handsome features and a warm smile on his face. Han Feng activated the formation and invited them inside. "Senior sister, you've arrived. It seems you've successfully broken through," Han Feng said with a smile. Jiang Suru nodded, replying, "Yes, I've successfully broken through. I'm now at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage." Han Feng, allow me to introduce you. This is Senior Brother Gao Hai, an inner disciple of our master and a foundation establishment cultivator. "Greetings, Senior Brother Gao," Han Feng said, putting down his hoe and clasping his hands. "Greetings, Junior Brother Han." Gao Hai returned the greeting politely, smiling as he said, "Junior Brother Han is a young hero. I witnessed the battle in the secret realm earlier, and your combat prowess was unparalleled. With Junior Brother Han's assistance on this mission, I'm confident it will be completed successfully." "Mission? What mission?" Han Feng asked in surprise. Jiang Suru frowned, saying, "You don't know? Every disciple is required to complete at least one mission each month." "I have to do missions? Why haven't I received any missions in the past 5 years?" Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Jiang Suru's forehead creased with lines. "Of course, you have to do missions. Otherwise, why would the sect support hundreds of thousands of disciples? Your previous task as a handyman was planting herbs. And you had to submit them every month, didn't you? That was your mission. Everyone in the sect, whether elder or a disciple, must contribute. Elders contribute by undertaking missions and instructing disciples. The disciples of Danxia Peak contribute by refining pills. The disciples of Qijin Peak contribute by refining artifacts. And the disciples of Ling Beast Peak contribute by raising spirit beasts. We disciples whose primary task is cultivation also have our own monthly missions. Everyone contributes their strength to support such a large sect." Yes, I understand. "So what is our mission this time?" Han Feng asked, nodding. Jiang Suru turned to Gao Hai and said, "Please, Senior Brother Gao, explain." Gao Hai nodded, saying in a solemn tone, "The situation is as follows. Our Yin-Yang sect is located on the southeastern coast of the Tianqing continent. For thousands of miles around, we provide protection. As cultivators, we have a duty to protect the mortal populace from the depredations of demons and heretics. After all, the populace provides the population base from which outstanding disciples can be drawn. This morning, we received intelligence that a heretical cultivator has arrived in a city on Jiuming Island, 800 miles to the east. This heretical cultivator intends to slaughter the entire city's population to refine a blood pill, using the lives of tens of thousands of people to help him break through to foundation establishment. As righteous cultivators, we naturally have a responsibility to address this heinous and inhumane act." Han Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Could one really refine blood pills by killing mortals to break through to foundation establishment? That was indeed a method, but it was far too detrimental to one's karma. If caught, one would likely face the same fate as he was now, being hunted down by the sect. Moreover, as someone who had come from a humble farming background, he doubted he could overcome the moral hurdle of engaging in such an act. He nodded to Gao Hai, saying, "Indeed, such a person should be subjected to 1,000 cuts." Gao Hai nodded, saying, "Junior Brother Han is filled with righteousness. I admire you, Senior Brother." After this matter was reported to the sect leader assigned the task to our Luoxia Peak. After Master Siyu learned of it, she instructed me to lead 2 Qi refining disciples to handle the matter. However, among Master's disciples, there are only 3 Qi refining disciples. So I had no choice but to seek out Junior Sister Jiang and you. Very well, let's depart quickly, lest the people are all slaughtered before we arrive. Excellent. Let us depart immediately. After we eliminate the heretical cultivator, we will return to the sect and receive hundreds of contribution points, which can be exchanged for desired items. Senior Brother will divide the contribution points equally among the 2 of you." After speaking, Gao Hai took flight. Han Feng and Jiang Suru also took to the skies on their swords. The 3 of them flew eastward. Along the way, Han Feng asked, "Senior Sister, how many disciples does our master have?" Jiang Suru replied earnestly, "Master has been with our Yin-Yang sect for nearly a century. In that time, including you, she has accepted a total of 26 disciples. Currently, there are 3 core formation disciples, 20 foundation establishment disciples, and 3 Qi refining disciples." 3 people? Who is the other one? Your old nemesis. Han Feng was momentarily stunned before immediately saying, "Yilong Yuan?" Chapter 80. The Evil Cultivator's Blood Pill. Gao Hai chuckled, Indeed, my master seldom accepts disciples in the chi refinement stage. In her eyes, these disciples are not worthy of her personal guidance. She believes it is more prudent to nurture them once they reach the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, as the sect leader, she is exceedingly selective when it comes to choosing her disciples, demanding exceptional qualifications. Only those with celestial roots or earthly roots are considered. Even ordinary high-grade spiritual roots are dismissed. You three were fortunate enough to be accepted as disciples during the chi refinement stage, as each of you possesses celestial roots and thus merit early cultivation. So that's how it is, Jiang Suru remarked, stifling a laugh at Yilong Yuan's lack of prowess. Nearly forgetting he possessed celestial roots, she shot a playful glare at Han Feng, saying, "All right, we all know you're impressive now, don't we? Don't look down on others too much. Be careful not to face a setback. That fellow is still fixated on your Tao companion. So you must diligently cultivate to safeguard them. Of course, I will protect my Tao companion. I cannot allow any villain to snatch them away. Just make sure you do," she replied with a smirk. Observing their affectionate banter, Gao Hai added, "Once you break through the foundation establishment, you will be a direct disciple of our master, elevating your status far above mine. The few direct disciples of our master are all rare celestial roots. As for my earthly root, I can only serve as an ordinary inner disciple. Haha, but reaching foundation establishment is exceedingly challenging." Han Feng chuckled before turning to Jiang Suru. "Sister, do you know the recipe for the foundation establishment pill? Or where it can be purchased?" "The foundation establishment pill? You're considering it?" Jiang Suru replied, astonished. "Is it not consumable?" "It's not that it cannot be consumed, but rather that it is exorbitantly priced. 100,000 spirit stones for a single pill, and even then, it's often unattainable. They usually appear at auction houses, where they can be auctioned off for upwards of 200,000 spirit stones. 200,000 spirit stones. How outrageous. Certainly, after all, this is a pill that significantly enhances the success rate of foundation establishment. Once one breaks through, their lifespan extends to 300 years. Who could resist such temptation? The high cost of the foundation establishment pill is not due to the difficulty of its formula, but rather the scarcity of its materials. The rarer the ingredients, the more precious the pill becomes. The fewer alchemists capable of crafting it, the lower the success rate, making those who can produce foundation establishment pills exceedingly rare and valuable. At least, one must be a highly experienced high-grade alchemist, or ideally, a master-level alchemist, for assurance. In our sect, there are scarcely a handful of alchemists capable of producing the foundation establishment pill. The sect reserves these pills as rewards for disciples with outstanding contributions, occasionally. When they are sold, it is through auction houses, and they are often snatched up by countless eager buyers. Wealthy elders and prominent families abound, while we, as younger disciples, can scarcely dream of such luxuries. For Jiang Suru, who hails from a prominent family, to deem such prices as inconceivable further emphasizes the plight of impoverished disciples like Han Feng. His skepticism regarding Bai Nuo's ability to concoct the foundation establishment pill grew, realizing its rarity and his own challenges in reaching foundation establishment. For now, he could only resign himself to a state of complacency. It is far more comfortable to remain at ease. However, they must first eliminate the evil cultivator. In this world, sects coexist with rogue cultivators. While sect disciples enjoy the protection of their large sects, rogue cultivators savor their freedom but live with uncertainty, highlighting the pros and cons of both paths. Noticing Han Feng and Jiang Suru's sluggish pace, Gao Hai frowned and urged, "Junior brother and sister, we must pick up the speed. The common folk over there are suffering. We need to reach them swiftly. If need be, I can go ahead. You two can take your time. By the time you arrive, I should have dealt with that evil cultivator, and we can return triumphantly with their head. No need to worry, senior brother. You can fly at full speed without concern for us," Han Feng replied, promptly pulling Jiang Suru onto his flying sword. With a flourish, he unfurled his wind wings, stowed the sword, and embraced Jiang Suru, propelling them swiftly eastward. Seeing Han Feng's speed rivaling his own, Gao Hai chuckled, truly befitting a celestial root of the wind attribute. Paired with these winged spiritual treasures, your velocity is impressive. In that case, let us proceed at full speed. The trio soared eastward at their utmost pace. Han Feng, with Jiang Suru nestled against him, relished the softness of her form pressing against him. Her delicate waist was a delight to hold. After a month of mutual cultivation, their relationship had grown significantly closer, shedding their initial awkwardness. As they journeyed eastward, they passed numerous small islands until they finally reached their destination, Juming Island. According to intelligence, the incident occurred slightly south of the island's center, which was quite expansive, far larger than the Yin-Yang sect. The island's inhabitants were primarily mortals, living near the continent and mostly relying on fishing for sustenance, occasionally engaging in trade with the mainland. At the island's heart lay a single town, nestled within a basin. From a distance, the trio spotted a massive array pulsating with ominous energy. Such malice. A formidable presence. The little fox suddenly exclaimed. I see it. Han Feng replied gravely, nodding. Within the array, a town lay in ruins, its walls shattered to rubble, and the ground littered with corpses. The blood essence from these bodies was being siphoned into a small blood orb at the center of the array, continuously swirling and accumulating energy, gradually taking shape. It was evident that once this orb had absorbed enough blood essence, it would be consumed by that evil cultivator to facilitate their breakthrough to Foundation establishment. However, as Han Feng gazed at the orb, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting him to glance at the little fox beside him. The little fox had the ability to directly absorb corpses, forming blood orbs that enhanced cultivation or expedited the growth of medicinal herbs. Sensing Han Feng's gaze, the little fox initially looked puzzled before erupting in fury. What are you staring at? My method is different from theirs. Their approach is far too crude. They only refine blood essence, wasting so much vital energy from the flesh. It takes the slaughter of tens of thousands to create such a blood pill. If only I were to. Shoo. Han Feng quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. We cannot resort to such means to refine pills from innocent mortals. At the very least, we should not vocalize such intentions. If Gao Hai, with a sense of justice, hears this, he might very well eliminate us both. Meanwhile, within the array, the evil cultivator was engaged in a fierce battle with a young girl. Chapter 81. The little girl with blue hair, the malevolent cultivator. Clad in a gray linen robe and sporting a scarred face with a scruffy beard, wielded a razor-sharp, curved blade, relentlessly striking at the little girl before him. The girl, appearing no older than 10, was petite with long blue hair tied in twin ponytails. She wore a charming blue dress adorned with seashell and starfish ornaments, exuding the elegance of a young lady from a prominent family. Despite her tender age, the girl demonstrated remarkable prowess, engaging the sinister cultivator in combat. Though she found herself at a disadvantage, her deft movements unleashed torrents of water arrows, inflicting wounds upon her assailant. We are too late. Everyone here has perished. Gao Hai exclaimed, his face pale with dread. Han Feng interjected, not everyone is dead. There is still a little girl. We must break the formation and rescue her at once. Jiang Suru frowned. The crucial issue is that we cannot judge by appearances. The malevolent cultivator could be either the man or the girl. Who cares? Let us break the formation first. Whichever one is anxious is likely the villain, Han Feng declared. And the trio immediately directed their full efforts against the array. As they struck, the formation trembled violently, drawing the attention of those within. The little girl, noticing the newcomers, called out, "Heroes, please come to my aid." The man's eyes narrowed with malice upon seeing Han Feng and his companions. He shouted, "Who are you? Mind your own business and leave at once. If you continue to attack my formation, I will ensure your demise here." Confirmed, he is indeed the malevolent cultivator. Gao Hai retorted, continuing to assault the formation. "Who are you, and why do you slaughter innocents to concoct blood pills here? Do you not know this territory is under the jurisdiction of our Yin-Yang sect? Surrender now and return with us to face judgment. You are from the Yin-Yang sect?" The cultivator's expression darkened. He realized he needed to expedite the creation of the blood pill. Otherwise, if more reinforcements arrived, he would be in grave trouble. As a rogue cultivator, he preferred to avoid entanglements with sect members, for it often led to relentless retaliation. With a swift motion, he unleashed several blade beams that sliced through the array towards Han Feng and his companions. The three quickly raised their swords to parry, shattering the incoming attacks. The malevolent cultivator, undeterred, continued to launch blade beams, intent on obstructing their attempts to breach the formation. His objective was clear: delay their progress until he could successfully create the blood pill and depart without provoking the sect members further. Han Feng and his companions struggled to defend against the relentless assaults, growing increasingly frustrated as they could not retaliate effectively. Meanwhile, the little girl with the cerulean hair clenched her teeth and called out to the trio, "I can hold him off, but you must break the formation quickly. We cannot allow him to complete the blood pill. Time is of the essence." With that, she levitated gracefully, raising her small hands and proclaiming, "In the name of 1,000 autumns, let the sea's essence arise." Her hair transformed into flowing strands of water, which coalesced into a curtain that ensnared the malevolent cultivator. He reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to sever the water strands. However, even when cut, the water could reform, continuously wrapping around him in an attempt to bind him. The cultivator, agile and skilled, evaded the water's grasp, severing it just as it threatened to ensnare him. Regardless, the little girl successfully distracted the malevolent cultivator, granting Han Feng and his companions a precious opportunity to attack the formation. We must act swiftly. We can only use brute force to dismantle this formation, Gao Hai urged, swinging his sword vehemently against the array, with Han Feng and Jiang Suru following suit. Han Feng gazed at the little girl, marveling. Who is this girl? At such a young age, she can contend with a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator and unleash water arrows. Her hair transforms into water. How impressive, Jiang Suru pondered. Perhaps she possesses water affinity roots. Still, it's rare to see such talent at her age. Gao Hai sighed. Do not be deceived. She is not human. She is a demon. Jiang Suru gasped in surprise. A demon? This child is a beast? But she lacks any of the typical characteristics of a demon beast. Her transformation is remarkable. Moreover, any demon capable of transformation would likely overpower our entire sect. Why is she struggling against a Qi refinement cultivator? That remains unclear. All I can ascertain is that she is indeed a demon. Beyond that, her exact nature eludes me, as my spiritual sense revealed no human organs within her. Gao Hai replied. Regardless of whether she is human or demon, she is aiding us against the malevolent cultivator, which makes her a good demon. Let us hasten our efforts. The trio intensified their assault, drawing forth their finest treasures and exerting their utmost strength against the formation. With each strike, the cracks in the array multiplied, and it seemed it would not hold much longer. Seeing the formation nearing collapse, the malevolent cultivator felt a surge of panic. He could no longer afford to duel with the little girl or wait for the blood pill to fully form. He dashed toward it instead. But the girl would not allow him to seize it so easily. With a fierce cry, she sent her water strands surging once more towards the cultivator. Enraged, he bared his teeth, exclaiming, "You leave me no choice." He infused his blade with spiritual energy and his own blood essence, drawing in the ambient vitality, preparing to unleash a deadly strike against the little girl. The girl puffed out her cheeks defiantly and shouted, "I am not afraid of you. Bring it on." By the grace of 1,000 autumns, I summoned the myriad forms to become a dragon. A massive water sphere formed in her hands, which she thrust forward, manifesting a colossal blue dragon's head that enveloped her. The dragon's mouth opened wide, unleashing a torrent of water towards the malevolent cultivator. In a fit of fury, he raised his blood-infused blade and charged at the girl, colliding with the water column. He pushed through the deluge, reaching the girl, and struck the dragon's head with a powerful blow. The dragon's head shattered spectacularly, sending both the girl and the cultivator sprawling to the ground. Chapter 82. Fierce battle with the evil cultivator. The little girl fell heavily to the ground, appearing pitiful as she struggled to rise but could not manage to do so. Her body was covered in wounds, bruised and battered, her small face dirty yet devoid of any blood. This peculiarity struck Han Feng as odd. Even demonic beasts bled, did they not? What manner of being was this girl? Quickly, break this formation. The little girl cannot hold on any longer. Gao Hai shouted furiously, joining forces with Han Feng and Jiang Suru to attack the formation with all their might. Cracks began to multiply, producing a series of cracking sounds, and it was evident that the formation was on the verge of collapse. The evil cultivator, witnessing this scene, gnashed his teeth in rage and roared, "You have forced my hand." Suddenly, he soared into the air, grasping a blood pill before glaring at the trio with bloodshot eyes, grinding out, "This pill was entrusted to me for refinement, worth 50,000 spirit stones." Everything was going smoothly until this strange little girl appeared, along with the three of you. "This blood pill shall not be sold. You shall all perish." With that, he swallowed the blood pill and immediately sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. Not good. He is going to refine the blood pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Hurry, break the formation and stop him. Gao Hai's anxiety escalated as he, disregarding his injuries, fought desperately to shatter the formation. At last, through their relentless efforts, the formation shattered with a thunderous crash, releasing an overpowering stench of blood and decay that nearly induced vomiting in the three of them. "Little fox, go check on the little girl and give her a spirit recovery pill. We'll handle the enemy," Han Feng said, tossing the little fox towards the blue-haired girl. Gao Hai led Han Feng and Jiang Suru in a charge towards the evil cultivator. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were before him. They raised their swords to strike, but suddenly, the evil cultivator's eyes snapped open, filled with an endless bloodthirst, resembling a swirling vortex. Instantly, his aura erupted, unleashing a shockwave that sent Gao Hai and the others flying. Ha ha, the evil cultivator laughed maniacally. So this is how easy it is to break through with the blood pill. My blood-based foundation is far stronger than an ordinary foundation establishment stage. No wonder those hypocritical scoundrels covet the blood pill so desperately. I shall condense the essence of tens of thousands of mortals to form my crimson foundation. Ha ha, you are all doomed. With a deranged laugh, he brandished his curved blade and charged at Gao Hai. Among Han Feng's group, Gao Hai was the strongest. A lower foundation establishment cultivator, making him the primary target of the evil cultivator's attack. Meanwhile, the little fox reached the little girl, straining to pull her up, only to find her completely immobile, on the brink of unconsciousness. Sister, wake up. Please take this pill, it urged, offering a spirit recovery pill gifted by Jiang Suru. The pill dissolved upon contact, but the girl showed no sign of recovery. Water, water, the little girl murmured weakly. The little fox, frantic, replied, where can I find water? The sea is not drinkable. Just hold on a little longer. Once they defeat the bad guy, they'll take you back to the sect for healing. We are the good ones, sister. Don't worry. Water, the little girl's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. At that moment, Gao Hai found himself at a disadvantage against the evil cultivator, being pushed back relentlessly. The evil cultivator, bolstered by the power of the blood pill, wielded a ferocious strength far surpassing that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, yet this power came at a cost, as it was laden with foreign blood energy. It was a double-edged sword, inflicting harm both on others and himself, but its might was undeniable. Even Gao Hai, who had long since broken through to the foundation establishment stage, now struggled against this freshly empowered adversary, suffering injuries in the process. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Feng understood he could no longer remain passive. He took up his wind spirit sword, unleashing a blade of wind towards the evil cultivator. The feather-like wind blade pierced through the air, but the evil cultivator dismissed it as a mere attack from a chi refinement stage cultivator, allowing it to strike his arm without defense. However, as the wind blade made contact, he quickly realized his grave miscalculation. He spun around, swinging his curved blade toward Han Feng. At the same moment, Han Feng raised his sword to counter. The clash produced a resounding roar as their weapons collided. Both were forced back, though the evil cultivator regained his footing quickly while Han Feng was sent flying. The impact caused a surge of blood to rise in Han Feng's throat, leaving him slightly injured. The evil cultivator sneered at Han Feng. Ah, a clever boy. Playing the underdog, are we? Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be injured by my strike. Yet you, a mere chi refinement cultivator, withstand my blow unscathed. How curious you are. If I were to slay you and refine you into a blood pill, it would surely be exquisite. With that, he disregarded the others and charged directly at Han Feng. Gao Hai and Jiang Suru rushed from either side to intercept him, but their speed paled in comparison. In an instant, the evil cultivator was upon Han Feng. Han Feng snorted, invoking the Sun character technique, Whispering Wind, to increase his speed dramatically while retreating, conjuring two small whirlwinds that crashed into the evil cultivator, knocking him back twice. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng distanced himself, and Gao Hai and Jiang Suru arrived at the evil cultivator's side, their swords poised to strike. The evil cultivator gritted his teeth, bracing himself against their dual attacks, sustaining wounds as he retaliated with a blade that carved a deep gash into Gao Hai's chest before sending him flying with a kick, then swiftly turning the blade towards Jiang Suru. Chapter 83. Reinforcements? No enemies. Seeing this, Jiang Suru had no time to dodge and raised her sword to parry the incoming attack. A deafening crash echoed as her sword flew from her grasp, the backlash sending her reeling, blood spilling from her mouth as she staggered backward. Han Feng, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in fury. As the evil cultivator moved to pursue Jiang Suru, he surged forward at top speed, unleashing a whirlwind that sent the evil cultivator sprawling, catching Jiang Suru in his arms. How are you? He asked urgently. I'm fine. My wood attribute grants me remarkable vitality and recovery, making it hard for him to kill me. Don't worry about me. Focus on the battle. Jiang Suru wiped the blood from her lips and retrieved a whip from her storage bag, striking at the evil cultivator. In an unexpected turn of events, the malevolent cultivator was struck fiercely by Jiang Suru's whip. Although the lash did not inflict any significant harm, it visibly elongated, transforming into a vine that tightly bound the dark practitioner. Observing this, Han Feng and Gao Hai seized the moment, charging forward, each thrusting their swords into the cultivator's chest. A smile of triumph graced their faces, as they believed this would ensure the demise of the nefarious foe. However, the cultivator merely scoffed, seemingly impervious to pain. Blood surged from the wound, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, sweeping outward and sending the three of them careening away. Han Feng managed to shield Jiang Suru with his back, absorbing much of the onslaught. They all landed heavily on the ground. The vine that had ensnared the cultivator fracturing into countless pieces. Struggling to his feet, Gao Hai's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This is dire. He has ignited his own blood essence, unleashing the power within his crimson core. His combat prowess has surged, far surpassing the three of us. What shall we do?" Han Feng inquired, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "We can only call for reinforcements," Gao Hai declared. Suddenly, he glanced towards the west, his face lighting up with joy. "No need. Our allies have arrived." Han Feng and Jiang Suru turned to see two streaks of light soaring toward them. The two figures, lacking flying swords or magical artifacts, exhibited the ability to traverse the skies, clearly indicating they were foundational cultivators, though Han Feng and Jiang Suru did not recognize them. The sight of two foundational practitioners approaching from their sect's direction eased their anxiety. With the assistance of these cultivators, they felt confident in vanquishing the dark practitioner. Gao Hai waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Senior Yi Qingjun, Senior Yi Luchuan, we are here. Come swiftly to assist us in defeating our enemy." Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression darkened. The newcomers were from the Yi family. Noticing Han Feng's demeanor, Jiang Suru grasped his hand and reassured him, "It's all right. This is a task assigned by our sect. The Yi family would not dare to act against us at this moment, unless they intend to eliminate all three of us. If they were to strike at you, do you think Brother Gao would remain silent?" The two Yi family members halted mid-air, surveying the battlefield. Yi Qingjun, spotting Han Feng, sneered, "Oh, is this not the little thief who swore eternal enmity against our Yi family? How fortuitous to encounter you here." Han Feng, his face ashen, remained silent, scrutinizing their demeanor. Gao Hai interjected, "Gentlemen, this dark cultivator is exceptionally formidable. We must act together to eliminate him swiftly, so we may share the merits upon our return." "Preposterous, you presumptuous child. Do you believe you have any say here?" Yi Qingyun retorted coldly, turning his attention back to the dark practitioner. "Where is the blood elixir?" The dark cultivator sneered, "You have arrived too late. Their assault was relentless. I was unable to withstand their onslaught. I had no choice but to consume the blood elixir and break through to the foundational stage to survive until now." At this revelation, the expressions of Gao Hai and Han Feng shifted dramatically. Gao Hai incredulously asked, "Was this blood elixir concocted at your behest?" "Silence!" Yi Qingyun bellowed in fury, striking Gao Hai with a palm. Gao Hai coughed blood and fell heavily to the ground, with Han Feng and Jiang Suru rushing to support him. Yi Qingyun's gaze turned icy as he glared at the dark practitioner, growling, "You dare to consume our Yi family's blood elixir? We meticulously selected this location to craft the elixir for my nephew Yi Long Yuan's breakthrough. After taking such a substantial risk to create it, you have the audacity to devour it?" The dark cultivator, unyielding, retorted, "When they breached the grand formation, the elixir had yet to fully materialize. Do you think a mere peak chi practitioner could contend against two foundational cultivators? Had I not consumed the elixir, I would have perished long ago, and they would have seized it. I have consumed the elixir myself. I seek no recompense from you. I can merely venture further afield to concoct another elixir for you." Yi Qingyun nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You have a point. We arrived too late, allowing these three little thieves to disrupt our plans. Let us first eliminate these three thieves and then search for another suitable location to kill and refine elixirs. They must not be allowed to leave alive." "Agreed. I too desire to eliminate these little thieves." With that, the three foundational cultivators fixed their predatory gazes upon Han Feng and his companions. Faced with a single dark practitioner, they were already at a disadvantage. With two additional foundational cultivators, their fate seemed sealed. Seething with rage, Gao Hai clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "During the ancestral secret realm event, I sensed that none of you from the Yi family were virtuous. Now, you dare to slaughter innocents by the thousands to refine elixirs merely to aid Yi Long Yuan's breakthrough? Shameless! You are utterly despicable. Scoundrels of the immortal sect. Humph, you are truly Navi, boy. Do you not understand the principle of the victors and the vanquished? The cultivation world is a realm of the strong preying upon the weak. It is merely because that old Koot Tai Lien has sheltered you too well that you believe the cultivation world is a paradise. This is not beneficial for you. Our Yi family believes that all disciples must be aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world to truly grow. Ignoring him, Gao Hai seized a copper mirror from his chest and thrust it into Han Feng's hands, urgently stating, "Junior brother Han, you are swift. Take Jiang's sister, Mei, and flee. Call for reinforcements as you escape. This mirror contains records of our battle and evidence of the Yi family's transgressions. I will hold them off to buy you time." Chapter 84. Gao Hai's self-detonation. In a moment of desperation, Han Feng shouted, "Senior brother Gao, less chatter. You two are merely at the qi refinement stage. If you stay, we will all perish, and the evidence against the Yi family will remain unreported to the sect. Junior sister Jiang is the weakest. You wouldn't want to see her die here, would you? Hurry and leave." Gao Hai pushed Han Feng forcefully, retrieved a bloodthirsty pill, consumed it, and swiftly unsheathed his sword. Charging towards the three adversaries, Han Feng felt a tumult of emotions. His heart urged him to stand by his comrades, yet reason dictated that if he did not flee, they would all meet their demise, and the evidence against the Yi family would be lost. "Senior brother Gao, I'm so sorry. If I can return to the sect, I will surely avenge you." He grasped Jiang Suru's hand, unfurled his wings, and soared into the distance. The little fox immediately leaped onto his shoulder. With his left arm cradling the blue-haired girl and his right hand holding on to Jiang Suru, he flew westward. This little girl, whether human or demon, was kind-hearted and far too young to die here. With all their strength, Han Feng and Jiang Suru fled as rapidly as possible. As they ran, Jiang Suru took out a communication jade slip and urgently spoke, "Master, come quickly to save us. The Yi family has betrayed us. They are pursuing us with blood pills they created. Brother, hurry and save us. The Yi family is killing and refining pills to silence us. Father, please come to our rescue." Jiang Suru sent messages seeking help to her master, father, and brother, but she had no way of knowing when reinforcements would arrive. After all, sending a message was akin to texting. It depended entirely on chance when the recipient would see it. Meanwhile, Gao Hai was locked in fierce combat with the three Foundation establishment experts. Yi Qingyun's face darkened as he exclaimed, "Those two little thieves have escaped with the evidence. We must eliminate them quickly." Another Foundation establishment expert, Yi Luchuan, snorted, "They won't get far. Let us finish off this young man first. He is our priority. If we neglect him, he might slip away into the depths of the sea, and we will have no means of tracking him down. We must eliminate the strong first." With that, the three of them charged towards Gao Hai, encircling him for an assault. Although Gao Hai had consumed the bloodthirsty pill, temporarily enhancing his combat prowess, he faced a formidable evil cultivator and two mid-level Foundation establishment experts. The pill could not bridge that gap. Gao Hai roared, unleashing a desperate assault, wishing for nothing more than to take these three scoundrels down with him. However, mere fists were no match for a multitude. Within mere minutes, he was battered and bruised, with even his heart pierced by Yi Qingyun's sword. Realizing his inevitable demise, Gao Hai shouted, "Traitors of the sect, I shall take you down with me." Bloodied and battered, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, detonating his foundation and channeling all his energy into his meridians before unleashing a violent explosion. Turning towards the west, he murmured, "Han Junior brother, I leave it to you. Our sect shall not allow such traitors to exist." "Not good. He is going to self-detonate. Retreat." Yi Qingyun bellowed, immediately pulling back. The three retreated at full speed, but Gao Hai's explosion still erupted with a deafening roar, generating a massive shockwave that hurled the remnants of flesh and blood towards them. The three were knocked back violently, crashing into the ground, spitting blood and writhing in pain. The self-detonation failed to kill them, but left them grievously injured. "Damn it, we were careless." Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get up. Chase after those two little thieves. Don't let them escape." Without needing his command, the other two rose and immediately pursued Han Feng. As they flew, Yi Qingyun remarked, "We must hurry. If that boy manages to send a message to the sect, and if a core formation or nascent soul expert arrives, we will be doomed." The evil cultivator frowned at this. "Are you suggesting that your sect's experts will come?" "Yes, but we must eliminate those two before they arrive." The other replied. The evil cultivator then said, "You pursue them. I have my own matters to attend to. Meet me at the usual place. I will wait for you 3 days. If you do not come by then, I shall depart." With that, he turned and flew eastward. Indeed, he was afraid. He bore no personal vendetta against Han Feng that warranted risking an encounter with the formidable Yin-Yang sect. He fled. Though Yi Qingyun was furious, he felt helpless. The evil cultivator could afford to abandon the chase, but they could not. The vast ocean provided ample hiding spots for a rogue cultivator, making him nearly impossible to find. However, they had their family to protect within the sect. They had to eliminate Han Feng and reclaim the evidence. After all, they were Foundation establishment experts. No matter how swift Han Feng was, he was still in the Qi refinement stage. Even with his wind attribute spiritual root and winged artifact, the absolute disparity in strength was undeniable. Before long, they spotted the two Yi family members in the distance. Not good. They've caught up to us. Senior brother Gao must have perished. Han Feng's face paled. At that moment, the blue-haired girl in his arms stirred and weakly murmured, "Water, water. Don't speak. I'll get you water once we escape." Han Feng urged anxiously. "Throw me into the water. Throw me into the sea, quickly." The little girl whispered. Han Feng furrowed his brows. How could he abandon a child in such dire circumstances? Suddenly, Jiang Suru interjected, "Quickly let her go. Since she is a demon beast, and we are near the sea, she will surely recover in the water. The enemies are after us, not her. They want to pursue her." "All right." Han Feng dove down, reducing his altitude before releasing the little girl into the sea. Without the extra weight, their speed increased slightly. Yet the enemies were closing in rapidly, as if they could strike at any moment. Seeing this, Han Feng quickly devised a plan. Removing his winged artifact and placing it on Jiang Suru's back. "Hurry, refine it, then use it to fly. It will enhance your speed." Jiang Suru protested. "No? What will you use then? You're a wind attribute user. This is more suited for you." "Enough chatter. I have better options. Just refine it," Han Feng shouted. Seeing his determination, Jiang Suru ceased her hesitations and promptly began refining the artifact. However, Han Feng also handed her the little fox and the copper mirror. "I'll draw their attention. You escape." Chapter 85. "You fool, Han Feng." As Han Feng rushed back without hesitation, Jiang Suru shouted hoarsely, tears welling in her eyes. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. At this critical moment, Han Feng was willing to confront those three foundational powerhouses alone, fiercely striving for a glimmer of hope for her. In that instant, Jiang Suru's heart shattered. "Go quickly. I am fast. They cannot catch me. Hurry and seek help." Han Feng's voice pierced through, awakening Jiang Suru's rationality. Yet, she chose not to flee. "I refuse to abandon others and run away." She turned to the little fox and asked, "Little fox, can you swim?" "Yes." The little fox nodded vigorously. Jiang Suru handed it the copper plate. Placing it in the storage bag, "Hide at the bottom of the water, and when our reinforcements arrive, deliver this to them. Little fox, I hope to see you again." With that, she released the little fox, casting it into the sea. The little fox panicked, crying out, "Don't leave me behind." Splash! The little fox fell into the ocean. Jiang Suru cast a reluctant glance below, then, without hesitation, her gaze resolute. She drew her sword and followed Han Feng into the fray against their foes. Han Feng has gifted the mid-grade spirit treasure, Wind Wings of the Spring, and received a tenfold blessing in return, as well as the high-grade spirit treasure, Crane's Radiant Feather. "Will you accept?" "Accept," Han Feng replied without hesitation. In an instant, a pair of pure white crane wings manifested behind him, unfurling as streams of light emerged, each feather standing erect like sharp arrows. With a mere thought, those arrows rained down upon the enemies. Yi Qingyun and his companion were taken aback, immediately conjuring protective spiritual energy to fend off the feathered assault while swinging their swords to counterattack. However, these feathers, derived from the crane's radiant feather, were high-grade spirit treasures. Not easily shattered, certainly beyond the capability of foundational stage cultivators to damage. As Han Feng manipulated the feathers to attack, he also invoked the clear wind technique to enhance his speed, creating a whirlwind to drive back the two opponents. Just then, Jiang Suru arrived at Han Feng's side, joining him in battle. Seeing Jiang Suru had not fled, Han Feng's heart raced with urgency. "Why did you come back? Go now? I am fast. They cannot catch me. Don't think I don't know you intend to sacrifice yourself to save me. Even if you are strong, you are still at the Qi refinement stage. How could you possibly defeat two mid-foundational stage warriors? If we are to die, let us die together. I will never abandon you. You fool." Han Feng felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. "You are the real fool," Jiang Suru said softly. "Then let us fight together." Han Feng drew his sword, striking at their foes. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun shouted, "One for each of us. Let us finish them quickly." Yi Qingyun charged at Han Feng while Yi Luchuan swung his sword toward Jiang Suru. Han Feng, avoiding a head-on clash, spread his wings, pulling Jiang Suru upward to evade their attacks, then skillfully maneuvered behind the enemies, slashing once more. The two streaks of sword light struck Yi Qingyun and his companion, causing their protective spiritual energy to flicker. Yi Qingyan sneered. You possess some skill, but regrettably, we can afford countless mistakes. If either of you falters once, it will be your demise. Yi Qingyan's words rang true, as foundational powerhouses that could withstand 100 strikes from Han Feng. Yet a single successful hit could severely injure him, or even kill him. After all, Han Feng was merely a penniless youth lacking protective treasures, his only notable trait being his swiftness. As the two opponents charged again, Han Feng swiftly pulled Jiang Sura to evade, now equipped with flying treasures. Their combined speed exceeded their previous capabilities, resembling two butterflies gracefully evading deadly assaults in midair. Damn it, these two little thieves are too fast. We cannot delay any longer. If we do, the sect will send reinforcements. Use the Xian Luo disc. Yi Qingyun suddenly produced a compass from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy and tapping it a few times. Instantly, the compass erupted with light, and a large bagua array unfolded in the air. This bagua array was vast, spanning nearly a mile, with the 8 trigrams swirling: Qian, Kuan, Li, Kan, Zhen, Jin, Sun, Dy, each glowing brightly. The central yin-yang symbol slowly rotated, emanating an immense suppressive force that surged toward Han Feng and Jiang Suru. The overwhelming pressure caused their speed to falter, transforming their once agile movements into a struggle. They were both horrified, realizing they were in grave danger. Indeed, Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan grinned as they approached. Han Feng, are you not swift? Aren't you good at running? Keep running. In this domain, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must crouch. We originally came to retrieve a blood pill. But you ruined our plans. Recently, you incapacitated several disciples of the Yi family. Now, we shall settle old scores anew. Prepare to pay with your life. With that, Yi Qingyan raised his sword and struck at Han Feng. At this moment, Han Feng found it nearly impossible to evade, and as the two attacks approached, he quickly embraced Jiang Suru, saying, "Wrap us in your wings." Jiang Suru complied immediately, enveloping them with her wings, just as the two strikes landed upon them. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as Han Feng and Jiang Suru coughed up blood, sent flying violently into the bagua array. "Oh, you're still alive? Let us see how many strikes you can endure." Yi Qingyan scoffed, preparing to attack once more. With their bodies severely injured from the dual sword strikes, Han Feng and Jiang Suru felt their meridians scream in agony, on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, Han Feng noticed a faint wind-based power emanating from the Sun trigram in the array, seemingly beckoning him. Among the bagua positions, Sun represents wind. Perhaps there lay a sliver of hope. Han Feng immediately held onto Jiang Suru and hastily approached the Sun position, with their pursuers relentlessly in tow. Fortunately, Han Feng was currently at the Kin position, just a step away from Sun, and he soon arrived at the Sun position. Upon reaching it, a familiar, potent wind-based energy surged into Han Feng's entire being. Chapter 86. Is the little girl the sea spirit? Upon arriving at the Sun position, Han Feng immediately employed the Sun technique, merging his being with the wind. Despite the oppressive force still lingering, his speed had significantly increased. The two assailants charged at him once more, and Han Feng swiftly harnessed the power of the Sun position, unleashing 2 tornadoes that repelled them. "Run. We can still escape," Jiang Suru whispered weakly. "We cannot run," Han Feng thought to himself. If escape were possible, he would have taken Jiang Suru with him when she sought him out. Their speed was inferior to their adversaries. They could only rely on their agility and skillful maneuvers to evade. The suppression force on the 8 trigrams plate remained active, and beams of light emerged from the runes beneath, lashing out towards Han Feng and Jiang Suru. Clearly, Yi Qingyun intended to bind them and deliver a lethal blow. Han Feng and Jiang Suru struggled against the luminous tendrils, but their sheer number was overwhelming. For every one they shattered, countless others surged forth, ultimately ensnaring them despite their remarkable agility. The two disciples approached with predatory grins. Han Feng forced a bitter smile, saying, "Sister, it seems we are not fated to escape. If escape is not possible, so be it. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. To hear the Tao in the morning and perish by evening is acceptable. To die alongside a beloved is a form of fortune. In this life, we shall hold hands and venture into the netherworld together. In the next life, I hope we can be together once more. To hear you utter the words beloved fills me with contentment even in death." With a sigh, Han Feng grasped Jiang Suru's hand tightly. Yi Qingyun raised his sword, preparing to execute the final sentence. "You two little thieves shall descend to the underworld as a pair of ill-fated lovers." However, just as the sword was about to descend, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting song resonated from below. The voice belonged to a little girl. singing sweetly, la la la. The onlookers turned their gaze downward to witness a wave on the sea lifting a little girl with blue hair styled in twin tails. She was no longer dirty or injured. Her delicate blue dress appeared exquisite, and her large eyes and small nose complemented her round face, rendering her utterly adorable. Welcome, O sea spirit. The little girl, cradling a small fox, joyfully waved at Han Feng and Jiang Suru, her eyes transforming into crescent moons with delight. A little girl? She's back? Han Feng murmured. Humph, just a little sea demon. Does she truly believe she can save you? Yi Qingyan scoffed, with a wave of her hand. A multitude of sea creatures erupted from beneath the waves. Sharks, tuna, starfish, conchs, seahorses, octopuses, and devil rays, an overwhelming array of marine beasts surged forth, each radiating a powerful aura, far exceeding that of Yi Qingyan and his companion. Any single one of these sea creatures could effortlessly dispatch them. And there were tens of thousands in total. Yi Qingyan and Yi Luchuan stood agape, eyes wide in disbelief at the formidable array of terrifying beasts surrounding them. Brother, with so many beasts, they could easily obliterate our Yin-Yang sect. Run, run quickly. Yi Qingyan howled, tearing away in panic. The little girl waved her small hand and commanded, eliminate them. Instantly, the marine beasts charged towards the fore. Han Feng and Jiang Suru were bewildered. Wait, does that include us? The little girl quickly realized and shouted, don't attack those two. They are good people. Go after the fleeing ones. The massive shark, which had opened its gaping maw ready to devour Han Feng and Jiang Suru, paused, glancing curiously at them before pursuing the two Yi family members instead. However, due to its delayed attack on Han Feng, it lost precious time, and ultimately, the two Yi family members were swallowed whole by a dolphin, crushed within its jaws. The other marine beasts roared in protest. The little girl covered her mouth and giggled, saying, thank you all for your help. There's a scar-faced man who bullies me. Please keep an eye out for him and teach him a lesson. The sea creatures nodded in understanding and promptly returned to the depths of the sea. With the Yi family members deceased, the Xianluo plate became an unclaimed item, uncontrolled. Han Feng hurriedly flew over to retrieve it. Oh dear, you're injured. Let's go heal. There's an island nearby where we can recover, the little girl cheerfully suggested. Thank you, Han Feng replied, taking Jiang Suru's hand as they flew toward the nearby island. Upon reaching the shore, they landed, and the little girl was pushed ashore by the waves. Skipping happily to their side, Han Feng and Jiang Suru sat upon a rock, consuming their healing elixirs. The small fox jumped up, exclaiming, I'm so relieved to see you both safe. I was so worried. You little rascal, you're quite resilient, Jiang Suru said, gently petting the fox, which was damp from seawater. Han Feng clasped his hands together towards the little girl, expressing, thank you, young lady, for your rescue. I am eternally grateful. Hee hee. You saved me too. This is mutual assistance. We are now good friends. The little girl raised her small hands and playfully declared, my dear friends, please tell me your names. I am Han Feng, and this is my wife, Jiang Suru, along with our good friend, the little fox. What is your name, dear girl? Me? The little girl pondered for a moment, looking somewhat troubled. I have many names. My friends in the sea call me the ocean spirit, while the fishermen on land refer to me as the sea goddess or sea immortal. The mermaids call me little immortal, and the dragon lady gave me the name on a fish. She also likes to call me Inen. There are also some great demons who call me little girl. What do you wish to call me? Han Feng, slightly taken aback, replied, let us just call you Inen. It sounds lovely. All right, you can call me Inen. The little girl beamed with joy, her innocent smile warming the hearts of Han Feng and Jiang Suru. Inen, how can you summon so many beasts to assist you in battle? They inquired. Because they are all my good friends. The little girl replied proudly, sailing beyond the Min waters, anchored in the northern seas, I am acquainted with friends across the four seas. Even thousands of miles away, they are all my fellow countrymen. All over the world's oceans, I have friends. Chapter 87. The bond of courage and friendship surpasses precious gems. You are truly impressive, Jiang Suru remarked, pulling the little girl closer and gently stroking her hair. You are so adorable. What species of beast are you? Huh? Am I a beast? I thought I was a celestial being. Inen exclaimed, astonished, as she had always believed herself to be divine. Hee hee, little one. How can you be such a weak celestial being, unable to defeat even a chi refinement stage cultivator? Jiang Suru teased. That's different. I'm weak on land and in the sky, but if I'm in the ocean, I'm extraordinarily strong. Plus, I have many good friends to help me. No one dares to bully me in the sea, Inen declared proudly. And I truly am a celestial being. I am the spirit of the ocean. the embodiment of all marine will, possessing the power of the sea. Beasts gain intelligence through cultivation, while I am the intelligence born from the ocean itself. I may be weak on land, but in the ocean, I am invincible. Observing the little girl as pride, Han Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "But to deal with 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, you still need the help of other beasts?" "Well, never mind that. I'm still very impressive." Anan responded, somewhat bashfully. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable. We are very happy to have met you." Han Feng smiled. The little fox chimed in eagerly, "Yes. I like Miss Anan very much." "I like you too," Anan exclaimed, lifting the little fox high into the air and spinning joyfully on the beach. "Anan, how did you end up in the human city on Juming Island?" Jiang Suru inquired. Upon hearing this, An's small face fell, and she hugged the little fox tightly. "I love making friends and playing. The fishermen on the island treat me like a sea goddess, and I often go ashore to play with them. But this time, I encountered bad people. They suddenly appeared and set up a great formation to kill all the townsfolk. I couldn't return to the sea, so to protect the people, I had to fight them. But I am too weak on land and couldn't defeat them. So I could only watch as those mortals were killed. The mortals built temples for me, offering statues in my honor, and wrote poems praising me. They believed in me. Yet I couldn't protect them. It was all my fault." Seeing the little girl's sorrowful expression, Jiang Sura quickly reassured her, "Anan, don't be sad. Those are the crimes of the wicked, not your fault. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. When we return, we will report to our sect about the culprits, and they will be dealt with severely, avenging the innocent lives lost. However, the murderers of mortals managed to escape. I have sent my friends to pursue them. They must be caught and punished." Anan pouted, her voice soft yet determined. "That's good to hear, Anan. Would you like to come and play with us at our sect? It's not far from the coast, just 100 miles inland, and that's our home," Jiang Suru offered. Anan shook her head. "No, the human world is too dangerous. Many humans are greedy and arrogant. When they see me, they want to capture and kill me. I know there are good and bad people among humans, but I am too weak on land and must avoid the stronger ones. You two are good people, but you are too small to protect me. However, if you are willing to visit me in the sea, I would be very happy. I can take you to meet Uncle Shark, Aunt Dolphin, Sister Mermaid, and Sister Dragon. Sister Dragon lives in a big house, but it's a bit far, as she is in the area of the Demon Emperor continent, which is very distant from you on the Tianqing continent." Han Feng understood that this world was known as the 9 Realms, a vast place filled with oceans, with 9 enormous continents scattered throughout, the largest being central, while the other 8 were positioned in various directions like the 8 trigrams. Their Tianqing continent lay to the southeast, and their Yin-Yang sect was situated on the southeastern coast, making it quite remote, almost like a corner of the world. "Thank you, Anan. If we have time, we will definitely come to play with you," Han Feng promised. "But how will you find me?" Anan asked playfully, her expression curious. We could stand by the sea and shout your name," Han Feng suggested. "That's certainly 1T work." "I can't hear that." Anan giggled. "Let me give you a gift." She removed a golden seashell tied to her waist and handed it to Han Feng. "What is this?" Han Feng inquired, examining the shell. "Is it gold? It looks quite valuable." "Not at all," Anan playfully retorted. "Know that gold is not the treasure. The bond of courage and friendship surpasses precious gems. This is a gift from me, a testament to our shared fate. Your bravery and kindness have earned the recognition of the ocean's spirit and my friendship. From now on, we are good friends. If you wish to find me or need assistance while at sea, just blow this shell, and I will hear it and come to you. Remember, anywhere in the world where there is ocean, if you blow this shell, I will hear it and come to see you immediately." "Thank you. This gift is truly precious. We will accept it," Han Feng said solemnly, placing the shell into his storage pouch. "That's wonderful," and beamed. "Now, it's settled. The sound of the shell will serve as our signal, and I will come whenever called. But don't be polite with me. I want to take you to meet my good friends too. Sister Mermaid and Sister Dragon are very dear friends of mine." "Yes, we promise that if we have the chance, we will come to the ocean to play with you," Han Feng affirmed, nodding earnestly, and then smiled sweetly, but suddenly looked up towards the west. "Oh no, the powerful humans are coming. I must go now. If you encounter any trouble, remember to find me." With a gentle leap, a wave of water lifted her, cradling her as she waved goodbye. "Until we meet again at the ends of the earth." "Goodbye, Anan," Han Feng called out, as Anan disappeared into the waves. The ocean spirit. What a delightful little being, Han Feng smiled softly. "Indeed, she is quite charming. I really like her," Jiang Suru added. Turning to face the west, they suddenly saw a long rainbow descending beside them. It was their master, Master Siu. Chapter 88. The indignant disciple of Siyu. Upon arriving, Master Siyu surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze before turning her attention to Han Feng and Jiang Suru. The two rose to greet her, bowing respectfully. "Where are the enemies?" she inquired. "They're dead," Han Feng replied. "Dead? Wasn't there supposed to be 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Did you kill them?" "They were slain by the sea demons," Han Feng explained. "Previously, senior brother Gao Hai stayed behind to cover our escape and was killed by the enemy. Later, 2 Foundation establishment foes pursued us but were devoured by a sudden swarm of sea demons, allowing us to escape to the shore." Han Feng chose not to mention An's situation, believing that the fewer who knew, the better. He was accustomed to concealing secrets. Jiang Suru, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement. Siyu sighed, expressing her sorrow for Gao Hai. Poor child Gao Hai, he was a talented disciple with great character. With proper guidance, he could have become a formidable figure, yet his life was cut short. Han Feng felt a pang of sadness. Although he had known Gao Hai for only a brief time, the cheerful and sunny senior brother had left a profound impression on him. Gao Hai's self-sacrifice to protect them filled Han Feng with both heartache and respect. Had it not been for Gao Hai's courageous stand against the enemy, both he and Jiang Suru would undoubtedly have perished before An could arrive to rescue them. They owed their lives to Gao Hai. "Master, did Gao Hai have any family?" Jiang Suru asked, raising her head. She felt indebted and wished to honor Gao Hai's family. Siyu shook her head, saying, "Gao Hai was a child I found outside when he was merely 3 years old, an orphan whom I raised. It was my miscalculation of the enemy's strength that led to this tragedy. I should have sent more people to assist. Upon receiving your distress signal, I rushed over, but it was still too late. Thankfully, you both are unharmed." A chill ran through Han Feng upon realizing that Gao Hai, whom Siyu had raised as her own, was now gone. The depth of Siyu's feelings for Gao Hai must be immense, and he imagined her heartache at his loss. "Master," before he passed, "Gao Hai entrusted us with evidence of the Yi family's crimes. We can use this to accuse them," Han Feng said. "Little Fox, quickly bring out the copper plate." The little fox nodded eagerly and retrieved the copper plate from her storage bag. After scanning it with her spiritual sense, Siyu put it away and instructed, "I understand. Let us first retrieve Gao Hai's body." The trio flew towards Juming Island. With Siyu's assistance, they arrived swiftly but found no trace of Gao Hai's remains. After searching for a while, Siyu shook her head and remarked, "There are strong residual fluctuations of spiritual energy here, and Gao Hai's body is absent. He must have self-destructed in his final moments." Han Feng and Jiang Suru bowed their heads, thinking of the harsh reality that their savior was now reduced to ashes. Alas, he was a rootless soul, and now he had departed without a trace. Even if one wished to return to their origins, there was no route to seek. "Let us go," Siyu sighed, leading Han Feng and Jiang Suru back to the Yin-Yang sect. Upon returning, Siyu announced, "I will meet with Elder Tai Lien to submit the evidence and see how he adjudicates this matter. The Yi family's actions are utterly despicable, tarnishing the reputation of our sect. They are unforgivable. You too should rest and tend to your injuries. When the law enforcement hall summons you, you will testify." "Yes, master." After Siyu left, Jiang Suru turned to Han Feng, stating, "I believe Gao Hai cannot be allowed to die unjustly. We must remember him. Although there is no body, I wish to erect a clothing tomb for him and inscribe a gravestone to honor his memory." "Indeed, let us go together," Han Feng agreed. They made their way to the town at the foot of the mountain, purchasing a fine coffin and arranging for a gravestone to be engraved, along with flowers, incense, and paper money, before returning to the mountain. They arrived at the inner disciples' residence atop Wanxia Peak, where the servant disciples resided at the foot of the mountain, the outer disciples at mid-level, and the inner disciples at the summit. Gao Hai, being an inner disciple under the master, lived among several other senior brothers. Upon arrival, they encountered a few Foundation establishment seniors. "Jiang Junior sister, what brings you here?" they asked curiously. Jiang Suru recounted the events in detail, inciting indignation among the seniors. "The Yi family is utterly shameless. They have killed so many innocent mortals for blood-refining pills and silenced fellow disciples. Senior brother Gao Hai was left with no remains. This is intolerable. We must eradicate the Yi family." "Indeed. Let us rally the 3 core formation seniors and destroy the Yi family to avenge senior brother Gao. Those scoundrels of the Yi family, truly a den of vipers. Not a single good soul among them. They deserve annihilation. Such disgraceful sect members have tarnished our sect's reputation. I am infuriated. Let us go and eradicate them." The disciples were filled with righteous fury, eager to gather others for a strike against the Yi family. Suddenly, one senior stepped forward, commanding, "Silence." His authoritative voice silenced the crowd. Master Siyu had 3 core formation disciples, 20 foundation establishment disciples, and 3 qi refining disciples. Han Feng counted. Excluding the fallen Gao Hai and the absent Yilong Yuan, all 22 others were present. The speaker was among the 3 strongest, clearly a core formation cultivator. The 3 approached Han Feng, and Jiang Suru introduced them. Han Feng, this is our master's chief disciple, Shang Yun, who possesses upper-tier core formation cultivation. These 2 are Lu Xing and Wang Dao, both formidable core formation cultivators. Greetings, esteemed seniors, Han Feng bowed respectfully. Shang Yun nodded. So you are the new disciple, Han. Though I did not witness the battle in the ancestral secret realm, I have heard of it. Regarding this matter, I have just learned of it. And I have one question. Where has Master gone? Master has taken the evidence to the law enforcement hall, Han Feng replied truthfully. Indeed. Even Master understands that such matters must be adjudicated by the law enforcement hall. But what about you? Are you all prepared to take up arms against the Yi family? Chapter 89. The scheme to eradicate the Yi clan. Shang Yun surveyed his 20-odd junior brothers and sisters, his voice a frigid decree. Firstly, within these sacred gates, internecine strife is unequivocally forbidden, subject to severe sanctions, with homicide warranting the forfeiture of life itself. Are you so willing to court utter annihilation for a mere assemblage of Yi clan vermin? Our venerable master has, over the span of a century, inducted but a score of disciples. Would you render her solitary in her eminence? Would you stain her legacy with the ignominious appellation of harboring a coterie of murderers? Had direct intervention been permissible, our master herself would have extinguished them. Could a nascent clan such as the Yi withstand the might of a yawning paragon? Secondly, harbor no delusions regarding the Yi clan's insignificance. They have burgeoned for centuries, their lineage sprawling to encompass no fewer than 10,000 souls. While the vast majority may languish in the qi refining stage, their ranks boast at least 100 foundation establishment cultivators and a formidable assembly of 5 core formation elders. To contemplate their eradication with our meager numbers is the folly of wishful thinking. A female disciple demurred, her tone laced with indignation. Senior brother, why do you so readily amplify the strengths of others while diminishing our own resolve? Shall we passively permit the Yi clan slaughter of countless innocents and the slaying of our cherished brethren? Have they not repeatedly dispatched assassins against our junior brother? She gestured towards Han Feng. Shang Yun offered a mirthless smile. Such forbearance is alien to my nature. Any who dare to harm a disciple of mine shall face the utter extirpation of their entire lineage, lest my wrath remain unappeased. However, impetuous action is a path to ruin, guaranteeing not retribution but our own demise. I have conceived a stratagem. This place teems with eavesdroppers. Go. Prepare the funerary accoutrements for junior brother Gao Hai. We shall convene at the mausoleum to discuss this matter further. A palpable surge of resolve coursed through the assembled disciples. With unwavering deference to their senior brother, they proceeded to Gao Hai's chamber, gathering his personal effects. Han Feng produced the coffin, and together they placed the articles within, solemnly bearing it towards the rear mountain cemetery. Each peak possessed its own necropolis, the final resting place for departed elders and disciples. They selected a fitting plot, excavated a deep recess, and gently lowered the coffin, erecting a tombstone adorned with floral tributes. Han Feng and Jiang Suru knelt, igniting spirit money in a silent offering. Shang Yun, his gaze sweeping across the tranquil expanse, spoke. Here, undisturbed by extraneous ears, we shall, in the presence of junior brother Gao Hai, deliberate upon the means by which we shall obliterate the Yi clan and avenge his untimely passing. Senior brother, speak your mind. We are yours to command. Excellent. According to the accounts of junior sister Jiang and junior brother Han, they, along with junior brother Gao, ventured to the overseas isles to investigate the abhorrent practice of using human lives to concoct elixirs and to apprehend the malevolent cultivator responsible. The lamentable outcome is known to us all, the arrival of the Yi clan scions and the heroic sacrifice of Gao Hai, who selflessly shielded his weaker junior siblings, enabling their escape. His actions were noble, befitting his station and his seniority. He was a paragon of valor. Furthermore, the crucial evidence was preserved through their combined fortitude and brought back to us. Yet, have you considered the disposition of this evidence should it reach the enforcing hall? How would Elder Tai Lian, with his renowned impartiality, proceed? A male disciple ventured, given Elder Tai Lian's incorruptible nature. The Yi clan would undoubtedly face severe repercussions and stringent judgment. Shang Yun inclined his head. Precisely. Thus arises the crux of the matter. Whom shall be judged? The perpetrators have already met their watery graves. leaving no living witnesses. Even with irrefutable proof of their orchestration of the heinous elixir concoction, the Yi clan can readily disavow any collective culpability, attributing the atrocities to the rogue actions of the deceased pair. How can the transgressions of a few be justly imputed to the entire clan? The principle of individual accountability prevails, lest we descend into the barbarity of familial guilt, an archaic practice that would scarcely dent the Yi clan's formidable structure. Therefore, the likely denouement is an inconclusive closure, with the Yi clan remaining unscathed, their reputation untarnished, while the deceased bear the weight of their sins. Han Feng rose, setting aside the remnants of the burnt offerings. But Yi Qingyun explicitly stated that the blood elixirs were intended for Yi Longyuan. Of what consequence is that pronouncement? Yi Longyuan did not partake of them. He can plausibly claim ignorance, asserting his seclusion and the unilateral actions of his deceased kin. What recourse do we have? Xiangyan offered a wry smile. How could I have been so blind? The seemingly deferential junior brother Yi before us was, in truth, a vile, unscrupulous, and bloodthirsty cur. Han Feng pressed on. What if we were to apprehend the malevolent cultivator and compel his testimony? To what avail? His dealings were solely with Yi Qingyun and his cohort. What insight could he offer beyond implicating the already deceased? He would undoubtedly shift the onus entirely onto them. Would he plausibly implicate the entire Yi clan, numbering tens of thousands? Such a claim is preposterous and would convince no one. A cold smile played upon Xiangyun's lips. Again, I reiterate, the chastisement of a few is not our objective. Our aim is the complete annihilation of their lineage, the utter eradication of every member of the Yi clan, purging this nest of vipers from the annals of the Yin-Yang sect. The means to this end are simple: amplify this transgression. Unable to resolve this discord ourselves, we shall exacerbate it, fueling its intensity until it reaches an unmanageable crescendo, compelling the intervention of those with the authority to dismantle the Yi clan. This is our only recourse. The enforcing hall now possesses the evidence. However, given the gravity of the situation, deliberation and judgment will necessitate several days. These days constitute our window of opportunity. My fellow disciples, in the interim, we must tirelessly disseminate the truth, both within and beyond our sect. Proclaiming the Yi clan's massacre of tens of thousands on Zhu Ming for the blasphemous creation of blood elixirs intended to elevate Yi Longyuan's cultivation. This revelation must reach not only our fellow disciples, but also the external domains, influential factions, and other sections. We must ignite a conflagration of public opinion, one that tarnishes the Yin-Yang sect's esteemed reputation, branding the Yi clan as a malevolent entity that perpetrated mass slaughter for personal gain, a stain upon our collective honor. Alerting other sects to the heinous act committed within our ranks, we must cultivate a groundswell of condemnation, a chorus of outrage that compels our sect's disciples and elders to demand the Yi clan's severe punishment. Other prominent families and high-ranking elders will join this clamor, seeking the Yi clan's expulsion, for their departure will undoubtedly create a vacuum, affording them greater access to coveted resources and influential positions. Furthermore, other sects will undoubtedly join the chorus, denouncing the Yin-Yang sect and decrying our perceived complicity in this vile act. Outsiders will not differentiate between individual culpability within our sect. They will perceive this as an indictment of the Yin-Yang sect as a whole. Similarly, should such an atrocity occur within another sect, our condemnation would be directed at the entire entity, not merely the individual perpetrator. Chapter 90. From aloof demeanor to tears, Han Feng's eyes brightened with each passing word. Senior brother, a stroke of brilliance. Under such immense internal and external pressure, coupled with the imperative to safeguard the sect's reputation and the collective will of all within, the sect leader will be compelled to sanction the complete expulsion of the Yi clan. Should he falter, we shall escalate our protests, unleashing a tempest of discontent until the very foundations of the sect tremble. The sect leader cannot withstand such unified opposition. After all, this sect is not his sole dominion, but a collective governed by numerous influential elders whose counsel is paramount in matters of such magnitude. Even the sect leader cannot act with impunity. Moreover, I believe our sect leader to be a man of integrity. Perhaps such drastic measures will not be necessary. He may well yield to the overwhelming sentiment and decree the Yi clan's exile. Xiangyun chuckled and remarked, Junior brother Han, you truly grasp the essence of the matter. Indeed, under normal regulations, the sect cannot take action against the Yi family. However, this does not imply that the sect master and Elder Tai Lien do not desire to punish the Yi family. Perhaps they are merely awaiting the right opportunity. These past few days, I will take the lead and form an alliance against the Yi family, gathering more supporters. Coupled with your esteemed reputation, junior brother Han, your performance in the secret realm has garnered the disdain of the entire sect towards the Yi family. They perceive you as a victim of the Yi family's oppression. With your well-known animosity towards them, you will surely inspire many disciples to join the fight against the Yi family. Once the Yi family departs from the sect, we shall swiftly strike and engage them in battle. The Yi family boasts tens of thousands of members, yet only a few thousand are disciples of our Yin-Yang sect. The majority consist of those below the 5th level of Qi training or commoners. Though the Yi family is numerous, not every member possesses exceptional talent or aptitude for cultivation. When they leave the sect, we will pursue and eradicate them. After all, killing fellow sect members is a crime, while eliminating outsiders and thieves is not. The Yi family, being a large clan with abundant resources, will inevitably attract the attention of other prominent families, who will not let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. A calamity awaits the Yi family. Shang Yun continued. Though our Yin-Yang sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples, the population in the surrounding areas exceeds millions. And within a 1,000-mile radius, it amounts to over 100 million. The Yi family has tens of thousands of members, but they cannot possibly account for even 1/10 of our disciples. Otherwise, they would be the lords of our sect. As Shang Yun rightly stated, wealth can sway the hearts of many. The combination of public opinion pressure, the Yi family's vast fortune, and resources will surely entice other influential families. If we can expel the Yi family from the sect, their fate will be sealed. Turning to Han Feng, Shang Yun added, junior brother, for the next few days, you need not concern yourself with anything. Stay at home and keep a low profile. I will handle all the organization and arrangements. When the law enforcement hall summons you for testimony, inform me immediately. I will rally all disciples to witness the proceedings and cause a commotion. I know many heads of prominent families and can give them a heads up to prepare for the division of the Yi family's assets when the time comes. The Jiang family, particularly junior sister Jiang, must also exert their efforts in this matter. Jiang Suru nodded eagerly, responding, yes. I will speak to my father and grandfather about this once I return. Excellent, Shang Yun said, placing a reassuring hand on Han Feng's shoulder. I understand your feelings. Junior brother Gao perished in an effort to save you, and you must feel a deep sense of guilt. However, if we can annihilate the Yi family, it will be akin to ridding the sect and the mortal realm of a malignant tumor. Junior brother Gao's sacrifice will not be in vain. He died honorably and as a hero. Rest assured, master brother, this endeavor is not only for avenging junior brother Gao, but also for my own vengeance and for the countless innocents who suffered untimely deaths, Han Feng declared. Kneeling before the gravestone, bowing 4 times with solemnity, I thank you, master brother, for saving my life. May you watch over me from the heavens. I shall ensure the Yi family pays for their transgressions. The other brothers nodded in agreement, recognizing Han Feng as a grateful and loyal junior. Through this ordeal, Han Feng also came to understand his fellow disciples better, realizing their unity and mutual support. It seems that the master had an excellent eye for selecting disciples. As for Yi Longyuan, who could have imagined that this cultured, amiable gentleman would turn out to be such a treacherous villain? Indeed, had it not been for Han Feng, Yi Longyuan might have remained a paragon of virtue, a model citizen admired by many, loyal to the sect. Yet, jealousy clouded his judgment, leading to his moral downfall. Han Feng and Yi Longyuan transformed each other's characters. Han Feng, once indifferent to worldly matters, now bore a profound grudge, all forced upon him by Yi Longyuan's actions. Henceforth, it would be a relentless struggle. As the others dispersed to attend to their tasks, Han Feng and Jiang Suru returned to their modest loft, where they sat together to recuperate and consumed a restorative pill. Both were severely injured and in poor condition, having endured much pain while working. After a considerable time had passed, their spirits began to settle. Jiang Suru tilted her head to gaze at Han Feng and sighed. Han Feng, I realize I do not truly know you. In the past, I regarded you as a timid and ordinary person. However, after these incidents, I see that you possess great courage. You dared to leave our Jiang family's main force to seek Wang Mian. You boldly challenged a multitude of adversaries for the sake of vengeance. This time, you selflessly offered your treasured artifact to me, allowing me to escape and confront 2 foundation-building experts. On the surface, you may appear lazy, but in reality, you are braver than anyone else. Your actions have profoundly moved me. And you, too, did not flee but returned to fight alongside me. Although it was a little foolish of you, you should have escaped. You are the foolish one. Jiang Suru gazed at Han Feng, tears streaming down her cheeks, and embraced him tightly. Han Feng, thank you. Having you by my side is a blessing. Han Feng returned her embrace, observing her tears and recognizing her emotional turmoil over her actions and for Gao Hai. He wished to console her, but was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted her chin with his finger, adopting a playful and triumphant demeanor, teasing her. "Oh, wasn't this little lady once quite aloof? Why the tears now? Have you fallen for me?" The abruptness of Han Feng's gesture momentarily bewildered Jiang Suru, who had been quietly weeping. As if on cue, the little fox leaped onto the table, stood upright, placed its left paw on its hip, extended its right paw forward, and mimicked Han Feng, exclaiming triumphantly, "Oh, wasn't this young lady all aloof and unapproachable before? Why the sniveling now? Could it be she's smitten with this fox?" Witnessing their antics, Jiang Suru chuckled through her tears, swatting away Han Feng's hand and rolling her eyes playfully. She then seized the little fox, affectionately ruffling its head. "Are you ganging up on me too, you little rascal? Why pick on the fox? Is it because he is an easy target?" The little fox protested vehemently. After this light-hearted diversion, Jiang Suru's spirits lifted considerably. She rose, washed her face, and composed herself. "Let's go to my house, meet my father, and inform him of the situation. Let's have the Jiang family exert some influence to further tarnish the Yi family's reputation." To your house?" Han Feng inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. "What, nervous?" Jiang Suru teased. It's my first time visiting your home. Shouldn't I bring something? It's not proper to arrive empty-handed, is it?" In Han Feng's mind, it was only right to bring gifts when meeting his future in-laws for the first time. Jiang Suru scoffed. "Oh, are you considering us a couple now? Aren't we? Then why don't we live together? Long-distance relationships are hardly ideal, are they? But our courtyards are only separated by a wall. Still counts as long distance. All right then, pack your things tomorrow and move in with me. And why shouldn't you be the one moving into my place? I can't bear to part with my medicinal herbs. And I can't bear to part with my pavilion." They glared at each other, then simultaneously declared, "Let's just leave it as it is for now." In the end, Han Feng accompanied Jiang Suru to her family home empty-handed. Jiang Suru's residence was situated at the base of Yinyang Peak. In the central part of the sect's mountain area, a sprawling mansion adorned with the Jiang family plaque. Han Feng had passed by it several times before, aware that it was Jiang Suru's abode. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, many Jiang family members greeted them warmly, as Han Feng's performance in the ancestral secret realm had endeared him to the Jiang clan. The younger generation of the Jiang family now regarded Han Feng as a role model. The Jiang family was a large clan, housing numerous members. Jiang Suru's home was located in the second large courtyard on the west side. "Father, mother, I'm back," Jiang Suru called out in the courtyard. By now, it was already dark, for they had experienced a great deal that day. However, there was no response from within. Just then, the Jiang family disciple, whom Han Feng recognized, rushed over. Panting, the disciple said, "Suru, I knew I was forgetting something. Your father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law have all gone out to rescue you." Rescue me?" Jiang Suru exclaimed in surprise. She quickly retrieved her communication jade slip, discovering numerous messages from her father and brother, all inquiring about her whereabouts. Considering the timing, she must have been in the heat of battle at the time, so it was understandable that she hadn't seen them. Her family, worried by her prolonged absence, had undoubtedly grown anxious and personally set out to find and rescue her. She hastily replied to each of them, "I'm already home. Come back quickly. I'll be waiting for you at home." With that, the two pushed open the door and entered the living room to await their return. "I completely forgot that when I called for help, I not only sought assistance from my master, but also from my father and brother. They couldn't find me and didn't know my exact location, so they must have been searching relentlessly. I completely overlooked that." Hearing Jiang Suru's words, Han Feng chuckled. "It's wonderful to have family who care." "Oh, right, Han Feng, we've known each other for so long, but I've never asked about your background. Have your parents passed away? Or have they gone elsewhere?" "I don't know. My home was in a small village not far west of Falling Peak, among the farming community. When I was 13, they emptied their savings to buy me a spot as a menial disciple, allowing me to cultivate at Falling Peak. A month later, when I returned home for a break, I discovered that the house was empty, covered in dust, indicating that they had been gone for quite some time. I asked the neighbors, but they didn't know where my parents had gone. Since then, I have never seen them again. I have no idea where they went." Han Feng paused, then continued, "They're probably still alive, I hope." Seeing Han Feng's expression, Jiang Suru felt a pang of sympathy. She took his hand and said, "I understand how you feel. You lost your family and have been living alone in this large sect. It's only natural that you feel insecure. Despite your exceptional talents, you've been afraid to reveal them, wanting only to protect yourself. You've had it tough. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. Looking at Jiang Suru's understanding and sympathetic expression, Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't being secretive. He had genuinely been utterly useless before. All right, then. I'll rely on you to protect me from now on. Han Feng smiled, gently ruffling Jiang Suru's hair. His affectionate tone sent a tremor through Jiang Suru's heart. Half an hour later, the Jiang family returned, and Han Feng met Jiang Suru's parents, brother, sister, and sister-in-law. Jiang Suru's father, Jiang Qingzuan, maintained a composed demeanor, nodding to Han Feng. But Jiang Suru's mother was solely focused on her daughter, anxiously pulling Jiang Suru close and asking, "Suru, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let me see." Witnessing this scene, Han Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Family affection. It had been years since he had experienced it. "I'm fine, mother. If it weren't for senior brother Gao Hai and Han Feng risking their lives to save me, I wouldn't have made it back. I'm perfectly fine now, so don't worry." "Suru, what exactly happened? Tell us everything," Jiang Qingzuan asked with authority as he took his seat in the main position. Jiang Suru recounted the events in detail. Jiang Qingzuan and Jiang Huaiyang, upon hearing the story, vehemently denounced the Yi family's shamelessness and brutality, condemning their slaughter of mortals and harm to fellow disciples. Jiang Qingzuan's face grew exceedingly grim, and he slammed his hand on the table in anger, declaring, "This matter cannot be allowed to rest. Even if those two members of the Yi family are dead and cannot testify, our Jiang family will never let the Yi family off the hook. They dared to harm my daughter and son-in-law and kill fellow disciples. Our Jiang family will have no peace with the Yi family until one of us is destroyed. Father, we already have a plan to deal with the Yi family, and we've already started implementing it. It was our senior brother Shang Yun who came up with the idea. We're going to create public pressure to put pressure on the sect leader and the sect itself." After hearing Jiang Suru's plan, Jiang Qingzuan nodded in approval, deeming it an excellent strategy to avert internecine strife among disciples, thereby avoiding punishment from the law enforcement hall, while simultaneously eradicating the Yi family to prevent future troubles. He pledged the Jiang family's full support, promising to rally the elders and senior members to mobilize all Jiang family disciples for the cause. He vowed a complete annihilation of the Yi family during the impending pursuit. Han Feng expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to personally avenge himself. Jiang Qingzuan assured him that Yi Longyuan would be reserved for him to eliminate. He cautioned them about the Yi family's potential retaliation, advising them to remain at the Jiang residence for safety. Han Feng respectfully declined, expressing his preference to stay at his residence on Falling Cloud Peak, believing that any attempt on their lives by the Yi family would serve as further evidence against them. He asserted his ability to hold off Foundation establishment cultivators long enough for the elders to intervene and capture the assassins. He inquired about borrowing a protective formation capable of withstanding a golden core strike. Jiang Qingzuan agreed to the plan and personally arranged the formation, emphasizing that they were family and there was no need for such formality. He commended Han Feng's character and dedication, reaffirming his trust in him as a member of the Jiang family. Accompanied by the Jiang family, Jiang Qingzuan escorted Han Feng and Jiang Suru back to Falling Cloud Peak. Upon arriving at their courtyard, Jiang Qingzuan inquired about their living arrangements. Jiang Suru blushed and playfully scolded her father for meddling. Jiang Qingzuan then inquired whether they had received their monthly resources from the Jiang family. Jiang Suru confirmed that they had received them. Han Feng had insisted on giving all the resources to Jiang Suru, which included elixirs, spirit stones, and elemental crystals. He did not want to be indebted to the Jiang family, and he would have tenfold returns if he gave the items to Jiang Suru. Jiang Qingzuan meticulously set up a formidable protective array around Han Feng and Jiang Suru's courtyard. Han Feng replaced his previous teleportation array with the more advanced one, reserving the former for future use. After completing these arrangements, the Jiang family departed, with Jiang Huaiyang offering words of encouragement and praise to Han Feng. As dawn broke, Han Feng and Jiang Suru, exhausted from the day's events, retired to Han Feng's bed for a restful sleep, with the little fox curled up comfortably outside. News of the events of the previous day spread rapidly throughout the sect, igniting outrage and indignation among disciples, elders, and even the common folk. The Yi family's heinous acts of slaughtering tens of thousands of civilians to create blood pills for Yi Longyuan's cultivation were widely condemned. Their attempts to silence Gao Hai, Han Feng, and Jiang Suru were seen as further evidence of their depravity. The revelations of murder, pill concoction, and the persecution of fellow disciples sparked widespread condemnation. tarnishing the reputation of the yin-yang sect and turning them into pariahs. Even disciples visiting towns were met with hostility from the common people, who empathized with the victims of the Yi family's atrocities. Chapter 93. The target of public outrage, the crusade against the Yi family in the eyes of ordinary mortals. Those cultivators who soared through the skies and traversed the earth appeared as celestial beings, meant to protect them. Yet now, these very individuals sought to extinguish their lives, slaughtering countless innocents merely to concoct a single elixir. The lives of mere ants are still lives. Should ordinary mortals be treated like livestock by these powerful entities? The populace, filled with righteous indignation, found themselves with no recourse for their grievances. They united in a collective petition, each individual signing with their own blood, kneeling before the gates of the yin-yang sect, imploring the sect to deliver stern justice upon the Yi family, the perpetrators of this heinous act. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the news spread like wildfire, reaching even other sections. The three other major sects of the Min Kingdom, as well as the royal family, began to exert pressure on the yin-yang sect. The Min Kingdom, a vast nation located in the southeastern part of the Tianqing continent, spans thousands of miles from north to south and east to west, housing four principal cultivation sects: the southeast yin-yang sect, the northeast Xiantian sword sect, the northwest Miaoying Valley, and the southwest Blood Cloud Palace, with the royal family at its center. Although these sects often clashed and engaged in subtle rivalries, they maintained a facade of camaraderie, joining forces with the royal family to combat malevolent forces. Now that the yin-yang sect faced this malevolent family, the other three sects seized the opportunity to pressure them, relishing the chance to witness the yin-yang sect's embarrassment. Each sect sent messages to the leader of the yin-yang sect, vehemently condemning the actions of the Yi family. The royal family issued a formal letter demanding that the yin-yang sect impose severe punishment upon this wicked clan, restoring the sect's esteemed reputation among the populace. After all, such an incident would tarnish not only the reputation of the yin-yang sect, but also that of the entire cultivation community in the Min Kingdom. Could it be that a reputable family would resort to slaughtering mortals for alchemical purposes? Have the other esteemed families never engaged in such acts? Moreover, the citizens of these regions and seas are subjects of the Min Kingdom. How could the royal court remain indifferent while the yin-yang sect slaughters tens of thousands of innocents? Faced with mounting internal and external pressure, the leader of the yin-yang sect had no choice but to announce that a public trial would take place 3 days hence, ensuring justice for all. They also dispatched personnel to monitor the Yi family, preventing any escape or asset relocation prior to the trial. Meanwhile, the slumbering Han Feng remained blissfully unaware of the uproar outside, as all eyes were fixated upon them. Exhausted from fatigue, he and Jiang Sura had embraced each other, sleeping soundly for an entire day and night. It was not until the following morning that they finally opened their eyes and stretched. Groggy, Han Feng turned to embrace the perfect curve beside him, relishing the warmth and softness of Jiang Suru's form. How delightful it is to hold my little roe. So soft and comforting. Han Feng nuzzled his nose against the back of Jiang Suru's neck. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Suru was holding a jade slip, listening intently. Okay, brother, I understand. We won't be going out these days. We'll wait until 3 days later to discuss everything. Yes, keep a close watch on the Yi family, and ensure they don't escape or relocate their assets. Rest assured, we are not children anymore. He's awake? Nuzzling his nose behind me. Be quiet. How dare you pry into our private matters? Jiang Suru huffed, placing the jade slip down before turning to embrace Han Feng. What did my brother-in-law just say? He mentioned that the situation has developed far better than expected. In just 1 day and night, the news has spread throughout the nation. The disciples within the sect are furious, and the common folk have submitted petitions demanding harsh punishment for the Yi family. Even the other 3 major sects and the royal family are urging the leader to take serious action against the Yi family, to expel this disgraceful clan from the ranks of the righteous. The uproar outside is quite significant. Under pressure, the leader has announced that at dawn 3 days hence, in the main hall plaza of Yinyang Peak, before the statue of the ancestral master, this case will be judged. All disciples and representatives from other sects are invited to witness the proceedings. Not only will all our disciples attend, but the other 3 sects and the royal family will also send envoys to observe. This matter, while seemingly small, has escalated due to the overwhelming public outcry and its implications for our reputations as esteemed sects, prompting other powers to join in the pressure against us. Han Feng, do you think we might have overstepped this time? Observing Jiang Suru's slightly furrowed brow, Han Feng gently smoothed her forehead and replied, Not at all. If anything, I believe we have not gone far enough. If this matter is handled well, our sect's reputation will not only remain intact, but will soar to new heights. As long as the leader can decisively punish the Yi family and expel them from the sect, demonstrating our unwavering commitment to justice and the eradication of evil, others will recognize the Yin-Yang sect as a true bastion of righteousness, unafraid to hold its own accountable. What esteemed sect would not desire to join such an upright community? Very well, as long as we can deal with the Yi family, who have troubled us for long enough, it is time they faced the consequences of their actions. I, too, look forward to the day when I can personally exact revenge. Han Feng smiled. Jiang Suru shot him a playful glare, saying, "Are you seeking revenge against the Yi family, or are you seeking revenge against me? Your hands seem to be quite unrestrained right now." With a mischievous grin, Han Feng replied, "What you perceive as revenge is merely affection, my dear. I harbor no ill will towards you. Oh, our grievances are quite significant. My previous aloofness must have left you seething, plotting to bully and torment me in retribution for my past coldness. Am I right?" I understand your intentions perfectly." Han Feng chuckled heartily, adopting a serious expression and mimicking Jiang Suru's demeanor from their first meeting, saying, "Hey, your name is Han Feng, right? I chose you solely because you are a weakling, and I find no pressure in you. Here, take this spirit stone from our last date. I grant you permission to cultivate with me once every 10 days. Remember, this is a gift from me, so do not be ungrateful." Jiang Suru burst into laughter, playfully hitting him. "I never said anything so extreme. Surely you must have held a grudge back then, waiting for this moment to exact your revenge, right? Not at all. I intend to devise various ways to torment you, to thoroughly bully you. Now, be a good girl and open your mouth. Today, your husband will teach you a new position." Jiang Suru gasped. "What? What do you mean? No, this isn't right. Get away from me." Chapter 94. The diligent practitioners and the laid-back Han Feng. Jiang Suru could never have imagined that one day she would be so thoroughly bullied by a man. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, she disregarded her exhaustion and hastily rinsed her mouth with tea. When she initially chose Han Feng, it was not out of affection for him, but rather a disdain for Yi Longyuan. Although Yi Longyuan's gaze was always gentle and respectful, Jiang Suru could discern the underlying desire and lust for her body in his eyes. She abhorred such feelings and had no intention of engaging in any physical intimacy with any man. Her choice of Han Feng was predicated on the fact that he was an ineffectual individual without any influential background, and thus would not impose upon her the burdensome expectations often associated with a male partner. The first month was indeed satisfactory, but she soon realized her misjudgment. This man was far from a failure. His innate talent surpassed hers, and he too enjoyed indulging in intimate activities. What was once a mere dalliance turned into a considerable annoyance as she discovered that this seemingly honest and bashful fellow possessed a rather playful side. Frustrated, she felt deceived, entrapped upon a pirate ship. But regretting her decision was futile now. Gazing at the smug expression on the man sprawled on the bed, she felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. After rinsing her mouth, Jiang Suru let out a cold snort and silently donned her clothes. Clad in a gown as white as snow, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth, sitting gracefully by the window as she began to meditate. After all, this was her true persona. Han Feng, meanwhile, admired the beauty of the ethereal figure while simultaneously engaging in conversation with his close friend, Wang Mian, through a communication jade slip. Just as he was caught up in passion, Wang Mian's voice interrupted him, and he had not yet had the chance to respond. "Bro, what is going on? I heard you were attacked by the Yi family again. Was it at sea? Are you alive?" Hearing this, Han Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "Your father is still alive, so close your crow's mouth. I've heard that all the disciples outside are currently besieging the Yi family. I also learned about your situation. That despicable Yi family is truly inhumane, slaughtering so many commoners for Yi Longyuan's advancement. It's infuriating. I wish I could wipe out the entire Yi family. All right, enough with the dramatics. Focus on your training. How have you progressed over the past month?" "Significantly. The technique given by our ancestor is extraordinary. My master says it's the greatest martial art in the world. As long as I'm willing to endure hardships, the rewards will be substantial. I'm already a 9th grade martial artist, capable of splitting large boulders with a single punch. My master believes that although my aptitude for cultivation is lacking, my martial talent is commendable. If I continue to practice diligently, my future achievements will rival his." Han Feng felt relieved upon hearing this. He had long harbored guilt over Wang Mian's bleak prospects in cultivation. "That's great. How are you faring there? Do you want to come back? I can come to pick you up at the falling sunset peak. No need. This is a sensitive time. You've tarnished the Yi family's reputation, and they resent you deeply. It's best for both of us to stay indoors for now. Once things settle down, we can discuss further actions. If we step out now, we might just get killed together, and that wouldn't be worth it, ha ha ha. As for my current situation, you already know. I spend my days doing 4 things: eating, sleeping, training, and bullying those Yi family brats. Yi Longwan and his cronies are treated like dogs, fetching water, chopping wood, cooking, and cleaning. If they displease me even slightly, I don't hesitate to beat them severely. My master has been imparting wisdom to me, and with the technique, my progress has been swift. I'm a 9th grade martial artist. While those 5 are still insignificant, I can easily overpower them all. With my master backing me, I'm living quite the charmed life. That's good, but don't bully them too harshly. The trial for the Yi family is coming up soon. According to our plan, they will be expelled from the sect, and we'll all pursue them. Those few remaining Yi family members must be dealt with as well. In that case, I should take my time to bully them. If they're dead, I won't have anyone left to torment, ha ha ha. But Winzy, the Yi family has tens of thousands of people, most of whom are commoners. Should we kill them too? Upon hearing this, Han Feng chuckled coldly and replied, logically speaking, no member of the Yi family deserves death, as the true culprits behind the slaughter of commoners are already dead. However, since we've initiated action, we must eradicate them entirely. We cannot leave any roots behind, lest they sprout again. Who wouldn't fear that if we show mercy, a once-forgotten Yi family member might return as an unparalleled prodigy seeking vengeance? Everyone understands this, but it's beyond our control. Those prominent families will not show mercy. Moreover, the Yi family has killed countless commoners. Isn't it only fair for their lives to serve as compensation? Wang Mian fell silent for a moment before responding. That's true. Your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. I'll join you as well, even if I can't fight. I'll have Zhang Shou carry me along to observe from a distance. All right, enough chatter. It's time for training. I must go practice martial arts. Han Feng stowed the jade slip and approached Jiang Suru, who was diligently meditating with her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes glimmered in the sunlight like a work of art, captivating him completely. Han Feng gently kissed the corner of the little beauty's lips before carrying the small fox back to his courtyard to bask in the sun. What could be more comfortable than simply lounging about? Meanwhile, Wang Mian collected the communication jade slip and picked up a whip, striking the few Yi family disciples chopping wood with forceful blows. Amidst their cries of distress, he made his way toward the waterfall. Yi Longquan and his companions glared at their senior brother with eyes filled with resentment, contemplating countless ways to eliminate him, yet dared not make a move. Enduring their humiliation in silence, Wang Mian's actions were a blatant display of bullying and abuse, treating these individuals as less than human. Were an uninformed observer to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly wish to see Wang Mian punished severely. Yet, the transformation of Wang Mian from a cheerful young man to a malicious bully was a direct result of the actions of the Yi family. They had brought this upon themselves and thus deserved their fate. Reaching the base of the waterfall, Wang Mian stripped to the waist, exposing his muscular physique, and allowed the powerful force of the waterfall to pound against him, cleansing his body. The intense pain was nearly unbearable, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. For if he did not grow stronger, even during the time of vengeance, he would only be able to watch from afar. Chapter 95. The envoys of the 3 great sects. 3 days swiftly passed without any attempt on Han Feng's life. It was rumored that the Yi family had been embroiled in heated discussions, deliberating for 3 whole days, and sending numerous elders to other families, bearing lavish gifts, simply to solicit favorable words on their behalf. Finally, the day of judgment arrived. Early in the morning, the main square of Yinyang Peak was teeming with countless disciples and elders. Such a grand occasion typically occurred only once a year during the ancestral worship ceremony, but this year was unprecedentedly lively, even more so than previous ceremonies. Not only were all the disciples and elders of the Yinyang sect present, but even the common folk from the foot of the mountain had formed a delegation, having begun their ascent the night before, eager to witness the sect's punishment of the Yi family. Additionally, other factions were also dispatching representatives. It was noteworthy that during the ancestral worship ceremonies in previous years, no other factions, or even the royal family had sent representatives to observe, yet this time, they were keen to attend the trial. This speaks volumes about the significance each faction placed on this event. Before the trial commenced, Han Feng sat among the Jiang family members, observing the arrivals from various factions, knowing that he would likely have to engage with these external sects in the future. The first to arrive was a delegation from the Xiantian sword sect. The Xiantian sword sect comprised sword cultivators, primarily focusing on swordsmanship, with each disciple carrying their personal treasure sword from a young age, nurturing a sword spirit to achieve a harmonious bond with their weapon. It was also the most formidable of the four major sects, excelling in offensive techniques. The sect leader stood in the square, greeting the envoy from the external sect with a clasped hand. Tian Jianzi, my friend, it is good to see you again. Leading the Xiantian sword sect's elders was a slender, middle-aged cultivator, sword slung across his back, radiating righteousness. He was accompanied by several others, both elders and disciples. Tian Jin pays respects to Master Duanmu, he said with a slight smile, clasping his hands in greeting. The sect leader, in a courteous tone, replied, Your presence graces our Yin-Yang sect, indeed a privilege for us. Let us not exaggerate, Tian Jinzi retorted lightly. We have come to witness how Master Duanmu upholds justice. We wish to learn from your esteemed sect's serious approach to discipline. Did you just inadvertently reveal something? Not at all. You must have misheard. Tian Jinzi replied with a look of righteous indignation. He then pointed to a Qi refining disciple behind him, introducing him to the Yin-Yang sect leader. Master Duanmu, allow me to present my newly accepted disciple, who has just turned 18 this year. He possesses a gold elemental spiritual root and is a natural sword body, ideally suited for sword cultivation, progressing rapidly. He was originally named Fan Jin, but upon discerning his talents, I personally renamed him Fan Jian, hoping he will diligently adhere to the sword path and strive for excellence. I initially did not wish to bring him, but this child insisted on joining me to broaden his horizons at your sect. After 3 days of pleading, I reluctantly acquiesced, so please do not hold it against me. Master Duanmu. The sect leader felt a vain throb on his forehead, realizing that this was clearly an exhibition of pride. A natural sword body. Why does our sect lack such promising talents? The handsome and imposing Fan Jian stepped forward, clasping his hands and bowing. Fan Jian pays respects to Master Duanmu. Excellent. An admirable talent indeed. Friends from the Xiantian sword sect, please take a seat. Numerous chairs had been arranged in the center of the square for the leaders, elders, and envoys from external sects to sit. This matter was originally a family affair for the Yin-Yang sect, but due to its immense scale, external sects seized the opportunity to witness the spectacle, each sending representatives eager to witness the potential disgrace of the Yin-Yang sect. Before long, 2 more groups arrived. The envoys from Miaoyin Valley and Shuiyin Palace had met on the western side of the Yin-Yang sect and approached together. Greetings, Master Duanmu. The leader from Miaoyin Valley was a young woman, her every gesture exuding charm, accompanied by several other women, as Miaoyin Valley only admitted female disciples. The leader from Shuiyin Palace, in stark contrast, was an ominous-looking elder, possessing an appearance that suggested ill intent. Fairy Miaoyu, Master Jiao Luo, welcome to our Yin-Yang sect. The sect leader greeted with a smile. The charming Fairy Miaoyu responded, It has been a long time, Master Duanmu. When will you visit us at Miaoyin Valley? Sister Qingxia has been pining for you. The surrounding disciples perked up, excitement evident in their expressions. Oh, this is juicy gossip, especially about the master. Let us hear more. The sect leader's face turned momentarily awkward as he replied, Next time, definitely next time. Please take a seat. Oh, I came here specifically to inquire on behalf of Sister Qingxia. You heartless man, how can you continue to neglect her? This is quite contrary to the spirit of nurturing one's partner that your Yin-Yang sect advocates. Are you suggesting that Master Duanmu is going to go against the principles? How about this? Since today is a day of judgment, shall we not also judge Master Duanmu? What wrong have I committed? Oh dear, please stop. There are so many disciples watching. How can you lack any shame at your age? The sect leader urged as the Miaoyin Valley representatives finally settled into their seats. However, a young female disciple from Miaoyin Valley continued to cast a challenging and scrutinizing gaze at Fan Jian from the Xiantian sword sect. Fan Jian, refusing to back down, returned her challenging stare. Han Feng, seated with Jiang Su-ro, Wang Mian, and Zhang Xiu, watched the scene unfold with great interest, enjoying the spectacle. Whenever Han Feng found something perplexing, he would ask Jiang Su-ro for clarification. She explained, Our sect leader's partner passed away early on, and he never remarried. Hundreds of years ago, he met Qingxia from Miaoyin Valley, and their bond was quite profound. However, due to the circumstances of their respective factions, one aspired to be the leader of Yin-Yang sect, while the other wished to lead Miaoyin Valley. Neither was willing to abandon their sect for the other. And since Miaoyin Valley only accepts female disciples, their relationship was thus delayed. Do the women of Miaoyin Valley not seek partners? They do, but they only accept female disciples. Men can only cultivate there as partners, and without a partner, they cannot enter the sect. Moreover, men hold a lower status. So few capable men would be willing to endure such indignities. As the Miaoying Valley representatives concluded their greetings, the sect leader was about to engage with the representatives from Shuyun Palace when Master Jiao Luo directly interjected, "Old Duanmu, having known each other for centuries, we need not engage in pleasantries. I simply wish to ask one question. When do you intend to hand over that wretched woman, Siyu, to us?" Chapter 96. The Five Prodigies of Min Country. Upon hearing the disdainful remarks from the Blood Cloud Palace regarding their leader, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect immediately darkened their expressions, indignation evident in their gazes toward their adversaries. Naturally, the sect's master would not tolerate such insults to his own. Before Siyu could erupt in anger, the master interjected firmly, "Taoist Jiao Luo, if you come as a guest to our Yin-Yang sect, you are most welcome. However, should you seek to cause trouble or openly humiliate our leader, you shall be regarded as our enemy, and we will not entertain you. Depart from here as you came. We do not welcome foes." Jiao Luo, with a sinister smile, retorted, "Why take it so seriously, Master Duanmu? I merely spoke without thinking. After all, you are well aware of the enmity between Blood Cloud Palace and Siyu." The master, undeterred, replied, "Regardless of past grievances, Siyu is now a member of our Yin-Yang sect. Should you utter another insolent word, do not blame me for turning hostile. This is your only warning. Please take a seat." Seeing the master's unwavering stance, Jiao Luo could only awkwardly chuckle and take his place, though his malicious gaze remained fixed on Siyu, who sat with an air of haughty indifference, ignoring him entirely. Han Feng inquired, "Little sour meat, what enmity exists between our master and Blood Cloud Palace?" "I'm not certain. We know little of our master's origins, only that a century ago, he was hunted by Blood Cloud Palace and gravely injured, seeking refuge in the Yin-Yang sect. The master rescued him, but when Blood Cloud Palace demanded his return, the master refused, and after some negotiation, they reluctantly retreated. Yet, the animosity between Blood Cloud Palace and our master has not dissipated over the past century. They frequently seek to trouble him, indicating a deep-seated hatred." "I see." Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the elders of the three major sects remained silent, as their disciples exchanged glances. Fan Jian of the Xintian Sword Sect, a cold female disciple from the Miaoying Valley, and an unimposing youth from Blood Cloud Palace locked eyes, sparks of tension igniting between them. Despite their apparent readiness to clash, none spoke, conveying an atmosphere ripe for confrontation. From hushed whispers around him, Han Feng discerned the identities of these three. Each sect had a prodigious disciple, a figure referred to as the senior brother in every generation and major realm. These individuals possessed exceptional talent, universally respected and revered, serving as the face of their respective sections. Their potential was boundless. Collectively, the four major sects and the royal family boasted 5 young prodigies, known as the 5 Sons of Min Country. Fan Jian, a rising star renowned for his innate swordsmanship, was a formidable force in recent years. Huanqi from Miaoying Valley, a master of melodic arts, possessed top-tier talent within her sect. Wang Ai from Blood Cloud Palace was young yet ruthless, having grown up in an environment steeped in bloodshed, though he primarily targeted those deemed guilty. While Blood Cloud Palace was notorious for its brutality, it refrained from indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, focusing instead on those deserving of punishment. These 3 were indeed the ones whose eyes sparked with intensity. Alongside Bai Lingyu of the Yin-Yang sect and the 4th Princess Feng Yuanxin of the royal family, they represented the pinnacle of cultivation at the Qi refinement peak and were regarded as the most likely candidates to achieve great power in this generation. Though Han Feng, Jiangsu Rou, and Yilong Yuan were renowned in their own right, they paled in comparison to Bai Lingyu, the master's direct disciple. Unfortunately, Bai Lingyu was absent today, still engrossed in secluded cultivation. Moments later, another group arrived, led by an elderly man clad in a 4-clawed dragon robe. "Master Duanmu, it has been too long," the elder greeted with a respectful bow. "Indeed, King Jing, it has been many years. Your presence remains as commanding as ever." This elder was a royal noble and a powerful ancestor-level figure of the royal family. "Your compliments are too gracious. The emperor has placed great importance on this matter, urging me to witness it personally. He hopes you can provide justice for the wronged citizens," he continued. "Rest assured, I will uphold the law impartially," Master Duanmu assured him. At that moment, a beautifully dressed young woman approached, offering a graceful bow. "Princess Yuanxin greets Master Duanmu." This was Feng Yuanxin, the most exceptional princess of the royal family. surpassing all her siblings in talent and stature. Ah, Princess Yuanxin, you truly embody the strength of womanhood. Please, take a seat. The royal guests settled in. Feng Yuanxin, noticing the tension between the other three, flashed them a playful smile and winked, greeting them. Yuanxin greets my esteemed senior brothers and sisters. One should not strike a smiling face. They replied, returning her greeting. This is our first gathering as a complete group. Yet it is regrettable that we are missing senior brother Bai Lingyu. It is unfortunate that he remains hidden away in his sect, unwilling to make an appearance, one remarked. Wang Ai scoffed. With such a significant event and so many attendees, if Bai Lingyu chooses not to show himself, it clearly indicates his disdain for us. Why must we pursue those indifferent to our presence? Feng Yuanxin pouted. Senior brother Wang, do not speak so harshly. Perhaps Bai Lingyu is diligently cultivating. There is nothing wrong with being hardworking. Humph, there is no need for defense on his behalf. If he truly cared, he would emerge and explain himself, Wang Ai retorted. Senior brother Wang is correct. I should indeed have made my presence known. A voice echoed as a figure clad in white with flowing silver hair appeared, captivating the attention of all the female disciples present. Bai Lingyu bowed. I apologize, esteemed guests. I have just emerged from seclusion and learned of this matter. I rushed to join you. I beg for your forgiveness. Chapter 97. The trial begins. Bai Lingyu, a figure of divine stature, overshadowed Yulong Yuan within the confines of the Yin-Yang sect. While Yulong Yuan garnered fame atop the falling sunset peak, regarded as a handsome prodigy, his renown diminished within the broader sect, where he was merely a name known to many. In stark contrast, Bai Lingyu held the esteemed title of the elder brother in the hearts of all Qi training disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. After exchanging pleasantries with the other four prodigies of the sect, Bai Lingyu turned and seated himself behind the central row of chairs, exhibiting no desire for further discourse. Witnessing this, Wang Ai scoffed derisively, while Fan Jian maintained a stoic demeanor, and Huanqi merely blinked, refraining from comment. Only the young princess Feng Yuanxin gazed at Bai Lingyu with wide, adoring eyes. Enough with the staring. Nearly all who are over 18 in the Yin-Yang sect already have partners, muttered a nearby royal member. Feng Yuanxin huffed softly. Damn the Yin-Yang sect. Why must they enforce matchmaking among disciples? Shouldn't we be allowed to choose according to our own desires? I refuse to believe that brother Lingyu has a partner. I shall inquire him shortly. All right. You strive to win this prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect over to our royal family. But do not let your royal stature be compromised by the sect. With the assembly gathered, the sect master stepped forward, proclaiming, we are grateful for the presence of esteemed representatives from allied sects in the royal family at our meeting. The case concerning Yi Qingyun and his accomplice's massacre of mortals for blood pill refinement has drawn considerable attention. In accordance with heavenly will and in alignment with the people's sentiments, we have resolved to conduct an open trial of this matter, inviting oversight from all parties. We shall ensure a fair handling of this case and seek justice for the victims. He continued, now, let us invite Elder Tai Lian, the head of our law enforcement hall, to preside over this trial. Upon concluding his remarks, Elder Tai Lian appeared with a stern expression, addressing the assembly. The genesis of this matter lies with one of our disciples, who received a communication from a loose cultivator friend on Zhuming Island, reporting suspected evil cultivators engaged in murder and pill refinement. Following this, the elder dispatched the information to the task hall, which in turn assigned the task to Falling Sunset Peak. The peak's head, Cu, commanded his disciples Gao Hai, Han Feng, and Jiang Suru to promptly investigate and provide support. Upon arrival at Zhuming Island, Gao Hai activated the recording compass to document the ensuing events. Currently, rumors abound. Yet no one has witnessed this invaluable evidence. To ensure transparency, we shall now present this evidence for all to see. Elder Tai Lian produced the compass, infused with spiritual energy, and activated it to display its contents. A colossal projection emerged in the air, showcasing Gao Hai's perspective. Through his eyes, the audience beheld the island littered with corpses, as a blue-haired girl engaged fiercely with the malevolent cultivator clad in tattered garb. Is that not Hai Ling? Exclaimed the renowned Jianzi of the Xiantian sword sect, recognizing in an instantly. Indeed, that is the coastal deity revered by fishermen. I have encountered her before, and she is a delightful and kind-hearted child. Can Hai Ling truly not contend against that evil cultivator? She is weak on land, thriving only in the sea, someone remarked. Silence, let us continue watching. In the unfolding scene, Gao Hai, along with Han Feng and Jiang Suru, desperately attacked the formation while the little girl Inan was utterly powerless against the malevolent force. Ultimately, they shattered the formation, prompting the villain to consume a blood pill in a moment of desperation, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and engaging in combat with Gao Hai and his companions. Before long, Yi's family members arrived, and their dialogue was revealed to the audience, showcasing the brazen audacity of the Yi clan, who not only sought to commit murder for pill refinement, but also to silence witnesses. In the end, Gao Hai handed the compass to Han Feng, urging him and Jiang Suru to flee and seek assistance. The recording abruptly concluded. Witnessing the scene, the disciples erupted in fury, chanting, "Severe punishment for the Yi family. Eradicate the Yi clan. Avenge senior brother Gao Hai." The innocent citizens suffered too greatly. The Yi family is a nest of corruption. They tarnish the sect's reputation. We must eliminate them. A life for a life. Count how many innocents perished and demand the Yi family repay for each lost soul. The lives of mortals hold equal value. Each life is singular, and the lives of cultivators are no more precious. Observing the fervor of the disciples, the sect master felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Just over a month ago, during the ancestral worship ceremony, the atmosphere had been similarly charged with outrage against the Yi family. The Yi family truly invites hatred, Elder Tai Lian remarked coldly. The principal perpetrator is deceased. Yet the case remains unresolved. The mastermind, accomplices, and beneficiaries must all be thoroughly investigated. Now, summon the head of the Yi family, Yi Tang, and the beneficiary implicated in this evidence, Yi Longyuan. You two, step forward immediately. From the crowd, the aged Yu Tang and Yi Longyuan soared into the air and landed before the assembly. A chorus of curses and derision erupted from the audience. Yi Tang, witnessing the scene, sighed inwardly, realizing that the Yi family's standing within the Yin-Yang sect was perilously compromised. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, Elder Tai. The two bowed in respect. Yi Tang spoke, Elder Tai, we of the Yi family are innocent in this matter. Do not speak until questioned. Tai Lian interjected coldly, casting him a withering glance. In this affair, 3 witnesses were present. Gao Hai is deceased, leaving only Han Feng and Jiang Suru as witnesses. Let us call upon these 2 disciples to testify. At this, Han Feng and Jiang Suru stepped forward and flew towards the front. Han Feng, Han Feng, Han Feng. The disciples chanted in unison, evidently moved by his earlier display during the ancestral ceremony, which had garnered him considerable favor. Han Feng and Jiang Suru landed gracefully, performing their respectful salute. Meanwhile, Yi Longyuan cast a venomous glare at the two, unable to fathom that merely 2 months prior, he basked in the glory of being a celebrated prodigy within the sect, revered by many. Yet, in such a brief span, he and the formidable Yi family had become the pariahs of the community, while those he once deemed insignificant had attained such esteem. All that he now endured stemmed from the actions of this little thief, and he yearned to devour his flesh and consume his bones. Han Feng's gaze locked onto Yi Longyuan, filled with animosity and hatred. Their enmity had long since transformed into an unquenchable blood feud. Elder Tai Lian addressed Han Feng. Once you departed, the evidence ceased. Please recount what transpired thereafter. Chapter 98. The foolish clown Wang Ai, as you command, Elder. Han Feng clasped his hands and continued. The subsequent events were relatively straightforward. Utilizing the precious wings bestowed upon me by my master, I fled alongside Sister Jiang, heading westward towards our sect while calling for assistance. After the 3 Foundation establishment experts killed Brother Gao Hai, the malevolent cultivators vanished without a trace, and Yi Qingzun and his companion began their pursuit of us. As I was merely at the Qi refinement stage, my speed was no match for those in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and we found ourselves entangled in a prolonged struggle after they caught up with us. We were battered and bruised, and just as we faced dire peril, a sea demon appeared, swallowing our assailants whole, allowing us to escape. Shortly thereafter, Master Siyu arrived. As he spoke, before anyone else could interject, Wang Ai, a disciple of the Blood Cloud Palace, scoffed. So you claim you two were entangled with 2 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators for quite some time? A mere Qi refinement cultivator like you wasn't he instantly dispatched by them? You must be exaggerating without a shred of modesty. Han Feng's expression darkened slightly as he replied. Of course, it's possible that the struggle didn't last long. At that moment, it was quite tense, and one might say it felt like an eternity. However, I certainly couldn't hold my ground and nearly lost my life to my foes. Han Feng's casual dismissal provoked Wang Ai further, who continued to mock. If you couldn't win, just admit it. No one would ridicule you for your lack of strength. Yet, you choose to embellish your tale, seeking to enhance your own image. Now that's where you err. Even a clay figure would possess a modicum of spirit, How much more so Han Feng, who never bowed before his enemies? When I was a nobody, you mocked me. Now that I have risen to prominence, you still dare to jeer. Is this honor not in vain? Han Feng retorted sharply. Indeed, my strength is lacking, just slightly superior to yours. In your blood cloud palace, you could be considered a senior brother, whereas in our yin-yang sect, I would merely be a common disciple. Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. They had been irked by the aggressive demeanor of the blood cloud palace disciple, and now, Han Feng's merciless rebuttal, which ridiculed both Wang Ai and his sect, was truly satisfying. Han Feng had long held disdain for the blood cloud palace, especially after they insulted his master, Siyu. Now, they dared to provoke him again, truly underestimating his resolve. He was a person who preferred a laid-back existence, not one to cower in fear. He sought a carefree life, but when faced with bullying, how could he remain unperturbed? The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. Wang Ai's expression darkened, his gaze clouded as he glared at Han Feng. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I am curious to see if your fists are as tough as your tongue. I also wish to discern whether your visit to our yin-yang sect is one of courtesy or confrontation. Han Feng shot back. While our yin-yang sect is known for its hospitality, it does not imply that guests are exempt from the principles of civility. We are deliberating on a case and presenting the facts, yet you, Wang Ai, continuously interrupt. Are you attempting to delay proceedings and shield the guilty? Do you have any ties with the Yi family? Is their massacre of innocents somehow connected to you? Wang Ai was taken aback by Han Feng's sharp retort, which linked him to the unrelated massacre case. You speak nonsense. I, Wang Ai, would never engage in such acts. He countered vehemently. This has nothing to do with the Yi family. Han Feng's voice rose. Then why do you persist in disturbing the order of the trial? If not to absolve the guilty, what is your motive? I cannot abide your bragging. Whether I am bragging or not, that is for the head of the law enforcement hall to determine. What authority do you have to question me here? Wang Ai found himself momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Around them, cheers of approval erupted from the disciples. Jiang Sura whispered, let it go. Don't engage with such people. Let's focus on the Yi family trial. Better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Be cautious of his resentment. It's nothing. An outsider cannot harm me. Han Feng replied with a slight smile, attempting to reassure Jiang Suru. Elder Tylian interjected coldly, enough. Do not further disrupt the proceedings. I have questions for Han Feng. Please, proceed, Han Feng responded. You mentioned that a sea demon appeared and consumed members of the Yi family. Why did the demon only target them and spare you? Upon hearing this, Yi Tang immediately chimed in. Indeed, this boy is clearly lying. Why would the sea demon not consume him but only devour our Yi family members? Clearly, he is the cause of our misfortune. Han Feng sneered, oh, does the lord of the Yi family believe I possess the capability to slay 2 foundation establishment cultivators? How utterly absurd. Of course, even if I had such strength, I would not hesitate to eliminate them, avenging Brother Gao Hai and countless innocents. As for why the sea demon feasted solely on the Yi family, it was evident. The Yi family members assaulted the sea spirit, and in my flight, I rescued it and returned it to the ocean. The sea spirit, harboring a grudge against the Yi family, commanded the demon to consume them. Is it not natural? Would it devour me, its savior? Elder Tai Lian nodded in understanding. The matter is now clear. Han Feng did not lie. It was indeed the Yi family who slaughtered thousands of innocents. Do you harbor any doubts regarding this, Lord of the Yi family? I, of course, have my doubts. Yi Tang retorted defiantly. Elder Tai, do not so readily accuse the Yi family of the massacre. It was the actions of Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan, and has no bearing on the rest of the Yi family. Yes, they share our surname, but in every family, there are virtuous and villainous members. My Yi family is vast, with many descendants. It is only natural that 1 or 2 miscreants arise. Who can guarantee that every member of their family is virtuous? This incident is solely the fault of Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan, unrelated to the Yi family as a whole. Should they commit heinous acts, must the entire Yi family be held accountable? Should an errant disciple of a sect bring disgrace, must the entire sect suffer the consequences? The principal offenders have been dealt with. In my view, this matter should be laid to rest. When I became aware of this situation, I was perplexed. How could they undertake such actions without informing me? Had I been aware, I would have done everything in my power to stop them and prevent such deeds. Elder Tai, I urge you to maintain an impartial stance in your statements. Do not mislead others. Yi Qingyun is simply Yi Qingyun, not representative of the Yi family as a whole. Do not make it seem as though the entire Yi family is implicated in this wrongdoing. Why not say it was the foundation establishment disciples of the yin-yang sect who committed the acts? Iron refrained from addressing him further. instead turning to Yi Longyuan and inquiring, Yi Longyuan, Yi Qingyun stated that the blood elixir was concocted to aid your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Were you cognizant of this matter? Yi Longyuan promptly clasped his hands and responded, Elder Iron, after the previous battle in the secret realm, I was injured by Han Feng. Upon returning home, I secluded myself to recuperate, remaining detached from worldly affairs. It was not until 2 days ago, when this matter came to light, that my father roused me and informed me of it. I was utterly astounded and profoundly indignant upon learning of this. The actions of my 2 uncles are truly heinous and repugnant. I was completely unaware of this matter. Whether it was for my sake or not, I cannot say. Perhaps they intended it for their own children, but sought to frame me instead. The situation had reached an impasse, with the Yu family vehemently denying any involvement in the matter. However, at that juncture, a reversal occurred. Yi Wulong stepped forward, pointing at Yi Longyuan and exclaiming, Yi Longyuan, my father assisted you in killing and concocting elixirs, only to meet his demise. Yet, you show no gratitude and claim ignorance of the matter, even suggesting that my father concocted the blood elixir for my consumption? Have you no shame? Yi Wulong was the very individual who had led the Yi family disciples in abandoning Yi Longyuan in the secret realm and preventing Jiang Suru from participating in the battle. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang's countenance underwent a drastic transformation as he promptly interjected, Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Withdraw at once. Undaunted, Yi Wulong retorted, Your lack of benevolence absolves me of any obligation to be righteous. We had previously agreed to feign ignorance, but what is the meaning of Yi Longyuan's words? My father orchestrated the killing and elixir concoction at the behest of a heretical cultivator, all to facilitate his breakthrough. Yet, it has now become something intended for my consumption? If you intend to shift the blame onto me, then do not fault me for turning against you. Yi Longwu strode forward and addressed Tai Lian with cupped hands. Hall Master Tai, I am willing to serve as a witness. The Yi family's upper echelons were all complicit in this matter. Following the defeat in the secret realm, Yi Longyuan flew into a rage at home, clamoring for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage to seek revenge against Han Feng. The Yi family, unable to swallow this humiliation, convened an emergency meeting and ultimately decided to kill and concoct elixirs to aid Yi Longyuan's breakthrough. This task was entrusted to my father, Yi Qingyun, and my 6th uncle, Yi Luchuan. Upon returning, my father informed me of this matter. I cautioned him against such actions, suggesting that Yi Longyuan's father should bear the responsibility instead. Why should our family bear the burden of such vile deeds while they reap all the benefits? However, my father disregarded my advice, asserting that Yi Longyuan possessed superior aptitude and deserved preferential treatment. Elder, I am guilty. I confess to concealing this information, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of commoners. I am now willing to serve as a witness, to implicate all the foundation establishment stage cultivators and above in the Yi family, including Yi Longyuan. They all conspired in this matter and are all culpable. Silence. You unfilial wretch. Yi Tang roared in fury, immediately raising his palm to strike Yi Wulong dead. Elder Tai Lian swiftly unleashed a palm strike, sending Yi Tang flying. Yi Tang crashed heavily to the ground, spewing blood. What? Attempting to silence a witness. Tai Lian sneered. Yi Longyuan gnashed his teeth, glaring daggers at Yi Wulong. Yi Wulong scoffed. Yi Longyuan, are you not resentful that I did not assist you in the secret realm, leading to your defeat against Han Feng? If you think you can shift the blame onto me, you are indulging in wishful thinking. My father is dead, and I have lost all my kin. If you deny me a chance to live, seeking to cast me aside, then let us all perish together. Yi Wulong, is your testimony truthful? Everything you say will be recorded as evidence. Tai Lian inquired. Yi Wulong promptly responded, Every word I have spoken is true. If you doubt me, you may search my soul. Even if my soul is scattered, I will ensure that these villains in the Yi family pay the price. I seek vengeance for those mortals and senior brother Gao. Everyone understood that he sought vengeance for his father and himself, not for the commoners in Gao Hai. However, his willingness to step forward and identify the culprits was sufficient. Upon witnessing the conclusive evidence, the disciples erupted in shouts, Slaughter the Yi family. The Yi family are all sinners. Not one of them is innocent. Let the Yi family pay for their crimes with their lives. Exterminate the Yi family. Exterminate the Yi family. The Yi family all deserve to die. If they can kill and concoct elixirs today, they can kill us and concoct elixirs tomorrow. I refuse to become Yi Longyuan's spiritual energy. Yi Longyuan, die. You disgrace to the sect. The Yi family, get out of the Yin-Yang sect. Yi Tang struggled to his feet and addressed the sect master with cupped hands. Sect master, This is all Yi Wulong's one-sided account. He is lying, attempting to drag the entire Yi family down with him. Sect Master, the sins of one should not be visited upon the entire family. The ringleaders have been eliminated, and we are innocent. If the entire Yi family is to be punished for the transgression of one Yi family member today, will the entire sect be punished for the transgression of one sect disciple tomorrow? The sect master stepped forward, first waving his hand to signal for silence before turning to Yi Tang and stating, I believe that the prerequisite for not visiting the sins of one upon the entire family is that the benefits do not extend to the entire family. The Yi family disciples have enjoyed so many resources from the Yi family. Now that the Yi family is in trouble, they should naturally bear the corresponding consequences. As for the sect's price, the sect's reputation has been greatly damaged due to the actions of your Yi family. The disciples are disaffected, the commoners no longer trust us. Other friendly sects are criticizing us, and the royal family is even more enraged, reprimanding our sect. Outsiders will not say that it is the fault of your Yi family. They will only say that the Yin Yang sect killed people. Is the price the sect has paid small? If we do not severely punish you, will our sect still have a reputation? How will we be able to convince the masses? The sect master turned to the elders seated below and asked, All right. Now that the evidence is conclusive, it is time to conclude the case. As this is a matter of great importance, all elders shall raise their hands to vote. Those who agree to kill all members of the Yi family, raise your hands. Not a single person raised their hand. Clearly, everyone understood that if the Yi family members were executed, the Yi family's assets would be confiscated, and they would not receive a single share. However, if the Yi family members were expelled, they could openly conquer these external sinners, and all the plundered assets would belong to them. The sect master asked again then, those who agree to expel the entire Yi family from the sect, raise your hands. This time, more than half of the elders raised their hands. Very well. The vote has passed. Effective immediately, expel the Yi family from the sect. Yi Tang, the head of the Yi family, as the mastermind, shall have his cultivation abolished. Yi Wulong, a Yi family disciple, has made meritorious contributions by testifying, and his guilt shall be waived. He may continue to remain in the sect. The Yi family shall be given 1 day to leave the sect before noon tomorrow. This case is concluded. The faces of all the Yi family members suddenly turned ashen. They knew that everyone coveted their family's resources. Being expelled from the sect, without the sect's protection, was no different from being exterminated. His complexion ashen. Yi Long Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed first at the sect leader, then at Han Feng. With a twisted expression, he pointed a trembling finger at Han Feng. His voice laced with venom. It's all your fault. This all began with you. You're the one who deserves to die? He spat. If it weren't for you stealing my beloved junior sister Jiang, I wouldn't have repeatedly tried to assassinate you, and our Yi family's reputation wouldn't have plummeted. If it weren't for you defeating me, I wouldn't have resorted to slaughtering mortals for blood refinement pills in a desperate attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for you, my Yi family wouldn't have fallen to this state. It's all because of you. You're the true culprit. The one who caused the deaths of those mortals. You're the one who should die. Yi Long Yuan's audacious reasoning left the surrounding disciples aghast. Never had they encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. He had committed countless atrocities, yet he attempted to shift the blame onto the victim. Such audacity. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, and a chorus of curses rained down upon Yi Long Yuan. Meanwhile, the members of the other 4 families watched the spectacle with amusement, their true purpose in visiting the Yin Yang sect being to witness its disgrace. Han Feng regarded Yi Long Yuan with a cold sneer. Yi Long Yuan, your capacity for shamelessness knows no bounds. I had thought that your acts of harming fellow disciples and slaughtering mortals were the epitome of depravity. But it seems you are determined to surpass yourself by attempting to pin the blame on me. You repeatedly tried to assassinate me, forcing me to defend myself. You initiated a secret realm duel, ganging up on me with a dozen others. You murdered innocents to refine pills, prompting me to investigate the truth. From beginning to end, you were the perpetrator, while I remained blameless. Yet, in your twisted perception, I am the one at fault. You brought ruin upon yourself and your entire Yi family. It was your envy, resentment, and disdain for me that led to your downfall. You, the esteemed prodigy of the Yi family, backed by its immense power, looked down upon everyone. I was but a lowly menial disciple with no status or backing, someone you never considered worthy of your attention. But now, where do you stand in comparison to me? Your vaunted talent was crushed beneath my heel. The mighty Yi family that stood behind you has become a target of scorn. You have become a pariah, while I am supported by hundreds of thousands of sect disciples. I intend to destroy everything you hold dear. stripping you of all that you possess, and then, only then, will I end your life to assuage the hatred in my heart. Han Feng. Yi Longyuan hissed through gritted teeth, his crimson eyes burning with a desire to tear Han Feng limb from limb. Indeed, as Han Feng had stated, everything he had once taken pride in had now shattered into fragments. He was like a gambler who had lost everything. Han Feng, on the other hand, was the victor who had claimed all. The towering tree of the Yi family, which had once sheltered him, had been toppled by a mere ant. His demise was of his own making. Han Feng had long harbored an intense loathing for Yi Longyuan, and he intended not only to end his life, but also to crush his spirit beforehand. Once, Yi Longyuan had stood high above, regarding Han Feng with disdain. Now, he was a pariah, and Han Feng would repay him in kind for all that he had suffered. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, had always been Han Feng's way. Yi Longyuan desperately wanted to kill Han Feng, but he restrained himself. He knew that he was no match for him, and any attempt to attack would only provide those around him with a justification to kill him. Yi Tang, his cultivation crippled by the sect leader's own hand, was tossed to the ground. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, the members of the Yi family carried Yi Tang back to their residence. Accompanying them were numerous elders and disciples, all watching, waiting for the moment they would leave the Yin-Yang sect. Han Feng did not leave. He turned to the sect leader, clasped his hands, and bowed. This disciple thanks the sect leader for upholding justice and seeking retribution for the unjustly slain. The sect leader sighed softly as he looked at Han Feng. After they leave, will you still pursue Yi Longyuan to kill him? Yes, sect leader. This disciple has long vowed to be his mortal enemy, Han Feng replied calmly. Alas, to harbor such intense bloodlust at such a young age is not a virtue. Learning to let go, to forgive, to cultivate a gentle and tolerant heart can be beneficial. The ancestral statue stands here, and you, bearing the surname Han, are considered a descendant of immortal Han. Can you not emulate your ancestor, embracing the world, guiding others, and showing compassion? Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Han Feng smiled. Ancestor, forgiving Yi Longyuan is your prerogative. My task is to send him to meet you. Moreover, this disciple has heard that immortal Han was a decisive and ruthless individual. If someone offended him, he would eradicate their entire clan, leaving no trace. Before humanity ruled this world, there existed a powerful foreign race that fought against humanity for countless years. After attaining the status of immortal exalted, immortal Han became the strongest being in the world. And with a mere gesture, he annihilated all living beings of that race, leaving not a single survivor. This disciple is merely following in the footsteps of our ancestor. Alas. Very well. Make your own decisions. Excessive bloodlust can indeed breed inner demons, but suppressing one's true feelings and harboring resentment can also hinder cultivation and lead to chi deviation. Once the Yi family leaves the sect, they will no longer be associated with us. You are free to do as you please. Thank you, sect leader, Han Feng said, clasping his hands before turning to leave. Suddenly, Wang Ai of the Blood Cloud Palace rose to his feet and said, Hey, you, the kid with the surname Han. Didn't you say you were slightly stronger than me? Now that your trial is over, shouldn't we, as disciples of two sects, have a friendly match to exchange pointers? The expressions of the Yin-Yang sect members turned somewhat displeased. The Blood Cloud Palace was being far too aggressive. Han Feng ignored him, continuing to walk away as he said, I'm busy. I have revenge to seek. Watching Han Feng's departing figure, Wang Ai sneered and shouted, Kid, you can't escape. If you don't fight me now, you'll have to participate in the 100 Pride competition of Min Country in a month. With your talent and battle prowess, the Yin-Yang sect will undoubtedly send you. Then, we shall have our showdown. Han Feng paid no attention to the fool and flew down the mountain toward the Yi family with Jiang Suru. However, Wang Ai's words had piqued Han Feng's interest. He asked Jiang Suru, what is this 100 Pride competition of Min Country? It's a competition held every 10 years by the Min Country royal family. They offer many generous rewards to encourage young people to participate, with the aim of selecting the most outstanding young cultivation prodigies in the entire country. Chapter 101. The Li family's preparation for flight. What is the royal family offering rewards to the young disciples for? Han Feng inquired with curiosity. Jiang Suru cast him a sidelong glance and replied, It is undoubtedly to cultivate and attract more young disciples, ensuring a continuous infusion of fresh blood within their ranks. This competition is designed for the youth, with all participants being at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, held once every decade. It is divided into two arenas, one for the Qi refinement stage and another for the foundation establishment stage. Typically, the Qi refinement competition is conducted first, followed by the Foundation Establishment Contest 3 months later. The so-called 100 Talents competition aims to select the top 100 young individuals. This contest is open to all, not solely to those from powerful factions. It also welcomes participants from smaller sects, wandering cultivators, and even individuals from other nations. Those who perform admirably may garner the attention of the 5 major factions, potentially becoming their disciples and gaining access to superior resources. Consequently, this event is not solely funded and organized by the royal family. The other 4 factions contribute as well, albeit under the royal family's leadership. Given its inclusive nature, there are no barriers to entry, so disciples from the 5 major factions also participate, viewing the competition as a platform to showcase their prowess and prove who the foremost talent in Min Kingdom is. Therefore, each of the 5 factions selects their most promising disciples to compete, while others, less accomplished, may seek to enter for a chance at recognition and rewards. However, such instances are rare, as wandering cultivators aim to join the 5 major factions, whereas we, as disciples, already belong to them, resulting in fewer sign-ups. Upon hearing this, Han Feng grasped the essence of the competition and asked, "How is it conducted? Is it one-on-one?" "Certainly not," came the response. "How long would that take?" "A designated area is chosen where everyone is thrown in to fight. Those who survive the longest achieve higher rankings." Upon hearing this rule, Han Feng felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Isn't that absurd? If it's a competition, there should be fairness. Tossing a crowd into a brawl? How can anyone compete with the 5 major factions? With their abundant resources and numbers, how can any wandering cultivator stand a chance?" "There are indeed participant limits and regulations," came the reply. "However, they vary each time, and we do not yet know the specifics for this round. Regardless, our sect will undoubtedly send representatives. Each peak must select outstanding disciples to participate. Currently, there are several at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage at Luoxia Peak, but our master will likely choose you and me, along with a few other senior brothers. I won't go. Let whoever wants to go, go," Han Feng declared without hesitation. "It's a thankless task. What good are the rewards to me? Wouldn't it be better to lounge at home? Why would I want to fight with a bunch of strangers?" Jiang Suru gazed at him but remained silent. The two continued their journey down the mountain to the Leaf family. The Leaf family's territory lies to the south of the Yin-Yang sect, where the entire clan appeared dejected, silently packing their belongings and furniture. The Leaf family is substantial, larger than the Jiang family, with a broad reach. As they watched the covetous disciples and elders outside, their hearts grew heavy, cursing both Yilong Yuan and Han Feng countless times. Some, in the midst of packing, suddenly broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. "What are we even packing for? It's all futile. Once we step outside, we will be robbed and slaughtered. Giving everything away for nothing. I'm done packing. I'll just lie here and wait for death. Anyone who wants to kill me, come do it. You heartless bastards. I've done nothing wrong. What have I done to deserve this? Just because I bear the Leaf surname, must I be exterminated?" Such lamentations were not isolated. Many echoed similar sentiments, with the majority cursing Han Feng, even dragging in his long-unseen ancestors. Han Feng remained indifferent, his gaze fixed upon the courtyard where Yilong Yuan resided. Inside, none of Yilong Yuan's brothers acknowledged him. They quietly prepared their weapons and armor for battle. Yilong Yuan's father summoned him, placing a bead in his hand. "Father, what is this?" Yilong Yuan asked. "My son, this time, our Leaf family has fallen. We will no longer be able to protect you. So you must take care of yourself." Yilong Yuan anxiously replied, "Father, we can contact other sects, like Blood Cloud Palace or Xiantian Sword Sect. Would they not be willing to shelter us? We are a family of considerable strength. Aligning with us would greatly enhance their power." "That is futile. You overestimate our Leaf family. A handful of core formation cultivators mean little to the major sections. Moreover, our family's reputation is severely tarnished. The others openly condemn us, and have even sent people to witness our judgment. The Yin-Yang sect has severed ties with us to preserve their reputation. Do you believe any of the other sects would risk their own standing for our sake? Once we are expelled, if another sect takes us in, the people of Min Kingdom would denounce that sect even more fiercely than they do the Yin-Yang sect. No one wishes to incur the wrath of the world by accepting us. We have conferred with the clan leader. Tonight we shall leave the sect and head southeast. While there is no land beyond, there exists a vast ocean and islands, situated at the southeastern tip of Tianshi continent. Fleeing in any other direction would lead to interception by other sects. The distance is simply too great. By fleeing to the sea and dispersing, perhaps some among us might escape." Upon hearing this, Yilong Yuan lowered his head and murmured, I'm sorry, father. It's all my fault. Child, I do not blame you. A loss is a loss. We must pay the price. Yet others in the sect blame you, and our family members do as well. They all wish for your demise. But you are the most talented of our younger generation. You cannot die. You are the hope for the continuation of our Leaf family. Remember, do not seek revenge until you have grown stronger. Flee as far as you can, hide as long as you can. This bead is our family's only azure water pearl. It will allow you to survive underwater for extended periods and swim faster. Remember, once we reach the sea, dive in immediately and swim downstream and forward. Remember, survival is paramount. One day, you shall make your enemies pay. Chapter 102, Pursuit. Yilong Yuan. The wings behind Han Feng had unfurled, and Jiang Suru beside him mirrored the action, both of them displaying their wings and floating in the air, their murderous intent unmasked. Ever ready for combat? Their wings, white as snow, resembled those of angels, a striking pair that drew the gaze of many. So, what is the name of your wings? Jiang Suru asked, eyeing Han Feng's wings. They are called Crane's Radiant Feathers, Han Feng replied. They seem superior to that spring-wind wings. They must be a top-grade spiritual treasure. Indeed, she responded. So, Jiang Suru crossed her arms, scrutinizing Han Feng with an air of arrogance. You must explain how you came into possession of such a top-grade spiritual treasure. A high being gifted it to me. And who is this high being? I do not know them. They do not know you. Why would they bestow such a precious item upon you? I possess a handsome visage. Han Feng, with an air of solemnity, engaged in nonsensical chatter. Jiang Suru, exasperated yet amused, tugged at his ear and said, if you continue to babble, you must confess where you obtained these treasures. Not only this exquisite feather, but also that flying sword. Surely it too is a mid-grade spiritual treasure? For an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, acquiring even a single spiritual treasure is a formidable challenge, as they are exceedingly precious. You, a mere errand boy in the chi refining stage, how could you afford such magnificent items? Speak. Are you involved in some clandestine dealings behind my back? I rely on my charming appearance to barter my allure with other female cultivators to acquire these treasures, he retorted. Really? Have you no mirrors at home? Are you unaware of your own appearance? Jiang Suru's expression was one of disdain. With Han Feng's unremarkable looks, one could easily lose him in a crowd. Who would pay for his charms unless they were blind? If you don't speak, I shall inquire of the little fox. It is with you every day and must know much. Jiang Suru retrieved the little fox from behind Han Feng and questioned, Little fox, do you know where Han Feng's treasures come from? The little fox replied earnestly, I know. Jiang Suru waited for further elaboration, but when none came, she expressed her confusion. Continue then. Continue what? You merely asked if I knew, but did not ask me to tell you, the fox countered. If I didn't want you to tell me, why would I ask if you knew? Then you should have just asked me for the answer directly. Why inquire if I know? Would you not speak if I didn't ask? How would I know you wished to know if you did not ask? Jiang Suru sighed. You two are clearly conspiring to vex me. She tugged at the little fox's ear. Help! Help! The little fox scurried into Han Feng's embrace, exclaiming, This lady is utterly unreasonable. We shall no longer engage with her, for women are devoid of reason. Observing Han Feng and the little fox's playful banter, Jiang Suru suddenly pondered that perhaps Han Feng harbored a secret he could not disclose, thus resorting to such evasive tactics. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was an adult capable of managing his own affairs. As midnight approached, the Yi family finally prepared to depart, encircled by a throng of thousands. Though the Yi family counted many among their ranks, a substantial portion were mere mortals. The common folk exited their homes, moving westward, while the Yi family aimed east. Unable to bring the mortals along, thus compelled to separate, the west led to land, and the Yi family could only flee that direction. Despite the reluctance of cultivators to pursue the mortals, many commoners were driven by a desire for vengeance. To them, the Yi family owed a debt of blood for the countless lives lost, an unchanging truth that dictated retribution. If this family was not eradicated, other cultivators might follow suit, leaving no assurance that the next victim would not be themselves. Thus, a warning must be issued. The Yi cultivators ascended into the air, heading southeast. Their movement prompted the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect to follow suit, encircling them as they flew. The Yin-Yang sect's influence extended to the coastline. Their very enclave, perched by the sea, crossing into the ocean signified leaving the sect's territory. Pursued by the Yin-Yang sect, Han Feng's gaze remained fixed on Yilong Yuan. Eventually, they soared over the coastline and into the vast expanse of the ocean. Out of the sect, attack! A voice rang out. and thousands of cultivators surged toward the few thousand Yu family members. A chaotic battle was on the verge of erupting. Han Feng charged toward Yilongyuan. Yet a protective throng prevented his approach. Senior brothers, do not be hasty. The mastermind is Yilongyuan, and the Yi family is shielding his escape. We must eliminate him. Do not fret, junior brother Han. The senior brother is here. Shang Yun arrived by Han Feng's side, reassuring him, fear not. Yilongyuan is reserved for you, and I shall deal with the pests surrounding him. With that, he and the other disciples of the master of Cu surged forward, swiftly entangling Yilongyuan as protectors, leaving him isolated. Spotting Han Feng's advance, Yilongyuan broke free from the crowd, fleeing into the distance. Hand in hand, Han Feng and Jiang Suru raced after him, their speed vastly exceeding that of Yilongyuan. After pursuing for a distance of 2 miles, they drew near. Yilongyuan, there is no escape for you, Han Feng bellowed, unleashing a sword beam that struck Yilongyuan's back. With a cry of anguish, Yilongyuan fell backward toward the sea. Han Feng, I shall return, and you will face a fate worse than death. With a heavy splash, Yilongyuan plunged into the depths of the ocean. Chase! Han Feng and Jiang Suru spread their wings and dove into the water. In the dead of night, visibility was poor, and the sea was shrouded in darkness. Within their bodies flowed spiritual energy, granting them the ability to hold their breath for an extended duration. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, how could they locate Yilongyuan? After aimlessly searching for a quarter of an hour without success, they resurfaced, only to realize they had strayed far from the primary battleground. Jiang Suru furrowed her brow. What now? He has escaped once more. Such a person is relentless and harbors deep-seated hatred for us. If we do not eliminate him, he may pose an endless threat in the future. Han Feng sighed. It seems we must enlist her assistance.